Prospects for HÖCKELAND. The continuity of German ideology in the GDR and the success of the AfD in East Germany. By Frederik, Glas. The threat of the fascization of state and society, which is gradually taking place before everyone's eyes, was for many years one of the core theses of the Communist League, which faded away over a quarter of a century ago. The uprising of the decent in Schroeder's Berlin Republic at the latest has taken away even the last hint of evidence, and yet the buzzword is currently enjoying increasing popularity again, even though the German state apparatus rejects nothing and no one as vehemently as the so-called right. The fascization that Bjorn Schultz, for example, paints on the wall has a different character than the KB once assumed. It is no longer the state that pulls the strings and nurtures the fascists as a political intervention force. Instead, the danger here comes from the rising bourgeois reactionary rabble that simply does not want to recognize the achievements of capitalist globalization as such. The fact that this rabble usually has the advantage of seeing Islam not as a cultural enrichment, but as a threat to reasonably civilized. The fact that they see Islam not as a cultural enrichment, but as a threat to reasonably civilized manners in the public sphere, is of little consequence when it comes to defining the enemy, because an imaginary tactical alliance is assumed between the fascisers, i.e. between Trump, Hofer, or Le Pen and Islamist terror. Quote, Donald Trump's candidacy, Norbert Hofer's candidacy, which has received far too little attention, and Marine Le Pen's candidacy next year open up the prospect of a majority for the right-wing populists. All that is needed now is a few attacks at the right time to set in motion a dynamic that would be almost unstoppable. Islamist terrorist groups are ready and able to do this. Hoyerswerda and Rostock, Solingen and Mölln were terrible enough, but more manageable. End quote. Ivo Bozic followed this up by putting both the new fascism of white trash and Islamism that he was implying on the same garbage heap of history. Quote, we not only need a strategy against the Putins and Trumps, but also against Islamism, which is basically the same defensive struggle against the future. End quote. Such views are by no means limited to left-wing newspapers. On the contrary, they merely repeat what is the raison d'etre of the state and therefore also the standard of the established media. Helmut Debiel, director of the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research for many years, had already clairvoyantly predicted this anti-fascist united front of the establishment a quarter of a century ago. In an essay entitled Das Gespenst des Populismus, The Spectre of Populism, in Merkur, he wrote, many powers have joined forces in a holy hunt against the spectre, the FAZ and Die Zeit, the old left and the new conservatism, former French radicals and German police officers. End of quote. And indeed, differentiation or a closer look is frowned upon here. The defensive front is countered by an equally homogeneous alliance of right-wing populists, following a pattern pars pro toto presented by Die Welt, July 12, 2015. Quote, a spectre is haunting Europe. It appears in many forms and goes by many names. UKW in England, Sweden Democrats, Danish People's Party, Jobbik and Fidesz in Hungary, Peace in Poland, the Front National in France. It is right-wing populism that is taking the name of the people across Europe and its commitment to isolationism, anti-globalization, national hegemony and anti-liberalism to the streets and squares of Europe. End of quote. This list alone should make it clear that these are very different parties, which in turn articulate very different social needs in equally different ways. It should be enough to point out how little the anti-German stance of UKIP, for example, can be reconciled with the historical revisionism that drives the Austrian FP. But there is no interest in this among people who no longer want to perceive any substantial difference between Trump and the IS. All the more reason to take a closer look. The term populism first appeared in the Anglo-Saxon debate to characterize a movement in the USA at the end of the 19th century, when many small farmers in the south and southwest of the United States organized themselves against the monopoly position of both the railroad and the banks in the Farmers' Alliance and the People's Party, often referred to as the Populist Party at the time. Helmut Debiel noted that their objectives can in some respects be described as social democratic, as they sought protection from the state against the big capitalist promoters of economic modernization. The aim was to restore a state in which the cultural way of life and the functional requirements of social work were not yet divided. In other words, a kind of romantic anti-capitalism. As right as it is to distrust those small producers still caught up in early capitalist patterns of interpretation, plagued by collective fears of status and afraid of the anonymous large-scale structures of banking and share capitalism and the modern tax state, it is equally true that their fears of loss of status were by no means the result of a diffuse emotional state, but were caused in very real terms by the monopoly position of the railroad companies and the banks, i.e. the opposite of a free market, and the fall in prices for agricultural products. Against this background, the American populism of this period was an attempt to achieve a stronger position for small producers in relation to suppliers and banks. This distinguishes it significantly from the Narodniki that emerged in Russia around the same time, whose spokespeople were urban intellectuals and who were concerned with restoring the archaic traditions of the old agrarian society in order to achieve a kind of natural harmonization of interests by contrasting the ideal of the peasant with the emerging modern age. The populist movement in the USA at the time, on the other hand, was not merely a regressive attempt to defend agrarian America against the superiority of industrial America. Rather, the attempt to form alliances with both industrial labor and the bourgeois reform movement clearly points to its modern character. All the more so when one realizes that practices still common in the USA today, such as the secret ballot, term limits, and the direct election of senators, can be traced back to the political activities of the populists. And yet another reason why the term populism does not have a negative connotation in the USA is that the populists were the first political party in the United States to actively involve women in its affairs. In many southern states, they sought to include African Americans. At a time when cultural attitudes of white supremacy permeated all aspects of American life, Southern populists spoke of the need for poor blacks and poor whites to put aside their racial differences in the name of shared economic self-interest. In Europe, on the other hand, populism is only conceivable as right-wing populism and, more recently, as an international of nationalists. This specter of growing populist movements in the states of the European Union threatens to victimize country after country. Jacob Augstein even decrees that talk of right-wing populism is a trivialization, and that democracy has simply slept through the danger in the face of the return of fascism, so far without genocide. In contrast, the Austrian Society for Political Consulting and Policy Development, GPP, which is considered to be close to the SP, states in its study Right-Wing Extremist and Right-Wing Populist Parties in Europe, which is updated on an ongoing basis, that the worldview of right-wing populist parties and movements is usually less closed and their ideology is more flexible and adaptable, in contrast to actual Nazis. It is assumed that most right-wing populists can be located within, albeit often at the extreme fringes of the democratic spectrum. Contrary to the thesis of an impending fascization of societies through the success of populist parties, whose ideological heart, as Die Zeit claimed, dates back to the 1920s, the GPP concludes that some of the new right-wing populists have no historical or ideological links to the fascisms of the interwar period. They are declared supporters of a minimal state, openly xenophobic, but reject racism and anti-Semitism, which conversely means that, at least in Western Europe, explicitly, neo-fascist groups are now largely marginalized and mostly politically insignificant, and that it is not possible to speak of a militant mass movement striving for a radical upheaval of society. The example of the Netherlands is probably the clearest illustration of the differences between the parties that are considered right-wing populist. As Karen Priester notes, organized liberalism is in crisis there, so that the genuinely liberal desire for self-determination and freedom from paternalism is articulated via the outlet of populism. What is remarkable about this is that since Geert Wilders at the latest, the populist core concept, the people has given way to freedom, although contrary to the academic interpretation, it can be assumed that this is not to be interpreted as a mere replacement of the concepts, but that this is likely to be a fundamentally different political approach than is the case in Hungary, for example, where it is by no means possible to speak of populism without the people. Wilders is probably a helpless variant of liberalism, but one that is decidedly pro-American and pro-Israeli. The success story of Eastern European populism, on the other hand, can probably be explained in particular by the strategy of appealing to all those who have been denied the blessings of economic globalization with a staunchly left-wing economic program, as in Slovakia, for example. Nevertheless, there is a qualitative difference between Geert Wilders in the Netherlands, for example, speaking out against reforms to the pension and healthcare system, and Viktor Orban in Hungary introducing special taxes for foreign companies and considering nationalizing banks. Due to the low level of industrialization throughout Eastern Europe, agrarian populism emerged early on, based on state-centralist, authoritarian, and nationalist ideas that were reinforced by the real socialist regimes. Nevertheless, there are sometimes significant differences between the individual populist parties, movements, and politicians in Eastern Europe. The division runs partly along the lines of the alliances of the First and even more so of the Second World War. The Czech populism and the much-maligned Polish populism of Andrzej Duda and Jaroslaw Kaczynski, for example, are distinctly Republican events. At the heart of their politics is always the defense of the Republic. Viktor Orbán's point of reference, on the other hand, is the Trans-Lithuanian part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which came to an end in 1918 and was ruled from Budapest. For this reason, at the instigation of his Fidesz party, the mythical reference to the Holy Crown of St. Stephen, whose lands extended far beyond Trine in Hungary, was enshrined in the constitution in 2012, and the term republic was removed from the official state name in the same year. When Orbán speaks of the Hungarian nation, he has in mind not only the Magyars within the country, but also those outside its borders, as he occasionally makes clear. Anyone who wanted to speak of a folkish and National Socialist policy and state a proximity to fascism and German ideology would have to do so first and foremost with regard to some of the former allies of Germany in Eastern Europe. Nor can the supporters of the individual populist parties be lumped together. If you look at developments in Germany, where the Alternative for Germany is preparing to enter the next Bundestag without any problems, not all of its supporters can be indiscriminately labeled as old Nazis and German nationalists. Those who do so are deliberately ignoring the fact that it was once necessary to distinguish very precisely between genuine conservatives and pseudo-conservatives, as the categories in the studies on authoritarian character are called, especially in view of the respective attitudes to National Socialism. This is a distinction that goes to the heart of the matter, because genuine conservatives support capitalism not only in its liberal, individualistic form, but also those principles that decisively reject all oppression and are seriously democratic, such as the unreserved disapproval of prejudice against minorities. The pseudo-conservative, on the other hand, whose authoritarian subservience is paired with violence, anarchistic impulses, and chaotic destructiveness, does not want to preserve this canon of values, but uses the opportunity to seek to abolish traditional values and institutions in the name of defending them. These serve him merely as a cover for repressive and ultimately destructive desires. The so-called crisis of political representation, according to which the people's parties, which transformed themselves from the formerly programmatically and ideologically diverse mass integration parties into all-round parties, Otto Kirchheimer, and which were reserved for bundling the most diverse voter interests or neutralizing them beyond recognition, are by no means only affecting the CDU. It is impossible to overlook the loss of entire groups of voters that the SPD has suffered since it discovered the New Center as a slogan and target group under Gerhard Schröder at the end of the 1990s. Throughout Western Europe, it can be observed that the liberal-conservative positions with which almost all populist parties once began are increasingly giving way to anti-capitalist and anti-globalization positions. One can certainly assume a proletarianization of the right-wing populist electorate. However, there is certainly a decisive difference here as to whether the right-wing populist party is following in the footsteps of the defunct Communist Party and the more than just social-democratized socialists, as is the case with the FN in France, or whether the horizon of ideas is determined more by the good old days of the National Socialist class synthesis. A difference that needs to be kept in mind when noting that both the FP and the FN are changing their character. The FP has mutated from a bourgeois party of dignitaries with a National Socialist past into a proletarian center party within just 2 decades, notes Frank Decker, while the Front National in France reacted to the change in its electorate with a shift to left-wing populism, and thus became one of the strongest workers' parties in the country. This development must be seen as a direct result of deindustrialization, which primarily destroyed the classic proletarian milieu. As a result, Keynesianism, which pursued the expansion of the welfare state, a demand-oriented anti-cyclical economic policy, the development of infrastructure, and the involvement of trade unions, fell out of fashion as a national governance model. While the latter still sought to balance society as a whole, with the state acting as a class-neutral agent of the common good and as a trustee of private capitalist interests at the same time, economic policy based on the so-called trickle-down effect dispenses with this balance and relies on the fact that enough prosperity will trickle down through deregulation to keep the rabble, if not happy, then at least calm. Today, economic growth and the welfare state are no longer connected. There is a growing gap between those who benefit from economic development and a steadily increasing number of people, indeed entire regions, who are disconnected from it. And this is the real reason why parties like the AfD are able to establish a line of conflict without first having to clearly state what is driving proletarian voters in particular towards them. From a certain size and consolidation of success, however, the factuality of this line of conflict forces its way into the party's program. This leads to developments such as Pierre Gatta's the president of the French Employers Association, MEDEF, stating indignantly in January 2015 that the Front National's economic and social program was confusingly similar to that of a communist party. The AfD can only successfully delegitimize the established political establishment and count on the support of those who are actually left behind or fear declassification against the backdrop of the abandonment of the promise of economic integration. However, this is also likely to be one of the AfD's weaknesses, which will slow down its rise, if not stop it permanently. On the one hand, the so-called social issue in Germany is pushing to repeat the historical solution it has already had, so it can hardly be addressed in any other way than in a folkish form, at least in right-wing parties, which in turn damages its political legitimacy. On the other hand, if the AfD acted like the FN, it would be attacking the successful German model in Europe to date, because Germany would actually have the most to lose if there were to be a renaissance of infrastructure and demand policies secured by the nation-state among its neighbors. Incidentally, the AfD is well aware of this. As early as 2015, Frau Petry insisted that the FN, as a socialist party, was fundamentally unsuitable for the AfD, despite all its sympathies. Despite such contradictions, Die Zeit warned on February 11, 2016 of a counter-revolution that populism as a whole was striving for. However, as much as the far-reaching equality of homosexuals and the abolition of compulsory military service are defensible against reactionary nutcases, it is the economic developments that have meant that living labor is no longer even in demand as cannon fodder. 1/3 of all employment relationships are now in the area of insecure employment. Contracts for work, temporary work, self-employment. The revolution propagated by Die Zeit is based on referring the losers of a deregulated community to the privatized self-healing powers of forced communities such as family or community. While the welfare state of the past enabled a largely individual lifestyle, the advocates of the new Germany are banking on a renaissance of dependencies that were thought long gone. The statement by Federal Minister of Justice Heiko Maas, according to which the litmus test for being German is now whether we want to be a modern and cosmopolitan nation, because otherwise Germany is in danger of falling into the hands of Philistines who seek their salvation in the past, has a significance that can hardly be underestimated. The past means here, we are the modern and productive Volksgemeinschaft 2.0, and for those who lose out, there is only the choice between individual downfall or communitarian imposition. In this logic, all doubters and critics of the transformation of society into a multicultural and economically flexible tribal association become the new fascists without distinction. Sometimes even fascists speak the truth, albeit in their own disgusting way. In 1991, for example, Franz Schonhuber spoke enthusiastically about the popularity and appeal of the Republican Party, which he chaired in the former GDR. This had been the better Germany, free of foreigners and with a proper goose-step. What Schonhuber sensed with delight in turn alienated left liberals. In the same year, Der Spiegel noted that it was primarily officers of the former National People's Army, NVA, but also SED functionaries who shaped the new local branches of the Republicans, but also those of the German People's Union, DVU, in the Eastern Federal States. Former graduates of the Leningrad Military Academy, for example, said that in their eyes the Republicans were continuing the SED's fight against the colonizers from the West and American-style liberalism, and that they at least appreciated the GDR's achievements in terms of Prussian virtues such as order, discipline, and punctuality. The Republicans, whose party program did not differ significantly from that of the AfD today, benefited from the fact that what obviously belonged together really did grow together. In reaction to the social liberalization tendencies in the Federal Republic, the German nationalists there had already changed their view of the GDR in the decades before 1989. In this milieu, the state was referred to quite appreciatively as Red Prussia. Political rejection was mixed with cultural attraction. So after 1989, the rhetoricians of fascism certainly came from the West, but the folkdom, marked by no sense of shame, was prepared by the East. The fact that there was no such sense of shame, no minimum knowledge of the Holocaust and the disastrous continuities of German history and ideology, in turn points back to social models and everyday practice in the GDR, which saw itself as anti-fascist. For the GDR cultivated the legacy of the primarily anti-Western German ideology, whose anti-Americanism had already been skewered by Marx more than a century earlier in his essay of the same name, Without Interruption. The hatred of plutocrats and Zionists, which has nothing to do with class analysis, the inclination towards autocracy in the form of the People's Unity Party, as an alternative concept to the bourgeois separation of powers, Russophilia as a complement to anti-Americanism, which goes back deep into the history of the Counter-Enlightenment and had its advocate in the Dostoevsky fan Goebbels in the NSDAP, for example. As we can see today, it makes no difference to this tendency whether the red flag or the flag with the czarist double-headed eagle flies over the Kremlin. The Cold War merely lent all these all-too-German continuities a pseudo-rationality. The anti-Western attitude mutated into a precondition for socialist progress, but only as long as the GDR existed, after which this reinterpretation was no longer necessary. The fact that the Republicans, the DVU, the NPD and now the AfD have found and continue to find such fertile ground in the former GDR indicates that something crucial was missing in the Soviet occupation zone, re-education. Falsely denigrated by the Nazis as re-education, re-education meant re-practicing and accepting a democratic way of thinking and living, no longer being addressed as a collective subject, but as a responsible citizen. This was something that the Western allies in the Federal Republic of Germany laboriously, but not entirely unsuccessfully, pushed forward. In bad continuity, the SED, like the NSDAP, had previously coddled the folkish collective, exterritorialized National Socialism according to the Dimitrov doctrine to the most aggressive parts of finance capital, and assigned the people the role of victims of fascism, for example in the rituals commemorating the bombing of Dresden. In everyday practice, too, mobilization and the collective ruled beyond 1945, and then came the so-called Wende. The accession to the Federal Republic of Germany relegated the previously tightly organized back to the private sphere, without it being gratified economically as in the economic miracle. This also seems to be the primal constraint on which the propagandists of an Eastern identity are now speculating with enormous success. This is the only way to explain why people in Dresden feel more backward than in the Ruhr region, even though the latter is almost a slum compared to the former, meaning that the actual living conditions in the far west are worse than in the far east. Even a city like Pirmasens in the Palatinate, unlike Pirna in Saxony, has not yet elected an AfD mayor, although the economic decline of the once prosperous city far outshines that of Pirna. In general, it is misleading to compare West and East Germany economically in toto. There was deindustrialization on both sides. The social consequences are similar, but this applies much less to the mental patterns with which the respective crash is dealt with. The significantly stronger tendency towards the AfD in the Eastern German states cannot be explained away by referring to economic disadvantage. Such an argument is ultimately similar to the argument that unemployment once led to Hitler. But unemployment was a global phenomenon, Hitler was a purely German one. Even if this comparison may seem harsh, the AfD is not necessarily rising to become the socially dominant party where living conditions are the worst, but where there has been no re-education. The East will do it, and the East will rise. These were the AfD's main slogans in the recent state election campaigns in Thuringia and Saxony. The success of this agitation was striking, a prime example of how identity politics works. As an appeal to collective resentment that almost completely wiped any factual issues of infrastructure and social policy, of which there are quite a few off the table. These slogans have certainly not only incited AfD voters, but also the desire for revenge of classic GDR nostalgics. In other words, those who have not forgotten what they were taught in state and family tradition. That fascism comes from the West, while peace comes from the East, which is why this milieu preferred to vote for Sarah Wagenknecht, someone from their midst. The fact that half of all voters decided against the West in general, or what they consider to be the West, emphatically confirms all sociological research findings on the mental difference between West and East Germany. An Allensbach survey conducted in August came to the following conclusion. Among others, 54% of the East Germans surveyed agreed with the statement, "We only appear to live in a democracy." In reality, the citizens have nothing to say, but only 27% of the West Germans surveyed agreed. Since the beginning of the 1990s, this difference has remained similar with certain fluctuations, even though the figure for East Germany is now one of the highest ever measured. It is almost 35 years since the GDR joined the Federal Republic, more than a generation ago. The apparently traditional resistance of anti-democratism is a cause for concern. And the results of another recently published study entitled East and West Germans Forever should be even more worrying. The central question was whether East and West Germans today still differ in important ways and whether this leads to conflicts. Significantly more East Germans answered in the affirmative. What is particularly striking is that this perception of difference and conflict always decreases in the younger age cohorts in the West, almost to the point of complete indifference to the region of origin, but tends to increase in the East the younger the respondents are. It is therefore a process of self-stigmatization, which always has narcissistic traits. This may explain why certain writers and academics Katia Hoyer, Dirk Osman, Ingo Schulz, Jenny Erpenbeck etc. are able to successfully cook up their Ostidentitarian soup. But the social inheritance of a kind of East German special consciousness, as cultural sociologist Detlef Pollock calls it, remains in need of explanation itself. Does the East really exist as a unified area with a history of economic and socio-structural discrimination that is clearly distinct from the western part of the Federal Republic and continues to this day? In the main, this question must be answered in the negative, but at the same time, given the circumstances, in the affirmative. To start with the no, what happened to the declining GDR? The collapse of all industries that produced less complex products, basic materials, and consumer goods is absolutely nothing special. The shift of such branches of production from the Western industrialized countries to their periphery already began in the early 70s. While global container transport and new communication technologies revolutionized the movement of goods, the established industries in the Ruhr region, Saarland, and eastern Bavaria, and not only there, died in the Federal Republic of Germany in the 70s and 80s. The deindustrialization crisis also began in the GDR before the fall of communism, in the form of a shortage of consumer goods. In the 1980s, GDR industry had already become a low-cost manufacturer like Asian countries are today of textiles, furniture, and household goods for export to Western Europe. This business model, which already had a tendency to be ruinous, had of course come to an end when the GDR joined the Federal Republic. Deindustrialization now swept over the fated state, which economically resembled the structurally weak regions of the Federal Republic in large areas, only it came all at once and not gradually as in most Western countries before. Before 1990, the Rhineland Federal Republic in particular had been careful to ensure that the liquidation of entire branches of industry was carried out in a reasonably orderly manner and as quietly as possible. There were subsidies and the financial equalization scheme for the federal states, which involved the transfer of considerable sums. However, the growing national debt and the political pressure to invest money in unprofitable regions meant that profits were restricted. As social cuts were only achieved in small steps, the neoliberal chorus swelled in the 1980s. You had to privatize state service companies, the poor should help themselves if you please. And it was precisely against this backdrop that the collapse of actually existing socialism took place. This provided the ideal opportunity for West German capital to free itself from the constraints that had previously existed, to make a clean sweep. It was the hour of the Habsburgers, the neoliberal elites, who allied themselves with the East German D-Mark mob. Together they threw to the wind all the admonitions to integrate the GDR into the Federal Republic in an orderly and gradual manner, which the civil rights movement, trade unions, and quite a few social democrats had voiced. The collapse of the GDR provided the wrecking ball, so to speak. Everything could now be overturned with reference to the exceptional situation. The postal and railroad services were privatized in the early 90s, as was the hospital sector. Large sections of the highly dissatisfied population of the GDR helped during this economic flash collapse of their state, probably against their will, but not necessarily against their better judgment, to abolish the very Federal Republic into which they actually wanted to be incorporated. This is one of the reasons why many older West and East Germans disliked each other so much. Some saw the newcomers as destroyers, others saw the incumbents as cheats. However, living and income conditions in Germany can no longer be meaningfully compared between East and West along past state borders, but only regionally. The dichotomy is boom center versus region left behind. In the former GDR, however, the zones of those left behind are proportionately larger than in the former Federal Republic for the aforementioned reasons of economic history. In addition, the dependency on transfers is more pronounced among those left behind in the East than in comparable areas in the West. The disparities described above between the regions and ultimately between large cities and deindustrialized rural areas have grown enormously in recent decades. As part of the global relocation of industry, the function of the nation-state has also changed, transforming it from an integration state to a competitive state right down to its lowest level, the districts and municipalities. They are in constant competition to attract and retain employers and taxpayers. The structurally weak regions can only enter this competition by offering low taxes and low wages, but such dumping has typical consequences. Poor earnings lead to an exodus of qualified and younger people, and thus to less tax revenue and more social spending. This in turn has a negative impact on infrastructure. Closed outdoor swimming pools, downsized public authorities, a shortage of doctors, and bumpy roads do not exactly attract investors. So even more young and qualified people leave. Municipal budgets become even more deficient and living conditions even worse. This vicious circle is as thoroughly researched sociologically as it is ignored politically and economically. According to the findings of social research, it leads not least to the formation of toxic milieus of men under 50. The Berlin sociologist Katia Salomo, who is researching the connection between the decline of rural regions and right-wing radicalization in the former GDR, has published a study on this subject that is as oppressive as it is worth reading. Emigration, Aging, Female Decline. The unrecognized danger for an open society. It is mostly young or at least younger women who leave such regions, which adds sexual rage to the social dreariness of those left behind in the truest sense of the word, in particularly remote areas of the former GDR. There are now up to 1.5 times as many men as women in younger age groups. Misogyny and brutalized masculinity thrive in disconnected regions, as does the desire for fixed coercive relationships and compartmentalization. Now, the degree of savagery in the post-industrial rural areas of Eastern Germany obviously exceeds that of other regions of Germany or even Western Europe. In any case, this cannot be explained without the devastating mental continuity that the GDR, despite all the professed intentions of the state and party leadership to the contrary, had created with regard to authoritarian German traditions of thought and action. On the one hand, the official propaganda took up stereotypes of German ideology, as Marx had called them. Those who internalized them tended, according to the thesis, to ally with Sarah Wagenknecht. On the other hand, however, the hermetically organized one-party state, which swept everything under the carpet, promoted a very specific form of mouthy passivity in which obedience to authority merges with rebellious impulses, and this tends to benefit the anti-politics of the AfD, which does not even force the resentments together into a halfway coherent program. On the level of the political lies of the GDR, the continuities, as unpleasant as it may be, are clearly recognizable, especially in retrospect. One example is the definition of National Socialism a la Dimitrov, which was mandatory for all parties loyal to Moscow from 1935 onwards, according to which the most reactionary sections of finance capital had brought Hitler to power. Although this was not empirically true, this theory fitted perfectly with the anti-Semitic idea that capital could be divided into grabbing, speculative, and creative, productive capital. The ostensibly anti-fascist idea thus co-opted National Socialist propaganda. The Cold War did the rest. The campaigns against Western plutocracies and their cosmopolitan and Zionist agents were clearly linked to the powerful folkish propaganda that had not only determined German thinking with Hitler's rise to power. The idea that the superficially decadent West, above all the countries of the Enlightenment, Great Britain and France, was corrupting the German essence, which in turn could only come into its own in an authoritarian state on a folkish basis. This was the intellectual common property of every patriotic German household. And the GDR certainly presented itself as a state commensurate with such ideas. The same applies to the attitude towards Russia. When East German prime ministers today claim a special understanding of Russia for their electorate that has grown out of experience, this phrase alone indicates the extent to which everyday socialist life had only covered up a much older reactionary effect. For this effect had not really taken note of the fact that it was not Russian but Soviet troops that were stationed in the country, as if there had been no other nations or Soviet republics between Germany and Russia. The old continental expansive complicity between the rivals Prussia and Russia, which went back at least as far as the Napoleonic Wars, lived on. In their wake, Prussia, Austria, and Russia formed an axis of restoration, a bulwark against the social progress that was unhinging the old order from the Atlantic West. The catch-up development that these three countries had to undergo was reflected in the emphasis on their own otherness, the belief that they possessed a special nature that had spiritual gifts to counter the clumsy materialism of the Occident. Russophilia knitted in this way was absolutely part of irrationalism. Nietzsche, Rilke, the young Thomas Mann, then pointedly Moeller van den Bruck. Such ideas also had an impact on National Socialism, in which Hitler's pseudoscientific racism, not least against Slavs, repeatedly clashed with the more modern racism of Goebbels, who believed that races were defined less by the shape of their skulls than by their collective nature. One wanted to subjugate the Slavic subhumans, the other wanted to liberate Russia, which was similar in nature to the Germans, from Jewish Bolshevism. A contradiction that was also reflected in practice. The many were brutally enslaved as Slavic subhumans, while a few were upnormed, such as the Belarusian SS volunteers. Against this backdrop, during the course of the Cold War, a fusion was achieved that looked so abstruse against the backdrop of the Nazi German campaign of extermination in Eastern Europe, the fusion of authoritarian German ideas of the state with the Soviet Union. Its leaders were not Germans, but leaders nonetheless. Their party was, after all, a unified party, and the common enemy was the West, whereby it did not matter that the role of the perfidious Albion from the days of the Kaiser had now fallen to Yankee imperialism. One could rightly object that these amalgams of real socialist propaganda and old German idiosyncrasy were only reproduced with conviction by a minority in the GDR, and are reproduced in the case of the Sarah-Wagenknecht alliance. It could therefore be argued that the majority of GDR citizens were indifferent or even hostile to slogans and behaved rather obstructively and mockingly in everyday life. But it is precisely this attitude, which survived the GDR unscathed, that poses an even greater problem in comparison with the aforementioned amalgams, because this is where the AfD's anti-politics find their breeding ground, in the offended and demanding attitude of those who always and in principle feel cheated, betrayed, and unappreciated, even though they know everything better than the functionaries in the past, and today than the politicians, at least all those who don't talk exactly after their mouths. This habitus, which can still be found among many East Germans today, i.e. the consolidation of a long-term cultural imprint, as the Gorlitz sociologist Raj Kalmorgan recently put it in an interview with MDR, is due to a dramatic underpoliticization. What was passed off as politics in GDR times was actually a form of non-politics. It was purely focused on the state from which everything was derived, from the ruling apparatus led by the SED. What was completely missing, however, was what Hannah Arendt once called a politics based on freedom of action. In fact, the GDR did not carry out anything that the Western Allies had wisely decreed for the re-education of the young Federal Republic. Measures to end Gleichschaltung, as it was aptly called in National Socialist jargon, i.e. to reverse the extremely successful effort to incorporate all social organizations into the Nazi state. The West German state had a strongly federal structure, and non-governmental organizations were not only given back their autonomy, they were also given special power in shaping public life. One example is public broadcasting, to whose committees churches, trade unions, and employers sent their representatives. Other examples would be the autonomy of collective bargaining, the special legal status of churches, or the public funding of associations and cooperatives. The GDR was quite different. Parties and trade unions were put under the control of the SED, churches were forced out of public life, and associations and cooperatives were organized through party-controlled companies. Accordingly, their collapse also led to the collapse of almost the entire social life, and a very special desolation spread through the rural regions of East Germany, which is still clearly noticeable today. All the more serious is the fact that the GDR thus continued an evil legacy of the history of mentality, older than National Socialism, and stood in the continuity of the Prussian Protestant military state. Germany was also divided before National Socialism, as historians are increasingly pointing out with regard to the East German special mentality. The Little German Empire, which took shape with Prussia's victory over Austria and the annexation of the regions in the west and southeast, which were culturally not military and predominantly Protestant, but bourgeois and predominantly Catholic, united its territory only administratively. It was not for nothing that Prussia waged an incessant Kulturkampf in these regions, which were perceived as not really loyal to the Reich and which can still be easily identified on a map of the Reichstag. Election results of 1932 as those in which the NSDAP did not become the strongest party. The basis of the habitus that Kalmorgan applies solely to the GDR political passivity, authoritarian anti-democratism, thinking in categories of pure power at the top and resentful powerlessness at the bottom, had thus long been laid in the territory of the former GDR by the personal rule of a military caste in the East Elbe region. But only the foundation, the specific element of rebelliousness of authoritarianism, which is much more widespread in today's East Germany than in West Germany, has not yet been fully grasped. An element that Wolfgang Port already defined in 1990 as the Michel syndrome. This type always feels, despite all the brutality he himself exercises, as the German Michel, whom the whole world bamboozles and double-crosses, and who would say roughly the following if he could speak. Everyone is better off than me, and that's only because I'm too decent and too good-natured. All my life I have actually been cheated, deceived, and misjudged. I have always been deprived of what is rightfully mine, because I always came up short and never got my money's worth. I am offended and insulted. I feel a need to catch up and am entitled to compensation. The world owes me something. End of quote. This specific turn of the subjugated subject into a conformist rebel is explained not only by looking at the legacy of Prussia, but also by looking at the direct heir, National Socialism. It had succeeded in mixing rebellion and subjugation. Highly concentrated power and a chaos of unleashed violence coexisted, just as socialist-sounding slogans draped a strictly monopoly capitalist industrial command in the name of German labor. This could not happen without contradiction. In addition to the externalization of violence onto the Jews, inferior races, and the plutocratic West, National Socialism offered a further, internal psychopathological compensation for the ruled. The leader, who in himself was turned towards the people, but was kept away from them by bigwigs popularly known as gold pheasants. In this way, the people's comrade was able to grumble quietly about the immediate party representatives and yet identify deeply with the regime. Resentment of the intermediate authorities that were necessary even in the Nazi unstate, while at the same time striving for unbridled authority, that is the specifically National Socialist trait that lives on in the passive, anti-political, rebellious habitus described above. Immediate folkdom rule that reads everything from the lips of the Michel is thus the traditional and prevailing anti-democratic ideal, which also fed the hatred of the bigwigs, who lived quite modestly by comparison in the GDR, among all too many. The fact that this way of thinking is deeply rooted in turn helps to explain why so many in the new federal states equate the institutions of the Federal Republic of Germany with those of the GDR so readily and without hesitation, and why people in the East German AfD milieu believe they have to complete the turnaround. One may rightly point out that such ideas are based on the millions of biographical grievances of former GDR citizens after the hasty, chaotic, and, in the worst sense, liberal accession to the Federal Republic. But that does not explain why these grievances persist so stubbornly in the minds of the vast majority of East Germans, even though they have long since lost any rationally tenable material basis. The fact that the AfD benefits from Nazi reminiscences in East Germany, unlike in West Germany, where the boundaries of shame are obviously narrower, shows just how firmly anchored the paradoxical self-image of the passive rebel is. From the sociologically clearly defined hardcore of the AfD milieu, they're living as far as possible in the countryside in communities with poor infrastructure, male, under 50 and oriented towards craftsmanship, come open-hearted avowals of National Socialism anyway. The prevailing wishful thinking here, in the male-dominated scene of those left behind, Detlef Pollock, is probably something like this. Isolation from potential competitors, i.e. foreigners of all kinds, state co-option of martial men's societies, and enough German girls for their members. A deep brown utopia, in other words. Good advice is expensive, and that is to be understood literally. The basis of a counter-strategy would be to counter the crisis in rural areas, above all to rebuild public infrastructure, a huge undertaking. The challenge of finally establishing a state monopoly on the use of force in the East German countryside is hardly less challenging. Without targeted and comprehensive repression against the organized brutalization that has grown over decades, these regions will hardly become more attractive. In turn, this monopoly on the use of force should not be used by the AfD, not even at a federal level. A ban on the party seems almost inevitable. Only these measures together promise to make themselves felt within a generation. It is cheaper to agitate against transfer recipients and against refugees in a completely undifferentiated way. Think the CDU and unfortunately also the SPD.
Eric Rass is very concerned about the upcoming super-election year, in which not only local and European elections will take place in the first half of the year, but on September 1st, the composition of the new state parliament in Thuringia will also be decided. For the educational director of the European Youth Education and Youth Meeting Place in Weimar, who is also the spokesperson for the Democracy Education Network in Thuringia, the ballot box will determine whether Thuringia will continue to follow the path of cosmopolitanism and diversity in the future in order to establish or maintain a social climate in which people are accepted and welcomed in their diversity. Setting the course in this way is crucial, because even now we have a politically unstable situation in the country, with a governing coalition without a majority. The far-right AfD is penetrating more and more into society. We already have a problem with everyday racism and a lack of a welcoming culture. International guests and skilled workers are avoiding Thuringia. End quote. Rass and a handful of fellow campaigners therefore founded the Weltoffenes Thuringen, Open-Minded Thuringia, alliance in the summer of 2023 to campaign very loudly and very publicly for democratic values. The association cites Germany's historical responsibility, especially for the crimes committed during the Nazi era, as the reason for its engagement. Since its founding, the initiative has gained momentum through media coverage, so that it can now point to 7,000 supporters. It is therefore not without reason that the alliance is considered the largest and broadest civil alliance ever formed in the Free State. These include associations, scientific and cultural institutions, municipal institutions, the Buchenwald Memorial, trade unions, the Protestant Church, social associations, and individuals. Rass explains this support by the fact that many of us have recognized the seriousness of the hour and said that if we don't do it now, if we don't take a stand now, then it might be too late. End quote. The fact that a number of companies have also joined the Civil Anti-Fascist Alliance may at most surprise those who continue to believe the old party communist myth that capital must stand behind fascism under all circumstances. To properly assess the seriousness of the situation in Thuringia, it is worth taking a look back at the 1990s, when the National Socialist Underground (NSU) was formed with the friendly non-observance of the authorities, and the State Department of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution provided informants from the Nazi scene with considerable financial resources. The daily lives of people of non-German descent and alternative, non-right-wing young people were determined by the danger of being attacked by Nazi groups at any time. Clubs and youth centers where mainly indie, hardcore or punk bands played were attacked several times. Anyone who pointed out this real threat at the time, or even expected help from the police, was usually fighting a losing battle. These conditions in the East were concentrated in the city of Saalfeld, where a district center supported by the municipality had been established in a prefabricated housing area. It served as a meeting place and retreat for both local Nazis and Nazis from nearby Bavaria who were active in riot tourism. When in 1997 a local anti-fascist group addressed the situation and came up with the idea of mobilizing against it with a demonstration advertised nationwide, conditions emerged that were unparalleled even by the standards of East Germany at the time. That the anti-fascists were conducting a smear campaign to the detriment of the region was one of the more harmless accusations, as they were also raised by parts of the local PDS, now Die Linke. Even in the broad demonstration alliance, there were nightly discussions about whether the motto break the right-wing consensus was not overshooting the mark, since one could not assume that the population and municipal officials at least tolerated the activities of the Nazis. In the end, the demonstration was banned because the authorities claimed that groups represented in the alliance, such as the Leipzig-based Bündnis gegen Rechts, Alliance Against the Right, the Antifascistische Action Berlin, Antifascist Action Berlin, and the Autonome Antifa Göttingen, Autonomous Antifa Göttingen, had set themselves the goal of devastating the city. In short, the problem at the time was not the threat from the Nazi scene, which was the dominant youth culture and which could expect little or no resistance from the rest of the population, local politics and the authorities, but rather the necessary anti-fascist engagement for reasons of self-protection. When, just 3 years later, Gerhard Schroeder called for a rebellion of the decent, this initially changed little in the practice of the East German municipalities. Nevertheless, a civic-inspired anti-fascism that accused Nazis of behavior that was harmful to the community and the location gradually established itself here as well. Associations such as the Alliance Weltoffenes Thuringen, Open-Minded Thuringia, also prove that parts of Thuringia have also arrived in the Berlin Republic, because in contrast to the early 2000s, today no appeals from the state or municipal authorities are necessary to stimulate engagement against the right. Nevertheless, a different picture presents itself to the observer when one looks at those regions that lie away from the larger and university-influenced cities of the Free State. While the AfD barely gained a foothold in the last elections in Weimar and Jena, a loyal supporter of his right-wing extremist party leader Björn Höcke, FAZ-Net, June 26, 2023, Robert Sesselmann, was able to prevail in the runoff election for district administrator in the sparsely populated district of Sonneberg last June. A citizens' consultation hour accompanied by the MDR television station gave rise to the suspicion that Sesselmann may have now arrived in the largely unglamorous everyday world of local politics, in which those in positions of responsibility have to live from a few dazzling events. MDRE, February 3, 2024, by proving himself to be a factually oriented discussion partner, who neither agitated nor polemicized. Nevertheless, the recently published figures from the Advice Center for Victims of Right-Wing, Racist and Anti-Semitic Violence in Thuringia, Ezra, seem to confirm the fear that a different social wind is blowing with AfD office holders. According to these statistics, Sonneberg has become a hotspot of right-wing violence in 2023. The number of registered cases has increased fivefold compared to the previous year, meaning that the district now tops the ranking in relation to its population. According to the authors, the cause for the erratic increase lies in the high approval ratings for the AfD, so that the right-wing extremist Höcke AfD must be named at least as the central support community of right-wing violent offenders. Now it is not a particularly new insight that Nazis are particularly active where they are tolerated and no resistance is expected. However, the short circuit created by Ezra, which claims that the figures determined are the immediate result of the election result, has a significant flaw. The Taz quoted a Sonneberg restaurateur as saying that the right-wing tendency had been common before, which was shown by the fact that the black, white, and red imperial flag was practically part of the cityscape, just like saying Heil when toasting. Apparently unimpressed by the fact that the right-wing extremist scene in Germany has been marginalized for years, Katharina Koenig-Preuss, spokesperson for anti-fascism and anti-racism for the left-wing faction in the Thuringian state parliament, is unilaterally dissolving the coexistence of urban civil society anti-fascism and rural right-wing extremism in the tradition of the 1990s, which is characteristic of Thuringia. In her opinion, the Free State continues to offer everything a neo-Nazi's heart desires, so that the state is preceded by the dubious reputation of being a hotspot of the extreme right-wing scene. Contrary to this assumption of homogeneity, the authors of the study on the situation in Thuringia report that, with the rise of the AfD and since the anti-asylum protests of 2015-16, an increasing differentiation of the extreme right has been observed, which has led to neo-Nazi party structures losing influence and at most still being locally significant, such as the NPD/Die Heimat in Eisenach. Today, Thuringia can only be seen as a neo-Nazi hotspot in the sense that there are a few, but active Nazis there who earn their money through concerts, martial arts events, or online sales of merchandise within a Europe-wide subculture. According to figures from the Thuringian State Office of Criminal Investigation, there is nevertheless an increase in politically right-wing motivated crime in 2022, which continued last year. Propaganda offenses continue to be by far the largest group of cases. However, the Thuringian Office for the Protection of the Constitution notes with concern a significant increase in politically right-wing motivated violent crime, which is an expression of the overall high propensity for violence. With 93 cases, Thuringia ranked third among the federal states in terms of population, after Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania and Saxony-Anhalt. Since August 2023, the Higher Regional Court of Thuringia in Jena has been hearing the case against 4 members of the Knockout 51 group from Eisenach, which was founded at the latest in March 2019. 3 of the 4 defendants were already active in the violence-oriented Eisenach neo-Nazi scene as teenagers in the mid-2010s. Now the federal prosecutor is accusing them of forming a criminal organization, breach of the peace and dangerous bodily harm in several cases, whereby since April 2021 at the latest, the aim of the organization was to kill people on the far-left scene. The chronology of events suggests that this was also a response to the brutal Antifa attack in mid-October 2019 on the bar of alleged Knockout 51 ringleader Leon R., which is attributed to the so-called Leipzig Hammergruppe around Lena E. Stefan Kramer, the head of the Thuringian Office for the Protection of the Constitution, recently confirmed that right-wing propaganda and violent crimes have not been primarily attributed to the usual Nazi spectrum for some time. It is now already strongly moving towards the center. It is no longer just the fringes. It remains unclear who is responsible for the increasing and no longer just verbal attacks, which are now mainly directed against local politicians from both the Left Party and the SPD, as well as the CDU, and no longer primarily against TICs and WAGs. However, it is clear that neo-Nazis like Knockout 51 are the great exception and that there is no question of a revival of the long-disappeared Thuringian Home Guard, once the largest and most militant neo-Nazi group in East Germany Federal Agency for Civic Education. Whether this positive message about the rapid loss of importance of the Nazi scene has been received by the intrepid fighters for a cosmopolitan Thuringia is open to doubt. Contrary to popular belief, the murders committed by the trio Mundlos, Bonhart, Shape under the label NSU were not an expression of strength, but a product of the disintegration of a once important neo-Nazi milieu that was in terminal decline in Thuringia as well. Given the media coverage of the attacks on local politicians, one could get the impression that the main targets are politicians and institutions that take a stand against right-wing extremism. However, since 2017, the AfD's offices have been attacked most frequently by far, which is often played down or denied, but that doesn't make it go away. The party is a suitable anti-fascist target because, in contrast to the almost defunct NPD/Die Heimat and the Microparty 3 WEG, it has a widespread presence with branches throughout the state. In addition, in 2021 it was classified by the State Office for the Protection of the Constitution as a confirmed right-wing extremist, but according to all the polls and despite new competition from the Wagenknecht Party, it could still emerge from the upcoming state election as the clear strongest force. Should the other factions fail to agree on a candidate capable of winning a majority, top candidate Bjorn Höcke could succeed the leftist Bodo Ramelow in the office of Prime Minister. According to Höcke, the AfD's rise in Thuringia and in the East as a whole from a disruptive opposition party to a significant power factor is the result of a long-term political strategy. We will govern, and we will shape and fight for the future. And we will start here in Thuringia, here in our blue stronghold. End of quote. But why did this federal state become an AfD stronghold? From a historical perspective, one could refer to the long lines of Thuringian fascism, which began in 1923-24, when the government of SPD and KPD was replaced by a government in which National Socialists were involved for the first time. Adolf Hitler declared the state to be his model Gau, and the first NSDAP Reich Party Congress after the lifting of the ban took place in Weimar in 1926. The Hitler Youth was founded here, and in 1932 the NSDAP won the state election. Of course, this tradition cannot explain the success of the AfD. Rather, it benefits from certain mentality historical influences that predate Nazi ideology and result from a historical peculiarity of Thuringia. The feudal patchwork that characterized Germany was only overcome here much later, resulting in no metropolis, but a pronounced local patriotism, which the AfD is tapping into today. Furthermore, there are developments in the recent past that appear harmless in themselves, but which are consequential in some. Firstly, while parties such as the CDU and FDP represented a liberal-conservative milieu in the old Federal Republic, this concept was not transferable, because such a milieu in Thuringia simply has no political weight. Not least for this reason, the ideological core of the Thuringian CDU consisted of a reactionary anti-socialism that still represented an effective mobilization strategy in the 1990s, and thus secured the former SED bloc party sole rule for years. The liberalism postulated by the FDP, on the other hand, is above all a radical anti-statism that East Germans like even less than West Germans traditionally do. On top of that, the entire party landscape in Thuringia is characterized by scandals and intrigue, which sometimes gives the impression that, even a quarter of a century after the re-establishment of Thuringia, the political establishment is still an amateur event in some cases. Secondly, the Left Party is stronger in Thuringia than in any other federal state. For example, at the municipal level, Katja Wolf, who is now part of the Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, BSW, and is not running for this office again, has been the popular mayor of Eisenach since 2012. What is remarkable about this, even by East German standards, is that the Left Party, on the one hand, and the NPD and AfD, on the other, are equally represented in the local city council, which is continued at the state level in terms of the AfD. According to various surveys, the constellation that the majority of the deputies are provided by parties that are decidedly oriented towards East German sensitivities is not likely to change much in the future either. The Left Party, BSW and AfD can hope for 60% of the votes in the upcoming state election. Thirdly, the Left Party's strength has enabled it to provide a minister-president in a federal state for the first time. But as much as he thrives in his role as a father of the country and is therefore very popular across the board, the state is being administered more than governed under its red-red-green minority government. Only for the most necessary, state budgets, aid packages, state treaties, did a majority come after a nerve-wracking long dispute. As a result, the reputation of the state government, the satisfaction of the people with the practice of democracy and the trust in state institutions have sunk particularly sharply. Even before the current grievances, the Thuringians developed a vague feeling of second-class status as early as the GDR era, which transformed into an Eastern identity in the post-reunification period, and the rancor against professional politicians who only rip you off. The AfD can tie into this, since the left has largely lost its aura as a party that takes care of and advocates for the interests of East Germans. Höck successfully radicalizes the already ideologically charged common sense and in doing so benefits from a decentralized presence that extends far into the rural areas, which other parties can only dream of. This is the basis of their ability to mobilize. Their strength is their neighborly face. It is the veterinarian, the craftsman, the youth trainer from next door, who speaks for the AfD without having to be a member. However, the specific conditions in Thuringia are not very useful for explaining why the AfD has been able to achieve the status of a people's party throughout the East. A spokesperson for the New Right, Benedikt Kaiser, predicted this success a few years ago. According to him, the starting conditions for the AfD are unfavorable in the old federal states due to the resonant settings of the winners of World War II, including the re-education of West Germans after 1945 and the forced alienation of West Germans from their own history and way of thinking. But the East is different. Here, the party could organize a constructive interlocking of parliamentary and extra-parliamentary actors, so that state election results of over 20% are the norm. Because they encounter a long-lasting protest potential that feeds on humiliation, disadvantage and mockery, and unites the members of the East German nation more and more since 1990. Therefore, the historical mission of gradually demanding a renewed subjectification of Germany, or at least considering it as an option, probably falls within the competence of today's East Germans. Whether the Thuringians are aware of this calling will be revealed by the election results on September 1st. The January issue of the AfD State Parliamentary Group's newsletter provided a glimpse of the party's expected government program. It states that the Free State would become more prosperous, safer, and more livable if the AfD were to govern, because the motto would then be, Thuringia and Thuringians first. From family support to a change in asylum policy to the consequent reforestation of Thuringian forests, everything that should make up a safe and livable home for all Thuringians has been thought of. In particular, an increase in prosperity is expected from a patriotic economic policy that will strengthen small and medium-sized companies as the backbone of the Thuringian economy and end the favoring of large corporations. This necessarily includes ending the sanctions against Russia as quickly as possible, because the traditional orientation of Thuringia's economy towards the East demands it, although it should be noted that this was mainly the case during GDR times. Which of the supposedly favored large corporations are meant must remain the secret of the AfD, because the ranking of the 10 largest companies in Thuringia shows that large corporations in the traditional sense play practically no role in Thuringia. A wholly owned Daimler subsidiary, the engine manufacturer MDC Power, 1,400 employees, 7th place, is dwarfed by the 4 largest companies, the University of Jena, 8,700 employees, the University Hospital of Jena, 5,000, and the city administrations of Erfurt and Jena, 3,500 and 2,000, which are completely dependent on public funding. Even the 2 Thuringian flagship companies, Genoptik and Analytik Jena AG, are at most considered large medium-sized companies, but not corporations. The AfD also engages in similar labeling fraud when it comes to housing policy, with slogans such as deportation creates living space, suggesting that refugees are taking away the homes of native Thuringians. Because unlike in almost all German metropolitan areas, there is no acute shortage of affordable housing in Thuringia as a whole. Rather, the housing market here shows a particularly strong rural-urban divide, so that the high demand in the cities of Jena, Erfurt and Weimar is offset by a sometimes considerable vacancy rate in rural areas, which is typical for Eastern Germany, with the exception of the growing Berlin commuter belt. Despite the federal structure of the Federal Republic, the AfD is of course also aware of the limitations of state political decision-making. A large part of financial, regulatory and social policy is dependent on and predetermined by the federal government, so that there is only leeway in a few areas such as education, culture and police and regulatory law. The announcement that the funding of left-wing associations and the so-called protection of the Constitution will be cut is likely to be implemented in this respect. However, any attempt to realign the Thuringian Office for the Protection of the Constitution would run up against federal legal restrictions on how groups classified as extremist must be monitored and combated. In terms of education policy, however, there is no federal law standing in the way of the AfD's plans. Höck wants to terminate the Interstate Broadcasting Treaty with the aim of converting public broadcasting into a basic radio that concentrates on balanced information and reporting, on cultural and scientific education, as well as on regional and homeland-related contributions. However much one may sympathize with this idea in principle, one must bear in mind that Björn Höck announces an educational renewal in this context, which is to be part of a socio-political reorientation. If, of all people, the AfD in Thuringia wants to push back the ideology state, then this is to be accomplished with ideology state means. When it goes on to say that it will not draw up any new state programs that tell people how to think, it is clear that this does not mean a pluralistic balance. Rather, it is the announcement of a policy that not only includes a rejection of the terrible practice of gendering, but also prioritizes the protection of the traditional family, the promotion of folkloric customs, and the recourse to good old German secondary virtues. The good news, however, is that such a reversal of existing social power relations would not leave unscathed the state-funded program for democracy, tolerance and cosmopolitanism, which since 2011 has been bundling measures, structures and projects to strengthen democratic political culture in Thuringia, and whose website is tellingly called Denkhund-Thuringen. Höck's AfD is taking on a Thuringian milieu that sees itself as cosmopolitan and colorful in its thinking, which is considerably weaker in terms of infrastructure and personnel than in the West or in Berlin, but nevertheless exhibits exactly the same ideological conditioning. The problem with the democracy funding programs is not only the mindlessly repeated mantra of cosmopolitanism and tolerance, but also the obvious self-affirmation and activation function of a left-green milieu, which is primarily found in cities and which, by its own definition, dismisses everything as right-wing and racist that does not correspond to its own thinking. In the real problem areas of the Eastern German provinces, where, in contrast to university towns, there is more of a Nazi problem and political education would be necessary. Such projects prove to be a toothless tiger. They enjoy no significant support among the population there, nor are the protagonists willing or able to name the virulent and apparently enduring racist East identity as the main cause. This applies regardless of the fact that projects against the far right could sometimes be a corrective to East German ideology for very young people, who one can most readily assume to be somewhat responsive. Because one must assume, with good reason, that the advocates of cosmopolitanism and tolerance share an elitist arrogance with the AfD's top personnel around Björn Höck, which obscures a reflected, that is, de-ideologized view beyond formalized left-right categories of the reality of Thuringian conditions. One would have to uphold a concept of political education against both camps, which Adorno emphasized using the example of political education, in the few school classes, for example, in which social studies lessons include real sociological categories and questions, where the real interplay of forces in society is dealt with instead of merely the formal categories of procedure. We were able to see that the proportion of convinced Democrats among the students is noticeably higher than in such classes where such sociologically accentuated social studies lessons do not take place. And we have been able to equate democratic with a decisive rejection of elitist ideas in the sense that any group stylize themselves as an elite. However, the fight against the far right and the rise of the AfD in Thuringia is a futile one as long as a political caste in Berlin gives the impression that it can instill the correct, i.e. today the left-green attitude, whereas someone like Höck, as the patron saint of the Thuringians from Saalfeld, Sonneberg or Eisenach, can stage himself against the paternalism of those up there. If, contrary to what Adorno imagined by successful social studies teaching, students today are above all being told not to use right-wing narratives when they ask critical questions or are even interested in the dynamics of society, then it is not clear why a state election in Thuringia, of all places, should threaten democracy. With the swearing-in of the officially non-partisan Tim Lochner on March 26, 2024, the AfD will have its first mayor. That he is not really non-partisan was demonstrated by the master carpenter and phrasemonger even before his inauguration. In mid-January, Lochner asked for a postponement of his first day of work at Pirna City Hall, which would have fallen on a Friday, February 23. As a reason, he stated that on Fridays, no employees are left in the town hall by midday at the latest. However, he was obviously more concerned with not missing the New Year's reception of the Baden-Württemberg AfD in Stuttgart, where he was presented with a calendar featuring the most beautiful 12 deportation planes. Such antics in a Saxon town of 39,000 inhabitants near Dresden, where you can win elections with the slogan Lochner kann Pirna, are symptomatic of a region that represents a special case within the Berlin Republic. In contrast to the mayoral election in the town of Großkirma, which has 5,500 inhabitants, where the AfD candidate Rolf Weigand received 59% of the votes in the first round with a turnout of 74%, Lochner's election victory was not a sure thing. In the first round, just as 7 years ago, he received just under 33% of the votes and in absolute terms even suffered losses. Lochner's election victory was not a sure thing. In the first round, just as 7 years ago, he received just under 33% of the votes and in absolute terms even suffered losses. If there had been only one challenger instead of two in the second round, Lochner would almost certainly have been the losing candidate. But in addition to the two ex-CDU members Lochner and Ralph Thiele from the Free Voters, the CDU candidate Catherine Dollinger-Nuth, who was supported by an electoral alliance of the CDU, SPD, Greens, Left Party and an individual candidate, also ran. In the end, Lochner received 38.54% of the votes and the opposing candidates each received around 30%. The fact that two of the three candidates were socialized in the Saxon CDU and one is active in it shows how little this election was a Saxon novelty and how strongly regional politics there is still characterized by a mixture of classical xenophobia and authoritarian conservative ideologies, which are also served by the Saxon CDU. Pirna conditions cannot be measured by West German standards, as a brief look at the recent past quickly shows. The skinhead Sächsische Schweiz, SSS, a Nazi gang of around 100, were active there. In 2002, a year after their official ban, a note was found in a Pirna drugstore with the following words: "Foreigners have to wait here. They can express their wishes. Immediate entry into the store only with an accompanying person, employee, boss." Unquote. As usual at the time, naming this scandal was considered to be selling one's own country short. In a letter to the editor of the Sächsische Zeitung from the Municipal Tourism Association, which he represents an important economic sector, one could also read, "Was it the intention of the local editorial office to cause lasting damage to the image of the city of Pirna and to tourism in the region?" Quote end. In 2005, 4 years after the ban and 2 years after the trials against the SSS, almost 60 Nazis stormed the stage of the annual Market of Cultures at the Obermarkt in Pirna. The police present did not intervene. That same year, on Ascension Day, Nazis twice attacked young people camping at the Pratschwitz gravel pit, a popular bathing lake, on the same day. The police watched from the parking lot in this case. Fortunately, such conditions have been history for almost 20 years and are not threatening to return with an AfD mayor. Nevertheless, when looking at the Eastern German province, it must be borne in mind that the beating youths have not been miraculously cleansed, but in many cases have only been contained by jobs and families. The same applies to the silent sympathizers and appeasers among the dolts of that time. The conditions in Eastern Germany, and especially in Saxony, which will be discussed in more detail later, favored the rise of Nazi street terror from the early 1990s to the mid-2000s. A lack of re-education and racist mobilizations in the GDR laid the foundation for this. The permanent trivialization and whitewashing by the CDU, which followed the SED's, Socialist Unity Party of Germany, talk of the victor of history, and the claim that the Saxons were immune to right-wing extremism, according to Saxony's first prime minister, the West German import Kurt Biedenkopf, later helped the NPD to rise to 2 periods in the state parliament, 2004, 9.2%, 2009, 5.6%. In 2014, the NPD narrowly failed to enter the third with 4.9% due to the new competition from the AfD, which immediately reached 9.7%. In fact, the AfD benefited from the decline of militant Nazism in the 1990s. Due to internal disputes, an aging membership, pressure from civil society, and not least, the increasing unattractiveness of crude Nazi nostalgia, the militant Nazi scene disintegrated or was limited to its annual highlight, the Morning March commemorating the bombing of Dresden. However, their marginalization in society as a whole is wrongly equated with their simultaneous integration into democracy. Parallel to the arrival of the Berlin Republic in the form of civil society initiatives and vegan food offerings at East German city festivals, the possibility opened up for a middle-class fundamental opposition mobilization. During the Pegida demonstrations, this probably found its greatest media publicity. The actors of this movement, which also includes the Pirna AfD protagonists and the Free Voters, were für Pirna, with their motto more cohesion, more freedom, more Pirna. Only in the rarest of cases went through socialization via free comradeships or the NPD. Often, however, they were right-wing deviants from the Saxon Christian Democrats who had been disappointed by the federal CDU, or political newcomers such as Lutz Bachmann, a small-time criminal who was at the head of Pegida. The AfD, with its Eurosceptic orientation, combined with the rise of Björn Höcke in Thuringia, encountered an existing protest movement in Saxony, and the interaction with this movement led to the emergence of the AfD, which is typical of Eastern Germany, largely dominated by the Wing. This process of mutual influence is still ongoing, as Björn Höcke, in particular, never tires of emphasizing. The still young AfD, whose representatives are generally not young, offered itself as the parliamentary arm of the East German street protests because it was not mired in scandal and did not have the sleazy, thug image of the NPD. In addition, the AfD struck a nerve in the heated atmosphere surrounding the opening of the border in 2015, which was further fueled by statements such as those made by the then leader of the Social Democratic Party, SPD, Sigmar Gabriel, during a visit to a mass emergency shelter in Heidenau, Saxony. He called the protesters against the shelter a mob, who should be locked up and had nothing to do with the country of Germany as we want it. This hate speech is symptomatic of the paradigm shift that has long since taken place within the ruling political class since the 1990s. While the countless attacks on refugee shelters were always met with leniency and understanding for the rabble and the mob in the past, one only has to think of the whitewashing of the pogrom in Hoyerswerda, Saxony, in 1991. It has been clear since the emergence of Pegida, at the latest, that East German protest, if it did not explicitly speak out in favor of a colorful Saxony and against racism, was generally suspected, especially by West Germany, which always thought of itself as progressive and superior, of not being open-minded and therefore had to be fought as right-wing. The events of 2015 and the accompanying culture of welcome intensified this change from indulgence to blanket condemnation. This has been fueled by the ugly fact that justified criticism of the welcoming culture, especially in Saxony, cannot be separated from the large racist chauvinist milieu that existed at least in secret even before the reunification, but was able to grow and flourish undisturbed after the fall of the wall. The emergence of Pegida and the riots in front of planned refugee shelters in Friedtal in June 2015 and, to a greater extent, in Heidenau in August 2015 demonstrated the still-present potential for mobilization, although militant Nazis of the old school no longer played a significant role. This constellation could be observed again and again in the following years, with changing thematic priorities: refugees, the coronavirus pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and gender issues. Although the AfD presented itself as the parliamentary representation of this milieu, it only took a leading role in organizing street protests in isolated cases. In recent years, this function has increasingly fallen to the new small party Freie Sachsen, which is to the right of the AfD. Its most active figurehead, Max Schreiber, also comes from the Pirna region and, like many others, came directly from the NPD into the mini-party because the Saxon AfD must also adhere to the crumbling federal party statute, according to which anyone who was previously a member of a neo-Nazi organization cannot become an AfD member. Under the leadership of the Free Saxons, around 2,000 people were mobilized in the town of Bergiaschubel, which has a population of 5,700, against a planned refugee shelter at the end of 2023, without Thor Steiner and Skeideltrager, who were also present, being associated with the AfD. The 90s disguise, with which one made his public confession to the dominant Nazi scene at the time, is still part of it. The demonstrations against the right in Pirna, Depoldeswald, Waldheim and Botzen at the beginning of the year on the occasion of the secret meeting near Potsdam showed that, in contrast to the old federal states, neo-Nazi circles are still trying to assert their supposed, with the qualitative difference, however, that one no longer conceals or even laments Nazi activities, not even in the most obscure local rag, and that naming a Nazi problem would mean image damage for the place. Apart from a lack of visible expressions of solidarity with Palestine, the local demonstrations against the far right, which also took place in many small towns in Saxony as a result of the corrective exposure, hardly differed in content from the mass rallies in Hamburg, Cologne, or Leipzig. Consequently, people in the provinces did not try to examine the AfD's local connections to the identitarian movement or neo-Nazis, nor did they pursue the question of why the AfD is so successful in the new federal states despite its secret plans, which are not secret at all, and its classification by the Office for the Protection of the Constitution. Instead, the well-known and false analogies to the NSDAP and the Third Reich were not missing. At the annual memorial service on January 27 in Pirna, the historical amnesia once again became obvious. Due to the corrective report and the demonstrations, more people came than usual. As at those demonstrations, October 7th played no role here either. Rather, people were finally focused again on the old and new common enemy, concluding with the words, "Never again fascism. Never again racism." The blending of current events with National Socialism was underlined by a banner that read, similar to the one at the large demonstrations, "The difference between 1933 and 2024, U." When criticizing the newly gained all-German left-wing homeliness, which can also lead to the Saxon Prime Minister giving a speech at the demos against the right, as happened in Gorlitz, the engagement in the area of Saxony should not, as elsewhere, be described as gratuitous courage. Because in contrast to Hamburg or Leipzig, Pirna and Großkina are governed by the AfD, in Botzen the first CSD 2023 was pelted with eggs, and in Depoldeswald the demos against the far right were disrupted. Even a CDU school principal can end up in the crossfire of the radical right-wingers and their jaded bourgeois followers. This happened to Volker Heijwald, headmaster of the Gluckhof Grammar School in Depoldeswald, who fell victim to a defamation campaign by the Free Saxons because, like 350 other people, he took part in the local demonstration against the far right, which was held under the motto Together for Diversity and Humanity. But Heijwald would not be a Saxon CDU member if he had not filed a complaint against both Max Schreiber and the initiators of the demonstration because of a song that was too left-wing, which unintentionally sums up the situation in Saxony. At the demonstration, the song Querdenkerklatschen, Clap for Lateral Thinkers, by a Berlin band called Kafka was also played. In 2024, the lyrics could hardly be more conformist to the state if it says, among other things, "I'm a pacifist, but I want to clap for lateral thinkers." This society is not divided. There are a few idiots who only think of themselves, and think they are too important. Fuck the AfD. Identitarian movement, you're ridiculous, dude. It's the same Nazis everywhere. End of quote. Over the years, not least because of the hate speech in the style of Sigmar Gabriel in 2015, East Germans like Headmaster Heijwald have internalized in a specifically Saxon mixture of victim cult, conspiracy mania and truth that when public declarations of enmity are made against the AfD or the identitarian movement, the majority Saxons are only too happy to include the Nazis. Against this background, not only the provincial act of reporting the activist citizen Heijwald to the police is typically Saxon, but also the reason for reporting the public performance of an anti-lateral thinker song, which Hedgewald calls too left-wing, but actually means too anti-Saxon. Nazis and the NPD, as well as the AfD, were able to profit from a conservatism in Saxony that emphasizes authoritarian elements far more than democratic ones. Crucially, this can be found in both the CDU and the PDS/Left Party, and is often reflected in an appeal to the feelings that the inhabitants of the former GDR have developed since 1990, when they felt that their future and identity had been permanently betrayed by the True-Hand Privatization Agency, Besserwisses, People from the West, and the annexation to the FRG. This openly displayed aggressive tearfulness, which has only a limited connection to rationality but all the more to feelings and emotions, anticipated on a smaller scale in the 1990s the moment that the Berlin Republic today stands for: permanent moralization and emotionalization. The celebration of an East German we, and the constant lamenting of one's own marginality is a driving factor in Saxon politics. The two writers Dirk Osman and Katja Hoyer achieved a perfect symbiosis with the current identity politics with their respective expressions of lament at the height of the times, whose books Der Osten, Ein Westdeutsche Eifendung and Diacites der Mauer, A New History of the GDR 1949 to 1990 ultimately only translated into literary form what has always been said here and there about being from the former East Germany and what people in Saxony like to believe, that being East German, like having some kind of migration background, is only proof of being a second-class German. The verbal radicalism often expressed by the Saxon CDU, as if they were in opposition, also speaks to a long tradition of politics appealing to the emotions. The CDU has led every Saxon government since 1990, and there is a discrepancy between the bluster and the party's own election program, which is conservative and not very radical. In fact, for years, this allowed them to blame previous planning errors and decisions on others by whipping up public sentiment. A recent speech by the incumbent Prime Minister Michael Kretschmer to a Botzen school class on the shortage of teachers, which he simply linked to the presence of too many foreigners and not to the decision of the Black-Yellow Coalition under his predecessor and party friend Stanislaw Tillich to make massive cuts to the SHU and teaching staff, is a recent and symbolic example of this. But it is not only in the anti-refugee sentiment, which did not just start in Saxony in 2015, that ideological links can be found for the Saxon CDU's right-wing positions. Two decisive factors are the practiced Russophilia and the existing historical revisionism, which is not only tied to the issue of the bombing of Dresden. In the new federal states almost unanimously, but in Saxony in particular, there is a striking romanticism towards Russia. Although in the GDR, comparable to the contract workers, there was a clear spatial and social separation from the stationed Soviet troops, and contacts with Soviet citizens on a private level were anything but was welcomed. In Saxony in particular, almost all parties claimed to have a better understanding of the Russian soul based on identity, proudly citing the fact that, thanks to compulsory GDR Russian lessons, they still speak a few words of Russian, unlike the Westerners. In reality, the glorification of Russia is largely based on the anti-imperialist indoctrination that people apparently underwent very successfully in GDR times, and because of which they still believe to this day that it was anything but a coincidence why it was not the good Russians, but the evil Anglo-Americans who reduced innocent Dresden to rubble. The internalized Russophilia, which in reality is primarily anti-Americanism, also supports the conviction that the AfD has special expertise in matters of peace and friendship between nations. This is also the basis for the structural conservatism and its interplay with the folkish positions as an anti-Western explanation of the world. Here too, the AfD is good at appealing to the self-image of many East Germans, internalized from GDR times as being, in contrast to the old Federal Republic, the most Western and thus best Eastern Europeans, whereby they do not even begin to understand why almost all non-Russian Eastern Europeans fear great Russian chauvinism Lenin so much. The particular popularity of the Alliance Sarah Wagenknecht in Saxony underlines this. For the languishing look to Moscow, there is no need for a notoriously Russophile SPD in Saxony, which, despite being part of the government in Saxony, does not play a major role precisely because of its structural conservatism. This role is primarily assumed by the Saxon CDU, alongside the FDP, AfD, and Left Party. Thus, it is the incumbent Prime Minister Michael Kretschmer, who never misses an opportunity to bring diplomacy, that is, rapprochement with Putin into play and to criticize the already modest sanctions. One could almost say that, under such circumstances, the Saxon AfD has no choice but to go further than the CDU for the sake of gaining distinction, as can be seen, among other things, on the YouTube channel of Maximilian Krah, the top candidate of the federal AfD for the European Parliament, who also comes from Saxony. The ideological mastermind of the AfD in the Free State, who was trivialized by Jan Bomerman in his program as a dough-faced youth seducer, uploads not only his TikTok videos here but also longer contributions. In a conversation with Bjorn Höck, which demonstratively highlights the proximity of the East German state associations, the US's domination of Germany and Germany's middle position between East and West are openly discussed. This offensive counterconcept to the West not only leads to criticism of NATO and a glorification of Russia, as it does with Höck, it also makes Krah mourn the GDR, which was supposedly still aware of this middle position. A mediating position between East and West can also refer to the federal policy in pre-reunification Germany, which provided an important foothold for it. It also fits the picture that Krah regards China, the opponent of the United States, as an ally against the West. What the West German Höck probably only partially understands is of immediate appeal to such an East German. It is only logical that Lochner, a non-partisan AfD mayor of Pirna, still raves about a trip to Lishui in China, which he undertook together with Maximilian Krah in 2019. It was organized by one of Krah's employees, who has since been arrested on suspicion of espionage. Krah is an ideologically committed friend of China. By taking part in such a group trip, he underlines how little the Saxon AfD cares about transatlantic positions and that ethno-pluralism is stronger than anti-communism, not only in his case. In the spirit of the new right-wing ethno-pluralism, Krah is only concerned with culture rather than ideology, which, very similar to anti-racist cultural relativism, does not want to recognize any higher or lower cultural developments and therefore cannot simply be dismissed as a direct continuation of racism without races. The authoritarian conservatism of a Saxon CDU and the whining of the PDS/Left Party could find much support in a society in which, as is well known, re-education and education about National Socialism failed because the GDR understood itself as anti-fascist and suppressed discussions about the after-effects of National Socialism. Added to this is the ostentatious invocation of a cult of Saxony. It was no coincidence that during the demonstrations that were to bring down the GDR, not only were German flags and black and white red rags taken out in a timely manner, but Saxon flags were also not to be missing. This was taken up in particular by the CDU and the PDS/Left Party, which have been cultivating Saxon patriotism since the 1990s to this day, as evidenced by the current Left Party election campaign entitled East German Saxon Left. Nevertheless, the AfD can reach a voter clientele that has so far only flirted with the optionally racist, folkish or economically liberal chauvinistic Klartext in shame. Not to be forgotten is the anti-Semitism that exists in particular in the Flügel wing, which is not openly propagated, but is nevertheless readily supplied in the subtext. Anyone who listens to Höck's speeches is confronted with the relevant metaphors and the corresponding sound. Since the AfD was established, the radical right-wing elements within the party have become increasingly larger and despite the dissolution of the wing, there has been a tendency for its orientation to be adopted throughout the party. Folkish and anti-Semitic ideas are no longer a marginal phenomenon. Anyone who might have believed that the AfD could be an ally in the fight against anti-Semitism and for criticism of Islam should have abandoned that hope once and for all after October 7th. Not only did the AfD remain surprisingly silent when it came to Israel because of its fight for a national culture and against a guilt cult. There was hardly any clear public pro-Israeli position, and the anti-Semitism on German streets, which is mainly Muslim, was not condemned as strongly as one would have expected from a party that prides itself on being the only one consistently critical of migration and Islam. It fits into the ethno-pluralistic picture that not only Maximilian Krah has no criticism of either Erdogan or the mullahs in Iran. The latter in particular is hardly a minority opinion in Saxony, because Pegida has already succeeded in mobilizing thousands against proxy wars on German soil, whereby the term proxy war is used here to mean that conflicts that have no interest in this country should kindly only be fought where they belong. Under such circumstances, no empathy arises for the victims of October 7th. How little people are willing to care about the suffering of Jews can be observed every year during the Dresden 5th season, February 13th. The commemoration of the bombing of the city may have changed and transformed. It may have come to a Steinmeierization of commemoration, through which at least it is recognized that the Dresden Germans were not only victims. However, the fact that February 13th is still an important date of commemoration, even for those who do not mourn the bombing Holocaust, speaks volumes. And it is precisely here that the AfD finds its place in the politics of commemoration, between human chain of citizens and a Nazi demonstration. Jörg Urban, who has been the leader of the AfD in Saxony since 2018, sums up the party's position perfectly. Apparently distancing himself from the neo-Nazis, he says that the Second World War and the Nazi dictatorship are a reminder to work for peace. Although he emphasized that he did not want to politicize February 13th, he simultaneously used it for the call to learn from history. Even in current wars, we must seek diplomatic exchange instead of prolonging wars by supplying weapons. On the one hand, the AfD presents itself as a strong representative of the German yearning for peace, which continues to be capable of winning a majority. On the other hand, the From Dresden to Gaza. Punish war criminals Nazis, on the other hand, in their assessment of the bombing of Dresden, even though Urban has learned that, when the opportunity arises, the US can be called a juggernaut and Germany its vassal, but one should no longer speak of Anglo-American bombing gangsters, and he also knows that he cannot peddle the Nazis' revisionist victim numbers. His subsequent words are unlikely to be met with much opposition anywhere that people like to wave green and white Saxon flags or embrace the triad of left, East German, and Saxon. Quote, "The bombing of Dresden is one of the most horrific events in the history of Saxony. The destruction of Dresden and other Saxon cities such as Chemnitz, March 5, in 1945 was not necessary from a military point of view to win the war against Hitler. The attacks were primarily directed against the civilian population and are therefore to be regarded as morally reprehensible. Thus, February 13th teaches us that in war there are always perpetrators and victims on all sides." End of quote. The Saxon historical revisionism with its cult of Dresden is not possible without the theory of totalitarianism and, above all, anti-communism with simultaneously nationally emphasized GDR nostalgia. The waning, but still considerable success of the PDS/Left Party cannot hide this. These results, in addition to the votes of some inveterate SED supporters, are mainly due to the domestic comfort and anti-Western resentment, which the party has always served, and not from their sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker appeal to socialism. For the other parties, especially the CDU, there is hardly a historical political approach without reference to the two dictatorships they have lived through. For example, in the run-up to the 2019 state election campaign, the party took the following stance against the Left Party and its call for a modern socialism. Anyone who has forgotten what socialism, whether national or real, has done should look at the pictures of bombed Dresden in 1945 and Gorlitz City Center in 1990. End of quote. At least the cause and effect of the bombing are not confused here. What is striking about Saxon-style anti-communism, however, is the lack of reappraisal of its own history. While this may not be surprising for the PDS/Left Party, it is mainly the autochthonous members of the CDU, SPD, and FDP who present themselves as the GDR opposition and, when necessary, are happy to conceal their role in the bloc parties for maintaining the system or cast it in an oppositional light. The AfD can tie in well with this by managing to integrate the whiners and the everything was better in the past faction through their anti-Western actions, just as they want to finally bring the turnaround to an end in a strictly anti-communist way. The situation in Saxony is also reflected on a small scale in Pirna and in the person of Tim Lochner. The need to grasp the AfD and to show which cross-connections arise with the remnants of the Nazi scene and why these stand for the specifically Saxon conservatism can be demonstrated with the new mayor. Lochner was a member of the CDU for many years, for which he also joined the Pirna City Council in 2014. In 2016, he left the party. The following year, he openly supported the AfD, in particular the then federal leader Frederik Petri, as a direct candidate for the Bundestag for the constituency of Saxon Switzerland Eastern or Mountains. In the same year, he founded the voter association Pirna kan mer, Pirna kan do more, which later merged with Petri's Blaue Wendy Partei, Blue Turn Party, which he founded immediately after leaving the AfD. In 2017, Lochner failed in his first attempt to become mayor of Pirna. In 2020, he officially joined the AfD City Council faction without becoming a party member to this day. During the Corona period, he organized some of the local demonstrations against the measures enacted at the time. At the same time, Lochner is closely associated with the group Pro Patria Pirna. This group, founded on the initiative of a few local entrepreneurs, emerged from the campaign project 1% for Our Country, which was initiated by publisher Jürgen Elsasser at the Compact Magazine conference in October 2015 together with the New Right Götz Kubitschek and Martin Sellner. The intention of the project was to support local folkish initiatives that are close to the concepts of the New Right, as well as to create a networking platform. Finally, on February 17, 2016, the 1% Association was founded by Philip Stein, the operator of the Young Europa publishing house, who has already appeared as a speaker at the fascist Casa Pound movement in Italy. Among the initiatives worthy of support for the new association was also Pro Patria Pirna. In addition to Lochner, two other well-known medium-sized entrepreneurs in Pirna are closely associated with the group: Daniel Hyman, who is friends with Kubitschek and has already invited him to give lectures in Pirna, and Thomas Hobrak, who is deputy chairman of the Evangelical School Association Pirna EV until 2016. In addition to the usual topics such as replacement population and the like, they are at least clever enough to also occupy positions that are hardly ever addressed in the Berlin Republic. For example, the group has established an annual event at the Pirna VVN Memorial for the victims of the Islamic attack at Breitscheidplatz. There has been no substantive discussion of this by the other city council factions and civil society actors. Overall, however, the event failed to have the impact hoped for by both the organizers and the national players, which not only highlights the lack of interest in issues outside one's own community, but also the fact that Islam is not an everyday topic at all, unlike in comparable areas in Western Germany. If at all, it is only mentioned in order to express the wish that the area should not become overrun by foreigners, as has happened in the West. The first AfD mayor also maintains a friendly relationship with the leader of the Free Saxons, Max Schreiber. Schreiber openly campaigned for Lochner. That Lochner has no fear of contact was demonstrated on February 27, 2024. Under the unsubtle motto for an affordable life, "Storm the town hall with us," Schreiber campaigned for the Free Saxons at the Pirna Obermarkt to collect signatures so that they could participate in the municipal elections in June 2024. He was greeted by Lochner with a handshake shortly after setting up his stand. Lochner's affinity not only to the Free Saxons, but also to the Hawkwing, became clear during the mayoral election campaign. He received local support from both deputy federal spokesperson Stefan Brandt and Maximilian Krah. On the one hand, it can be stated that from the mid-2010s, efforts such as Pro Patria Pirna and the other cross-connections were supported by people who had only a peripheral relationship, if any, to the classic militant Nazi scene, which was also largely marginalized in Pirna. Had nothing to do with it at all. On the other hand, it becomes clear that the driving force behind the orientation of the Saxon AfD comes from the infamous center of society, in the new right sense of Kubitschek and his associates, and that they are not brown-skinned children. Part of this respectability is that Lochner's well-documented background is rarely discussed, and even if it had been made public during the election campaign, it would hardly have harmed him, not least because, although he moves in the relevant circles, he does not act as an ideological agitator. This is probably why he managed a coup right when he took office that would have caused a storm everywhere in the West, but did not make big waves in Pirna and the surrounding area and can be considered typically Saxon, on the grounds that the Saxon flag ordinance prevented him from continuing the practice of his predecessor in office of ordering the raising of the rainbow flag. He then proceeded to hoist a specially designed peace flag at the same place as one of his first official acts. This peace flag is based on the official GDR flags and shows the outline of a white dove of peace on a blue background. At the official celebrations for the Day of German Unity on October 3, 2022 in Erfurt, the host Prime Minister of Thuringia, Bodo Ramelow, the left, stated that the new federal states had taken an incredibly good development process in terms of economic strength. This diagnosis is supported by the Federal Government Commissioner for Eastern Germany, Carsten Schneider, SPD, who emphasized in the foreword to his current report that his intention with this publication is to highlight the potential of modern Eastern Germany. There is no disputing that the area between the Baltic Sea and the Ore Mountains has experienced a profound upheaval over the past 3 decades, which has sometimes been associated with hard and painful experiences, but in many places a new energy and dynamism, a spirit of optimism and, especially in recent times, a new self-confidence have emerged. This positive development is due not least to the fact that new companies have settled here and old companies are growing, which has gone hand in hand with a stabilization of the labor market, i.e., falling unemployment. Furthermore, the infrastructure can now keep pace with other growth regions in many places, thanks in part to billions in federal investment. According to Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz, SPD, this has led to Eastern Germany now being one of the most attractive economic regions in Europe in many respects. In short, Eastern Germany is on the up. While the assembled political elite referred to the success story of the unification process in their speeches, despite existing deficits, and in view of past and impending crises, called for the cohesion of their compatriots, it was left to the bishop of the Evangelical Church in central Germany, Friedrich Kramer, to recall the years of privation before the upturn in his opening service in Erfurt Cathedral. For many here in Eastern Germany and in Thuringia, the years after reunification did not taste of milk and honey, but rather the period of deindustrialization and mass unemployment still makes many here in Thuringia feel sick to their stomachs today. End of quote. But since the Thuringians are not only troubled by the past, demonstrations against the current policies of the federal government took place there on German Unity Day, with a total of 36,000 participants. In Gera alone, the AfD's call for a festival of freedom mobilized 10,000 demonstrators on the streets. In Saxony-Anhalt and Saxony too, thousands of people took part in similar events. These marches are connected to the so-called Monday demonstrations, which are interpreted as manifestations of the rage in East Germany. However, they already mark the high point of the hot fall that was either dreaded or longed for by the public, and just 2 weeks later Junge Welt noted with resignation that the number of participants was stagnating. In fact, the demonstrations are primarily an East German phenomenon, which is not only due to the fact that only muted protest action has been observed in the West German federal states. The rising cost of living is much more noticeable in the former GDR due to the lower wages and smaller assets in comparison to the West. In this respect, it is at least superficially obvious why the demonstrations are mainly taking place there and why the focus of the protests is the sharp rise in energy prices and inflation. There would be no objection to this if it were not for the assertion that an unspecified, but apparently West German elite is doing everything it can to keep the East down. It is the low-wage area of Germany. That is why our pensioners are poorer, our families and young people cannot build up savings. MDRDE, March 10, 2022. It is significant that the question of what role those East German-run companies played in the low wage level in the past is avoided. Companies that not only prevented the establishment of works councils, but even more so extorted wage concessions and overtime from their employees in exchange for a supposed job guarantee. What is remarkable, in addition to this ignorance, is the ease with which other issues are superimposed on the protest declared as socio-political, which at least raises doubts as to whether the current concern for affordable reproduction conditions is really the cause of the anger of the East Germans. In any case, it needs explaining why the demonstrators are combining their protest against the real decline in purchasing power with expressions of sympathy for Russia, calling for the commissioning of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, a stop to arms deliveries to Kiev, and an end to sanctions against Russia. And why they emphasize this with slogans such as "We pay and the Yanks collect," "Yanks go home," "Peace with Russia," and "Russengas sofort," Russian gas now. In line with this, almost half of East Germans would consider voting for a split from the left party led by Sarah Wagenknecht. Wagenknecht, who like no other combines socio-political demands with a yearning for peace characterized by anti-Americanism and anti-imperialism, when she talks about an unprecedented economic war against our most important energy supplier, and the shared responsibility of the West in relation to the war in Ukraine, can thus be described without exaggeration as the ideal East German. The results of a survey conducted by MDR Gemeinschaft in April 2022 provide evidence that the survey results are realistic and that such slogans are not unique to these parades, but are shared by large sections of the population in East Germany. The survey found that 52% reject German arms deliveries to Ukraine and half question sanctions against Russia. This is mostly justified by the fact that the GDR and the Soviet Union were closely intertwined economically, which continued after reunification. The sanctions imposed in response to the annexation of Crimea have already hit the East German Finns particularly hard. Their business with Russia has decreased by almost 40%. Companies in Saxony have been hit particularly hard, with a nearly 70% reduction. What is being ignored, however, are assessments such as that of Oliver Holtmahler of the Leibniz Institute for Economic Research in Halle, according to which trade relations with Russia have been overestimated, since, from a macroeconomic point of view and in terms of gross value added, business with Russia accounts for only half to 1%. In addition, the fact that exports from the new federal states to Russia had already fallen by more than 6% in 2012 and 2013 was ignored, and that the decline in exports to Russia began even before the imposition of sanctions in 2014, because Russia simply lacked foreign currency. In view of this, it would therefore be more helpful to consider the fact that sanctions against Russia would in any case have harmed the new federal states, as Bodo Ramelow, for example, summed up as late as 2019, from the perspective of the fact that some macroeconomically rather insignificant East German companies were focusing on the Russian market, a decision that was certainly caused by competitive pressure, but was nevertheless one-sided. Meanwhile, the survey results published in November 2022 by the Center for Monitoring, Analysis and Strategy, SUMAS, underscore the virulent pro-Russian sentiment in eastern Germany. Initially, the authors note that compared to a survey conducted in April 2022, attitudes towards pro-Russian conspiracy theories in the German population have increased significantly, as evidenced by the fact that almost 1 in 5 agreed with the statement that Russia's war of aggression was a response to NATO provocation for which Russia had no alternative. Closely followed by agreement with the statement that Putin would act against a global elite pulling the strings in the background. The findings are then further qualified, however, to show that conspiracy theories about Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine are particularly prevalent in Eastern Germany. The data show significant differences in the assessment of pro-Russian propaganda between East and West Germany. While in East Germany 1 in 3 agreed with the statement that NATO had provoked Russia to such an extent that Russia was forced to go to war, in West Germany only 16% agreed with this statement, almost half as many. Overall, all approval ratings for pro-Russian conspiracy theories about the war in Ukraine were much higher in Eastern Germany than in Western Germany, with the highest approval ratings among AfD voters, followed by those of the left-wing party. In addition, the Midem 2022 annual study found that in the East, only 28% of respondents argue in favor of maintaining support for Ukraine, even at the price of negative economic and social consequences. In the West, the figure was 42%. With regard to the war and the refugee movement from Ukraine, a similar picture emerges. In the East, more than a third of those surveyed see NATO as partly to blame, and unsurprisingly, according to the survey, agreement with statements critical of migration is far stronger in the east of Germany than in the West. End of quote. The authors of the SU-MAS publication, who apparently assume that quite a few East Germans have fallen for conspiracy theories in recent months, would be well advised to consider that these pro-Russian attitudes among self-confessed Easterners cannot be adequately explained by propaganda from outside. Rather, the rejection of appropriate reactions to the Russian war of aggression stems from an internalized conviction, the emergence of which the professor of modern history at the University of Halle-Wittenberg, Silke Sachiko, dates back to the late 1990s, when East Germans began to reflect on who they are. And they reflected on what they are particularly good at. And they remembered that their proximity to Russia is special, that they know Russian, at least a little, that they know the Russian soul. It is therefore not surprising that 69% of the survey participants in the broadcasting area of Mitteldeutscher Rundfunk assume that they are better qualified for the political view of Russia than people from West Germany, MD RE, October 3, 2022. This self-diagnosis is also seconded by leading politicians such as the East German-born Prime Minister of Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, Manuela Schwesig, SPD, who proudly declares, "The East German relationship with Russia results from the fact that many of us have got to know the Russians, through pen friendships, for example, student exchanges and travel." End quote. The much publicized and historically justified closeness to the Russians seems strange, because it is based on a romanticization of history. This is because SED propaganda first had to make the Soviet Union and its troops, which were stationed in the territory of the Soviet occupation zone and the GDR after the victory over Germany in 1945, palatable to the population as liberators from fascism. Even the specially created umbrella organization, the Society for German-Soviet Friendship, could not hide the fact that its activities were a matter of reasons of state and well-staged scenery with rituals. Moreover, there was great resentment among the population towards the tolerated Friends, which can be attributed to the fact that, despite party propaganda, the armed forces were primarily perceived as occupiers, whose military exercises led to destroyed roads and fields, as well as to various accidents, such as a church steeple being blown off in Thuringia or an explosion at an ammunition depot in Schwerin that lasted several hours. On top of that, there were officers' wives who bought up all the goods in the shops in the morning, and otherwise lived with their husbands in isolated residential areas with their own daycare centers and schools, while their subordinates, i.e. the young boys in their worn uniforms, were feared as horrors of the highway. When Schwesig, who has particularly distinguished herself as an advocate of Nord Stream 2, enthuses about many of us having gotten to know the Russians, she is referring primarily to the prescribed, almost notorious preoccupation with the Soviet Union in daycare centers and schools, as well as the establishment of Russian as a compulsory subject since 1951, which went hand in hand with the promotion of pen friendships between students. Real encounters between GDR citizens and the station soldiers, on the other hand, followed a strict protocol. On holidays and political events at the German neighbors, small delegations of the most exemplary soldiers were regularly sent, to pioneer afternoons at the Samovar, small concerts in cultural centers, slide lectures on the Soviet Union and matryoshka painting hours with the little ones. But aside from these prescribed appointments, the soldiers remained largely isolated. This distance between the German and Soviet soldiers was politically desired, as Silke Sachiko emphasizes, because the closer they became, the more they asked questions about whether communism in Russia really had a future. End of quote. The minimization of personal contacts or friendships can be explained by the fact that the SED did not want to risk embarrassing the dogma. To learn from the Soviet Union is to learn to win in the face of reality. But as so often, this strategy lagged behind reality, since even without the party's intervention, Germans had little interest in real acquaintances.
Sevritta Marco Martin, Autor of Die verdrängte Zeit.
The disappearance and rediscovery of the culture of the East is certainly not exaggerating when he says that in the East German perception of the Russians, a crude mix of a racist sense of superiority and fear dominated. Prejudices about primitive, rough, backward Russians were very common. End of quote. After their withdrawal in 1994, Soviet troops left behind dilapidated barracks, contaminated land, mountains of rubbish and abandoned ammunition, which under normal circumstances are not good conditions for future expressions of sympathy from the indigenous population for their former neighbors. However, in the midst of the transformation process that took place in the wake of reunification in the territory of the former GDR, the image of the Russians changed from that of the once unloved occupiers to that of a fellow countryman, as Marco Martin explains. From a feeling of inferiority coupled with complexes, many East Germans at that time discovered the now withdrawn Russians as secret allies. The new enemy was the arrogant, ignorant West German. The turn to the Russians on the part of the governors of East German virtues such as community spirit and pride in the soil corresponded not only with a skepticism towards West Germany, but was based above all on a fundamental anti-attitude towards NATO and the West as a whole, according to Gregor Gysi in the ARD documentary Russia, Putin and We East Germans. At first glance, this may seem surprising, since freedom of travel, jeans and rock and roll, as concretely longed for symbols of a different, more colorful and open world, motivated young people in particular to at least mentally refuse to follow the GDR state. But these moments of westernization in a positive sense were apparently not powerful enough in contrast to the internalized anti-American GDR propaganda from the Cold War era. This was essentially fed by the antagonism between the USA as the supreme power of imperialism and militarism and the Soviet Union as the spearhead of the peace camp, which was additionally flanked by campaigns against modernism, cosmopolitanism, and American decadence. This ideology continued to have an effect even after the fall of the wall because, unlike ordinary prejudices, such friend-foe constellations show a remarkable stability that is passed down through generations in communicative and cultural memory. Consequently, the USA is still perceived in East Germany not only as a country of racial discrimination, drug addiction, crime and social decay, but the essence of US politics, as the embodiment of the West, would be to start wars. In relation to Russia, this thinking works in reverse. The Russians as a people were always seen as backward and threatening, whereas Soviet politics, and thus also those of today's Russia, were characterized by the selfless and highly sacrificial liberation of the Germans, and now the Ukrainians from fascism. Even beyond the confrontation between the blocs, Russia, in the tradition of the Soviet Union, presents itself to the warmongering NATO as a guarantor of peace willing to disarm, especially since the level-headedness and foresight of the only Soviet leader and party leader truly popular in the GDR, Mikhail Gorbachev, made the end of the Cold War and the originally longed-for German unity possible in the first place. If we follow the assessment of historian Katja Hoyer of King's College London, then the East German turn towards Russia can be traced back to a shared experience of loss after the fall of communism, which consists in the fact that Russia lost the Cold War at the global level, while within Germany it was similar for the GDR one league lower. Thus, on a mental level, a kind of fateful connection with the Russians arises for self-confessed zonies, relatively independent of current developments, through the shared uncomfortable feeling of having been taken for a ride by the West. The fact that an overwhelming majority of GDR citizens joined the area of application of the Basic Law at their own request and in a comfortable way in the form of a resolution of the last People's Chamber on October 3, 1990, with the obviously illusory expectation that not only would all real socialist inadequacies that had previously curbed their own willingness to perform, but that the basic provision of citizens, including the cult of community, security, and a sense of belonging, guaranteed by the universally responsible real socialist welfare state, would also be guaranteed by the West German welfare state, which for its part had long since ceased to have anything in common with the apparently hoped-for economic miracle capitalism. The real-life individualization of life risks, as well as the subjectively experienced evaluation of one's own work and the associated loss of status, may be the reasons why the euphoric slogan "We are one people" was replaced by the conviction that had grown out of disappointment, according to which the East Germans are actually a collective of victims that was colonized and overrun by the West Germans in order to rob them of their East German identity. It is doubtful whether there was even a positively definable East German identity in the GDR. This self-discovery was triggered by the moment when the transformation process revealed that the new federal citizens had neither an idea of the economic system nor of how Western societies are structured, which institutions are important, which role parties, trade unions, associations play, how interests are articulated and conflicts are resolved. While there were individual strategies, guided by the improvisational skills perfected in the GDR, for coming to terms with the specific new circumstances. On an abstract social level, the culture of the West remained alien to East Germans, Rolf Reissig. For dyed-in-the-wool friends of the East, this sense of alienation intensified into fundamental opposition to Western and especially West German society, which they also believed themselves to be morally superior to. It was only in this process of demarcation that the idea of a specific Eastern identity emerged, one that needed to be defended. In this context, the responsibility of the former PDS must be repeatedly emphasized. This is because it became the major party in East Germany not because of its proclaimed anti-fascism, but because in the years following reunification it spun the narrative of victimization out of the actual discrimination in wages, pensions, etc., and made it an integral part of its political agenda. In doing so, it gave an additional boost to the self-ethnicization of East Germans, which is largely based on the ideologically charged and by no means marginal claim that one's origin alone makes one the bearer of a virtually inalienable mentality, on account of which one is discriminated against. It is therefore surprising only at first glance that experts sensitive to discrimination in matters of Islam added a new facet to the discussion about East Germany, which was initiated by Nike Verrutten, a professor of integration research and social policy at Humboldt University. East Germans are also migrants. TAZE, May 13, 2018. Although no expulsions of East Germans after reunification have been reported, they would also have suffered a loss of home, and are confronted with feelings of alienation and experiences of devaluation. Ferda Ataman, Independent Federal Commissioner for Anti-Discrimination since 2022, specified the analogy in such a way that the Teutons from Germany of the rising sun and the Muslims are a community of fate. The unloved people. The whipping boys of the nation. End of quote. In order to defend themselves against the superiority of the West Germans, it would be imperative that we marginal groups move closer together. First joint action, spread jokes about Wessis in schoolyards, and then jointly found the patriotic Ossie Ausländer against the Wessification of the Occident. End of quote. Even if such an alliance is hardly conceivable, the dictum of a self-confessed East German, with a slight adjustment to the target group, is likely to meet with undivided approval, particularly among young Turkish men born in Germany. Integration does not mean that you should completely assimilate. Let's stay East Germans. Let's be proud of it. This recommendation comes from Petra Kopping, SPD, Saxony's Minister for Social Affairs and Social Cohesion since December 2019, who can be cited as a prominent example of how fertile the ground is for the East German cult of victimhood. It can be found in the pamphlet for the East entitled Integriert doch erstmal uns. Why don't you start by integrating us? In it, the author addresses the unresolved humiliations, insults and injustices that still affect people today, regardless of whether or not they have successfully fought their way through after 1990, page 9. She makes it clear that the material aspect, i.e. whether or not one has an adequate income, plays a subordinate role in relation to East German thinking. It is, in the matter of the Muslim community, generally about nothing more and nothing less than the honor of us East Germans, page 27. This honor is apparently so tarnished that the progress made in environmental protection, infrastructure development, the renovation of dilapidated cities, the revival of the economy, and the establishment of modern industries, page 16, cannot adequately compensate for the feeling of having been ripped off, page 12. In the wake of the cutthroat turbo-capitalism of the early 1990s, which came overnight, page 18, not only was an assertion such as that the GDR was one of the world's 10 best industrial nations recognized as nonsense, but one was added, West German companies had largely kept potential competition at bay, page 23. Consequently, former GDR citizens interpret both the post-reunification period and the present as a betrayal of their region and their lives, as a fraud by West German capitalists to East German workers, who at the time were full of hope and wanted to start German unity, and also as a fraud of their life's work, page 25. According to Kopping, this was a mass phenomenon, because almost every East German has been cheated at some point, page 100. However, the looting was not only carried out by West German swindlers and fortune hunters, page 32, some East Germans were also greedy, had dollar signs in their eyes, wanted too much and took advantage of others. Many exploited their own friends or their own families after 1990 foot, page 101, so that the former cohesion completely broke apart, page 94. Even if, in Kopping's view, the bond within the family and circle of friends may have been weakened, which may be due to the fact that, strictly speaking, people were never able to suffer from each other anyway due to the compensation for the shortages of real socialism. A special internal solidarity still existed due to the hallucinated existence as a victim, which extended beyond the immediate social contacts. But anyone who had hoped that this would change over the years due to the demographic development was disappointed. On the contrary, socialization, in particular the passing on of the myth of community by parents, has the result that in 2022 young adults in the East, of all people, perceive a special sense of belonging among East Germans more often than any other age group. A comparative study by the Otto Brenner Foundation with regard to the post-reunification generation also found that just over 3/4 of the East German respondents believe that former GDR citizens were treated unfairly during reunification, and a further 65% state that it still makes a difference whether you come from East Germany. Finally, the authors summarize that West Germans of the same age have not developed a unifying West German identity in contrast to East Germany, whereas young East Germans definitely identify as East German, and apparently value the territory of the former GDR as a unified bloc, and thus as a kind of counterprinciple to West Germany, regardless of whether their current center of life is still there. This cult of all things East German cannot be viewed as a folkloristic phenomenon, and the Monday demonstrations, which have been declared as social protests, are a prime example of how the former border area must still be viewed as a special zone of consciousness. The times are over when the area between the Baltic Sea and the Ur Mountains resembled a national liberated zone, where neo-Nazis became the most attractive youth culture across the board and could be sure of the more or less active support or at least secret sympathy of the autochthonous zones. The model city of Jena, where various civil society initiatives, in conjunction with the city administration and the supposedly non-state affiliated Antifa, declared an engagement against the right based on a community foundation to be part of the city culture, is no longer an isolated case in the East. In this respect, it is surprising when Thuringian Prime Minister Bodo Ramelow, in anticipation of a hot fall or angry winter, expressed the fear that the protest against increasingly severe social upheaval could favor the formation of a new publicly visible fascist movement. In his report, Carsten Schneider, the federal government commissioner for Eastern Germany, also appealed to the anti-fascist conscience of the East Germans in order not to endanger the attractiveness for international investors and thus further positive economic development. According to his statement, his fellow countrymen should recognize that it is in our own interest to fight against right-wing extremism, against prejudice and for a cosmopolitan Germany, for diversity, tolerance and democracy, because the outcome of this fight will determine whether the East remains a region with a future. The words of warning are probably do not least to the realization that the regions cannot avoid the fact that issues such as anti-fascism, anti-racism and diversity are now indispensable for the strategies of capital for profit maximization in the competition to attract companies. Accordingly, potential locations that are rumored to have a hegemonic Nazi scene associated with the population are at a huge disadvantage. Where there are actually fascist movements operating in the form of Islamic counter-societies, whose young storm caused massive riots in Berlin on New Year's Eve, leading politicians such as the governing mayor of Berlin, Franziska Giffey, SPD, coddle them as boys from the neighborhood, and Berlin children who were born and raised here. In the absence of such a group of autochthonous Germans, who turn public space into a battlefield, it has been tried and tested in Germany for some time now to disqualify all those who do not unconditionally subscribe to a hegemonic consensus or protest against it, to be disqualified as right-wingers in a preventive manner by the state, or at least to be confronted with the accusation that they would pave the way for them into the so-called social center. Despite this tactic, which has become obvious at the latest since Corona, and despite all skepticism regarding an anti-fascism that conforms to the state and capital, it remains to be noted that people from the more or less right-wing extremist environment organize the gatherings in East Germany and in some places determine their appearance. However, when the author Sabine Renefans claims that right-wing groups are thus preparing to appropriate East Germany as a kind of battle cry for themselves, doubts are in order. Far more than a stretch of land, it is an ideological concept based on the talk of humiliated victims in connection with hostility towards the West, so that right-wing groups of whatever kind do not have to appropriate it at all. If the vast majority of demonstrators are convinced professional Aussies who see their East German identity as a value-oriented meaning for their own lives, from which a deep responsibility for our country follows, whose substance has been sold off to the highest bidder, it is ultimately completely irrelevant whether any Nazi groups are involved in the protests. Because even without their involvement, the parades would be anything but harmless. The reason for this assessment is not that one is conducting business with a political class that is constantly in a state of renewal, which assumes that many demonstrators can be assigned to a material and intellectual precariat consisting of backward hillbillies resistant to modernization, who show themselves to be unruly in the face of the new national sense of purpose in the form of waste separation, engagement against the right, and enthusiasm for foreign cultures. The reason for this is that the demands of these demonstrators are the result of East German ideology. The necessary loss of thought that goes hand in hand with this is expressed not least in the turn towards Russia. In view of the allegedly historically grown special competencies in matters of the Russian soul, it would be at least conceivable that these would enable criticism of the state of the legal successor to the Soviet Union. Instead, the supposed expertise evokes an affinity of numerous inhabitants of the Eastern Zone with Russia that requires explanation and ranges from appeasement to open support, even in the face of a brutal war of aggression. Accordingly, the undeniable financial burdens are not the result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the consequences of which have been revealed by the insane energy and raw materials procurement policy that has been in place for years, but rather the result of the economic war against Russia. Junge Welt, September 28, 2022. The solution would be an even more consequent energy policy rapprochement in order to continue importing cheap oil and gas. Apart from the fact that this would mean financing a state that invades other nations that do not want to bow to its hegemonic aspirations, the East Germans, with their maxim of not showing solidarity and first getting their own ducks in a row at the expense of Ukraine and its population, reveal their deeply antisocial character. Even if the trigger for the protests may have been the experience of rising living costs, the cause of the bad mood lies in a fundamentally false interpretation of the circumstances, and thus in a delusional opinion, which expresses itself preferentially in a notoriously grumbling manner. It is no coincidence that the professional Aussies have chosen Sarah Wagenknecht as their mouthpiece, who, due to her invective against the Greens, who, by the way, spoke out very early against too close a connection with Russia, and the lifestyle left, as well as her socio-political demands, seems to be compatible. In particular, the younger functionary apparatus felt targeted by a contribution from Dieter Dem and Wolfgang Gürk in Neues Deutschland, which did not call for the creative basket weaving of minority issues, but rather a program of defragmentation for the split majorities and social security, not incomprehensible theoretical constructs of emancipatory paternalism and rhetoric of renunciation. The farce here is that Dem and Gürk also stand for the German total package of people's state and anti-Semitism, which of course makes it easier for their opponents to defend what is wrong with what is right. Obviously, some still assume that they can separate the anti-imperialist Sarah from Wagenknecht, who is critical of capitalism and concerned about the little people. Such attempts are doomed to failure for the simple reason that, in the specific case, one cannot exist without the other. Therefore, a minimum standard should be remembered. You can only trust those socio-political initiatives that are firmly committed to the West. Since the constant grumbling of the East Germans, who are firmly connected to the Russians through their cult of sacrifice, is avowedly contrary to such a claim, expressions of sympathy are out of the question.
On April 13, 2015, on the occasion of the 70th anniversary of the liberation of the Mittelbau-Dora concentration camp, one of the most brutal subcamps of the Buchenwald concentration camp, one of the speakers at the Central Memorial Service insisted on a historical truth that is often discredited today as victim hierarchization. Quote, "In the system of concentration camps, one must distinguish between the great tragedy of the Jewish people, who were gassed in Auschwitz and exterminated in other concentration camps, and us, the political prisoners. We were needed to work for this criminal state, as sick and exhausted as we were, until we could no longer do it." End of quote. With these words, the Slovenian writer and former concentration camp inmate Boris Pahor did not adhere to the German consensus in dealing with Nazi history, of which the history or narrative of the political prisoners of Buchenwald concentration camp has also been a part since it was canonized by Chancellor Schroeder in 2005. On the 70th anniversary of the liberation of Buchenwald, a lavish new film adaptation of the Bruno Apitz novel Nacht unter Wolfen, the classic of GDR anti-fascism par excellence, Süddeutsche Zeitung, was broadcast during prime time, deliberately blurring Boris Pahor's distinction between those who, because they were needed, had a chance of survival and the others whose e-murder was clear from the outset, without anyone taking offense to it. On the contrary, not only the Western media, but even the custodians of the GDR's anti-fascist heritage were full of praise for the production of the FRG television. The daily Neues Deutschland recognized the motive for the remake as a way of preserving the memory of the horror of Buchenwald and thus also as a contribution against the trivialization of fascism. April 3, 2015. Junge Welt gave the all-clear and stated that all fears that the public broadcaster ARD was seeking revenge on the anti-fascism of the GDR, on communists in general, were simply groundless. March 4, 15. The novel Naked Among Wolves from 1958 and its film adaptation by DEFA in 1963 were well known to be a piece of propaganda that was intended to prove the party's claim to leadership. After all, the novel and film heroes were not only exemplary selfless comrades, as model anti-fascists, they were also supposed to underpin the natural moral right of the Socialist Unity Party to lead not only the better part, but all of Germany in an anti-fascist way. That 70 years after the end of National Socialism, the old GDR ideology of all things could have found its way through the back door into the script of a film production that was almost officially state-sponsored is so unlikely that the question arises as to why and for what purpose the already half-forgotten Bruno Apitz was honored again. The film is based on the successful new edition of the novel, published in 2014, which was done with the intention of offering a new reading, freed from political and ideological transformations and compromises. However, in the end it only proved that, except for a few details, Apitz had meant everything exactly as he wrote it, ready for publication, or as he approved it after editing. The 2015 remake is unable to provide satisfactory information about the pan-German need for anti-fascism, as it sticks too closely to the original. However, it cannot have been made to promote GDR nostalgia. Even the fact that the rescue of a Jewish child is at the center of both the book and the film can only hint at the recourse to Bruno Apitz. The need to appropriate the Buchenwald myth for new German purposes runs deeper. The joy of the communists and their descendants at the new film is quickly explained. In the West, they have always led a meager existence in a corner. For many years this also applied to their anti-fascist organizations and survivors' committees, whose closeness to official GDR anti-fascism was unmistakable. The word anti-fascism was frowned upon in the West for decades, and under the heading of resistance, only the White Rose and a few Christian victims of Nazism were honored, except for the Men of July 20, 1944. From 1985, with reference to Richard von Weizsäcker's famous speech, the organizations of the communist resistance were able to point out that they had always held up May 8, 1945 as the day of the liberation of the German people from the clutches of the Nazis. But it was of no use to them. Until the collapse of the GDR, no one wanted to have anything to do with you, and the claim that all Germans were liberated in 1945 was even less useful for a communist project. Even in the places where German communism was supposedly in power for 40 years, invoking the Oath of Buchenwald, which has always been translated into the distorted formula "never again war, never again fascism," was always reduced to the falsified formula "never again war, never again fascism," had basically never meant anything other than what Gerhard Schroeder put into words in 2005 on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the liberation of the Buchenwald concentration camp. The memory of the National Socialist era, of war, genocide and crime has become part of our national identity. This results in an enduring moral and political obligation. End of quote. Since the communists had to finally relinquish their monopoly claim to the only true anti-fascism on German soil with the end of the GDR, the permanent declaration of war on the FRG, which was allegedly restorative and therefore particularly susceptible to fascism because of its ties to the West, had also lost its original meaning. Without the seemingly alternative system that had become a state and was highly militarized, one could approach the unarmed ideological legacy of the old enemy without prejudice. The agreement between the SPD and the SED on common moral values, which began in the 1980s, marked the beginning of the transformation of East German anti-fascism into a unified German one after 1990, which has since been considered decent enough to act as a morally and politically dutiful agency of the national cause in the interest of the German state. When the latter, with reference to the terrible experiences of National Socialism, openly warns against anti-Americanism, war and genocide, or, as recently with regard to Pegida and the current increase in arson attacks motivated by hostility towards foreigners, wants to demonstrate the superiority of civil society, the German communists, fully committed to the Oath of Buchenwald, have also long since ceased to stand aside and are to be found at the forefront as welcome allies in the fight against Islamophobia and other right-wing dangers. That all of Germany makes positive reference to the myth of the Buchenwald resistance, which has served the purposes of the state from the outset, has a deeper reason in the actual plot of Apitz's novel, The Legend of the Saved Jewish Child. In the Oath of Buchenwald, which Gerhard Schroeder, aiming at reconciliation with GDR anti-fascism, called forward-looking, it says, "We Buchenwalders, Russians, French, Poles, Czechs, Slovaks and Germans, Spaniards, Italians and Austrians, Belgians and Dutch, Englishmen, Luxembourgers, Romanians, Yugoslavs, and Hungarians fought together against the SS, against the Nazi criminals for our own liberation. End of quote. It is likely that the Internationalist Party cadres who drafted the oath shortly after the liberation could not help but think in the categories of nation and nation-state, as internationalism had forced them to do at the latest since the founding of the Comintern, and the Jews were probably not included in the list because they did not have their own state. But the distinction Boris Pahor drew as early as May 1945 between the great tragedy of the Jewish people and us, the political prisoners, must have played a role. As late as 2009, a publication by the Lagerer Beetschmannschaft Buchenwald-Dora e.V., LAG, the Association of Former German Political Prisoners of Buchenwald, organized in the Association of Persecutes of the Nazi Regime League of Anti-Fascists, VVNBDA. It was said that it was part of the official FRG and unfortunately widespread view that only Jews were in concentration camps. Unquote. Victim envy and insult must be boundless to be able to put such a claim on paper 5 years after the reconciliation of the FRG officials with the Buchenwald survivors. Apparently, they were never able to overcome their self-made legend that they were not at the forefront of suffering. The red triangle on the prisoner's clothing not only meant a significantly greater chance of survival compared to the yellow one, it also enabled the communist prisoners, supported by the so-called camp self-administration in Buchenwald, to fight against the SS in a well-organized manner. The distinction that one was in the camp, not because of one's blood, but only because of one's way of thinking, and, as a German who wore a red triangle without letters for his nationality, even embodied the ominous fact of unadulterated German blood, for those with the yellow triangle, as the then 14-year-old Buchenwalder Imre Kurdish, who was wearing a yellow triangle, later formulated in his novel The Fateless One. Attempts are still being made today to make the lie disappear by claiming that the prevailing view in the FRG is that concentration camp imprisonment was a Jewish privilege. With the stubborn insistence on the old Antifa formula, the first prisoners of the German fascists were their political opponents, especially communists. As it says in the 2009 statement of the LAG, everything about the essence of National Socialism is already said. One still knows that one is on the right side of history. On the other hand, former inmate Kurt 6SZ, who came to Buchenwald from Auschwitz in 1944 and received the number 64,921, describes an important incident that shows how the Buchenwalders were well aware that the crematorium on the Ettersberg did not embody the purpose, the essence of the matter, the soul and meaning of the whole, like the ovens in Auschwitz. Quote, "This number is not written on your skin here, and if you ask any concerned questions about it, even before, at the time of showering, the old inmate protests with his hands raised and his eyes rolled to the ceiling. But man, for God's sake, we are not in Auschwitz." Unquote. It is only against this background that Kurdish cynical conclusion can be understood. I can say that I too soon grew fond of Buchenwald. Quote end. Non-Jewish German political opponents of National Socialism cannot be blamed for the fact that they were privileged as Aryans by the Nazis' racial policy. The Nuremberg laws had never been their thing. The fact that they took advantage of this privilege to survive is initially only the private burden that each had to bear, who escaped the camp not least because of this. After the liberation, one could have talked about it, admitted one's own entanglement due to the will to survive, and thus not promote any lessons from Buchenwald, but rather an understanding of the camp system and thus of National Socialism in general. But that would not have been enough to build a state based on the moral superiority of one group of victims. Moreover, such reflections would never have been shared by the actual surviving communists. Even before 1933, they had seen themselves as an elite that never spoke with non-communists at eye level, but always kept the respective tactical advantage in mind in the struggle for the leadership of the opposition in Germany. The long-term inmates in Buchenwald, better known as Kapos, on whose initiative the Illegal International Camp Committee (ILK) was formed in 1943, were German party cadres who had been educated in the social fascism thesis, later forced into a policy of the Popular Front, and in the meantime, in the wake of the Molotov-Stalin Pact, even condemned to peaceful coexistence with the SS henchmen. They were all Stalinists who had survived the party's internal purge of Trotskyism and had not infrequently taken a hand in it themselves. They had learned to despise the Trotskyites as mortal enemies of communism and fought them with all revolutionary harshness, even in the concentration camp, as traitors and deviants. To feel called to be the natural leaders of the masses in Buchenwald concentration camp as well, and to enforce this claim to leadership against every form of treason and indiscipline was a party order and a point of honor. The communist cadres ruthlessly asserted themselves against the so-called professional criminals, or better said, those who had been declared as such, and thus got the SS to give them preference when filling the exposed posts within the framework of the so-called camp self-administration. They brought with them far more than just the infamous German secondary virtues for running a concentration camp, the rejection of which in the early 1980s Oscar Lafontaine felt he had to do, of all things, against the German loyalty to the liberators of Buchenwald, the United States. That is why they resembled their SS tormentors in an uncanny way more than they could ever have admitted to themselves. What Jorge Semprin, who had been a political prisoner in Buchenwald from January 1944, and who said of himself that he had been a privileged communist in the Nazi camp, called guilt in his book was für einen schöner Sonntag, is likely to be dismissed by the LAG Buchenwald-Dora and the VVN-BDA, an umbrella organization still dominated by party communism, as anti-communist agitation. To follow Semprin's assessments would have amounted to an admission of the political and moral defeat of party communism. Quote, "The feeling of guilt that I felt, living in the hypocritical innocence of the memory of Buchenwald, in the innocent memory of undoubtedly having belonged to the camp of the just, while the ideas for which I believed I was fighting served at the same time to justify the most radical injustice, the most perfect evil. The camp of the just had created and directed the camps of Kolyma." End of quote. And yet the red capos of Buchenwald must be protected at all costs from the hostility. They would have been merely power-hungry collaborators. Jorge Semprin, who called them the old ones, said everything necessary about them in the same breath. Their buddies are dead, gone up in smoke. They too could have died. They built the camp, the crematorium, the barracks of the SS, the first factories. They worked in the sun and the snow, beaten and tormented by dogs and SS. They saw their fellow laborers being executed with a shot in the back of the neck because they could no longer follow the transport column for stones. They waged a devious, merciless war against the capos, the normal prisoners, the carriers of the green triangles, for years in order to survive the jungle of the camps. Their path to power is littered with corpses, enemies, and friends. They have shown themselves to be better administrators than the green capos. They have proved to the SS men that the camp with its factories and its external commandos spread throughout central Germany could not function without them, and the SS men have accepted to cede them a plot of land in the interest of order and the good functioning of the Nazi war machine. End of quote. The red capos were certainly entitled to manage this plot in such a way that as many as possible, including Jews, would survive. At the same time, however, each person saved was bought with the death of many more, without any alternative being in sight. Semprin continues, "In principle, according to the orders of the 55th Command, the survivors from the Polish camps were immediately sent back to the external commands. The SS leaders apparently did not want any Jews in their camp. In an effort to save at least some of the Jewish survivors by keeping them in the camp, where conditions of life or survival or even death were better than in the subcamps to which they were usually sent, the International Underground Organization had decided to draw up a list of skilled workers who were allegedly needed for production in Buchenwald. 1 week before the liberation of the camp by the troops of the 3rd U.S. Army, the SS Commandant's office ordered all external work details, at least those in the vicinity, to return to the camp's perimeter fence. Then began a week of silent struggles, partly open, partly hidden confrontations between the 55th headquarters and the illegal leadership of the resistance, in which the Germans naturally played a decisive role. The result was devastating. Only a minority of the deportees were sent on the deadly routes of the evacuation." End of quote. The unequal treatment by the state of the persecuted of the Nazi regime, compared to those who were considered fighters against fascism, was by no means only reflected in the different levels of state financial support in the GDR. In 1958, when a Pitts novel was published, the following principle was issued: "Only those who today recognize the leadership of the party of the working class deserve the honorary title resistance fighter." 6 years after the anti-Semitic Prague Slansky trial, which was followed by anti-Semitic trials of Jewish communists in the GDR, the most prominent of whom was the Central Committee member Paul Merker, who was only sentenced to a few years in prison rather than executed, a verdict had also been passed on all Jewish survivors in the better Germany. They had to display merciless party militancy or were exposed to the general suspicion of being an unreliable element, as in the case of the former Auschwitz and Buchenwald prisoner and later SED Politburo member Hermann Axen. The anti-Semitic thrust of the 1950s is illustrated by a quote from a former secretary of the Berlin SED district leadership, who is said to have been a Jew himself. The unknown secretary was probably Hermann Axen, who was second secretary in Berlin from 1953 to 1956. Quote, "Is it not a fact, and this has nothing to do with racist antisemitism, that Jews mostly come from the lower middle-class strata, have no social ties with the working class and have relatives and acquaintances everywhere in the West? Therefore, they are very suitable targets for the class enemy and represent an element of insecurity." End of quote. But even the comrades who had belonged to the illegal camp committee at Buchenwald had long since been under the general suspicion of Walter Ulbricht and the Moscow exiles that their survival in the concentration camp could not have been a matter of chance. In 1950, all SED members were subjected to a review to determine their political and ideological reliability. This also affected Buchenwald inmate Bruno Apitz. Regarding the genesis of the novel and Apitz's motives for writing Naked Among Wolves, we should know. He began his novel under the impression of the moral and political discrediting of the Buchenwald communists. From 1950, party proceedings were initiated against almost all leading communists from Buchenwald. Naked Among Wolves, pages 538 and 522. Before the idea for a novel took shape in his mind, he was preoccupied with the idea of a concentration camp film, which was rejected by the DEFR executives. Shortly before the KPD was banned, Apitz promoted the plot in the West. "I want to write the story of the Polish child, the story of the struggle of international solidarity of the anti-fascist fighters, the story of philanthropy in the midst of hell into a film that, especially today, in the time of the newly emerging fascism in the west of our homeland, makes visible in a victoriously shining way the heroism of those people who are in the front line today." Naked Among Wolves, page 539. A novel based on a film idea is far more likely to tell a conciliatory story of pure human love in the midst of hell than to deliver hard-hitting propaganda for the just cause in the fight at the forefront. Apitz could not bear the strain of reconciling the humanly touching story with its deeper, party-approved meaning. As a result, Naked Among Wolves was certainly a kitsch novel, Ruth Kluger. But it was so bad that it did not even do justice to the logic of the genre. Apitz relied on two central moments for the real socialist culture industry, which the party leaders of the GDR were never really able to fathom and therefore found themselves faced with the riddle of the novel's success, which seemed eerie to them throughout their lives. The story of the rescue of the Jewish child embodied that collective longing for innocence with which Apitz aimed at complete agreement with his German readership a few years after National Socialism. In doing so, he relied on the predominance of the effect and the unity with the created need, which are named in the culture industry chapter of the Dialectic of Enlightenment as central criteria for success and popularity in mass society. That is why Naked Among Wolves is not a revolutionary novel, even if kitsch and revolution go well together. Because one could never admit that in the GDR, such a strong pseudo-dialectical bag of tricks had to be used to justify the book's revolutionary message that any logic fell by the wayside, as can be read in the epilogue of the 27th edition of the Reclam Standard Edition from 1978. Quote, "The socialist rejects the separation between emotional and intellectual decisions, and certainly between human and party ones. The socialist acts in an unreservedly humanly correct manner when he acts in a party-correct manner." End of quote. What sounds here like a quote from the mouth of Nikolai Ostrowski's protagonist Pavel Korchagin from his Stalinist model novel, How the Steel Was Tempered, misses the point so completely that one should read these lines only as proof that one was incapable of understanding what ultimately counter-revolutionary dynamite Apitz had foisted on them, albeit unintentionally. For although Apitz probably considered the objectively insoluble conflict between, on the one hand, preserved innocent humanity and, on the other, unconditional partisanship to be resolved, the not-so-secret message of the novel is in fact, partisanship and humanity are fundamentally incompatible. The conflict that Apitz reveals in a key scene between the prisoner in charge of the effects chamber and military leader of the underground organization Höffel and the camp elder, and at the same time leader of the illegal camp committee Kramer, therefore remains unresolved. Quote, "Höffel groaned in agony. I couldn't. You were supposed to give the child back to his carer, that was the instruction. You didn't follow orders. That's a breach of discipline. If we get out of this alive, I'll answer to the party for it, you can count on it," Höffel promised. Kramer looked him hard in the eye. "The party is here." Höffel had a sharp retort ready, but it died on his lips. He looked down, held by Kramer's gaze. He had to admit to himself, to his own contrition, that Kramer was right. Yet everything in him rebelled at the mere thought of having to abandon the child to its fate. It felt as if a mighty hand had plunged a key into his heart and locked it. He felt guilty towards the child and guilty towards the party. His head sank to his chest. End of quote. Apart from the fact that this quote is proof that kitsch in form and content is most effective where mighty pushing hands lock hearts with keys, the question arises as to how Apitz intends to resolve Höffel's inner conflict. The answer is, you can already guess. Not at all, because Apitz must have realized that Höffel's conflict could only be resolved in one way, and thus either unequivocally for or against the party. He resorts to a cheap trick and, in the middle of the novel, lets the child disappear from the sphere of influence of the comrade's protagonists, and thus simply outsources the conflict. Someone, without further ado, took it somewhere, and the illegal camp committee, which Apitz, to make matters worse, had to call an elaborate work of conspiracy in the purest Chaika jargon, could once again be presented as a martyred collective of disarming humanity, for whom no sacrifice was too great for the sake of the innocent child. Apitz has the great Chairman Höff summarize it like this, surrounded by his closest comrades. We hid a small child here in the camp. Because of this child, we had to go through a lot. Because of him, 2 of us are in the bunker. Because of the child, many other comrades risked their ass. You yourselves were in great danger because of the child. Sometimes the whole camp was hanging by a thread. End quote. It is only at the end, in the liberation scene, that the child suddenly reappears, about whom, to make matters worse, the reader is informed that an unknown young Red Army soldier had taken care of him at the behest of a Soviet comrade and Air Force officer named Bogorsky. It is common knowledge that the child's fate in the novel is not pure fiction but based on real events, and that the Buchenwald child named Stefan Jerzy Zweig did not have to be hidden at all, but was able to live legally among the prisoners with the tolerance of the SS until he was to be sent on a transport. However, in the last days before the liberation of the camp, prisoners prevented this by hiding the child. Apitz's mixture of fact and fiction only allows the child object status, because he needs it in his plot as a central symbol of the absolution of guilt. As an acquittal that was supposed to lay the foundation for an unburdened, radiant socialist future for the German people under the leadership of the Party of the Working Class, which had proven its basic humanity for all time in the Revolutionaries' University, as the time in the camp was earnestly referred to in the Reklam afterward. Precisely because of this role intended for the child, it might at first seem surprising that the fact that it was ultimately a Jewish child who had come directly from Auschwitz was not emphasized in the novel. After all, it couldn't have been a better match. German communists united in the fight against the greatest Nazi crimes at the side of the Jews. But that was precisely the crux of the matter, because such a portrayal in the novel presupposed acceptance of the peculiarity of Jewish suffering, the distinction made by the Nazis between false blood and false thinking, Imre Kurdish, which Apitz, like all the other political prisoners in the camp, was well aware of. No one with the red triangle would have experienced what Apitz describes at the very beginning of the novel, about the arrival of the child in the suitcase and its carrier. Quote, "One of the last to jump from the wagon was the Polish Jew Zacharias Jankowski. An SS man hit him on the hand with the butt of his rifle when he tried to grab his suitcase. Curse you, Jew swine." Jankowski managed to catch the suitcase that the SS man angrily threw at him. "Probably got your stolen diamonds in it, you pig?" End quote. From then on, in the novel, the Jew Jankowski became Pol Jankowski, Zacharias, and the nameless little Polish Jewish child, as he was once referred to at the beginning, became not just the Polish child, but an allegory. What does child from Poland mean? There are children all over the world. You have to love and protect the child. End of quote. Apitz then has a Polish communist say this instead of a German, as a representative of all comrades. The de-Jewification of the child, which Apitz carries out under the guise of supposedly universal thinking, is all the more ugly given that just a few pages earlier, he has the same Polish communist report what the Pol Jankowski told him about the boy's particular fate. Quote, "He says that he is not the father of the child. The father is dead and the mother is also in Auschwitz and gassed. He says that the child was 3 months old when he came with his father and mother from the Warsaw Ghetto to the Auschwitz camp. He says that the SS killed all the children and that the little child was always hidden." Quote end. In view of such lines, One can only marvel that Apitz does not deign to honor with a single syllable the Jew Zacharias Jankowski, who did the greatest act of humanity, hiding the child and saving him from death. Instead, Jankowski, who had to be introduced as a necessary evil for the rescue of the child, which was then carried out by German communists, was quickly sent on transport again without the child, although it was within the power of the capos to leave him in the camp. The reason for this is as simple as it is perfidious. The fact that a single Jew engages in the same kind of resistance that, in the novel, is reserved solely for the illegal collective of the best, simply does not fit into the Antifa scheme. Accordingly, Apitz downplays the Jewish fate and makes it equal to all others. So it seems a strange contradiction that over the central intercom, when the SS were still thinking about evacuating the entire camp, the call went out, "All Jews report immediately to the roll call area." Apitz explains this to the reader as follows. Although the Jews were the first, every single one thought that it would be their block's turn next. To have reflected the reality of Buchenwald, he would have had to write, "It was clear that the Jews would be the first, and so the others hoped that perhaps they would not be called upon." It is precisely this omission, and the substitution of the lie that all concentration camp inmates would suffer the same fate, that makes Bruno Apitz's novel so suitable for later use. Surprisingly, the ARD remake of the novel in 2015 does not fundamentally change Apitz's dramaturgy of the only true resistance. It is true that the child is made perceptible throughout the entire film as a Jewish child with a special destiny. The resistance of the Jew Zacharias Jankowski, on the other hand, remains as unacknowledged as in the novel, even though he is shown to rebel against the removal of the child at the entrance portal, shortly after the start of the transport, which leads to his immediate execution by the SS. But the filmmakers have no problem reminding viewers that the child is in the care of communists, who, being the caring and humane people they are, sometimes even entrust him to a Polish rabbi because of his Jewish origins. Did the film manage to resolve the conflict between party discipline and humanity, which was something Bruno Apitz was unable to do? The answer can be found in the credits. Director: Philip Kadelbach. Screenplay: Stefan Kolditz. Production: Nico Hoffman. All three were equally responsible for the TV success of Our Mothers, Our Fathers, the trilogy from 2013 about 5 individual fates during the Nazi era, which were supposedly representative of the time, of course for young people, in which one thing in particular was told about the protagonists: that there was not a single convinced Nazi among them. It is precisely this absence of any kind of open or internalized Nazi ideology that leads to pure humanity prevailing. The three of them took a very similar approach to the remake of Naked Among Wolves. The communist protagonists are consistently portrayed as human and unideological, as Bruno Apitz would have liked them to be, instead of repeatedly turning them into strict party soldiers out of humility towards the party. Key sentences in the film from the mouths of communist prisoners, such as, "If we sacrifice the boy, we sacrifice everything," or "Who are we that we can't even protect a little child?" also appear in Bruno Apitz's novel in a related way. However, because he has to immediately sacrifice them to party discipline, the matter remains incoherent in his work. For the trio Kadelbach, Kolditz, Hoffman, on the other hand, the case is solved, because they simply adhere to what is untruthfully claimed as the quintessence of the novel in the blurb of the new edition of 2014, because that is how the novel is supposed to be read today: heart and conscience triumph over party discipline, because the boy's survival has long since become a symbol of the inmate's will to survive. Quote end. So objectivity was not the trio's concern. They wanted to illustrate timeless humanity in the name of the supposedly non-ideological, to celebrate German resistance as an expression of the existential decision of the individual German for freedom 70 years after the unconditional surrender. Incidentally, it is anything but a coincidence that the message of the film Elser, which was released in German cinemas at the time of the TV broadcast, is congruent with the one in the accompanying materials for school and out-of-school education. In this text, one only has to replace Elser with prisoners to hear the same intended murmur. If we understand Elser, then we understand that the gift of sensing, thinking, and, above all, doing the ethically justifiable immune to ideologies, the zeitgeist, fanaticism. End quote. But we always remain decent. This mantra, with which the World War veterans ended their war stories, can now be applied to all Germans, who all kept their hearts and conscience. This is also the only slightly democratized legacy of the German communist resistance and is therefore highly compatible. Nothing illustrates better than the coincidence that the two former antipodes, the FAZ and the ND, agree in 2015 on the content of the remake, which is nothing less than the victory of humanity. The FAZ is even more explicit about the need that drives it. With their lavishly staged film, Kattelbach and Kolditz have achieved an important piece of education. It is no longer the communist collective that triumphs here, but very differentiated individual fates. End quote. One should add, differentiated individual German fates. Communist-inspired anti-fascism was basically a long-term program for the recovery of the homeland by the unjustly ostracized. In Anna Seeger's novel The Seventh Cross, genuine Germanist breaks through against violence and deception in an exemplary way, and in the end everyone is somehow anti-fascist. Only the great writer and the fact that in 1937, when the novel was published in exile, the extermination of the Jews was hardly conceivable, makes it halfway tolerable. Naked Among Wolves is the gross lie after Auschwitz and after 1990 the great promise of freeing oneself from the Jewish burden, which has so unpleasantly overshadowed unbiased remembrance. The nasty insinuation of the Buchenwald-Dora Camp Committee that it is part of the official and unfortunately widespread view in the FRG that only Jews were in concentration camps is in fact not a specifically Eastern Zone Antifa statement. Even in the FRG, where privileged relations with Israel had been established due to the country's ties to the West and where the state commemorated the day of the liberation of Auschwitz, there was unofficial grumbling that the country's own suffering had been neglected in the context of the particular suffering of the European Jews. Isn't letting a Jewish child be saved by a bunch of brave Germans, along with a few other Europeans, on public television at prime time just after the news, isn't that the capstone we've been seeking after decades of forced public penance? While it was still possible years ago to intervene successfully from time to time under the heading of Holocaust relativization when the longed-for belittling and talking away of guilt was taken too far, 70 years later all the dams have broken. Today, the right to one's own narrative has taken the place of objective history. No one disputes this right to the Jews either, provided that they no longer assert a particular history of suffering when keywords such as differentiation and individual fate are mentioned, but willingly place their narrative at the side of German, Palestinian, and other Nakbas without distinction. 30 years later, Richard von Weizsäcker's counterpart summed up the new German freedom in a manner befitting his station in his speech on the occasion of this year's First State Memorial Day for the victims of flight and expulsion. On June 20, 2015, Federal President Joachim Gauck reminded us in a particularly differentiated way, one that honored the fates of individuals that we are all, at heart, soulmates and survivors. Today we want to talk about displaced people. About people, no matter whether black or white, young or old, man or woman, Christian, Jew or Muslim, about people who all had the same painful experience deep in their souls, which the writer Jean Ami, a refugee from Nazi Germany and a survivor of Bergen-Belsen, summarized in the simple, for some comforting, for others depressing formula. You have to have a homeland to feel the need for one, FAZ, June 22, 2015. In the face of such words, those who, like Buchenwald survivor Boris Pahor, continue to insist on the distinction between very different painful experiences should not delude themselves. They are the ones who have long been identified as the disturbers of the German national peace. Esther Lowy was born in Saarlouis on December 15, 1924, the daughter of cantor and teacher Rudolf Lowy and his wife Margaret Lowy. Esther had 3 other siblings. Although the mass media spread all kinds of lies about the Jewish population, the Lowy family in Saarland was initially spared the effects of Nazi Germany's anti-Semitic policies. This changed quickly with the annexation of the Saarland to Germany, which 90.5% of the Saarlanders voted for in the so-called Saar plebiscite in 1935. Esther's father was a decorated World War soldier and, like many of his Jewish comrades, a patriot. For this reason, fleeing Germany was not an option for the Lowy family at first. In 1936, the family moved to Ulm, where the parents decided a year later that Esther's 2 older siblings, Gertie and Tosca, should emigrate. Her brother emigrated to the United States, her sister to Palestine. In 1938, Esther's second sister, Ruth, joined a preparation camp for emigration to Palestine in Upper Silesia. It was only after the Germany-wide anti-Semitic riots in November 1938 that the father lost hope that the political situation in Germany could return to normal in the near future. He was arrested, but released 3 days later as a so-called half-Jew. Esther's sister Ruth was mistreated by SA henchmen and fled to the Netherlands. Despite all his efforts, Rudolf Loewy's attempts to leave Germany with the rest of the family failed. The mother became seriously ill due to the gradually worsening living situation of the entire family, yet both parents moved to Berlin with their only remaining daughter Esther. Esther attended the youth Aliyah school to prepare for emigration to Palestine as well. From there, she was sent to a preparation camp of the Zionist organization Sochneth, Jewish Agency. After all escape routes for Jews were closed in 1941, the Zionist preparation camps were closed. The Jews living there were deported and forced into slave labor. During her stay in the forced labor camp, both parents were deported to Kauno, and her younger sister Ruth was deported to Auschwitz. They were all murdered shortly after their arrival, a fact that Esther only learned about after the war. She was deported to Auschwitz on April 20, 1943. Due to the arbitrariness and whims of some SS men, she was initially assigned to the camp orchestra and then treated in a hospital ward after falling ill with typhus. In November 1943, Camp Dr. Joseph Mengele declared Esther a Viertelarier, a quarter Aryan, and she was transferred to the Ravensbrück women's concentration camp for forced labor. Like many other prisoners, Esther also witnessed the end of the war. The Soviets were advancing on Berlin. From the many air raids, we realized that the Nazis would soon have had it. I was happy about every air raid alarm." End quote. At the end of April, the camp was to be evacuated. The concentration camp inmates were sent on a march into the unknown. Shortly before the arrival of Allied troops, Esther and other prisoners were able to escape the command and were picked up by U.S. troops near the small town of Lubsch in Mecklenburg. Together with Soviet soldiers who were also approaching, the escaped prisoners celebrated the end of the Nazi regime. Esther emigrated to Palestine in 1945. Like all Jews who could not escape the clutches of Nazi persecution by emigrating or fleeing, the Loewys became victims of the German extermination machine. Only the two older siblings were able to escape this by emigrating in time. Esther survived the horror only by chance, due to arbitrary categorizations and the arbitrariness of the SS personnel. In his work, If This Is a Man, Primo Levi describes the function and purpose of the death industry. One knows that they, the prisoners, are only here temporarily and that in a few weeks nothing will remain of them but a handful of ashes. Survival was not intended for the Jews to whom Levi explicitly refers. For this reason, only a few hundred of the death camp inmates remained. None of them was an ordinary prisoner. The perished, on the other hand, formed the core of the camp. They were the anonymous, constantly renewed and always identical mass of silent, marching and slaving non-humans. Esther Bejanero also begins by describing this experience from her perspective. In Auschwitz, she had to perform completely senseless tasks, such as dragging stones from one side of a field to the other. The SS had no mercy on those who broke down. In contrast to Levi, however, Bejanero sums up that she and her fellow sufferers stuck together, because we all wanted the same enemy out of the country, the Nazi criminals whom we all hated infinitely. End quote. There was also no hatred between the other prisoners and the orchestra players. That wouldn't have made sense because, says Bejarano, whether you were a musician or a laborer, we all experienced the same things. On the other hand, when Levi states that of those who were deported to the death camps, only the doctors, the tailors, cobblers, musicians, and cooks, attractive young homosexuals and friends or fellow countrymen of some camp authorities. In addition, particularly ruthless, strong, and inhuman individuals. And finally those who, although they did not hold any special office, were always able, by virtue of their cunning and energy, were always able to organize successfully and consequently, in addition to material benefits and prestige, could also gain the indulgence and respect of the camp strongmen. He is likely to characterize the reality in the death camps, the fight of all against all, deliberately instigated by the SS and described many times there, and the conditions for individual survival more aptly than Bejarano was able to in her memoirs. Contrary to recent German memorial politics, survival in an extermination camp as described by Levi does not allow us to draw any morally charged conclusions for a better society. Nor can any readily invoked meaning of history be derived from it. The purpose and result of Auschwitz and other extermination camps was to exterminate Jews. The few Jews who survived and the Soviet army approaching on January 27, 1945 could not undo what had happened. With their extermination, the history of the European Jews was to be eliminated, as it were. The only way to re-enter history as active subjects was to rise up. Unlike those who survived due to chance or the arbitrariness of the perpetrators, some of the insurgents in Sobibor, Treblinka, and in the ghettos survived because they tried to use violence to resist the constant humiliation. The French Jew, resistance fighter and filmmaker Claude Lanzmann describes exactly this with the following words. The Jews were doomed to destruction because they had no political status and no national state. They had become superfluous, living dead. The Holocaust was not just a massacre of innocents, but a massacre of non-violent people. Their customs, culture, and thousand-year tradition of exile and persecution led the Jews to renounce the use of violence, even the thought of violence. In the revolt at Sobibor, Lanzmann saw a turning away from the Jews' previous powerlessness and submission in the face of the seemingly all-powerful machinery of annihilation. Lanzmann saw the uprising in Sobibor as a reappropriation of violence by the Jews and a turning point in Jewish history, which was completed with the founding of the State of Israel. After that, the adventure of freedom began. A new man was born. Thanks to the existence of Israel, thanks to the army, Jews today, like all other peoples, have the instruments and means of institutionalized power. End quote. Esther Bejarano does not say a word about the founding of the State of Israel in her memoirs. She mentions in passing that she was drafted into the army in 1948. In the Israeli army, she was employed as a musician in the music and culture unit to entertain the soldiers in the Israeli army. The description of the 1948 war is vague and extremely brief. The reader of her autobiography does not learn that Israel was already fighting a war against the numerically far superior Arab armies with its back to the wall in its founding years. Her descriptions of her life in Israel focus on her musical activities in the communist Ron choir and the rejection of communist activists or sympathizers experienced in the Yishuv and then in Israel. She criticized armed actions against the British mandatory power of Jewish underground fighters of the Lechi, which she described as right-wing radicals, among her colleagues in a factory, whereupon she was allegedly confronted with the statement, "Hitler forgot to gas you." End of quote. She also attested unmistakable signs of right-wing orientation in those who caused a lot of trouble. It didn't suit them that we also flew the red flag alongside the blue and white national flag when we appeared at events or marched in the streets. End of quote. On the other hand, she experienced solidarity and recognition as a musician in communist states, which she traveled to with the choir according to her own account, which gives the impression that left-wing Jews could find the undisturbed freedom in real-life socialism that Israel had denied them. Here, Bejarano persistently omits the fact that the State of Israel is a protective force against antisemitism, which, incidentally, is why quite a few Jews have left the communist states she glorifies for Israel. In the chapter Away from Israel, the autobiographer recounts that her husband Nissim Bejarano decided after the Sinai War never to go to war again, never to fight again. That was no longer a defensive war. He no longer wanted to take part in that. End quote. In her descriptions of Israel, Esther Bejarano also outlines two main focuses of her political commitment: the fight against the right and the fight against war. From the outset, her engagement against war also implied opposition to Israel. This, of course, also meant that she did not support the war that the Arab nations and the Palestinian national movement had been fighting alongside the Soviet Union and its allies, the Communist parties, against Israel since the 1950s. She and her husband decided to leave Israel with their 2 children and emigrate to Germany. In the country of the perpetrators, she was confronted not only with her own ambivalences, but also with Nazis who had never been bothered and tried to continue their fight under different political conditions. Quote, "I saw the first railway officials in uniform, I saw a German policeman, and my heart began to beat violently. I was seized by panic. Would I really be able to live in this country? Could I trust the people I would meet? Suddenly I had the feeling that I was dooming my husband, my children, and myself to misfortune. Suddenly all the horrific images of my past in the Nazi era were present." End of quote. A discotheque co-founded by the Bejaranos was boycotted when the residents of the small town learned that the co-owners were Israelis. After a protest action in Hamburg against the stand he was running, a NPD cadre said to a police officer, You have to lock her up because she is a criminal if she was in Auschwitz, because only criminals were in Auschwitz. End of quote. When her husband suffered an injury, she interpreted the doctor's dismissive reaction as xenophobia, the refusal to allow self-confessed communists to immigrate to the USA as an imposition, and the actionism of the NPD as raw violence tolerated by the police. But because there are still too many Nazis running around in the FRG, like Israel, which she names in the same breath, could not be her home. Esther Bejarano joined the VVN-BDA. Here Bejarano found recognition among like-minded people who were anti-fascists for good reasons, but who obscured the specifics of National Socialism behind abstract, emotive phrases for peace. Peace and anti-fascism belong together. Those who are anti-fascists automatically fight for peace. The journey back to Germany had begun. On July 10, 2021, Esther Bejarano died. Her personal and political companion Rolf Becker gave the eulogy, in which he explained that she remained silent about Auschwitz for a long time. Auschwitz belongs to the borderline of the unspeakable, the ineffable. But the unspeakable still exists today, without smoke rising from the crematoria. And yet it is imperative never to remain silent when injustice is done. According to Becker, Bejarano saw this injustice in homelessness, in the repatriation of Roma to Serbia and Kosovo, in the refusal to accept refugees, in racially motivated attacks, in the attacks and activities of Nazis, and in any preparations for war. Quote, phrases that have become a legacy, like so much of what she exemplified to us, an unspoken mission to resist any preparations for war, any approach to fascist development, never to be silent again when injustice occurs. End quote. And such injustice is, according to pathos-ridden political anti-fascists, especially when they are turned towards the communist movement and peace, located in Israel. Accordingly, Becker comes to Bejarano's solidarity with Palestine with sleepwalking certainty in his speech, because never again remain silent when injustice happens. Esther also related this demand to the oppression, expulsion, and exclusion of the Palestinians. End of quote. Becker, who is not at all inclined to remain silent, also quoted a joint letter that he and Bejarano wrote to Moshe Zuckerman on the occasion of an event entitled 50 Years of Israeli Occupation. This event, attended by Norman Page, Elon Papp, George Rashmoui, Jamal Juma, and other more or less well-known supporters of the BDS campaign, was protested at the time, which Becker, of course, interprets as defamation. In the letter to Zuckerman quoted in the eulogy, with reference to the notorious Eric Fried, the slanderers are accused of what is obligatory in these circles, namely not distinguishing between criticism of the Israeli government and the defense of human rights to life, and as Germans presuming to decide who is to be accepted as a Jew. Becker used the eulogy to read a letter in which he and the deceased Holocaust survivor turn Israel's government into murderers against whom the right to life must be defended. It goes without saying that this tastelessness did not offend any of the assembled admonishers and warners. Rather, it is constitutive of the communist and peace movement milieus in Germany, which extends far beyond the Easter Marchers, not only to have no concept of antisemitism, but also to have been fueling it for decades in its anti-Israeli form with the same old formulas from the anti-imperialist bag of tricks. The boundless hatred of Israel expressed in this letter by Bejarano and her chosen ally is notorious. In my opinion, the Palestinians have the right to resist what the Israelis have done to them, Bejarano said in an interview with the Electronic Intifada, assessing Hamas' actions of firing rockets at Israel from Gaza and attempting to overcome the border fence between Israel and the Gaza Strip with violent actions. Or should they just be killed by the Israelis? The Israelis say that Hamas fired their rockets into Israel and that they were responsible for the war, she says, using the subjunctive mood to suggest that it should be otherwise. The Israeli government's justification for military action against Hamas is therefore Israeli excuses. Because who started it? Not the Palestinians. It is the Israelis who expelled the Palestinians from their land. Elsewhere she said, I thought that's where, to Israel, I belonged. Then the many wars began. I still thought the first one against the British Mandate was just, but then came Ben-Gurion and it was all just wars of aggression after that. End of quote. In an educational tone, she does not recommend that young Palestinians, whom she primarily addresses as victims of these Israeli wars of aggression, have the courage to criticize their own leadership, but rather to continue their anti-Israeli engagement. I want you to continue, and I hope that you will soon have your own country. End of quote. And so Bejarano, who in Germany still in her 60s and 70s had a sense of who the perpetrators are and where they continue, turned to turning the anti-fascist vocabulary against the Israeli government. Accordingly, she denounced Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Avigdor Lieberman as fascists and warmongers. Against this fascist government, not only the resistance of the Palestinians, but also a movement like BDS is legitimate. The woman whose company was boycotted by the German population in the 1960s is, after all, perfectly perfidious and to the delight of not only left-wing critics of Israel. Quote, "If it is helpful to counter the terrible Israeli policy, then I am in favor of it, because I have experienced what fascism is." End of quote. Obituaries for Esther Bejarano appeared, among others, in Junge Welt, the organ of the Stalinist Maoist MLPD, which is linked to Palestinian terrorist groups, in the newspaper of the DKPUZ, on the websites of various Palestine solidarity groups, and, of course, on the VVN-BDA website. In his article, the dyed-in-the-wool anti-imperialist Yavuz Ozogas, completely removed from reality, fantasizes, thus, even with her death, Esther Bejarano still provides an important service to all truth lovers. She proves how much the manipulated German media serve Zionism. End quote. In the Jüdische Allgemeine, Franziska Hein and Sebastian Stoll explain why Bejarano was also able to reach the anti-racist left. When she talked about the last days of the war, they write, she talked about her panic-stricken fear of the Baltic Sea. As the Allies closed in and liberation was within reach, the Nazis forced her and other Ravensbrück prisoners onto one of their infamous death marches. Those who could no longer walk and collapsed on the ground were shot. They were heading north, straight towards the Baltic Sea. She believed at the time. "I thought they were going to drive us in there and let us die," Bejarano recalled. Bejarano has been visiting schools and talking to young people about her experiences for more than 30 years. The memory of fear remained, and that came back to her when she saw the situation of the refugees in the Mediterranean. "That's the first thing I think when I see a refugee boat on the news. They want to drown us," she said last year. Quote, "When an Auschwitz survivor makes the immediate connection between those who, for various reasons, are seeking the perilous route into an increasingly isolated Europe and those who were spared from the intended annihilation by chance, and then goes on to link this to her own experiences on the death march, she naturally delights postmodern anti-racists. In particular, those who, while gladly distancing themselves from the anti-Zionism of their elders, would like to see only the persecuted in the refugees and immigrants from the Maghreb and the Middle East, who are simply declared to be Muslims. That they, too, would like to see Germany declared a country of the once again enfranchised, so that they can see with all the more verve in the USA, the West, or in the Enlightenment and civilization the cause of all misery and oppression, and finally in the Muslims, the Jews of today. But the confusion of anti-racist activists was not limited to history. Since Gerhard Schroeder's call for an uprising of the decent no longer just the mantle of history blew around German federal politicians, but the brazen responsibility before history can't be missing from any soapbox speech on the occasion of the official days of remembrance, since the weak invocative anti-Muslim racism was mentioned in the same breath as anti-Semitism and became the official slogan of Islam appeasement, which presents itself as anti-racism. Bejarano also presented herself as the ideal Auschwitz survivor for these purposes. Her power sentences could be set to music by Udo Lindenberg. Quote, "Back then it was the Jews who were targeted. Today it is suddenly the Muslims, although the people who think that don't even know them. Just as nobody knew anything about the Jews back then, they have become the enemy. Today we have an enemy again, the Muslims." End quote. In 2014, Esther Bejarano became an honorary citizen of the city of Saarlouis, which did not necessarily shine as an anti-fascist model city in the past. She affirmed, "I belong to you and you belong to me." The city's mayor also explained why. Since then, Esther Bejarano has been tirelessly fighting against racism and exclusion and advocating for humanity and tolerance, and for peace. With her commitment, Esther Bejarano gives meaning to history and thus also to our history and our memory. End quote. 2 years earlier, she had already been awarded the Federal Cross of Merit. This was presented to her by the then Lord Mayor of the city of Hamburg, Olaf Scholz. Quote, "In the sense of a true life's work, she has tirelessly dedicated herself as an artist and as a peace activist to warning against discrimination, exclusion, and persecution. Against the background of current events in connection with right-wing radical terror in Germany, Ms. Bejarano's engagement cannot be praised highly enough. Quote end. From Esther Bejarano's narrative of solidarity and community-building hatred of Nazis and SS, she not only derived the state-compatible motive for her anti-fascist engagement, but also the guiding principle for herself. Through this derivation, she functioned as an ideal reference figure for both the anti-Zionists and the official state anti-fascism. This meant that anti-Zionists could not only remain silent about Israel when talking about Auschwitz, they could also use the Holocaust survivor, who was mission-conscious and critical of Israel, as a key witness to prove that mobilizing against Israel in the name of Auschwitz was necessary and that one could simultaneously declaim against anti-Semitism and call on the Palestinians to continue. At the same time, she was useful as living proof that the transformation from the country of the perpetrators to the country of the redeemed and historically conscious Germans had been successful. The Bejarano's path of suffering and purification thus lent a double meaning to Auschwitz, which was eagerly taken up by state anti-fascism and anti-Zionism. Bejarano lent moral surplus value to the criticism of Israel simply by virtue of her biography. What's more, as someone who escaped extermination at the hands of the Germans and later turned her back on the country that offered a safe haven to all those persecuted by anti-Semitism, only to return to the country of the perpetrators, where, after initial difficulties, she finally found a home again as a left-wing activist, she was practically predestined to be the best Jewish friend of the anti-fascist Volksgemeinschaft. Esther Bejarano did not receive a state funeral, but the almost endlessly memorable federal president Walter Steinmeier chose her as the Germans' favorite anti-fascist. Quote, "With her death, we have suffered a great loss. She will always have a place in our hearts." Bejarano has experienced firsthand what it means to be discriminated against, persecuted, and tortured. "We have lost a courageous person who stood up for the victims of the Nazi regime until the very end. And anyone who has ever experienced her in her musical element will always remember how captivating she was." Quote end. Against all anti-Semitism and racism. After October 7, 2023, all of Germany agreed on this terrible slogan, and no one found anything wrong with it. Since around 2012, stickers have been appearing in the left-wing districts of Berlin and Hamburg that seemingly only oppose all anti-Semitism, thereby telling the community in a clandestine way that anti-Semitic perpetrators do not necessarily have to be white and right-wing radical, but can also be migrants and of color. This went decidedly too far, and racism was quickly added, initially by the left. But even talking about different forms of anti-Semitism is a deliberate attack on the realization that when Arab high-performance perpetrators kill 1,200 Israeli Jews and in response white Germans, British, French, etc. immediately complain about a Jewish genocide against Palestinians in Gaza, the same rumor about the Jews must be effective. The slogan against all anti-Semitism and racism is no longer just a document of the capitulation of left-wing fringe groups to empiricism and the buckling of the Migrantifa. It has rather made it as a guideline into the center of society, whose spokesmen have taken up the protection of Jewish life in Germany as their cause, as a reinsurance policy for declaring Israeli Beben as a different kind of Jewish and not including it in the promise of protection. The one group, which is supported in the construction of synagogues and community centers, is paternalistically told, "You see, that is possible again in Germany." The others are lectured that the Germans, too, have had painful experiences with barbarism in their history and have learned from them. Since then, the call to practice humanity and not revenge has been the German admonition against all Jews in the room. On Friday, October 20th, 2023, a general strike was called in Neukölln's Sonnenallee, which is about a kilometer long. All the shops and restaurants, most of them Arab, remained closed. The only exceptions were pharmacies and medical supply stores. The call for the general strike had come from an association called Palestine Speaks, which, as the Migrantifada, is fully committed to the destruction of Israel. The group said it wanted to express its outrage at the repressive state terror that anyone who expresses and acts in solidarity with the Palestinians is exposed to. Business owners who preferred to open were put under massive pressure. The police reported that, throughout the day, groups of people were seen in the Sonnenallee area with flyers asking business owners to leave their shops closed in protest. Except in the Springer Press, little attention was paid to the fact that a state of emergency had been declared by jihadists in part of Neukölln. Almost 3 months later, a secret plan against Germany, was uncovered that almost led to a second Holocaust among Muslims living in Germany. Germany has understood the warning and shouted with one voice, "Dull populism? No thanks. The so-called remigration of our friends, neighbors, colleagues? Certainly not. And fascism? Never again. Germany does not need an alternative to freedom and diversity. We have learned from history and will not forget how inhumanity, initially secretly and cautiously, then oppressively and brutally, penetrated society. The present time demands a clear stance. We stand together for an open country that bravely faces challenges instead of letting itself be stirred up and incited by right-wing propaganda. Because we already know where that can lead. So, this year is about against hatred and division, for a new togetherness. Strong together in a diverse #Togetherland. End of quote. This declaration of war, published on February 15, 2024, by 5 quality newspapers and an outdoor and online advertising group against Israel and German Jews, has been joined by dozens of companies and associations ranging from AOK to Daimler Truck to Fritz Kohler. The Zusammenlehnen campaign has already been forgotten, as has the wave of demonstrations against the far right in the second half of January and first half of February, in which more than 1 million people, mainly from the SPD, Green and Left Party sympathizer environment, had taken part. However, the message has been received, for example in Frankfurt, where the city administration had a Christmas-like light decoration installed in the pedestrian zone for the duration of Ramadan. On the day the lights were switched on, the mayor, Nargis Eskandari Grunberg, asked quite cunningly, "What is wrong with light? For me, it is a sign in dark times against war, against racism, against anti-Semitism, and against Islamophobia." End of quote. Merzak Hayat, who does not wear a headscarf, has also come to Frankfurt. She is the chairwoman of the association Blue Hand Integration, Thriving Integration. The preschool children from Steinbach and Taunus sing a song for Ramadan. The kids are in a good mood. They want to celebrate the beginning of Ramadan and the lights with which the majority society takes note of the Islamic festival, Taz, March 15, 2024. It suited the ensemble that 2 women with headscarves held up a sign saying, "Thank you, Frankfurt. Stop genocide in Gaza." Whether Andrea Martina Klump took part in a Zusammenlehnen demonstration in January of this year or was present in Frankfurt at the Ramadan spell is unknown. But she must have felt a certain satisfaction. Not everything in her life had been in vain. Andrea Klump is now 66 years old and, after serving a 12-year prison sentence for aiding and abetting attempted murder in 32 cases and causing an explosion of explosives. In 2004, the Stuttgart Higher Regional Court stated in its judgment, among other things, that, according to the findings of the Senate, on December 23, 1991, perpetrators acting on behalf of a Palestinian tenor organization, Movement for the Liberation of Jerusalem, detonated an explosive device in Budapest that weighed at least 20 kilograms and was placed in a car parked on the side of the expressway leading to the airport when a tour bus carrying 28 Jewish emigrants from the former Soviet Union passed the site. The emigrants, mostly families with small children, were on their way to Israel using Hungary as a transit country. Due to a design defect in the code circuit of the transmitter, the detonation triggered by radio remote control occurred a few seconds earlier than planned. The main effect of the explosion was therefore not on the coach, as the terrorists had intended, so that of the occupants, for Jewish emigrants, only suffered slight cuts from broken window panes. By contrast, 2 Hungarian police officers in the escort vehicle in front were seriously injured by the effect of the detonation and continue to suffer from the long-term effects of the attack to this day. End of quote. Klump had admitted that she had been in Budapest at the time of the crime with her partner and comrade Horst Ludwig Meyer, who, together with another unidentified person, had carried out the attack, that she knew about the preparations for the attack and that she had acted as a quartermaster. It is not known whether Andrea Klump knew Daniela Klett, 65, who was arrested on February 26, 2024, or the still-wanted Ernst Volker Staub, 69, and Burkhard Garweg, 55, who, like her, are attributed to the 3rd generation of the RAF. It is known for certain that the 3 of them, as committed anti-imperialists like Klump, were at least until that December 23, 1991 on the side of the PFLP and other task forces for the final solution of the Jewish question, one of which is said to have hired Horst Ludwig Meyer. Not only because Andrea Klump, Horst Ludwig Meyer, and two other comrades spent the years 1988 and 1989 first in Syria and then in Lebanon. The so-called third generation of the RAF comes from the scene of the so-called anti-imperialists, who, since the mid-1970s but increasingly in the 1980s, have been setting up their residential projects in the orbit of prison labor, the Rote Hilfe, Klet, but also in the then-occupied buildings in Hamburg's Hafenstrasse, Garweg, and elsewhere. Very few of them went underground, and not all of those who went underground were necessarily members of the RAF. But all of them listened to the itinerant preacher of anti-imperialist antisemitism, the late Dr. Karam Kella, who died in 2022 at a ripe old age, who never tired of emphasizing that Israel was a single continuum of crimes against humanity. It is only against this background that one can appreciate what some 600 people demonstrated under the slogan Freedom and Happiness, Stop State Terrorism, Solidarity with the Absconded and the Imprisoned, in Kreuzberg on March 9, 2023. They were seeking to invoke humanity against a barbaric system that is closely linked to what is usually called right-wing. Where are the raids against the right? Was one of the corresponding slogans. On the same day that the RAF nostalgics in Kreuzberg were demanding more raids against the right from the German state of terror, the president of the International Red Cross, IRK, Mirjana Spaljarik, also spoke out against state terrorism. The war between Israel and Hamas had destroyed any sense of common humanity, she said, and explained that both sides had to carry out their military operations in such a way that civilians were spared. What was needed was strict adherence to international humanitarian law. It is the boundary between humanity and barbarism. Quote end. Of course, the whole world knows, along with Ms. Spaljarik, that it is impossible to neutralize an enemy entrenched in a densely populated area inhabited almost exclusively by its sympathizers without also harming unarmed residents. In the past, Rosa Luxemburg spoke of the alternative between socialism and barbarism, and thus also named social progress as a criterion for humanity. Today, the alternative of humanity or barbarism is enough to brand Israel, which stands for the overcoming of folkish regression not only in relation to the Middle East, as a right-wing terrorist state. Stefan Detjen is 56 years old, so he is between Andrea Klump and Burkhard Garweg in age, with whom he has nothing in common, except for some insights about Israel. As a young man, he was neither in the mountains of Lebanon for combat training nor is he likely to have marched past the occupied houses of the Hafenstrasse, on which in the 1980s the slogan Boycott Israel Goods, Kibbutzim and Beaches was displayed, to avoid the impending eviction. The slogan adorned with a Kalashnikov may have repelled him, but another, Palestine the people will liberate you, may have appealed to him. He is also unlikely to have attended Professor Kella's seminars, but he has no time for high priests and guardians of virtue who are in solidarity with Israel. Detjen is a journalist in the civil service. From 2008 to 2012, he was editor-in-chief of Deutschlandfunk, and since 2012 he has been its chief correspondent. And in this capacity he is waging a tough battle against his employer's raison d'etat. In a commentary published on March 9, 2024, he unequivocally presented the government of the Federal Republic of Germany with the choice of either speaking out clearly in favor of global anti-fascism or exposing itself to the verdict of presiding over a terrorist state. He said a correction of the course taken by the federal government after the murderous attack by Hamas last October is needed. Instead of creating a common space for horror, mourning, and empathy with Jews in Israel and Germany, she tried to oblige politics and society to show solidarity with a government in Jerusalem characterized by radical and racist forces. End of quote. This is a generous, humane offer to Jews who see themselves as a people because, from a racial point of view, they still fall under the definition of the Nuremberg laws. In Germany, they are allowed to mourn communal multipurpose halls with non-Jewish neighbors in their hometowns after a mass murder, and the authorities will certainly grant them psychological support in their hour of need. But then it must also be over. Demands for the smashing of the pogrom mob and its organizations or the criminal prosecution of their fans in Germany are out of the question, since it is well known that what applies to Hamas, namely to be radical, applies to a far greater extent to Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. With his gaffe, he probably wanted to lash out against Netanyahu's radical racist government. Detjen has revealed what global anti-racism, which he wants to mobilize against the German government, is all about. This anti-colonial ideology is directed against the alleged oppression of people because they are colored, while it recognizes superior racial characteristics in the strange collective identity of its designated victims, including the religion that is spreading unchecked among them. This is manifested not least in the fact that Jews, and especially Israeli Jews, are assigned to the white perpetrator race, no matter how black or oriental many of them look. The attribution of being a racist applies first and foremost to those who, because of the racial characteristics ascribed to them, are distinguished from the other white men, who may still be capable of rehabilitation. It is not only since the pogroms of October 7, 2023 that they are denied the right to adequately defend themselves as racially defined targets of anti-racist murderers. On March 9, 2024, 5 months after 10/7, on the day when 600 people demonstrated in Kreuzberg for Andrea Kletz's release, and the IRK president condemned Israel's war against Hamas as barbaric, Stefan Detjen stated with shock, "A politically overstretched concept of antisemitism is also being instrumentalized by government representatives to criminalize pointed but factually justifiable criticism of Israeli policy. Even calls for a ceasefire were delegitimized or rejected in the same breath as accusations of antisemitism because they allegedly deny Israel's right to self-defense." End quote. The Migrantifada proclaimed nothing less when it swore in the Traders of Sonanali to solidarity with Hamas on October 20, 2023. As early as 2020, Detjen wrote an article on the subject of Akil Mbembe that was deleted from the Deutschlandfunk archive just weeks later after fierce criticism from Alan Posner, among others. It reads, "The German government is thus making the intellectual isolation of Germany a political program. As a discursive gatekeeper, the Anti-Semitism Commissioner is trying to immunize a view of history that has developed in Germany against external irritations. Political state raison thus becomes a civil religion, and the Anti-Semitism Commissioner its high priest. There is only one high priest, and his name is Caiaphas. The same Caiaphas who, according to the Gospels, headed a dogmatic Jewish clergy hostile to innovation and ultimately collaborating with Roman state terrorism, and who was responsible for handing Jesus Christ over to the Romans. As was Caiaphas, so is Felix Klein." Quote, "The historically established fact of the uniqueness of the Holocaust is being transformed into a doctrinaire doctrine of faith, which is defended with state authority against heretical questioning, as if it were the intellectual property of the Federal Republic of Germany." End quote. It may be fortunate for Felix Klein that he is not Jewish, but it is all the more unfortunate for the Central Council of Jews and Jewish associations in Germany that they have been campaigning for years for the installation of anti-Semitism commissioners and are now being identified with them, without even having to say the word Jewish. Detjen continues, "If the example of Felix Klein were to be followed, a parallel system of virtue guardians would be created alongside the offices for the protection of the Constitution, public prosecutors, and courts, which would define who is a racist today, an anti-Semite tomorrow, and an extremist the day after, according to the respective opportunity." Quote end. Unlike the biblical Caiaphas and the supreme Iranian guardian of virtue and practicing anti-Semite Ali Khamenei, Felix Klein has no power, but that does not have to remain so, which is why he and with him the stubborn Jews and, moreover, a conjured-up Jewish republic are openly threatened with terrorism. Quote, "No one would be surprised if the Anti-Semitism Commissioner were the first to end up in the dock of the Racism Commissioner of such a government." Quote end. The desired Racism Commissioner would speak like the presidents Lula from Brazil, Ortega from Nicaragua, Erdogan from Turkey, or Ramaphosa from South Africa, and those who were still discriminated against in the fall of 2023 in Sonanali because they had stood up for a ceasefire would then take action. Detjen's text, which appeared on May 24, 2020, can no longer be accessed in the online archive of Deutschlandfunk, but it can be found on the website of the German Arab Society, which was chaired by Jürgen Mollemann until his suicide in 2003 and by Peter Schollatur until his natural death in 2014. Since then, the position has remained vacant. In So oder So, a short-lived newspaper for international solidarity with political prisoners, the 14th issue, published in the fall of 2004 and dealing with the conviction of Andrea Klump, sounded very similar. Due to the particularly denunciatory activities of the Bahamas against the left at the time, the authors formulated the necessity of killing and expelling Israelis from their country with unusual caution. Quote, "The targeted assassination of civilians who do not bear responsibility should not be a means of liberation struggle. And not only because it affects Israelis/Jews, because the fact that Palestinians try to kill Israelis/Jews, and vice versa, is rooted in the conflict. And there are, Historically speaking, definitely moments when it seems legitimate to treat the enemy people as the enemy. End of quote. Somewhat abruptly, but consequent, the authors find themselves in the next sentence, side by side with fellow countrymen who fled westward from the Red Army or were later expelled at the behest of the governments of Czechoslovakia and Poland. That is why there is no left-wing criticism of the expulsions after the Second World War. End of quote. This is how the lament of people who carry Palestine in their hearts goes, but are not allowed to say it outright. What could be said in favor of the mayor, Klump and others who were almost murdered, if they had looked forward to being housed in newly established settlements in the West Bank in the near future? If, as we know today, many emigrants from the Soviet Union and their descendants in Israel are closer to those parties that support the construction of settlements than to the Israeli left, would it not be somehow understandable that attempts were made to stop the settlers in time, i.e. as early as 1991, not at Bethlehem but at the beginning of their journey in Budapest, for example? Would it not be time, 33 years late, to do justice to a far-sighted avant-garde that has been unjustly discredited in its fight against harmful human capital? Apparently shrinking from such a conclusion, the authors of So Oder So wrote, although the Israeli government ultimately used the immigrants as human capital for its aggressive expansionist policy, the Jewish immigrants cannot be said to have consciously supported the settlement program. Quote end. Today, the whole of Israel is once again being presented as a program of colonization and deportation of the Palestinian Arabs. The hate figure of the radical settler, who is driven through the village by Western governments, has long since come to represent the whole country, which is shaped by racist forces and no longer shies away from genocide. The question of who alone is guilty of terrorism and can be accused of barbarism is no longer answered only by the friends of left-wing military sports groups. In 2004, they learned that it was possibly the wrong targets that were attacked for the right reasons in Budapest in 1991 and came to the peculiar conclusion. Even if the Palestinians had politically weighty arguments to criticize the forced wave of immigration to Israel, they nevertheless attacked the wrong targets with the immigrants. In fact, all the reasons given also apply to the participation of German leftists in such attacks. Such attacks are reactionary even if they had not affected Jewish immigrants. End of quote. Apparently shocked by itself, So Oder So added, but because it was, in the case of this human capital, Jews who were affected, their participation must be condemned all the more in light of the historical background of the Holocaust and ongoing European antisemitism. Quote end. There is no mention of non-European antisemitism, which, unlike white European antisemitism, tends towards eliminatory practice. Our anti-racist conscience protects us from that. The RAF sympathizers of 2004, who apparently turned to antisemitism, and the demonstrators of March 2024, who are accusing German state terrorism, stand together with Ms. Spaljarek from the IRK, who apparently recommends the right way to wage war, and Stefan Detchen, who is only calling for a ceasefire to leave pogroms unpunished and to deliver Israel to Hamas. They all play down antisemitism as a European or Western problem and warn against an overstretched concept of antisemitism, which is only suitable for racially disqualifying those affected by Old Testament vindictiveness. So far, Detchen's text with the ultimate headline "Germany must correct its Israel policy" from March 9, 2024 has not been hidden, and there is no reason to believe that this will change. In October 2023, things might have been different, as a look at the world of organized sports makes clear. It is probably also due to the fact that sports officials have been instructed for years to remain silent about the fact that their members repeatedly experience players and fans from clubs with Turkish names striking each other on or off the field, fathers and cousins getting into fights, or unaccompanied refugees from Syria or Afghanistan punching non-migrant teammates in the face. Some sports officials are probably particularly close to the comrades of Maccabi Deutschland, who are threatened and bullied with great regularity, and are usually not physically attacked only because security guards and the police are always nearby. In any case, the chairman Stefan Raid and the other members of the board of the German Sports Youth are simply honorable people. On October 23, 2023, in Würzburg, they held an Israeli flag in front of the camera in front of 100 delegates who were also standing, and published the picture on their organization's website. On the same day, the board published a document with the lackluster title statement of the DSJ board to the 2023 main committee, which, 6 months later, seems so strange that it must be quoted at length. We strongly condemn the terrorist attacks by Hamas on Israel and the Jewish people, which cannot be described in words for their cruelty and inhumanity. The horrific images have left a lasting impression on our minds. On no other day since the Shoah have so many Jews been murdered as on October 7, 2023. Our full solidarity goes out to the Israeli people and the State of Israel, which of course has the right to defend itself in response to this horrific massacre. Nevertheless, we hope for peace in the Middle East and as few civilian casualties as possible in this war. We would also like to focus on Germany and Jewish life in our country. For 2 weeks now, we have been experiencing an escalation of anti-Semitism. Jews are covering their nameplates on front doors because they do not feel safe. Jewish parents do not dare to send their children to school because they fear for their lives. Stars of David are smeared on the walls of Jewish houses. Pro-Palestinian gatherings escalate into violent marches in which cars are set on fire. Police are attacked and the worst slogans against Israel and Jews are chanted. The sad climax. The attempted arson attack on the synagogue in Berlin-Mitte on October 18th. Jewish sports clubs have to interrupt their games and cannot compete because their safety is not guaranteed. All of this makes us feel powerless. But we must not be powerless, especially not now. And we don't have to be. Let us show right now that these are not just empty words. Let us show solidarity with Maccabi Germany and its local clubs. Let us show solidarity with all Jews in sports. Let us show solidarity with Jews in Germany and in the State of Israel. We, as umbrella organizations in German sports, all bear the responsibility for ensuring that Jews can safely participate in sports in our country. To bear responsibility means to be particularly vigilant now regarding the dangers of anti-Semitism and hatred of Jews and to openly oppose them. Never in the past decades has unconditional solidarity with Jewish life in Germany been more important than it is now. Never has it been more important to stand up and take a stand. Let us stand together, show courage and commit ourselves to creating a safe environment in our organizations and associations. Let us show our attitude and live the never again. Let us defy hatred on a large and small scale. Let us not be powerless. Maccabi Germany, on our behalf, we call out to you. We have always been at your side. We stand by your side. And we will remain at your side. Never again is now. Maccabi Chai. Am Israel Chai. End quote. What every organization, party, or individual should have said not only in October 2023, but from October 2023 to the present day, is stated here. In the composition, carefully thought out, avoiding empty phrases of consternation, an association that neither runs a theater nor otherwise represents cultural workers seems to effortlessly get to the heart of the matter when it speaks of its own tasks. In October 2023, it seemed for a short time as if the German sports youth had taken over the country's opinion leadership and that it would not be HAU, i.e. Theater Hebi im Ufer, whose leaders were already talking on October 12, 2023 like Stefan Detchen is doing today. Quote, as a place of encounter and dialogue, we try to understand the different and complex realities of life of people in Israel and Palestine and stand for the right of everyone to a life in peace and without fear. We reject any form of approval and trivialization of violence, any form of anti-Semitism and racism as unacceptable. Our thoughts are with all people in current crisis and war zones who have to fear bombs and violence. Quote end. For a few weeks it seemed as if some of the horror and fear, but also the determination of the Israelis, had even reached the Germans. As if it might be possible not only to apostrophize and sanction the rioters of San and Ali as murder and to sanction them, but also to silence those in the cultural and political establishment who are known as their apologists with the threat of withdrawing subsidies. But this country is inhabited by joyless fellows, for whom their own lives are a lifelong burden, for whom solidarity is only right if their own professional association strikes a wage increase for which they are not even counted on for scarce strike pay. To counteract their own endangerment, to do something that might require not only money but also personal courage and therefore also to help others who have already been affected by the disaster that is alien to their compatriots. Accordingly, the Germans are just as unable to deal with their national history as they are with their practical solidarity with the Jews and their state, which can also be derived from it, but not only from it. Since fall 2023 at the latest, the steering committee of the Federal Republic of Germany has been worried. A severe recession seems just as inevitable as the inability to keep its own members happy, which is evident. Not even the pitiful words, "Actually, we can be satisfied," can pass the lips of those in government and those who drive public opinion, who are entangled in catastrophe scenarios and wish to avoid conflicts in panic. Now the Germans are staring at a real catastrophe that must remind them of what their forefathers have done. Even if it comes easily to their lips and has been the only thing talked about for years when it comes to climate. The foreboding of impending doom by human hands associated with October 7, 2023, which would first hit the Israelis and Jews worldwide, but would not spare the West, made fellow countrymen seek shelter, but not on the side of Israel. Not only the Israelis, but all Jews knew immediately that the 10/7 massacres meant all of them, wherever they lived. The Israelis among them did not even consider fleeing to so-called free countries for that reason alone. While the Jews know that the call for murder and the practice of murder would also overtake them there, and that clinging to their country in its struggle for survival was not a matter of love of country, the Germans agree that there is nothing worth defending. Nowhere else in the Western world is the lie that there is no longer any freedom in one's own country more consequently, more convincingly and more threateningly expressed. Here, noisy tractor drivers and other hauliers are in agreement with the intellectual world that hates them. While the former have always resented the inadequate military assistance provided to Ukraine, the latter are only bringing peace negotiations with Russia back into the conversation and no longer secretly cheered the Pope when he recommended that the Ukrainians raise the white flag on March 10. While the population of Ukraine affected by the bombings is only met with sympathy because German policy towards Russia could no longer be defended internationally after February 24, 2022, things changed after October 7, 2023, after only a few weeks of what was probably genuine shock in some quarters because the spokesman of the free world and the mob on their streets spoke out in favor of the mass murderers. Faced with the alternative of defending its somewhat different position on the Israel question against the unleashed anti-Semites and even radicalizing it, or falling back on provincialism, Germany swung into line with the international community with a reasonable delay and is acting cosmopolitan. But even that did not take place without the addition of ingredients typical of the country, and so the admonishers and warners quickly brought up the subject of Auschwitz in their phrases, which were steeped in the cult of remembrance. It wasn't the bombing of Kiev, and it certainly wasn't the slaughter of October 7 that made our thoughts turn to all the people in current crisis and war zones who have to fear bombs and violence, as the HAU expressed itself across all warehouses. There is only one current crisis and war zone that is driving German humanity to new heights, and that is in its own country, in the center of which lies Dresden and on the periphery of which, in January 1945, German refugee convoys made their way to the West, as the RAF sympathizers of Oder so pointed out in 2004. In its search for identity, German memory culture is constantly revolving around itself, which is why the epitome of defenselessness cannot be found in Kiev and certainly not in Israel, but via Gaza in bombed Germany. The Germans know with the journalist Stefan Grainer. Whoever says Gaza must say Dresden. Grainer, in an effort to balance the narratives, had also explained that it remains an open question whether Germans can look at images of dusty children on mountains of rubble without remembering the images of destroyed Berlin. How much identification with the bombed-out ancestors running alongside is there in the excessive German reactions to the images from Gaza, which are glorified as humanity on social media? End of quote. But then he also talked about other excessive reactions which do not even exist in Germany, but are blamed on Israelis and other Jews. Quote, how much of the excessive reaction, which sees only the potential perpetrator in every Palestinian, has to do with the defense against this identification?
Taz, 1 Aralık 2023.
The clue had been provided by former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who, in an interview with a British broadcaster on October 12, 2023, had exclaimed in outrage, "Are you seriously asking me about Palestinian civilians? Haven't you seen what's going on? We're fighting Nazis," only to add, when Britain fought the Nazis in World War II, no one asked what was going on in Dresden either. The Nazis attacked London and you attacked Dresden. Therefore, shame on you for continuing this false narrative. End of quote. What was meant was the British interviewer's effort to present the activities of Bomber Command 1940 FF as criminal, as those of the IDF since October 7, 2023. Bennett added, "We will target Hamas, and we are telling Hamas that it is their responsibility if they use anyone as their human shield." End of quote. With that, the cue had been dropped by an Israeli mouthpiece, and the Germans knew immediately that here, of all people, a Jew had threatened in all seriousness to repeat the bomb Holocaust. It is common knowledge that this word was used by the NPD, but it remains to be shown that in 2024 it has nevertheless become common knowledge in terms of content. Jewish brutes like Bennett had to be confronted swiftly and in no uncertain terms. As early as November 2023, 16 historians, probably with reference to Naftali Bennett, warned against any comparison of the Palestinian atrocity with the Holocaust, as if the latter should not be the obvious one, and decreed, "There is no military solution for Israel-Palestine." Even more, the use of a Holocaust narrative, according to which the evil must be defeated by force, will only serve to perpetuate a state of oppression that has already lasted far too long. Quote end. Whoever starts out like that inevitably ends up completely German in a reversal of the perpetrator-victim relationship. Quote, Israel's leadership and others use the image of the Holocaust to present Israel's collective punishment of the Gaza Strip as a fight for civilization against barbarism, thereby promoting racist narratives about the Palestinians. Quote end. The only German signatory of the letter is Stephanie Schuler-Springerum, the director of the Center for Research on Antisemitism at the TU Berlin. Since then, the only freedom that the Germans cherished when they experienced the only country they had ever had in common as a perseverance community in the air raid shelter has been restored. What the Western Allies gave them after the defeat was, after all, cold and insufficiently humane, which is why one can also go on a journey into the fulfilling world of scarcity and constant supervision as a West German together with the otherwise so despised Zonies, where one could not only not become unemployed, but dissenters were forced to work at any time, and where one spoke courageously of Anglo-American bombing terror. The Cold World, which always threatens with private upheaval, as unemployment and impoverishment are called today, only offered the possibility of at least partially withdrawing from communal obligations, but did not provide any instructions for the use of the abundance of time, which already caused panic in the main character in Buchner's Wojciech. You can't escape the bombing of Dresden in the version by Gerhard Hauptmann, who wrote the equally bombastic and resentful quote, "Those who have forgotten how to weep will learn it again with the downfall of Dresden." This cheerful Morgenstern of youth had previously shone for the world. I know that in England and America there are enough good minds for whom the divine light of the Sistine Madonna was not foreign, and who weep most deeply at the extinguishing of this star. And I personally experienced the downfall of Dresden under the Sodom and Gomorrah of the English and American aircraft. End of quote. Of course, they also cannot get away from David Irving's version, who landed the bestseller The Destruction of Dresden in Germany and the World in 1965, which not only taught Ulrike Meinhof to weep again, and of course from Joseph Goebbels, who launched his last propaganda offensive in February 1945 because of Dresden, quoting Gerhard Hauptmann and multiplying by a factor of 12 the number of 300,000 dead, a figure that Irving and many others were happy to adopt. In the meantime, it has been learned with gritted teeth that there were only 25,000 dead. But the fact that the murderers in the Lancaster bombers avoided a fair fight man-to-man continues to cause bitterness. The Germans recognized the last heroes out of spite in the senselessly hunted Red Army soldiers already in Stalingrad and even more so in the last months of the war on the way to Berlin, whom they admiringly lead against the anonymous war machine operating from a distance. But they always meant themselves, lamenting the inhumanity of the bombing raids from the safety of the air raid shelter and longing for the promised miracle weapon of retaliation. On February 12, 2024, one day before the 79th anniversary of the bombing, we learned from Dresden, of course, that it is also possible to profit from the collective punishment that was inflicted on Germany during the Second World War. At the time, the Sächsische Zeitung, which is not considered to be at all right-wing, rejoiced. In his collage, The Unconditional Romantic, the artist Dada Vadim mixes motifs of the destroyed historical center of Dresden with the ruins of a city in the Middle East. End of quote. For the editorial team, it is evident that the legacy of February 13, 1945 also has a number of positive facets. Dada Vadim, whose real name is David Adam, has more to say on the matter, which he calmly expresses in the Sächsische Zeitung. Devaluing others has a very long tradition that did not begin with the Holocaust. Dada Vadim cannot accept news from Israel and the Gaza Strip without comment. The Sächsische added on February 9, 2023, perhaps he has read the uncensored pamphlet against the Jews, Kritik der deutschen Intelligenz, by the universally admired Dadaist Hugo Ball, which was published a year earlier. Since October 7, 2024, the world is no longer facing the alternative of civilization or barbarism, because where Western historians with chairs ascribe a Holocaust narrative to Jews, there can be no civilization, just as there can be no evil to be defeated. Anyone who evokes the collective punishment of Palestinians by Israeli Jews must fall back on the narrative of collective guilt, which, in the form of moral bombing, almost meant collective extinction for the Germans. For the time being, it is not the Holocaust that Israel is inflicting on the Palestinians. Such words are reserved for people like Brazilian President Lula. For us Dadaists, it is enough for the time being that the word Holocaust is included in the history of the racist exclusion of the Palestinians. We in Dresden are well aware of the genocide of the Palestinian people, which has been taking place for 6 months in a mixture of bombing and starvation. How can we go straight from Auschwitz, bypassing the descendants of the victims, to the side of those many of whom declare the Holocaust to be an unfortunately unfinished feat against evil and leave no doubt that all Jews are to be eliminated? What does Dresden really want to tell us, and what does Gaza have to do with it? The artist Dada Vadim already brought something from Dresden to the Palestinians 6 years ago. Quote, in 2016, he visited Palestinian camps with the photographer Andreas Hilger, took pictures, and in 2018 he shot a video in Lebanon in which the German word Heimat is carried on a brass sign to or by the people. Quote end. He, who claims to have experienced what a lack of prospects means in Palestinian camps, thoughtfully asks, and I found no easy answer to the question I was asked in Ramallah: why do we have to pay the price for the Holocaust? Quote end. The message is, Palestinian camps and Dresden remind us that Auschwitz must not be repeated. This admonition is not directed at the murderers of Jews in Gaza and the West Bank, but is understood as an offer to those who, as the Migrantifada for the sake of humanity, scream out their pain about the lost homeland and the genocide of their people in Sonnenallee. And so it falls into place. Quote, it is our responsibility to confront anti-Semitism in all its consequences. Quote, they all say that, including Fauco Moores, Minister for Science and Culture, at the memorial service for the 79th anniversary of the liberation, which took place on January 21, 2024 at the campsite of Auschwitz. What follows is well-rehearsed humility. Quote, the return of a living Judaism to the land of the perpetrators after 1945 must fill us all with humility and gratitude. Protecting Jewish life in Germany is therefore a daily task for all citizens. It is just as much a matter of state as recognizing Israel's right to exist. Unquote. That was not new, no trail leading to Gaza had been laid. But then an insight follows, presented with rhetorical power and from the deepest conviction. The Muslim is the Jew of today. Quote, on November 27th of last year, in a villa in Potsdam, a few kilometers from the house of the Wannsee Conference, how perfidious can one be? We have had to experience again in these days that it is obviously in the interest of some that history repeats itself, and that the sentence, which was clearly written before the Second World War, but is often repeated in this context, that those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it, is precisely clear in this situation. This unshakable foundation, of which we are deeply convinced, is in danger. End quote. This is said by someone at the site of the extermination of 1 million European Jews. He says it 3 months after 1,200 Jews were murdered by self-confessed Muslims, and seriously insinuates that there are right-wingers out to exterminate Muslims in Germany. If it really had been so, if not just a few but a relevant, determined and armed minority had prepared to repeat the Holocaust with a different target, then and only then would it have been justifiable to warn against it on the grounds of the Auschwitz camp as well. But if everything is wrong, the underlying article on which they are all based is a miserable feuilleton, which instead of the asserted facts relies solely on the acceptance of the associations inherent in the text by the willing audience. If, in addition, no other material can be presented, except for the false realization that deportation and remigration are the same, then it becomes evident that here, displaced bomb victims have extended the hand of an oath to other displaced bomb victims. Since January 11, 2024, when the article Secret Plan Against Germany was published, all those in positions of responsibility in the country have been concerned with renouncing solidarity with the Jews in Israel and, to the extent that they are in solidarity with Israel, also with those in Germany, and with the murderers, forming an alliance. No agreement is needed for this. If it is suggested that the enemy from the right, who is usually called Martin Sellner, on November 23, 2023 in the Villa Adlon at Lenitzsee, the deportation lists, together with the associated places of extermination, has already presented the deportation lists together with the associated places of extermination, is just as much a possibility as Reinhard Heydrich in what is now known as the House of the Wannsee Conference in 1942. Then collective memory, which is entirely committed to humanity, can be mobilized at any time on the basis of sheer voluntariness. A primitively knitted conspiracy legend for the educated people, which serves to stigmatize the inner enemy, who expresses himself far less anti-Semitically and anti-Israel than his accusers, is the pledge for a truly German journey that leads from Dresden to Auschwitz and for the time being only delivers Israel's Jews to the people's wrath. One knows, meetings, talks, conferences with the aim of ethnic cleansing have happened before not far away. Stern, November 1, 2024. This comes from Potsdam's Lord Mayor Mike Schubert. Federal Minister of the Interior Nancy Faeser followed suit and is plagued by memories. This involuntarily evokes memories of the terrible Wannsee Conference. She did not want to equate the two, God forbid. But what is hidden behind harmless-sounding terms like remigration is the idea of expelling and deporting people en masse because of their ethnic origin or political views. End of quote. Everyone could deduce from the text of the revelation that on November 23, 2023, 6 weeks after 10/7 at Lenitzsee, no one had mentioned the word Holocaust, and that a few days after publication in the Berliner Zeitung, one could read that the word deportation was not mentioned at all. Everyone could easily deduce that it was merely a report of the announcement made by the federal chancellor a few weeks earlier. We must finally deport on a large scale those who have no right to remain in Germany, and that these are mostly citizens from Muslim-influenced countries. Unimpressed by the fact that at Lenitzsee it was not discussed to take away the citizenship from Germans of migrant origin, but the deportation of people who are obliged to leave the country was demanded, the center of society exclaimed, "Never again is now," and snatched the Jews' defiant confession against the Palestinian mass murderers in order to grapple with precisely these. The Germans who fled the East are back, as are those who were destroyed in the nights of bombing in Dresden, and they admonish the Jews of the evil that is not as banal as the supposedly awkward and stupid mass murderer who was hanged in Jerusalem in 1962 in the spring of 2024. It seems that no one is willing to concede that there is a difference between what is known as anti-Semitic attitudes and the conviction that the Jews are our misfortune, which pushes people to act. Any expression of solidarity, however hesitant, with the Jewish state is transformed into collaboration with the social democratic perpetrators Falco Moors, Mike Schubert and Nancy Faeser, when, after October 7, 2023 of all dates, warnings are issued in the same breath against right-wing and racist offenders. To make this clear to the last doubters, the warning against one-sidedness follows, which is equivalent to the threat of exclusion from the German Volksgemeinschaft of the memorial operators, but has long meant the exclusion of Jews committed to their country from the anti-fascist discourse and their abandonment to anti-racism commissioners. Following the battle cry, Shaping Remembrance, Germans are setting out on their special path from Dresden via Gaza to Auschwitz, which could become a crossroads for Jews. Take, for example, the Saxon State Working Group on Confronting National Socialism, in which more than 60 memorials, associations, initiatives, and individuals are involved, working on topics of National Socialism in Saxony according to the motto Shaping Remembrance, Imparting Knowledge, Strengthening Democracy. This Homeland Association stated in November 2023, Jews, all Israeli citizens, have a right to live in safety and freedom in their country, and Palestinians or Muslims across the board are not responsible for Hamas terror. Anyone who celebrates and approves of the death and agony of civilians or calls for unrestricted revenge shows nothing but their own contempt for humanity. End quote. In this regard, Adolf Hitler in the German Reichstag on January 30, 1939, the nations no longer want to die on the battlefields so that this rootless international race can earn money from the business of war and satisfy its Old Testament-style vindictiveness. End of quote. That revenge, even unbridled revenge, is a Jewish quality. The Germans knew at the latest since 1942, when it slowly dawned on them that the anti-Hitler coalition would win the war. They then fell into line, following their superiors, because they were not only convinced that the terrible deeds committed in the East would come back to haunt them, they were also sure that the victors would take action against them using German methods. Long before the air raids on Dresden, Joseph Goebbels wrote in his diary after the assassination of Heydrich on June 6, 1942, "The Jews are raging in a way that can only be described as Old Testament. Here one has an easy opportunity to determine what would happen to us if we ever showed any sign of weakness." End of quote. A few days before Frankfurt/Oder once again proved that the easternmost cities in the country are also the most brown-skinned, with its neo-Nazi riots to mark the anniversary of Kristallnacht in 1938, a brand new study on right-wing extremism was occupying the media. The gist: West German pensioners are the core group of neo-Nazism. In Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg it is much more dangerous for non-Germans on the village street than in Brandenburg or Saxony-Anhalt. In the south of the country antisemitism is a much bigger problem than in the east. If someone were to make such a statement in everyday life, one would seriously doubt their sanity and would reply something like the following. Yeah, snow is made of candy floss and the earth is a disc, of course, isn't it? But it is precisely nonsense of this caliber, which mocks every observing experience, every relevant statistical survey and every empirical sociological finding gained in the last 60 years, that has managed to be regurgitated unchallenged in all the media, and not just by the obscure Junge Welt, which greedily pounced on this study in the interest of its emotionally Eastern German readership. The co-author of the study in question, Oliver Decker, confidently stated the following to Deutschlandfunk Radio on November 8. Bavaria has a level of hostility towards foreigners that is just as pronounced as in Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania. End of quote. Precisely where you meet lots of Turkish Bavarians at the lakeside bathing spots, in the midst of Bavarian families who are obviously feeling comfortable, where one of the lowest rates of xenophobic violence has been recorded for many years, it is said to be like at the lakes in Mecklenburg, where no foreigner dares to go near the shore, and with good reason. When asked by the irritated moderator whether there should not be a connection between an extreme right-wing worldview and the step towards violence, Decker replied disarmingly, "Yes, you are absolutely right, we generally distinguish between attitude and action. There is no necessary connection between attitude and action." Quote end. He does know about right-wing extremist violence. Yes, it is more evident in the East, it is much more in evidence, but I must also say that we did not examine this in the study. Quote end. That is probably why the study comes up with such surprising figures as the one that in the East only 6.6% of adults have a right-wing radical worldview, West, 9.1%, which therefore miraculously means that there are far fewer right-wing extremists in the East than there are NPD/DVU sympathizers. As dubious as such results may appear at first glance, the very person who commissioned this study is thoroughly discredited. The Friedrich Ebert Foundation, which is close to the SPD, had recently considered the solution to the Middle East conflict at a joint conference in Beirut with Hamas and Hezbollah. The researchers commissioned by the foundation are accordingly fifth choice and completely inexperienced in the field. They were the mathematician and physicist Elmar Braller, vice dean of the medical faculty at the University of Leipzig, and his colleagues Decker and Geisler, who otherwise deal with health research. The authors mentioned have so far only distinguished themselves through publications on transplantation medicine or fertility disorders. And they were probably only used because not even the most corrupt of the party sociologists and empiricists in the field of extremism would have agreed to a research design like the one the Friedrich Ebert Foundation wanted and ultimately chose. Understandable, because it would have cost him his academic reputation. The selection, design, and language of the central questions of this study are aimed solely at the stubborn old Nazi, as he is about to become extinct. The type of old man who had his best days in the Hitler Youth or in the Volkssturm, and who occasionally has to admit, as if under duress, that under Hitler not everything was bad after all. It is no wonder that Braller and Decker warn against making right-wing extremism a problem of youth only because police reports regularly document the actions of young thugs. Young people are not the largest group of right-wing extremists, the experts write. Rather, there are a noticeable number of pensioners and those in early retirement among them. Spiegel Online, November 8, 2006. The only people interested in the questions posed by Braller and company are those over 60, such as whether Hitler would be regarded as a great statesman today if he had not exterminated the Jews. Otherwise, it completely misses the contemporary ideas. The non-Nazi has learned that the one cannot be separated from the other, but the neo-Nazi, like the Islamist, considers the extermination of the Jews to be Hitler's greatest act. The two opposing groups would have to answer the question with no, which means that the cognitive value is exactly zero, but the propaganda value is of course very high. The meaningless result that a mere 2% of the East Germans approve of Hitler even without the Holocaust leads the researchers and the foundation to the conclusion that the overwhelming majority in the East are fine and only occasionally suffer from a feeling of isolation and low self-esteem, as co-author Decker stated, Welt, November 9, 2006. In doing so, he revealed the true aim of the study, to denazify the racism, xenophobia, and social envy, the exorbitant extent of which in the East 43.8% of those surveyed in the East agreed with the statement that foreigners only come to Germany to exploit the social system, cannot even be approached by this study, let alone denied. In other words, to act as if the East German mentality only tends weakly towards neo-Nazism, and if it does, then only for acceptable socio-pedagogical reasons. The trick to achieving this is simple. One only proves that there is less overt Nazi nostalgia in the East than in the West, and then acts as if this proves that there is correspondingly less neo-Nazism. This makes the West look worse than the East when it comes to glorifying Nazism, simply because this methodical deception benefits from the decades-long ingrained lie of the GDR, namely to declare Nazi ideology to be class instinct. Anti-liberalism, anti-Semitism, anti-Americanism, anti-intellectualism, collectivism, and authoritarianism of Nazi ideology remained unbroken in the East German mass consciousness and were of the workers' and farmers' state were preserved, even used and promoted, albeit in a moderate form. DVU boss Gerhard Frey repeatedly praised the GDR for the fact that Germans were more German here than in the West. Only the labels stuck on the identical resentments were slightly changed. Jews had to be labeled as Zionists from 1949 on, leaving their extermination to the Arabs, who were supported with advice and equipment. Other names and designations were also exchanged. Race was replaced by class, Hitler by Stalin, Winterhilfswerk by Volkssolidarität, HJ by FDJ, DAF by FDGB. It is precisely because of this relabeling that the questions of the Leipzig medical statisticians are mainly caught by the West German pensioner reading the Lancer booklet. Questions such as the Führer principle for the good of all, the necessity of a dictatorship, the influence of Jews, and the necessity of a single strong party that embodies the Volksgemeinschaft as a whole. The not untypical GDR citizen who always professes not to be a Nazi and also dislikes Hitler, usually still knows that Führer, Volksgemeinschaft, Jew, etc. are taboo words and that he has to say leader, people, and Zionists to express the same thing before he spouts his Nazi sermon at you. This habitus, which alone already robs the research design of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation and thus, of course, its results of any plausibility, is certainly not news for empirical social research, at least for those west of the Iron Curtain. It is precisely those with authoritarian tendencies who are so desperate to be in power that they avoid socially undesirable answers, especially when it comes to the question of their authoritarianism. This leads to the phenomenon that is particularly well known in the East. The person who constantly and compulsively has to profess that they are not a Nazi is most certainly one, and at least secretly knows it themselves. This finding is supported by qualitative studies conducted in recent years on the relationship between youth and subcultures and neo-Nazi ideology. Of course, they most clearly point to East German and Islamic milieus, but also to those who, in their self-assessment, do not feel somehow right, simply because of the fact that they do not dress like skinheads and do not listen to their music, as if Fred Perry clothes and a polished record were all that made being right. The hip-hop crew Dessau Crime, from Dessau, for example, attracted nationwide attention with lyrics like the following. I curse this country and everyone who doesn't belong here. I will destroy you. I really hate the whole world. But I hate money even more, because it's in short supply everywhere and is what counts most in this shitty world. I take aim with the anti-aircraft gun at the whole Jewish pack. Bang. I blow the shit out of this dirty society. I hate the fuck homo world and all the gay bums. There is only one common denominator, and that is Aryan. You'd better say nothing at all. The interesting thing about these disgusting outbursts is that their authors definitely don't consider themselves Nazis, and would therefore almost certainly have been considered non-Nazis by the Leipzig study, but feel misunderstood by the corresponding criticism. From a statement by the group, none of us is even remotely right-wing. We believe that no Nazi would deal with this non-Aryan music hip-hop/rap, whose history, tormented by whites, is black through and through. All those who think we are fascists, fuck you, because we would be the first to be gassed because we swim against the current of the broad, stupid masses. And you would be the ones to have gassed us, you stupid followers. End of quote. The fact that the psychopathological potential of Nazism includes every form of cognitive disintegration, i.e. the unquestioned coexistence of completely contradictory assumptions even in everyday consciousness, here in the example, among other things, Aryan versus non-Aryan self-classification, does not occur to the Leipzig statisticians any more than they took it into account when formulating the question. How could they, when the basis of all empirical fascism research for almost 60 years, Adorno's fascism scale, is obviously unknown to them? This scale is the successful attempt to methodically master such forms of relabeling fascist impulses and attitudes, including their projection onto others, by choosing sentences for the survey that largely avoid the keywords Hitler, National Socialism, Volksgemeinschaft, etc. Of course, the sentences have been previously tested to ensure that they correlate highly, not only thematically but also statistically, with the general worldviews of avowed and proud Nazis. Finally, sentences remain that initially seem politically unsuspicious because of their commonplaces, and therefore encourage more honest answering. These are questions that explore sadistic desires for punishment and glorification of violence, evoke superstitious and authoritarian stereotypes of fate, predestination, and human races, and bring narcissistic insults and projective mechanisms to light. If you read today why and how the F-scale was constructed, how much and how fruitfully it focuses on questions from the areas of superstition and stereotyping, power thinking and muscle flexing, destructiveness and cynicism, projectivity and exaggerated preoccupation with sexual processes, then it becomes clear that this is the only way to empirically grasp modern neo-Nazism at all. It is modern in that it is a form of Nazism rooted in pop culture, experience-oriented and based on violence and perversion, as it has developed since the late 1970s in a mixture of hard rock music and conformist rebellion, which fell on extremely fertile ground in East Germany after 1989 and became a dominant behavioral model there. In contrast to historical National Socialism, which had to take much greater account of reactionary monarchist customs and thought patterns from the Wilhelmine era, modern neo-Nazism freely develops the syndrome that Adorno categorized as rebel and psychopath. The extreme representative of this syndrome is the hooligan. Of all the subjects, these are the most infantile. Their development has failed completely. Civilization has not been able to shape them in the slightest. They are asocial. Unveiled, unrationalized, destructive urges break through. Physical strength and robustness, including the ability to take a beating, tip the scales. Their desire to torture is directed rawly and sadistically against any helpless victim. It is nonspecific and almost without traces of prejudice. Here we meet the thugs and brawlers, the street louts and the torturers and all those who do the dirty work of a fascist movement. End of quote. Their protagonists are no longer the bitter fans wearing leisure jackets from long-forgotten West German NPD party conferences, who feel they have to defend the prejudices they were effectively imbued with in their youth, as the Friedrich Ebert Foundation would like them to. But rather, for example, the fan hordes of Chemnitzer FC, who are notorious throughout the country for their extreme violence and their cheerful battle cry, Hunare, hooligan Nazi racist. At the police station later, of course, none of them is really right-wing, often not even remotely. Their antisemitism is not so much the reason for the violence they commit, but rather a flimsy pseudo-rationalization of the pleasurable, almost prejudice-free act of violence. If there are no Jews around, then every weak person becomes a Jew. A serious study of neo-Nazism would therefore have to consider the relationship between violence and community, sexism and homophobia, conspiracy theories and the cult of masculinity, that is, the complete decivilizing effect on the formation of the individual character in public life. What such an investigation would reveal can be surmised, because even a statistical survey that is only interested in practical rather than legitimizing results manages to identify the brown region par excellence. Regardless of whether it is about the level of education of Bundeswehr recruits, the tendency towards violence of small-town youth, or the distribution of violent crimes in rural areas, it is the former GDR, especially its northern half, where first the East Elbian Junker ruled, then the one Socialist Party ruled, followed by the other, and which finally became the heartland of the SPD/PDS. And that is why it is now receiving a scandalous clean bill of health from the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. A scientifically sound study such as the Thüringer Monitor, which has been conducted annually since the attack on the Erfurt Synagogue in spring 2000 with 1,000 representatively selected voters in the federal state, comes to a completely different conclusion than Brawler and Decker. Among the friends of the GDR, 40% or more than 4 times as many are right-wing extremists as among those who keep a certain distance from the old regime. Furthermore, those surveyed who support the ideological foundations of the defunct state also show an above-average proximity to right-wing extremism. Almost a quarter of those who support socialism as a state idea show such orientations. Among the proponents of nationalization, the figure is as high as almost 30%. FAZ, November 25, 06. Germany's smallest national daily newspaper also made the headlines once. with its own headline in the August 13, 2011 edition. "We'd just like to say thank you at this point," was written in bold letters in junge Welt on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the Berlin Wall. There are certainly good reasons for such thanks, but certainly not these. Thank you for 28 years of peace in Europe, for 28 years without Hartz IV and unemployment, 28 years without neo-Nazi posters Gas geben in the German capital, for 28 years of spirited sex without Fjuchtjeet and Bild tabloid knowledge." End of quote. It must have been a strange kind of peace, for the sake of which Europe and the USA accepted the border regime of a state whose citizens, in their majority, wanted only one thing: to get away quickly. Praising a state that imposed total compulsory labor and rigorously jailed so-called work-shy people reveals a lot about the not-so-secret desires not only of German communists, but also of their Nazi competitors. In this respect, the JW is absolutely right to insinuate that the GDR was an anti-fascist regime. It was the state-guaranteed forced labor anti-fascism that simultaneously spread the corniest male jokes in magazine form or as a card game and set up masses of dry nudist zones to prevent wetlands, which no sooner had it disappeared along with its most famous building than it left behind the largest and by far most militant neo-Nazi scene ever seen in Germany. While no one likes having to see NPD posters, the country is courting a population that is so receptive to the NPD slogans because it agrees with its spokesman that not everything was bad back then. No sooner was the wall gone than all the Nazis were there, full of longing for the security with which the GDR advertised its socialism and thus convinced more than a few citizens. The paradox that people lived in a state that they wanted to leave quickly, but whose authoritarian social model they loved and in many cases still love today, simply could not be mentioned at the 2011 Wall Memorial. The JW had briefly caused outrage headlines and the Left Party had to explain itself. August 13th must be regarded as a national catastrophe and not as a happy chain of circumstances that prevented 1961 or soon after from growing together, which at that time belonged together in a far more dangerous way than it only seemed for a few drunken weeks in 1989-90. All the West German enemies of the junge Welt always pay tribute to the prevailing special consciousness in the Eastern Zone, but do not condole with its inhabitants for the loss of their little Prussia, but, like Federal President Wolf in his anniversary speech, they honor the "we are one people," whom the state power was loath to stand in the way of, to freedom fighters in the tradition of ancient Spartacus. Never before have people been kept in slavery in the long term. FAZ, August 15, 11. Many commentators peddle a historical quote that the GDR was a concentration camp. This word was not first uttered by Heiner Geisler as CDU General Secretary in the early 1980s, as people like to believe today. No, it is from 1961 and comes from a legendary visionary and democratic socialist, the then governing mayor of West Berlin, Willy Brandt, who was actually himself sitting behind the wall and barbed wire with his frontline comrades. In its statement on the anniversary, the CDU parliamentary group claimed that remembering the consequences of the wall's construction is more necessary than ever, and demanded, "There must be no closing of the books on this chapter." This was by no means meant to imply that the consequences of the regime secured by the wall, as can currently be seen in a gang of Nazi murderers in Thuringia, should be an incentive to promptly denounce any call for state-sponsored security as an attack by the Volksgemeinschaft against minorities. Anyone who speaks out against the so-called final stroke mentality in Germany is automatically expressing their disapproval of the imposed raison d'etat in both German states, according to which German crimes under National Socialism have no statute of limitations and should be a constant reminder. The actual, albeit informal, raison d'etat, which has been rumbling since 1945 and has been trying hard to come to terms and settle accounts, does not always express itself as cautiously as in 2011. It recognizes in the wall a symbol of the suffering of the entire nation and the citizens of the GDR in particular. Never may the reference be missing in it as a sign of the own heavy abuse by the victorious powers, which would have simply divided Germany among themselves, that what one has done to others, one would finally have to experience even harder on one's own body. Cultivating the memory of the building of the wall, the GDR does not want to put the second German dictatorship, which it undoubtedly was, in the wrong. It always sounds as if drawing a line under the past is justified when the 200 people who died at the border of the GDR concentration camp are compared with the 6 million Jews murdered or the almost 2 million Soviet soldiers who starved to death in captivity. It was not only the SED that based its claim to leadership on its anti-fascism. The SPD under the leadership of Kurt Schumacher unceremoniously declared the Social Democrats to be the actual opponents of the Nazis and derived from the victims that the SPD had not made its political claim to leadership in the Western zones. Its analysis that Germany had fallen victim to an alliance of lumpenproletariat and lumpenbourgeoisie was followed by the demand that the bourgeois forces should no longer be given any power to govern. Not unlike the SED, it organized approval beyond its traditional voter base by raising itself to become the spokesperson for those who wanted to prevent the Western victors from introducing Republican conditions in West Germany and thus allowing a process of liberation to follow the defeat. The 28 years Junge Welt celebrates as an idol of Club Cola and FKK, stand for the containment of German exceptionalism, not only as a failed state alternative to the restoration of capitalism, but also as a laboratory for catch-up education in the West. The fact that the worst anti-German fears about a post-reunification Germany have not materialized even after 20 years is due to the integration of the FRG into the West, which even the annexation of the GDR could no longer change. However, one should not rely too much on the sustainability of this situation. Today, at least abroad, the German question is being asked again, not only in connection with the overthrow of Gaddafi, but also in particular with European policy, which above all consists of how and for what purpose Germany uses its power, or does not use it, FAZ, March 12, 11. The editorial board of the Frankfurter Zeitung für Deutschland is now taking the position that the SED and SPD have always held on the side of security and genuine peace. It is the economically strongest country in Europe, but it has neither the ambition nor the means nor the human resources for political domination in Europe. It wants to lead, but it does not want to and cannot rule. Not for a long time. These modest, even humble words, learned in decades of forced confrontation with the past, conceal an aggressive attitude towards integration with the West, which must be overcome if moral leadership is to be exercised. For a long time, the commemoration of the wall served to legitimize the legal processing of the GDR government's criminality, which had been so successfully resisted in the processing of the first dictatorship. The victory over the wall regime, as captured in the images of the Berlin Folk Festival of the Mauerspekt, which have since been included in the UNESCO World Heritage Site as the Fall of the Wall, is intended to give the country a shine. The fact that the largest holes in the thousands of kilometers of borders with the Eastern Bloc were made from Poland and Hungary is quickly lost. August 13, 1961 is only memorable as the date of the late inner German cornerstone of border fortifications in Europe. The border between the FRG and the GDR was closed in 1952, when the GDR established a restricted zone along the border with the FRG and guarded it closely. What remained was the four-power zone in Berlin in the middle of the GDR. As an internal German event, the wall is supposed to give German history a sense of magnitude, because through it there is, besides its dark side, suddenly a bright side that stands for freedom, unity, and peace. FAZ, August 13, 11. In the end, Germany liberated Europe from dictatorship. Not a word about the fact that it was only a war forced by Germany on the West that necessitated the alliance with Stalin, and that the responsibility for the expansion of the Soviet Empire is precisely a German one. It is enough to know, the memory of the wall now ensures that the failure of the social model will remain forever anchored in the memory of the world. FAZ, August 13, 2011. Today, many people regret that the wall was so thoroughly torn down that there is hardly any authentic illustrative material left. People are glad that, in addition to the Wall Museum and Memorial, a small model of the wall from Erich Honecker's office can be seen as a gruesome factor in the New Dresden Military History Museum, where National Socialism is presented as an equal component of a history of violence. In addition, feature films evoke emotion and bewilderment in which the wall and the death strip separate a German couple with cold concrete and silent violence, in order to hide the fact that after a few weeks all that remained of the luck of reunification were annoyed or hostile East and West Germans, who often only agreed in their love of peace and their annoyance at a shared problem with foreigners. The consensus between East and West on how to commemorate the wall goes much further than the occasional vocal disputes might suggest. In the meantime, the annual commemoration follows a concept developed by the former Berlin SPD/PDS Senate, which particularly secures a permanent place for those killed at the wall, the most famous of whom is Peter Fechter. The story of the painful death of the 18-year-old East Berlin bricklayer, who bled to death from his bullet wounds in the border fortifications on August 17, 1962 because none of the responsible GDR border guards came to his aid, is told hundreds of times on August 13. What remains unmentioned in this exemplary narrative is the part played by the West Berlin side in his death. A guilt that was already being shifted onto others at the time and that ultimately led to the first anti-American demonstration in West Berlin. In its 1962 issue, Der Spiegel reported that Fechter had wanted to climb over the barriers 100 meters from Checkpoint Charlie at noon. While a second fugitive was lucky, Fechter collapsed in the barriers in front of the wall, hit 3 times. Within minutes, hundreds of West Berliners flocked to the immediate vicinity of where Fechter lay. They chanted that they would settle accounts with the police officers, the murderers of Ulbricht. And so a sizable police force finally gathered on the western side and pointed their automatic weapons threateningly towards the east, causing the police officers to retreat to their firing positions. Peter Fechter lay between the two sides. For 3/4 of an hour he screamed for help. Nobody helped him. Intimidated by the rapid-fire rifles and threatening chants, the border brigadiers on the eastern side waited for reinforcements. They were afraid. Weeks earlier, a bullet from the west had killed one of their comrades, Border Police Private Hune, just a few meters from the scene of the new incident. Since a U.S. officer present adhered to his orders, which prohibited him from helping GDR refugees escape over the wall, the next day the fronts were reversed. American soldiers, previously respected as friends and protectors, were met with boos and the communist slogan Yankee, go home. At the evening demonstration at the wall, a banner was displayed reading protective power equals accessory to murder, and the West Berlin police had to protect the Ulbricht wall and its guards from the advancing demonstrators. In response, the Americans stationed an ambulance at Checkpoint Charlie. This vehicle of Allied mercy had a clear order. A wounded fugitive who had been rescued was to be taken immediately to the nearest East Berlin hospital. Instead of helping to rescue him, the West Berlin police had protected Fechter against the GDR border guards, although they had already had a year to prepare for such cases. At that time, West and East Germans were incapable of constructive behavior without their victorious powers. Immediately after the sealing off of Berlin, 1 year before Fechter's death, Mayor Brandt wanted to see the barriers on the West Berlin border that had been installed before the actual construction of the wall removed by the Americans. In memory of their own steadfastness during the Berlin blockade, there was an expectation that the Americans would not put up with anything from the Russians. It was believed that Americans and Germans had the same problems, and it was hoped that the exposed situation of West Berlin would make it possible to instrumentalize the military power of the Western Allies for one's own national policy. President Kennedy had already made his position on the closure of Berlin clear in an address on July 25, 1961. Today, the endangered border of freedom runs right through divided Berlin. We want it to remain a border of peace, and the chairman of the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee, William Fulbright, had stated on television on July 30th that if the GDR closed its borders tomorrow to block the refugees, it could do so without violating any treaty. He did not understand why it did not close its borders. After the German states had been integrated into their respective military alliances, the USA and the Soviet Union wanted peace on the vulnerable border, and Germany was no longer to be able to determine the security policy agenda. Thus, also as a result of the Cuban Missile Crisis of October 1962, a policy of predictability followed. The first steps were taken towards a comprehensive arms control policy, which led to the conclusion of the Non-Proliferation Treaty for Nuclear Weapons in 1968 and subsequently to Strategic Arms Limitation Talks, SALT, between the USA and the Soviet Union. Chancellor Adenauer refrained from demanding that the Western Allies take forceful action. His policy of Western integration was not threatened by the wall. Rather, he feared an agreement between the USA and the Soviet Union on German issues in which the USA could make concessions. Adenauer's policy of strength and intransigence towards the GDR and the Soviet Union was designed to prevent such developments. This policy, with its internal and external anti-communist tension, was intended to stabilize the West, because a policy of détente threatened to cement the status quo. However, the wall had put a clear limit on the destabilization of the GDR, just as the nationalist policy of the Soviet Union and its attempts to incorporate Berlin into the GDR were now a thing of the past. The wall made it clear to the West Germans that the hope that national rehabilitation could be achieved by being indispensable as a frontline state at the border between the systems had proved to be a false hope. It became much more clear that the FRG would have to take on a constructive political role in the long term. Instead of pushing through the German question, they found themselves to be one among many members in the Western Alliance, and Brandt later wrote that the building of the wall and the restrained reactions of the West, especially the USA, had removed the illusions of those who clung to something that in reality no longer existed. The GDR had intended this, as was officially summarized in 1964. It had rendered a great service to peace in Europe by unmistakably pointing out its borders to the ruling circles in West Germany. The state of the balance of power in Germany was made clear to them. The previously unregulated conditions on the border between the GDR and West Berlin not only resulted in extensive machinations to harm the GDR, but also nourished certain illusions within the ruling circles of West Germany regarding the elimination of the social conditions in the GDR. The efforts of the Soviet Union and the United States to prevent the other from gaining dominant influence over the whole of Germany, and the fact that it was not just about a German border, already prompted the frontline state of the FRG under Adenauer to find a more constructive role than before. The German unity, which was not desired by all four former allies at the time despite assertions to the contrary, would have occurred anyway without the construction of the wall due to the collapse of the GDR. The GDR leadership called on Moscow to agree to the blockade against the successful West, because the seemingly unlimited absorption capacity of the West German labor market, the opportunities for advancement and the high income with relatively short working hours and unparalleled social benefits, formed an all too stark contrast to the conditions in the eastern state. The loss of labor to the West had been going on for a long time and unabated. There had already been more than 4 million departures, and it was precisely the productive age groups that were moving to the West, which not only integrated these workers but also concluded agreements with various countries from 1955 onwards on the influx of further workers. The biggest problem for the GDR was the glaring shortage of skilled workers and specialists such as doctors. Every step towards what was thought to be socialism caused the waves of resettlement to swell further, such as the forced collectivization of the countryside among farmers in 1960. The FRG, on the other hand, did not even have to worry about an adequate education system due to the constant influx of skilled workers, which was only corrected institutionally from 1965 onwards. Although the approximately 500,000 Soviet soldiers were able to prevent the population from rising up again as they had in 1953, the emigration could not be stopped. This did not match the expectations that weighed on the GDR, as the first deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers in Moscow, Anastas Mikoyan, conveyed to the SED leadership in June 1961. The GDR is the western outpost of the socialist camp. That is why many, very many, look to the GDR. In the GDR, our worldview, our Marxist-Leninist theory, will have to prove itself. We cannot and must not afford to go bankrupt compared to West Germany. If socialism does not triumph in the GDR, if communism does not prove to be superior and viable, then we have not triumphed. The question is fundamental for us. End of quote. The Soviets therefore intended to expand the GDR's options for action and to enhance its status through a unilateral peace treaty, which, however, would have restricted the Allies' rights of occupation, in particular their unimpeded access to West Berlin, which the USA would have seen as a challenge and perhaps a reason for war. The Soviet Union avoided an escalation on this issue, and instead of a peace treaty, the GDR got the Berlin Wall and the status of a reasonably stable state. The construction of the wall was preceded by the failure of the Soviet Union's attempts to mobilize and dominate mass sentiment in favor of unification and against the attractiveness of Western capitalism and world market integration, in alliance with the so-called revisionist forces. Adenauer's course and the economic success in the West left no doubt about this failure. What the SED initiated in 1947 as the People's Congress Movement for German Unity and a just peace with a Congress on December 6th and 7th, attended by 2,200 people, 600 of whom were from the Western sectors, albeit mainly KPD supporters, met with a great deal of approval beyond the KPD. It united left and right in a movement whose motto was reunification instead of integration with the West. Supporters of a neutral Germany were joined in the same front by campaigners for liberation from the superpowers and pacifists. Added to this were those who enthused about a third European power and, of course, the many three Giedelt, niemals, three split, never, campaigners. The widespread desire to defend Volksgemeinschaft values against individualistic flattening, was also addressed. Kurt Schumacher, of course, did not want to hand these issues over to the GDR without a fight and made it clear that it was neither possible to graft Western-style democracy onto the Germans, nor to think of resurrecting the bankrupt Prussian state with the hammer and sickle. This pacifist position, which was combined with a sense of moral superiority, was initially held by the majority in the SPD. Military protection was seen as the task of the Allies, while the strengths of the Germans were seen in political, social, and ideological issues. Should economic success also come about, Germany was seen as a shining example that would magnetically attract the peoples of the East. Success finally came with the role of beneficiary in the Korean War, 1950 to 1953, for which the German economy was the only one of the Western industrialized nations to be able to mobilize significant capacity reserves. By 1952, the breakthrough crisis of the social market economy was considered overcome, and by the end of 1954, West German industrial production was almost twice as high as in 1936. This brought the late redemption of the promises that Hitler had not fulfilled, but it had different consequences than Schumacher and many in his party had expected. As during the Berlin blockade, many supporters of a third way switched to the course of Western integration. People fled into the arms of the Western powers because in Korea the troops of the North, equipped by the Soviet Union, had attacked the South in order to force the reunification of the country, which had also been divided in 1945 under Soviet and American influence. The Soviet Union was increasingly seen as a threat, and many people ranted in a delusional and boastful manner that the Western world was being defended against Asia on the border of the Federal Republic of Germany. Schumacher picked up on these sentiments and called for the massive deployment of Western Allied troops in Germany to counter a Soviet attack offensively in the sense of a forward defense, rather than a defensive rearmament. A decision to go to war was to be sought at Memel, i.e. almost at the northernmost point of East Prussia, and Weichsel, i.e. beyond Pomerania and Silesia, again on Polish territory in 1937, which corresponded to the SPD's demand for the 1937 borders. His party raised the demand for an insoluble coupling of the Anglo-Saxon military and political destiny with ours. In this way, the Allies' goal of achieving security from Germany was reversed. It was only when it was announced that German contingents under the supreme command of the Allies would have to defend Western Europe at the Elbe that the SPD returned to the course of national pacifism at the end of 1951. The signing of the General Treaty with the three Western powers in 1952, which came into force in 1955, and which was to mean extensive sovereignty for the FRG, was acknowledged by Schumacher with a quote directed at Adenauer: "Those who agree to this General Treaty will cease to be Germans." Together with many others across party lines, he called for supporting the Soviet notes with proposals for a peace treaty that would have excluded Western integration. In doing so, Schumacher was in line with the SED Politburo, which opposed the Soviet notes to the General Treaty. The East-West confrontation thus led to the strengthening of national pacifism, which had dedicated itself to the agitation against a war on German soil. According to Schumacher, an anti-Russian Western bloc would contradict a policy of reconciliation, and a policy of force would result in the violent resolution of conflicts between the victorious powers, which would end with the erasure of Germany from the map. While Schumacher pursued an offensive strategy towards the Western powers, Adenauer acted defensively. The anti-Prussian took to taking the security needs of the victors seriously in order to gain sovereignty for the Western state. Time and again, Adenauer won the approval of nationalist extremists for his steps towards integration with the West, although they did not necessarily agree with his overall approach, while Schumacher presented himself as the real leader in national matters. Because Adenauer agreed to German participation in the International Ruhr Authority, formed by the Western Allies in March 1949 and the predecessor of the European Coal and Steel Community, and thus indirectly recognized control over the German steel industry and coal mining, Schumacher made him the Chancellor of the Allies and attacked him as a fulfillment politician, a term that is inextricably linked with the murder of Matthias Erzberger in 1921. Adenauer did not lose as many illusions as the SPD due to the building of the wall. In 1955, he had declared to the then SPD leader Erich Ollenhauer, "Oder-Neisse, the Eastern Territories, they are gone. They no longer exist." Towards the end of his life, he even abandoned his Ostpolitik of strength when he expressed the conviction in his farewell speech to the CDU in 1966. Soviet Russia has joined the ranks of the nations that want peace. In West Germany, the fight against the Allies was given priority over the fight against the resurgence of Nazism and the struggle to free minds and hearts. On January 15, 1953, the British arrested 6 former members of the Nazi Party, some of them high-ranking, who were hatching plans to regain power in West Germany with the help of the FDP. The Nazis were striving for a reunified Germany that could exploit the situation in the field of tension between East and West to obtain concessions from both sides, and they hoped to gather neutralists and supporters of the Third Way. A British study saw the concept of European unity and Western defense in danger. The FDP condemned the British action and simply denied the provable facts. Adenauer welcomed the British approach, but was glad that it was the occupiers, not he, who were tackling the delicate issue. German authorities were unwilling to sanction such an action, and so the German contribution, in addition to criticizing the British for acting on their own, was that the Federal Court of Justice in August released the main defendant, former Nazi State Secretary Werner Naumann. Politicians and the public also vehemently and generally spoke out in favor of the war criminals sentenced by the Allies. Gaining sovereignty was interpreted as political self-determination regarding the past. And so, as far as the Allies did not intervene, the integration of all Nazi defendants and convicts became a goal. The rehabilitation of the prisoners went hand in hand with the rehabilitation of the past. The contribution to national defense was linked to the demand for the release of convicted comrades and the restoration of the honor of German soldiers. The atonement was only tolerated due to Allied pressure, and the prosecution of Nazi crimes was delegitimized as victor's justice. The saying, "liberation from liberation," was doing the rounds. Shortly after the founding of the FRG, the country first allowed itself amnesty laws, about which the center politician Bernhard Rießmann stated in the Bundestag that the basic idea of the necessity of forgetting the past is recognized by all parties in the House. End quote. The opposition, the government, and the federal president spoke up for the Volksgenossen, compatriots, in Allied custody. The fewer Nazi criminals there were in prison, the more irrepressible became the desire to take matters into their own hands. The improvement in political status through increasing integration with the West was therefore offset by an international loss of moral credibility. The Americans, who had taken the lead in condemning parts of the Nazi political, military, bureaucratic, and economic elite with the Nuremberg and Dachau trials, were especially criticized. In a letter to John Foster Dulles, Bishop Theophil Worm of Stuttgart called on the Americans to expel the Hitler spirit from themselves as well. The Germans discovered their revulsion for the death penalty in the convicted but not yet executed war criminals. The death penalty was abolished in the Basic Law in 1949 at the suggestion of a representative of the German Party, which was represented in 3 of Adenauer's cabinets. On January 7, 1951, a demonstration took place at the site of the U.S. Army's War Criminals Prison No. 1 in Landsberg, which was met with great public approval. There were more than 3,000 people at the demonstration, including, of course, Social Democrats, calling for the pardon of death row inmates. The rally was also attended by around 300 counter-demonstrators who came from the camp for displaced persons that had also been set up by the U.S. Army in Landsberg and was rejected by the locals. They commemorated the 90,000 Jewish victims who were murdered on the orders of Otto Ohlendorf, who was imprisoned in Landsberg. This provoked the enemies of the death penalty to such an extent that they became violent and covered their opponents with cries of "Jews out!" from hundreds of throats. The police arrested some of the DPs, and the mayor of the city declared in his speech that the time of silence was over and that the protesting Jews should return from whence they came. The tough fight for the release of the war convicts relied on the major parties, who wanted to lead the movement as well as right-wing agitators. Abroad, the danger of Germany relapsing into Nazism was perceived as a long-term problem. Adenauer urged the Allies to make greater concessions in the matter of Nazi criminals in order to promote his re-election and supported the liberation movement, which was not only a particular concern of the FDP and his governments, but also of the German Party, from whose ranks the NPD was later co-founded. The chairman of the party, Christoph Seebohm, who opposed the Basic Law because it was imposed, and was Minister of Transport, also served as a board member of the Sudetengerman Landsmannschaft and appeared with a blustering revisionism that led to official complaints from the High Commissioner to Adenauer. The bloc of expellees and disenfranchised party, which regarded the victims of denazification as disenfranchised, was later known as the Gesamtdeutscher Block, Pan-German Bloc, and was represented in the government, had an SS Sturmbannführer as chairman, Waldemar Kraft, until he was replaced by the Minister for Expellees, Hitler putschist and conqueror of the East Theodor Oberlander, eventually CDU. On April 29, 1960, a GDR court held a show trial in absentia and sentenced him to life imprisonment without clear evidence of his involvement in the shooting of several thousand Jews and Poles in Lviv. Adenauer initially wanted to keep Oberlander as a minister. It was only later that the FRG realized that the question of national sovereignty was directly affected by whether the Nazi past was only processed by others or also in the country itself. But before that happened, many embarrassing interventions from the GDR, the Eichmann case in Jerusalem, the films Shoah and Holocaust, etc. were needed. Not only the Allies but also the smaller neighbors had their problems in dealing with this Germany. In the Netherlands, the question was discussed after the war of whether protection from Germany or, despite all reservations about West Germany, from the Soviet Union should be given priority. The greatest danger there was a reunified Germany in alliance with the Soviet Union. An answer was found for both questions. The best solution was to integrate the FRG into Western cooperation. The Hague advocated equal integration and the arming of the FRG in the Atlantic, not in the European alliance, which resulted in the support of Adenauer, the most valuable German from the Dutch point of view. This line was maintained even though the Germans were not popular with the Dutch. Resistance to the German arming came from communists, peace groups, third-way supporters and churches. From the point of view of Dutch politics, it was crucial that German ambitions for an independent foreign policy be ruled out, especially since the non-independent one for the small neighbor already held many unreasonable demands. In August 1950, the Federal Chancellery unsuccessfully interceded in Amsterdam on behalf of Willy Lages, the previously convicted SD chief and head of the Central Office for Jewish Emigration who was responsible for forced resettlements as well as deportations to the extermination camps. Bonn untruthfully claimed that Lages, despite the personal danger to which he was exposed, did everything in his power and willingly to prevent excesses and to help the politically persecuted. The issue remained on the agenda, and when the Dutch Minister of Justice declared in 1955 that there would be no early release of German war criminals, German protests erupted and German companies threatened their trading partners with boycotts. The Dutch had become even more reserved on this issue since 7 Nazi criminals sentenced to life imprisonment broke out of Breda prison in December 1952 and were taken to West Germany in waiting cars. 6 of them had had their Dutch citizenship withdrawn for collaboration. Once they arrived in Germany, they were arrested, fined 10 marks for crossing the border illegally, and released the following day. The subsequent diplomatic tug-of-war returned one of the 7 to Dutch prison, while the other 6 were reliably taken care of by the West German higher regional courts. Since German citizenship could at least not be ruled out, extradition was out of the question. The last Nazi perpetrators in prison in the Netherlands were not released until January 1989, not least because of this affair. If today the vanished wall is presented as a symbol of the victory of peace and freedom, this cannot hide the fact that the wall has not disappeared along with the issues associated with it. Peace and nuclear weapons are issues that can still mobilize the masses in Germany, which is also connected to traditions from the early days of the Federal Republic, such as neutrality efforts and the conviction of having become a victim of the East-West confrontation. Pacifist and nationalist attitudes are inseparable in this context. Alfred Mechtersheimer, who joined the Green Party from the far right without ever disavowing his past, openly admitted this in 1978. For me, it was always clear ever since I started dealing with disarmament. It's actually not about a missile discussion at all, but about the German question. That is the core of the debate. There is no point in beating about the bush." End quote. In the 1960s, Willy Brandt's advisor Egon Bahr redefined the American-influenced policy of détente as a German strategy for peace. Increasing tension strengthens Ulbricht and deepens the split. Some may worry that this could reduce dissatisfaction in the GDR, but that is precisely what is desired, because otherwise it could lead to uncontrollable developments such as the uprising on June 17, 1953, or the flood of emigrants in 1960–61, which would inevitably lead to inevitable setbacks. The question is whether there are not ways to gradually allay these entirely justified concerns about self-preservation to such an extent that relaxing the borders and the wall also becomes feasible. End of quote. Bahr had developed 2 concepts for his normalization policy, one that required anchoring in the West and was implemented, and a second that was designed for the longer term and was to follow on from the first. The concept elaborated German interests as overcoming the division of Germany required a completely new security system to replace NATO and the Warsaw Pact. The headquarters of this system was to be located in Berlin and would consist of a central zone of nuclear-free states, the two German states, the Benelux countries, Poland and Czechoslovakia. There would be no foreign troops in these countries and collective security would be guaranteed by the nuclear superpowers. Brandt and Bahr's engagement for a troop reduction in Europe was obviously committed to this long-term strategy. Adenauer's policy was geared towards synchronizing Western action. If the FRG wanted to expand its contacts with Eastern Europe, then the whole of Western Europe had to strengthen its contacts with the East. Brandt and Bahr, on the other hand, pursued a Bismarckian multilateralism that combined the FRG's ability to pursue independent policies with rapprochement with the Soviet Union. Federal Chancellor Schmidt ultimately drew the conclusion and made stability the cornerstone of his policy. The founding of the Polish Solidarność in August 1980 threatened the German Ostpolitik of stability, which, after the imposition of martial law in Poland in 1982, led to an ever-flaring dispute with the USA over sanctions against Moscow and Warsaw. The USA imposed sanctions because Reagan held the Soviet Union responsible for the declaration of martial law in Poland, while Schmidt recognized it as an internal matter for Poland. The strategists of world peace viewed everything from a German perspective. The Poles had to rein in their claim to freedom so that the Germans could continue to maintain their claim to unity, concluded Timothy Garton Ash. Chancellor Kohl also continued the SPD's Ostpolitik, emphasizing the joint responsibility for the policy of cooperation with Honecker and providing stabilizing loans. The official GDR line, from a government that played a hardline role in the Eastern Alliance, was increasingly reflected in the emphasis on the joint responsibility of the two German states for peace. Stability was also ensured by the insignificance of the opposition in the GDR, which did not adopt any civic virtues and did not produce any forces capable of reform, in contrast to the opposition in other Eastern European countries. The absence of self-respect and the demoralization of the East Germans after 1989 corresponded to this. Stability is the key word of German post-war history, and the wall also stood for stability. The freedom that people claim for themselves in connection with the fall of the wall is something that Germany has always allowed to be imposed on her. It is the merit of others in 1945 and thereafter. You can thank the GDR or Soviet leaders least of all for 28 years of the wall. It is more than a stroke of luck that the Germans had to accept it even after the will of the Western Allies and were forced during this time not only to behave, but also to change their community structure in the West to such an extent that even after reunification they posed no danger, at least for the time being, to the freedom of their neighbors and the minorities living in the country. We have to thank that American president who, contrary to legend, did not want to be a Berliner and politicians of the caliber of a Margaret Thatcher, whose near veto of the 1990 reunification represented a strong warning for the period after the demolition. 70 years since the end of the Second World War, 70 years of Germany's unconditional surrender. The months leading up to May 8th brought the expected marathon of commemorations. The ceremonies, speeches, special editions of Spiegel, and the many supplements to the art sections of the newspapers, 15 pages in the TAS, 10 pages in the SC, for example, lined up in a continuous media loop that ran from acts of commemoration to the liberation of the concentration camps, to the anniversaries of the taking of Vienna and Berlin by the Red Army, to the official ceremony in the Bundestag. And all the speakers and writers only varied one single topos, that of the liberation of Germany by the Allies, and precisely in the sense of what Ike Geisel pointedly remarked 20 years ago, namely that Auschwitz did turn out well after all. The official version of the state, which 20 years ago was criticized by Helmut Kohl after the 50th anniversary of the end of the war with the words, "Nobody has the right to determine what people have to think in their memory," was presented by the model historian Heinrich August Winkler to the Bundestag on May 8th. Another realization emerged: the victory over Germany, achieved at great cost by Allied soldiers, not least those of the Red Army, had in a sense liberated the Germans from themselves, in the sense of giving them the chance to break away from political delusions and traditions that separated Germany from the Western democracies. End quote. Germany's establishment finally recognized the political surplus value of the confession of guilt long ago and knows who they have to thank for this gift: former federal president Richard von Weizsäcker. It was he who, 30 years ago, first officially presented the formula of mental liberation that is still valid today when he called on the Bundestag to recognize the end of an aberration in German history that held the seed of hope for a better future. What he was getting at became more and more obvious over the following decades. While the resistance of Kohls, Walsers, Skonhubers, and Wehrmacht grandpas of all ages grew weaker and weaker, the more openly the atrocities are admitted, in particular, the most terrible of all crimes against humanity by National Socialism, the murder of about 6 million European Jews, Winkler, the more radiant the purification, the political catharsis. The country reaps a quasi-religious bonus, which traditionally comes to the repentant sinner, to the one who has turned back. This gesture alone is a repulsive misperception. It is as if there is something to be learned, that one has to renounce total wars of extermination, that it is not permissible to want to exterminate world Jewry, as if one deserves praise just for doing what should actually be self-evident, not turning the world into a slaughterhouse. The official version of the rebirth of a sinful Germany as a responsible Germany is precisely encapsulated by the thematic triad of the exhibition 1945, Defeat, Liberation, New Beginning at the German Historical Museum. And in his opening speech on April 22, Federal Foreign Minister Frank-Walter Steinmeier presented the essence of this reparation Geisel of the Germans. "We bow to you all," he said to the witnesses of the time present. "We thank you for coming to Berlin today, to the capital of the country in whose nationalist excesses and racial madness all this immense suffering had its origins. Germany, the former instigator of disorder," said the foreign minister, "must today be a special instigator of order and more committed than others to political solutions in conflicts and the preservation of peacekeeping structures." Summarized Deutsche Welle his thoughts, which pseudo-anti-fascistically justifies exactly what is actually the opposite of any conceivable lesson from National Socialism: the worried-doing nagging at Israel and the appeasement with every conceivable authoritarian regime on the globe. But the immediate political utilization of the official liberation narrative usually does not go beyond that. Fears that the "just us as Germans" ticket would serve as legitimization of an aggressive and militant course of the new Antifa Germany, as seemed obvious in the days of Scharping, Fischer, and the war in Yugoslavia, have not been realized. What these political rhetorical exercises on the subject of liberation express is much less a sophisticated camouflage exercise by the political and journalistic class, guided by material interests, but rather indicates a changed state of social consciousness. In the last few crisis-ridden decades, the individual's increasingly positive and panicked reference to the protective collectives, the re-archaization of consciousness under the sign of home and family. Purified Germany, cleansed of the stains of the past, does not save both of these by keeping quiet about them, but by reveling in them, narrativizing and personalizing them. The social substance of this mental liberation is therefore most likely to be found in popular culture, first and foremost in the new homeland and generational films. This probably goes back to Edgar Wright's TV family saga Heimat from 1981-82, which realistically shows German history as the story of ordinary people who cannot escape their clod emotionally, while at the same time glorifying it in a kitschy way. The Trick, the life story of an immobile woman from the Hunsrück region, in her very immobility, guarantees a continuity that glosses over the rupture of National Socialism, not by denying its existence, but by relegating it to an episode in the generational flow that always remains in the same bed. The fact that an elaborately remastered version of the film was released in spring 2015, of all times, to great fanfare in cinemas and on DVD stores as a two-day film to fill a weekend slot says more about the social surplus value of liberation than the speeches of Winkler or Steinmeier would have done. And the homeland hype is by no means an isolated phenomenon, but only part of a wave that has been rolling across German screens for decades. To name just a few particularly striking examples, in which, despite inhumane circumstances, the good, above all, and this is important, young Germans show their human, identification-inviting face. The notorious Joseph Vilsmayer with Stalingrad, 1993, Leo and Claire, 2001, Comedian Harmonists, 1997, and Die Gustloff, 2008, Xaver Schwarzenberger's Anna's Heimkehr, 2003, or the film Nicht alle waren Mörder, Not All Were Murderers, directed by Joe Bayer, 2006, and based on a story by Michael Deegan, which already has a truly programmatic title. The most potent example of this was the Führerbunkerschlacht Downfall by Oliver Hirschbiegel in 2004. The brazen juxtaposition of youthful German innocence and the corrupt, old Nazi elite was given an almost iconic face that has been imprinted, the chubby Fräulein prodigy Alexander Maria Lara as Hitler's secretary Traudl Junge. Just the name alone. The diminutive J plus Junge already triggers the appropriate associations. As she stares at the evil in a lost, sweet, and bewildered way and later stumbles through a shot-up Berlin, distraught, wearing a steel helmet that is too big and exuding naive incomprehension, she fantasizes herself and the audience into her own grandmother. The reparation of the Germans works imaginatively as a reparation of the ancestors. The film production flanks a belletristic fashion. Countless bestsellers, which have now also made it into the canon of school literature, address the topic of youth in National Socialism in the same way, where one learns that friendship, summers, and bathing lakes also existed in the Third Reich. One might also think of sentimental tomes like Thomas Medicus in the Eyes of My Grandfather, 2004, which explores the latter's perspective on the war and thus takes re-identification to the extreme. In short, it would be no mistake to speak of a veritable Sophie-scalization, Heinz, of media production. This seemingly manic interest is by no means an indication of fundamental improvement, which is subsumed under the slogan confrontation with the past, but rather, if you will, of a gentle failure of re-education, which, paradoxically, sees itself as a success. If one regards the fierce generational conflict that characterized Germany like no other country in the Western Hemisphere in the 1960s, at least as a condition for the possibility of such re-education, then the end of this conflict, the insatiable biographical interest and the intergenerational bridging of the liberated, can be read as a reinvention of the Volksgemeinschaft. An imaginary restoration that is reflected much more than can be heard in political speeches, in the production of myths in popular culture, which restores generational unity and thus the reappropriation of the past through the reenactment of the past. By rediscovering the good grandpa, the grandson also rediscovers himself bound to the mythically and generationally reconstructed collective. The real scandal is that Germany has finally become a pop phenomenon in the last decade, a world champion in celebrating itself. This is an expression of a hardened consciousness of a second order. It no longer has to fend off the past in panic and displeasure, but can, unimpressed, revel in it because it has taken the sting out of it through familiarization. Not least, it is the staging of national football and the new self-confidence of German-language pop music that reach at least as deeply as the biopic film and book glut. In this context, Frank Punkt Schneider recently pointed out the change in German pop music, which no longer wants to be and is no longer allowed to be perhaps even the vehicle of an inner emigration to the West, but rather the healing wound that the English once inflicted on the body of memory would like to undo. The, of course, unbearably bad album Muttersprache, Mother Tongue, by German diva Sarah Connor, which the German pop industry is currently promoting like nothing else, sums up the package deal of linguistic insistence and family reconstruction. In this title, de-Anglicization is clearly linked to the final return to national family history. This also explains why the number of those who want to draw a line under the past is simply not decreasing, not due to a lack of education, but because of the type of education. In an article in Die Taz, May 8, 2015, historian Norbert Free presented the relevant figures. As early as spring 1994, in the first major post-unification opinion poll, more than half of those surveyed, 53%, had come out in favor of drawing a line under the past. 20 years later, Forza measures 42% in favor of closing the books on the past, while the Bertelsmann Foundation comes up with 58%, and says that 81% of all Germans want to somehow leave the history of the Holocaust behind. You don't have to take such survey results more seriously than the words in which they are reported. Often enough, it remains unclear what exactly was measured. Nevertheless, the impression is gaining ground that it is now often adolescents and young adults in particular who feel harassed by the history of the Nazi era. They try to evade it, annoyed rather than in a sharp tone. The idea that there could be collective affiliations, and thus transgenerational historical responsibility beyond personal guilt, seems to be increasingly falling out of view, even being considered anachronistic. End of quote. A fatal misinterpretation of the figures. The problem is not the young people's self-absolution, because in fact they had no part in the crimes. Rather, it is precisely the transgenerational connection that Free laments as missing that gives rise to the friendly annoyance. All of these young interviewees have learned from their narrative biographical engagement with National Socialism that it was a morally dark time, but also that it was possible to remain decent even if one made understandable mistakes. It is no longer the denial of the undeniable as it was 40 years ago, when real perpetrators and their correspondingly parentified descendants determined the public climate, but rather the back projection of one's own innocence into the family history of the collective that makes one stubborn. The final stroke, which is now being drawn, resembles that with which one usually ends family quarrels, the let bygones be bygones, with which long-standing feuds are declared irrelevant for the future, without the matter itself having been resolved. It is the stylization of generational unity in the production of modern myths that makes National Socialism an unpleasant family episode that is known and acknowledged, but whose continued impact is gladly renounced, instead of saying, "I don't want to be what my age is." As the Schurzbens still snarled to crashing blues rock in 1970, the popular motto now is, "My great-grandfather was no different from me." But why this dominance of the family in a society in which the multi-generational family as an authority on socialization has long since disintegrated? It seems to be a paradox that can only be explained by the fact that the former antithesis to the traditional social structure is at least as damaged as the latter. The public sphere of free exchange, its open spaces of individuation, which in turn made it possible to associate with each other, in which the relationships between individuals could be freely chosen and changed. But they can only do this where the individual can make a sufficient living without a surplus of loyalty, without internalizing the group code. This looks different in post-industrial society, from which immediate production has migrated to the former periphery. Here it is decided early on who migrates to the dumping sector and who is allowed to immigrate into the administrative apparatus of global production. And the course is not only set early with the consequence that the phase of life known as youth is radically changing, indeed, threatening to disappear altogether, but is also essentially determined by the loyalty learned early on towards the older people who sit in these apparatuses and monitor the selection process. Unlike decades ago, a longer phase of insubordination, of veering off the beaten track, is associated with a high risk of ending up in the precarious rather than in the penthouse. A society that disintegrates into bonds and gangs, into demarcated territories and closed subsocieties, puts the individual in a situation in which he must renounce isolation, and thus conditions the undead return of the bound, the family. In this way, the family provides the model for the modern company, in which emotional ties replace decent pay for the young, and in which the so-called team spirit almost drives out any inclination to see work as an actually alienated service according to regulations. And in a very practical way, it is the family that reaches out to those who can even imagine getting to where their parents were, while at the same time kicking them in the butt. This refamiliarization of experience and life world, in other words, the inner compulsion to love the unlovable, naturally also takes effect where biological families fail socially, because the posses, rackets, and gangs are directly modeled on the family as a motor for advancement, as a path to wealth or at least fame, and in doing so are even more authoritarian than the model. In short, the reconciliation through identification with the perpetrators of the previous generation arises from the necessity of no longer being able to move in the open spaces of exchange, but having to position oneself in the closed societies that have emerged from the concrete stratification of what was once called society. That is, no longer being allowed to fall out of the community for better or for worse. This refamiliarization of social perception also provides a glimpse into the deeper dimension of the Weizsäcker hype. Like no other, the liberation speaker, who died at the end of January, is suited as a good father, or rather grandfather or great-grandfather of a cleansed Germany. Just as the grandfather in the rear projection replaces the real one, Weizsäcker mythologically occupies the place that remained painfully vacant for 40 years after the Allied victory, because Mitscherlich's fatherless society was not least leaderless Germany. The liberation that Weizsäcker promised in 1985 was not one of the continuity of German history, but of precisely this vacancy. Hitler, who had been exposed as a usurper and the wrong addressee of the authoritarian urge by virtue of his defeat and downfall, was replaced by someone like Weizsäcker, who built a morally flawless bridge over the 12 years of National Socialism. His biography alone makes him ideally suited to fulfill this function. He is, so to speak, the late reincarnation of July 20th, who, unlike the conspirators, combines aristocratic continuity with real power. Enmeshed and chastened, dubious and yet decent, he makes the ideal horde leader, given his overall biography. After all, he was a Wehrmacht officer on the Eastern Front and personally defended his father, one of the highest-ranking Nazi diplomats, in the Nuremberg war crimes trials. In the truest sense of the word, he embodied what the Republic attributed to him. Rarely has published opinion coincided so closely with public opinion as in the press eulogies on the deceased former federal president and former governing mayor of Berlin. He was the Great Reconciler, ZDF Spezial, January 31, 2015. Identical. Faz, SZ, January 2, 2015. Spiegel, November 2, 2015. The Spiritual and Moral Authority, FR, January 2, 2015. The German Conscience, Bild, January 2, 2015. And most aptly, The Federal King, SZ, November 2, 2015. It was precisely because the aristocrat Weizsäcker, as an authority committed only to the greater good and above the squabbling, repeatedly placed himself above the power obsession of the parties. Bild recalled this with relish on January 31, 2015, that he established family peace, allowed the Germans to be with themselves again and with a clear conscience. The cult surrounding his person most clearly reveals that the liberation only meant the continuation of German misery, with a king instead of a Führer, and shows that May 8th has finally become a family celebration in the German family saga of neurotics. Freud wrote in this study that, around this time, the child's imagination is now occupied with the task of getting rid of the parents who are held in low esteem and replacing them with parents who are generally of higher social standing. In doing so, the fortuitous coincidence with real experiences, the acquaintance of the lord of the castle or landowner in the countryside, of the princely in the city, is exploited. End of quote. This is precisely the moment that was described on May 8, 1985, which was commemorated for the 30th time this spring. Good old Richard finally exorcised the evil Adolf, and not in spite of that, but because of it, the vast majority of Germans continue to think about party bickering, the people's body, Americans and Jews as they always have. In 2007, in order to prevent cuts in the cultural budget, Freiburg's cultural institutions launched an initiative and named it very meaningfully Culture Makes Rich. The Freiburg City Theater in particular is trying to attract attention to itself through intrusive, publicly effective actions and events on political and social issues, which it apparently no longer receives through its performances. The theater building is hung with changing slogans that can be seen from afar and are best read from the Platz der Alten Synagoge. The motto Kultur.Macht.Europa of the Fourth Federal Congress on Cultural Policy in the summer of 2007 was used as a model for the resounding banner Culture Makes Europe. Such slogans are not explained, and distancing from threatening associations is not considered necessary. It seems as if people can't get enough of them. Europe will be cultural or it will not be. The copywriters of this existentialist thunder on the facade of the Freiburg Theater will have thought of the contribution of the provincial stage to the diversity of European culture and perhaps of Hamlet. The Freiburg theater makers may have suspected that the original goes back not only to the sound but also to the apodictic formulation of the sentence of a well-informed and appointed executor of the triad of culture, power, and empire. Germany will either be a world power or not be at all. But it certainly did not scare them. The Baden cultural workers are not an isolated case, and it is not only Germany that is culturally rearming. Somehow, neither in Germany nor in Europe does what supposedly belongs together want to grow together. The European unification process is barely making headway beyond the common market for goods and labor and is constantly suffering setbacks. The desired Europe-wide legal and political standardization recently failed with the rejection of the Lisbon Treaty by a vote in the small member state of Ireland. And European foreign policy has only recently been embarrassed by irreconcilable statements by leading European politicians on the war between Russia and Georgia. Proponents of political unity like to reinterpret the obvious reluctance to achieve unity as a lack of awareness, which they claim can only be remedied by an increased supply of highly dosed portions of identity. For some time now, cultural workers, researchers, and politicians have identified the essence of European identity and are now desperately trying to bring Europeans closer to their common culture. But such a meaning is not easy to come by, since the longed-for identity, from which firm support and clear orientation are expected, cannot take on a clear form in such a diffuse word as culture, because now almost everything is somehow referred to as culture. The inflationary use of the word in constantly new, sometimes ludicrous combinations speaks volumes. Eckhard Henscheid patiently collected such compounds and as early as 2001 reported 756 new cultures in German usage, and the trend is rapidly increasing. However, the arbitrariness of the word culture, which can no longer be grasped in terms of content, is apparently seen as an opportunity to dismantle original European defensive walls. Prominent and influential cultural politicians have long since discovered this and tossed the buzzwords back and forth from Congress to Congress, long before the Freiburg Theater responded to the European question of being with a reference to Adolf Hitler. In 1982, Jack Lang, a socialist and then Minister of Culture in France, gave a much-acclaimed speech at the second UNESCO conference in Mexico City, which was documented in German shortly thereafter by the SPD magazine Neue Gesellschaft. Lang had put forward the simple thesis culture and economy, the same fight, and called for cultural resistance against a multinational, financial system of domination, against which we must unite. With the question, is it our destiny to become vassals of the immense empire of profit? He suggested to his audience that they were victims, and then pointed out the way out. In short, I believe that it is reserved for each of our countries to join forces with the others to counter the international of financial groups with the international of cultural peoples. For a long time, the inhabitants of the world believed that they were in danger of falling victim to an invasion. A certain flood of images produced abroad and standardized pieces of music through an intervention in consciousness. That was at the time when the Dallas series also got the highest ratings on French television and American pop music was still the norm on French radio. Lang's paranoid statements did not contain any open attacks on those allegedly responsible. But he also didn't want to spread old-fashioned cultural pessimism and recommend theater instead of television, symphony concerts instead of pop. Before he warned vaguely against interventions in consciousness, he had condemned interventions in the right to life of peoples. He had initially sent out messages of solidarity, for example, to Ernesto Cardenal, a prominent liberation theologian and, in the 1980s, Minister of Culture in the Sandinista government of Nicaragua, a country that was subjected to a dirty little war by the US-backed Contras at the time, but also to the Palestinians, who were allegedly particularly threatened by Israel, as he emphasized. The Socialist Minister of Culture's definition of the enemy was therefore unambiguous in context. In an introductory passage of his speech, which endeavored to achieve philosophical depth, Lang explained the intellectual foundations of his cultural resistance as follows. Perhaps one should even beware of a certain mondialist discourse on culture. This is a question that I ask myself and you. I was still talking about it yesterday with one of the philosophers who are accompanying us, Professor Jacques Derrida. Culture is universal, yes, but we are careful not to put everything on the same level. The world is so rich in manifested culture, and man has finally experienced its infinity. We know today that the culture of the world is not the same everywhere, that it is as much about the Baal traditions as it is about the bricks of Babylon, as much about the Confucian order, even when it has been abolished, as it is about the secret resistance of peoples against colonial rule, as much about the culture of the Aztec empires as it is about the culture of the slaves and the oppressed. End of quote. Lang countered the mondialist discourse, that is, universalism, by citing a number of its alleged emanations, as if they had just occurred to him. However, the Baal traditions, meaning African masks in honor of the ancestors, the bricks of Babylon or the Confucian order, were deliberately chosen as examples of cultures that were both archaic and non-European, as well as belonging to early civilizations. Because they referred to historical details, they appeared as concrete and original facts, and yet they were so far-fetched and taken out of context that the concretion was a fraud that was supposed to hide the fact that a multiplicity without further definitions is a nothing. It is worth recalling the criticism expressed not only by Adorno of the pseudo-concretions of Heideggerian being. And Lang was obviously walking on the well-trodden postmodern path of Heidegger when he continued. And actually, I would like to say that if there is any discourse at all that is valid for the world, then this is first of all the discourse of people who struggle to recognize each other to the end and finally invent their own brotherhood in one and the same death. End of quote. Here, Heidegger's being toward death has transformed itself into a flowery discourse toward death, the symbolism of which harmonizes splendidly with the pan-German show of force at the Freiburg Theater a quarter of a century later. Whether Lang had concrete actions in mind is anyone's guess. For Lang, who was a leftist and an anti-imperialist, postmodernism was allied with hostility to any kind of universalism, and thus in the cultural resistance against mondialist discourse. A concept of culture that must be measured by its humanity was opposed by the many manifestations of a somehow eternal and original culture, the originators of which should never be individual people, but always peoples. Peoples like the lost one of Babylon, the Chinese, which to this day has not been able to free itself from the Confucian-inspired state collectivism of labor, and of course the African peoples, who continue to make masks for the cult of the dead as long as they remain in the eternal struggle for liberation against slavery, according to the will of their leaders, who are often educated at French universities. Cultural peculiarities of peoples must not be compared and evaluated according to the will of European cultural politicians, because that would presuppose a common standard of assessment of development achieved and human progress yet to be achieved. The cultural resistance, not only with Jack Lang, is directed against the United States because it allegedly threatens to destroy the diversity of the supposedly original cultures with its tendentially cosmopolitan culture. He rigorously rejects the completely insufficient but progressive moment, compared to autochthonous customs, that the compulsion to subsume under capital can bring for culture. A diversity of cultures without concept is celebrated against the claim to cultural progress that universalism brings with it when it questions traditional customs and banishes them from the universe of culture. Lang was not content with crude anti-imperialist rhetoric. He vigorously defended France against foreign media products. The French radio quota of 1994 is largely based on his initiative and is still cited in Germany today as a model for discussions on state regulation of radio and television. According to this quota, 40% of entertainment programs must be of French origin. 3 exceptions are noteworthy, however, and point to the first successes of European cultural policy in anti-mondialist intent. The quota regulation does not apply to stations by and for Maghrebians and Latin Americans, nor to classical music stations. The continued presence of Lang's groundbreaking speech in cultural policy discourse was demonstrated by the 4th Federal Congress on Cultural Policy held in 2007, whose motto Culture.Power.Europe had inspired the Freiburg Theater. The Cultural Policy Society, the Federal Agency for Civic Education, and the Friedrich Ebert Foundation organized it, while the Foreign Office and the EU provided financial support. The rhetorical question contained in the title of the most conflict-laden panel, Culture and Business, Fighting the Same Battle? European Cultural Diversity and Global Players, was modeled on Jack Lang's aforementioned declaration of war. The participants in the discussion were asked to prepare for the discussion in relation to his UNESCO speech. The first speaker was Wolfgang Thierse, who had already won first place in the German National Kultur Grand Prix, launched by Kulturkompositsammler Henscheid, with his entry Entfeindungskultur, a play on words combining the German words for culture and enmity, Entfeindung, and culture, Entfeindungskultur. Thierse, who was entirely focused on defusing tensions, did not dare to openly agree with Lang and only indirectly criticized the United States by quoting Anglo-Saxon authors who used terms such as Walmartization and Mechworld. But Thierse is also convinced that the dominance of a global monoculture threatens to infiltrate consciousness everywhere. However, unlike Lang, who still believed he recognized the ubiquitous danger of a multinational financial domination system and hinted that the USA and Israel were responsible, he has incorporated the threat to culture into the much fuzzier buzzword of globalization. For Wolfgang Thierse, globalization is responsible for the fact that what was once called Rhineland capitalism and social partnership or antagonistic cooperation has gradually been unhinged at the national level. The listener then already suspects who is behind this. But like all those who paint a picture of globalization, he also sees a very specific rescue approaching. Quote, "We have the unique chance to reconstruct this primacy of politics in Europe, the largest domestic market in the world." End quote. Not touching the capital relationship, but blaming the free market for all crises and demanding an ever stronger state to regulate it. That is the usual business of parliamentary and extra-parliamentary social democracy. In this context, Thierse still wanted to halt the economization of art and culture in all seriousness. During the subsequent podium discussion, however, he limited himself to basically advocating equal opportunities in the cultural market. His opponent, the Dutch liberal Frits Bolkestein, had accused him of protectionism and pleaded for an orientation to consumer demand in a free market, as in the past. Thierse countered that competition is not fair. It is a competition between unequal parties. It is dominated by the economically extraordinarily potent American cultural industry, which operates worldwide, shaping aesthetic and cultural standards worldwide and producing its audience. As if every cultural industry did not calibrate its consumers to mass products, as Horkheimer and Adorno criticized when they coined the term. As if only the American cultural industry produced consumers, while its European counterpart, the creative industries, served innate needs for Lindenstrasse and Wedge Zumgluck. What is special about the creative industries is that their cultural workers not only produce for the market, but also launch propaganda for the state by additionally politically charging their trash. They are also happy to pass this off as social criticism. And exactly what the Congress participants had agonized over in many discussions, how they could create a competitive advantage for a specifically European cultural policy and creative industries subservient to their ideas. They reproached the U.S. cultural industry for its oh-so-unfair advantage. Thierse, like Lang, assumed a special cultural substance whose diversity must be protected from global competition. And he could proudly refer to the 2005 UNESCO Convention on the Protection and the Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. In its preamble, the dual character of culture is emphasized, said Thierse. No, culture does not fall apart into an exchange value and a use value, as Marx recognized the dual character of every commodity. It has been a long time since Thierse's last course in Capital from his GDR years, and he completely missed the critical concept, as his approving quote from the preamble to the convention shows, cultural activities, goods and services have both an economic and a cultural nature, because they are carriers of identities, values and meaning, and must therefore not be treated as if they had only commercial value. End quote. Just a moment ago, he wanted to stop the economization of culture. Here he gives cultural achievements an economic nature. And her alleged other moment is also a clumsy substantialization, the contradictio in adjecto of a cultural nature. Culture, the epitome of human mediation, is supposed to feed on an original cultural nature and not arise only from a reflected relationship to nature. The state, which left-wing etatism likes to imagine as the courageous tamer of a wild economic nature, is supposed to get a contemplative side job in the creative industries and take good care of cultural nature. The second speaker on the podium, former EU Commissioner Boekstein, took the opposite liberal position, in line with the confrontation mentioned in the title. As is usual for liberals, he can only interpret the problems of capital as a result of too much regulation and therefore spoke out against state control of the cultural market as a consequent position. In this, he is more progressive than Thierse, but he deliberately ignores the impoverishment of culture that goes hand in hand with the cultural industry worldwide. He was not interested in the central question of the Congress for good reasons. There is no such thing as a clear European canon of values, he said, summarizing an empirical study on the subject. Therefore, it makes no sense to speak of a European identity that globalization could harm. Instead, Boekstein spoke out in favor of cultural diversity. I have heard that the opening of a McDonald's restaurant in Berlin's Kreuzberg district is currently the subject of heated discussion. There is widespread opposition to the plan. But why should people who like to eat hamburgers not be allowed to do so in Kreuzberg? End of quote. He also clearly rejected Jack Lang's statement and protested against its anti-American and anti-Zionist character. Boekstein would like to promote European unity by means of an extensive liberalization of its markets, including the cultural sector. Fortunately, he had nothing to say about the political project on which the Congress was tinkering. But he also did not comment on the lack of sovereignty, although the opening of the markets he favors will inevitably come into conflict with the interests of the nation-state. Olaf Schwenk, the SPD politician who played a major role in organizing the Congress, published an annotated collection of documents on European cultural policy entitled Europe of Cultures in 2006. His introduction begins with a flourish. The beautiful Princess Europa, riding the bull and beloved of Zeus, the king of the gods, on the beach at Sidion everyone knows the symbol of Europe. In the West, where the sun sets, the continent of Europe emerged and became a byword for culture and values. People have been talking about the value of European culture, presenting itself in all its colorful diversity, for many centuries. End quote. In order to give his hollow kitsch a little more depth, he goes on to say, this cultural idea has never left people, despite and especially in times of war, hardship and danger, and lets his tasteless torrent of thoughts come to a theatrical conclusion. Not even in the hell of Auschwitz. Was he now talking about the girls' orchestra founded at the behest of the SS, from which the murderers liked to be entertained after their work was done? Schwenk knows that you could revere Goethe and Schiller and at the same time be capable of committing the most horrific crimes. But the terrible consequence that Adorno expressed, all culture after Auschwitz, including the urgent criticism of it, is garbage, cannot be borne, especially by German cultural policy. Therefore, their senseless continuation despite Auschwitz turns into a duty to continue because of Auschwitz. By refusing to reflect on the total failure of culture, however, any hope that it might yet succeed is also buried. Only those who hold on to the belief that culture in the singular once aspired to the perfection of the human race, and should continue to hold on to it, can even begin to fathom the absolute horror of Auschwitz, which has stripped away any ground for the hope of human progress. Those who decide to categorize all human practice, no matter how inhumane, as part of the diversity of plural cultures deny both and speak in conciliatory terms of the irreconcilable, of death. Schwenk, who essentially sees the National Socialist takeover as a consequence of failed cultural policy, how could it be otherwise? Can even see positive sides to the Nazi era. It was only with the onset of the Nazi state terror that something like an awakening occurred. Finally, people not only recognized their political mistakes, but also planned for a new beginning after the end of fascism. As macabre as it sounds, it was only the Nazi atrocities that motivated German Democrats to make humanism and enlightenment the subject of cultural policy projects for the future. End of quote. Schwenk's doubt must have flashed briefly through the social democratic synapses when he himself realized how macabre his teleological interpretation of National Socialism appears. Can the Holocaust be rationalized as a shocking learning experience for a cultured nation that has gone astray, just as the proverbial hot stove protects small children from worse by causing them brief, slight pain? Moreover, was a world war really necessary as the initial spark for a democratic German cultural policy? And how did German cultural policy ultimately win it? At the Fourth Federal Congress, Adolf Musch, a Swiss writer who was president of the Academy of Arts in Berlin from 2003 to 2005 and still contributes to culture as a German soapbox orator, was invited as a representative of the Writing Guild. And Musch, too, was obsessed with talking about the relationship between death and culture. The fact that Jewish writers exercise such linguistic caution and care, and that Jews, who were only incorporated into the German language in the 20th century, have done the most to make this language a language of consciousness and reflection, and their way of dealing with ambiguity and double entendre, is an achievement of German and European cultural history that must be incorporated into our work. We owe this care to our language. It is part of our cultural identity. End of quote. And he continues with great care. Unfortunately, Hitler ensured that a large part of this truly great European project was destroyed. End of quote. The European Jews were annihilated, and with them, to a large extent, their cultural influence also died out. Putmicht, says a child playing, who is just crushed a sandcastle. Musch's problems with a language that obviously does not want to become his are particularly evident when he appropriates a Jew who was only not destroyed because he died a natural death in time. How we plead for culture determines what culture is and whether we transport culture or barbarism. Karl Kraus's intention was to recall this how. End of quote. Musch's approach to the question of how to approach the question of whether or not to address a topic was made clear in his 1997 response to a comment made by the then Swiss President Delamiras. Delamiras had objected to demands for the return of Jewish assets held by Swiss banks by remarking that Auschwitz was not in Switzerland. Musch's plea for the recognition of Switzerland's shared responsibility in the extermination of European Jews was not only aimed at a settlement in the legal dispute with Jewish plaintiffs. Rather, it was about Switzerland turning to core Europe, which was a founding of consciousness, a union against indifference, a mutual assurance of Europeans against their historical hostility towards themselves. Noisy wars are the export of this hostility. Antisemitism and genocide, however, are its excesses directed inward, at the people's own bodies. And so the promising letter of recommendation from a former president of the Berlin Academy of Arts for future tasks ends. The sentence that Auschwitz is not in Switzerland, after all, also means Switzerland does not belong to Europe, it does not participate in the civilization that begins with ourselves. End of quote. In contrast to this, the Swiss federal president was right, despite all resentment. Auschwitz was not in Switzerland and not in Poland either, but on German-occupied territory. According to Musch, however, Auschwitz should be located in Switzerland or any other European country, because Auschwitz should be understood not only as a symbol of German cultural policy, but increasingly as a symbol of European cultural identity, and as a symbol of European integration. Jack Lang's discourse on death thus takes on a slightly different meaning of shared responsibility for destruction. After the last Iraq War in 2003, large demonstrations in some European countries against the coalition of the willing had taken place, and 8 European intellectuals felt their hour had come. Led by Habermas and Derrida, they published a plea for a common European foreign policy against the USA and its allies in various European newspapers on May 31, 2003. Adolf Musch was also among those who aired their thoughts on core Europe and European identity in the Neue Zürcher Zeitung. In the final section, he formulated, without prejudice, Europe is what Europe becomes, and then went on to unwaveringly affirm what post-Nazi Europe actually is. To put it melodramatically, Europe is a community of destiny. The ancient Stoics had a concept of amor fati, the love of destiny. End of quote. Stoicism or not, the community of destiny was, like blood and the Volksgemeinschaft, a central slogan of the Nazis. This is something that a Swiss writer born in 1934 simply has to know. A writer who perhaps not entirely coincidentally was given the first name Adolf. It is Musch's fate to be unable to let go of the death for the European community. In his speech at the Congress, he confessed that the European Union was a political project, a precious one, for me so far the most important in the history of mankind. Then he again invoked antiquity to illustrate that his project was modeled on a not-so-ancient concept of the political. Quote, in certain situations, the polis demands something that the market does not recognize. Sacrifice. Religion knows this, great art also knows it. Thucydides has his Pericles say in the great funeral oration for the fallen Athenians. These people fell for a community in which the citizens are able to develop their strengths freely. That means not just living a dignified or comfortable life, but living a dignified life, worthy of great poetry and great art, and that includes a good death. End quote. If he had said this during a military exercise in front of Swiss militia, it would still have been grandiose, but at least it would have been addressed to the citizens of a country where Auschwitz is not located and who understand something about the free development of their powers. But he was speaking in Germany to an audience that makes no more distinction between ancient Sparta and Athens than it does between Auschwitz and Abu Ghraib. But they do know the actual sources of the lofty drivel about sacrifice and good death. Not the Stoics or Thucydides, but Heidegger's existential ontology and the political theology of the Nazi crown lawyer Carl Schmitt. Musch probably uses ancient Greece mainly as a surface for his Nazi-compatible back projections because he does not see the Athenian-led Confederation of States as the Republican model for later Western unions. And here, in addition to the Swiss Confederation, the United States of America could have been mentioned. He prefers to write real history and emphasizes the differences in interests between the individual slave-owning republics, which were indeed fateful because they could not be resolved at the time, and the contemporary evil, the Spartan warrior despotism. Musch remains silent on the question of when the good death should be died for which good cause, because in the end that is not what matters to him. The willingness to sacrifice and to die, that is, the willingness to embrace nothingness, is the foundation of his political project for Europe. It is no coincidence that such a vision is expressed at a conference where the mantra unity in diversity is repeatedly recited as the solution to the identity problem, and not only for Europe and its cultures. Mutual recognition of diversity is supposed to create unity. But this is inherently absurd. A unity of diversity presupposes a unifying moment in the unified or unifying diversity. The U.S. Congress knew this when it chose E pluribus unum, out of many, one, as one of the mottos on the seal of the United States in 1782. It can still be found on official U.S. documents, passports, and coins as a sign of its sovereignty. A unity that is supposed to lie in the multitude itself cannot exist in itself, and yet, in a delusional reversal, it is to be forged precisely in the unconditional confession of it. As an agile thinker, Musch also has a postmodern variant of his European identity at the ready. In an interview with the Swiss daily newspaper Tagesanzeiger, he recently had this to say about Swiss identity and its relationship with its European neighbors. To have an identity means to be rooted and open at the same time. Real identity consists less of individual pillars and certainly not of walls, but of the many tubers and axes of a network of roots. It functions like a rhizome. End quote. On the one hand, German ideology trimmed to look antique and, on the other, French postmodernism. At the same time firmly rooted and spreading rhizomatically, the tuber replaces the patch of soil. It would be nice if the cultural idea outlined here, had been discussed mainly on the sidelines of cultural policy debates and had been taken up rather accidentally by the out-of-control directors of a provincial theater. However, it is just as much an original product of artists and cultural workers who use their freedoms to develop new forms of propaganda. The Documenta 12 held in Kassel in 2007 presented art that was as archaic and popular as possible. Martin Busser sharply criticized the exhibition and its organizers in the magazine Concret. Bergel and Noack have staged a deeply reactionary Documenta, an anti-modernist smorgasbord of works that proclaim clearly defined identities in traditional and folk communities. The declared enemies of this diversity, self-assertion, and cultural cultivation are Israel and the USA, the very countries that once embodied the departure into a modern future in their own way and still hold on to a modern concept of freedom despite all adversity. End of quote. The ruthlessness with which resentment is transported, but also how unerringly, is illustrated here by an accompanying text that appeared in the catalog for the Documenta and interprets a project by the artist Artur Zmajewski. Zmajewski had the choir of a school for the deaf and hard of hearing, a Baroque ensemble, and a mezzo-soprano perform a Bach cantata together. Ruth Noack's comment on the result. In Glucky Bach, the Deaf Bach, the artist juxtaposes two principles of humanist society: respect for the individual and appreciation of high culture. In this particular case, they are incompatible. If I want to recognize the beauty and truth of music for the deaf, I have to abandon Bach or vice versa. The pain that comes with this realization can give us an idea of what it means to be exposed to the state of mere existence. At the same time, we are made aware of our responsibility. End of quote. Respect for the individual and high culture are not mutually exclusive. At best, they belong together. The contrived contradiction attacks both. The deaf people, who of all things had to become singers, and Bach's work. It is difficult to blame the handicapped for not hitting a note because they could hardly assess their performance. They would have needed honest feedback, which was not forthcoming because their choirmaster, in line with the spirit of ableism, declared them to be representatives of an oppressed culture. If the deaf people had really been taken seriously, they would have been told that their performance was not suitable for public performance and warned against participating in such an obscenity. But they weren't exposing anyone to mere life. That's just smarmy cultural jargon, already devising the next nasty thing. The performance of the deaf choir was misused, its members presented as veritable freaks, to justify the rejection of high culture with the allegedly humane advocacy of the individual. Staging a calculated cacophony and then passing it off as philanthropy is a particularly insidious way of approaching individuals. Their dignity was sacrificed for the greater good, the fight against universal culture and its claim to truth. That is why the necessary failure of the disabled people when singing a cantata was stylized into an admirable tragic destiny. Ruth Noack's interpretation of the performance ends abruptly with the sentence, "Mere life is not only in Abu Ghraib. Anger at universal culture and at the USA are combined, and the rejection of the former is intertwined with the accusation of the latter. The Europe of cultures will never forgive the United States for preventing it from regressing into barbarism, and makes the work of art pay for the desire to take revenge on the Americans. The prophetic threat, Europe will be cultural or it will not be, arises from this desire for revenge. Recently, it has become apparent that it is no longer enough for the political class to see Europe as an economic alliance of nation-states that are closely packed together on a global scale, but that it should also be underpinned by a collective European identity. This was reflected, for example, in the failed attempt to establish a European constitution. As is well known, nothing unites different and sometimes contradictory interests better than a common enemy. Therefore, Europe is what the USA is supposedly not: social, pacifist, ecological. But anti-Americanism alone is not enough to create a European identity, because, as the history of nation-state formation teaches us, a shared historical view is also necessary. This must not present today's Europe as what it is, namely a somewhat arbitrary union, but must mystify it as a mysterious event, in short, as fate. So far, however, the understanding of history in the various European states also looks extremely different, especially with regard to National Socialism. While it may well happen to Germans that they are mocked in the London underground with an ironic "Heil Hitler" and a big hello, a vacation in Croatia, for example, can lead to a local patting them appreciatively on the shoulder and whispering "Hitler good" in their ear. an ever-embarrassing scene for the enlightened and refined vacationer. Especially the good Germans, who have now made it clear with proudly puffed-out chests that they are the leaders in the competition of those dealing with the past, can only be met with an embarrassed silence or a loud but mostly futile distancing. National Socialism and the war of conquest and extermination waged by the Germans, which is inextricably linked to it, are obviously the main obstacle to the desired collective identity. This is precisely why National Socialism must be obscured to a fateful event that presupposes the abstraction of concrete perpetrators and victims. One who does this job unscrupulously and in a fluent, chatty tone is Tony Judt. Judt, born in London in 1948 and Erich Maria Remarque Professor of European Studies in New York since 1995, is considered a luminary of European historical studies. His recently published 1,000-page volume, Post-War, A History of Europe since 1945, has been praised from left to right, and not only in Germany but also in Great Britain. The reason for this is not that Judt has written a thoroughly readable, fact-filled, but not overly detail-obsessed European post-war history, but rather that he writes exactly what Europeans want to hear. It is no coincidence that Judt only begins his European history in 1945. Although the first chapter is devoted to the aftermath of the Second World War in many ways, National Socialism itself remains unaccounted for and largely untreated. When it does appear, it is merely as a private undertaking of Hitler's, who, with the active support of various collaborators, reduced Europe to ashes and ruin. The motivation for this war, the delusion of the Germans, remains unmentioned in the pages of lists of the dead and refugees that the war had produced. There is something of a mythical shroud over National Socialism, which, in a way, made the unification of Europe possible in the first place. The First World War destroyed the old Europe, the Second created the conditions for a new one. Page 21, but ultimately appears as European destiny. There are no clearly identifiable perpetrators, only victims. It was not the Germans who carried out mass extermination and total war, but the war was a catastrophe into which Europe had plunged. Page 19. Consequently, Judt regrets that usually only the extermination of the Jews by Germans is spoken of, and other perpetrators and other victims go unmentioned. The aim is to present the Second World War as a chaos that befell Europe, in which it is no longer possible to distinguish between perpetrators and victims. This leaves only one victim, Europe. That is why Judt is pleased that, for the first time, the suffering of the Germans is the focus of attention, who were victims of British air raids, Russian soldiers, Czech expulsion. Page 25. It is normal that now the Germans are also claiming the right to question the official canon of commemoration. Page 25. This is a kind of conclusion. The post-war period, says Judt, lasted a very long time, but now it is finally being closed. Page 25. And it is not that Judt did not want to help the Germans with this closing. He explains that the Germans' conduct of the war was indeed terrible, but the greatest material destruction was caused by the unprecedented air raids by the Western Allies in 1944 and 1945 and the relentless advance of the Red Army to the west. The French port cities of Royan, Le Havre, and Caen were destroyed by the U.S. Air Force. Hamburg, Cologne, Dusseldorf, Dresden, and dozens of other German cities were reduced to ashes and rubble by British and American bombers. Minsk was 80% destroyed by the end of the war, and Kiev was nothing but smoking ruins. Warsaw was systematically destroyed by the retreating Wehrmacht in the fall of 1944, house by house, street by street. When the war in Europe ended, the German capital was one huge wasteland of ruins. Page 32. It is striking that, in contrast to the older ideologues, Judt does not necessarily want to present the Allies as the real perpetrators, but rather that his aim is to make it impossible to identify a perpetrator at all. To this end, he distorts cause and effect, action and reaction, and casually mixes the German destruction of Warsaw into the list of Allied war crimes. Germany is at the core of the new Europe, so it must be absolved of its past. This includes blaming the destruction of Minsk and Kiev solely on the Soviets and ignoring the context of the German total war against the Soviet Union and its defense against the Germans. But the real issue is something else. The Holocaust is not mentioned in Judt's book. Well, almost. While the Holocaust is mentioned about 10 times in the first 900 pages, but the exact events at Auschwitz are never discussed, and Judd is content to mention the figure of 5.7 million murdered Jews in one place in the context of an overall statement of war dead, page 34. Auschwitz appears in the epilogue, Memories from the House of the Dead, an essay on modern memory, along with its surrogates such as Holocaust, Shoah, or extermination of the Jews, appears some 40 times in just 30 pages. This is no coincidence, as it is about the ideological foundation of Europe. For anyone who truly wants to become a European at the beginning of the 21st century, must first take on a new and far more oppressive heritage. Today, the relevant European reference point is not baptism but annihilation. Recognition of the Holocaust has become the European entry ticket, page 933. In Demarcation to the Holocaust, Europe defines itself. The rediscovered memory of Europe's dead Jews is definition and guarantee for the continent's rediscovered humanity, page 934. Remembering the dead Jews is the only thing that can create a European identity. If we want to remember in the years to come why it was so important to build a particular Europe out of the crematoria of Auschwitz, only history can help us, page 966. Here, too, Judd is at pains to downplay German responsibility, pointing to the European collaborators. The discussion of collaboration takes up so much space in the book because otherwise the Holocaust could not be chosen as a pan-European founding act. Yet despite all the facts listed in the epilogue, Auschwitz remains obscure. Or rather, the way Judd presents and contextualizes the facts is such that it must appear as a phantom. Apart from the ideas of a few high-ranking Nazis, the Second World War was not about the Jews, page 954. Extermination of the Jews without anti-Semitism? How do these two fit together? On the one hand, Auschwitz is supposed to have laid the cornerstone of the new Europe, and on the other hand, it was only a secondary aspect. Judd accepts such contradictions because he is not concerned with what happened and why, but rather with what is important for our identity, that is, what strengthens the community. He is a classic ideologue who even admits that he does not strive for a titanic distance from the subject, page 11. If it is certain that the memory of the dead Jews holds Europe together, then living Jews must necessarily appear as a disruptive factor. They, who escaped the Holocaust in one way or another or survived it, founded the State of Israel, not only to avoid once again being in a situation in which they could not defend themselves, but solely because after May 8, 1945, the difficulty was finding a place for the surviving Jews, page 49. Judd has every sympathy for the founding of the Jewish state in its hour of need, but he cannot come to terms with the fact that Israel did and does indeed remain. Because, according to Judd, the problem is that this state is a belated construct. It has imported a typical separatist project of the late 19th century into a world that has moved on, a world of human rights, open borders, and international law. End of quote. The idea of a Jewish state per se, Judd continues, has its roots in a different era and in a different region. Israel is, in short, an anachronism. End of quote. If Israel no longer fits into the era of human rights, if it is indeed an anachronism, then it must disappear. Judd, who differs from Finkelstein and Avnery in that he is not considered a radical and crazy madman, but a serious scientist, can therefore draw that final conclusion much more easily. While Yuri Avnery, for example, still clings to the two-state solution, Judd openly calls for the destruction of Israel. Today it is too late for a two-state solution. But, asks Judd with a twinkle in his eye, what if there were no place for a Jewish state in today's world? End of quote. The idea that the Jewish state must disappear is by no means absurd, because all nations are now, in the wake of globalization, pluralistic states with multi-ethnic and multicultural traits, like Israel. The only difference being that it is a Jewish state in which one ethnic group, the Jewish one, that is, has risen above the others. Although today there is actually no more room for such a state. End of quote. So it's real apartheid. Judd consistently refers to the Palestinian Autonomous Territories as Bantustans and condemns the Israeli government as fascists. This kind of thing appeals even to German friends of dead Jews. That is why Judd is not only a welcome interview partner for the Süddeutsche Zeitung, he is invited for a talk every year, but is also invited to contribute to the famous volume on anti-Semitism discourse published by Schurkamp. There, Judd, who willingly takes on the role of an alibi Jew, expounds his anti-Zionist distinction between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. like Judith Butler and other left-wing liberal talking heads, he treats anti-Semitism as a fake problem. After all, according to Jutt, who has delved deeply into the resentment of traditional anti-Semitism, it is the policy of the Israeli government that has provoked widespread anti-Jewish sentiment in Europe and elsewhere. While there are also anti-Semites among Israel's harshest critics, one cannot prevent people from being right for the wrong reasons. So if, for example, Arab anti-Semites believe that the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is an authentic document of Jewish world domination plans, call for the murder of Jews, then in Jutt's logic they are right, albeit for the wrong reasons. The same argument could be used to justify the Nazi slogan, "The Jews are our misfortune," because it was actually just a misguided criticism of financial capital. For Jutt, a solution to the Middle East conflict is only possible when Germans, French, and others condemn Israel without a guilty conscience, i.e. declare it guilty, shows that Israel is a thorn in Europe's side. This is the reason for the strange obsession with which Jutt repeatedly lashes out at Israel in interviews and knows no bounds in his anti-Zionist outbursts. Because European ideology understands Auschwitz as a collectively committed act of destiny, but the mass murder of the Jews as the concrete content of this act is not addressed. The awareness of this mass murder then returns as a nagging feeling of guilt, which must be turned projectively against Israel when Jews fight for their survival. The Israelis have not resigned themselves to the fate that anti-Semites have in store for them, but are fighting back against their enemies. The surviving Jews and their descendants refute, by their very existence, that the past is closed. They prevent Europe from de-Jewing the crime at its root and coming to terms with itself. Only by suppressing the Jewish victims is it possible for Europe to defuse the past on its own and turn it into a distant event without perpetrators, of which only legends remain. In this respect, Europe and Israel represent the ultimate contradiction. They stand for a fundamentally conflicting understanding of history and, consequently, for a diametrically opposed perception of the present. This is expressed, for example, by the fact that during the Lebanon War, in a situation in which Israeli soldiers risked their lives for the security of the state, the Germans had nothing better to discuss than the question of whether the Bundeswehr should be allowed to operate in the Middle East in view of the past. The question was discussed whether the situation in which German soldiers might be forced to shoot at Israeli soldiers should be avoided. But this horror scenario was more the result of suppressed wishful thinking than of a real possibility. After all, the Bundeswehr was originally supposed to go into action to disarm Hezbollah. In any case, the Israelis did not bother with such questions. They know that the immediate threat is not from German Democrats but from Arab Nazis, and that they can use any ally. If the Germans had served this goal, the disarmament of Hezbollah, they would not have had any reservations. But it is precisely the fact that the Germans put the passé-partout of the past before every foreign policy decision that results in the German claim to leadership in Europe. They have learned from the past and are laboriously teaching their neighbors these lessons. The fact that anti-Zionism at the official government level is sometimes more vehement in other European states than it is in the case of the Merkel/Steinmeier duo is because not all Europeans have yet mastered the correct language. However, this does not change the fact that Europe's concrete Middle East policy has long since spoken one language. The Europeans are currently in the process of enabling Hezbollah to continue smuggling weapons while at the same time making it difficult for Israel to intervene again. Jutt also makes it clear that Europe urgently needs Germany to take the lead, especially after France's collapse as Europe's quasi-natural leading nation. Because who is there in Europe at the moment besides Germany that could make the old continent an important factor in international debates? End of quote. Great Britain under Blair's leadership made the mistake of refusing to break with the USA. Only Germany could be considered as the EU's leader after the decline of France. The fact that such leadership is needed at all is explained by the fact that Jutt sees Europe as a counter-sovereign Dalman to the United States, which is undoubtedly the protective power of Israel. Europe must free itself from American influence, otherwise it would not only be unable to act as an honest broker in the Middle East, but the internal structure of European societies would also be threatened by Americanization. The orientation towards the American model, which consists of more individualism, more initiative, and also better individual opportunities for economic development and social mobility, also has negative aspects, rising crime rates and the disappearance of a sense of community. End of quote. He contrasts this with the European welfare state, which has the enormously important function of welding the middle classes to the working class. Quote, "The advantages for the workers are obvious. But for the middle classes, the welfare state was even more important in many ways because they no longer had to pay for education, health, and public services, thus developing a purchasing power that allowed them to afford vacations and luxury goods. That was also the reason why Margaret Thatcher never managed to privatize the health service or local transport as much as she wanted to, because the average conservative voter is just as dependent on the welfare state as the typical Labour Party voter." End of quote. All citizens are thus equally dependent on the state. The autonomy that is mediated in a civil society exclusively through the market is being reduced in favor of total identification with the community, which less and less often creates material well-being for the individual, but instead the acting out of pathic projections under the sign of a European peace policy. The much-praised security of the welfare state, which gives rise to these aggressions, is precisely not that of a reasonably secure income, but that of a disused society. Disused, like more and more of its citizens, for whom immediate dependence on the state becomes the only perspective. And that, in a word, is Europe.
Quote, "We find two types that National Socialism has developed. The Hitler Youth and, in contrast, the Schlurf, and unfortunately it has to be said that if the Hitler Youth embodies the collective idea, the Schlurf embodies the individualist, i.e. the one who has developed in opposition to National Socialism. The Hitler Youth is much more acceptable to us than the individualistic Schlurf, and it is now difficult for us to turn this youth into a real socialist youth." End quote. This assessment was made by the chairman of the Socialist Youth (SJ) of the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Austria (SDAP) at its first post-war party conference in 1945. It is somewhat surprising that a party that had apparently uncompromisingly criticized both Austrofascism and Nazi fascism from 1934 onwards, and had notoriously declared the Popular Front tactics of the Communist Party of Austria (KP) to be a betrayal of the revolutionary cause, felt more attracted to the Nazis after years of illegality and persecution than to those young Schlurfs, who wanted to reject the terror of collectivism through their lifestyle. However, the entirely positive reference to brash youth education meant far more than just a tactical response to an Austria that was still striving for loyalty to the Nazis, which had been particularly active in the persecution of Jews from the 1938 pogrom to participation in deportations and extermination. Rather, the desire to build on the successes of Nazi education under democratic auspices expressed Austrian socialism's silent admiration for German fascism, which represented what Austrian social democracy had striven for throughout its existence. The workers are not good Germans, but we are fighting to make them good Germans. End quote. The real mission of the workers' parties was to reconcile their clientele, the variable capital, with the immediate electoral guarantor of the capitalist economy in such a way that in future they would rightly see themselves as part of the whole, i.e. as citizens. Anyone who sets out to transform those who have hitherto been merely passively affected by the state and legal order into active citizens cannot avoid making the actual and ideological conditions that determine the respective nation their own. The history of every nation is initially, negatively, one of subjugation and the leveling out of regional particularities, and positively, the establishment of a rational collective particularism, which is described by bourgeois ideology as national sentiment or national mentality. However, this expresses more than just the ideology of the historical victors imposed on the subjects. National feeling is the transformation of coercion into a collective character, the identification with the destiny of one's own people. It is sublimated coercion translated into ideology, and at the same time the hope of keeping the promise of being able to make one's mark as a citizen with equal rights in the enterprise of the nation-state together with other fellow citizens. Social democracies reinforce this egalitarian element of nationalism and thus always run the risk of disenfranchising the very essence of the national sentiment that has been declared to be good. National consciousness is the product of the individual path to nationhood, and thus also an expression of the particular historical state of national socialization. In Prussian Germany, the social democratic struggle against the Wilhelmine state always contained a strange mixture of admiration and disgust for it, especially since even the ideological sources of the Junker state and pseudo-Marxist social democracy overlapped to such an extent that the Hegelian world spirit, which had come into its own as a civil service state, and the socialists' pathos towards work, came into precarious proximity. Long before the Reich German social democracy really got involved ideologically with the national agitators, the Austrian party was already split between ideologically uninfluential pragmatists of the class struggle and a leadership that already sounded as German as the DNVP in the Weimar Republic. The most unfavorable conditions imaginable existed in late Habsburg Austria for the social democratic path of taking up the prevailing state of national consciousness and raising it to a revolutionary level. For there the spirit of a rotten supranationalism still dominated at first, which originated in the Metternich civil service state and demanded a national ideology encompassing all imperial lands, but in practice established the total hegemony of German-speaking Austrians and Austrians of German descent over the empire and was thus never able to produce the type of equal citizen. In 1848-49, the Austrian bourgeoisie had neither succeeded in establishing a German-Austrian nation nor in achieving a balance with the many other nationalities in the monarchy. Partly it was no match for the overpowering military and civil service state, partly it had long since reconciled itself to its role as part of a politically powerless but economically privileged Herrenvolk. The more strongly the other nationalities strove for cultural autonomy and state independence after the Austro-German War of 1866, the more chauvinistically the German-Austrian Herrenvolk behaved. Until 1918, this was not in the sense of the idea of annexation to Germany, but in the sense of the development of a national chauvinistic, culturally charged German-Austrianism, which became increasingly racist against the other peoples of the monarchy and, above all, consequent and excessively hostile towards those Austrians who were feared as competitors and considered windy as fellow nationals, the Jews. The German euphoria in the Austrian heartland fabricated pure Germanness and accordingly provided itself with the ideological set pieces that had always stood for it, with the folkish ideology of German Romanticism and the Wars of Freedom, including the associated anti-Semitic ranting and clubbing. Apart from a few figures from the early days, no one in German-Austrian social democracy had dared to take a truly egalitarian approach to Metternich anti-nationalism, and so it was also unable to prevent the breakup of Czech, Hungarian etc. and German social democracy. Instead, Austrian social democracy became a true reflection of the development of the bourgeoisie in the collapsing monarchy. Soon after its foundation, it too, whose most important functionaries, starting with party founder Victor Adler, had been schooled by the ideologues of German-Austrian chauvinism, declared itself to be part of this Herrenvolk. Party co-founder Engelbert Pernerstorfer formulated, "Socialism and the national idea are therefore not only not contradictions, they necessarily belong together. Any attempt to weaken the national idea must, if successful, diminish the wealth of the human race. Nationalism must therefore be something other than an atavistic phenomenon, a reprehensible chauvinism. Its roots must go deep into the human soil. The people is the basic and primal fact of every human event. Whoever wants to overlook or theoretically overcome this fact will always be shipwrecked." End of quote. The fact that bourgeois German nationalism, out of cowardice before the feudal anti-national authorities, only barked and cowered in case of doubt, soon became the object of criticism for the left wing of Austrian social democracy. German national class militancy was propagated by Otto Bauer, 1870-1938, the chief theorist of Austro-Marxism, who offered himself as an internal party alternative to the revisionist current around Karl Renner, which was intent on national reconciliation with the pillars of the Danube monarchy. By scientifically charging German nationalism with a national revolutionary program, Bauer succeeded in theoretically defeating bourgeois German-Austrianism even before the First World War. In his writings Deutschtum und die Sozialdemokratie, 1907, and National und die Sozialprobleme des Deutschtums in Maren, 1909, he presented himself as a dialectician trained by Kautsky, elegantly combating two unscientific currents at the same time. As a historical materialist, Bauer knew that the most noble goal of social democracy was to accomplish what the bourgeoisie had failed to do, the establishment of a truly democratic nation as the basic prerequisite for the ultimate goal, the socialist nation-state. He therefore lashed out at the naive cosmopolitanism of the early Austrian workers' movement, a current that had almost completely disappeared decades earlier, and at the same time harshly criticized the anti-national anti-nation policy of the Austrian bourgeoisie. Bauer saw the real national betrayal in the fact that the German bourgeoisie is allowing the descendants of the German working class to degenerate miserably and is instead drawing Czech workers into German territory. End of quote. He countered this betrayal with a real social democratic national movement, whose task he saw in the class struggle for the greatness of the nation. According to Bauer's doctrine, the socio-political successes of Austrian social democracy were not the result of the struggle against capitalist exploitation, but a contribution to strengthening the German folkdom in Austria. Quote, "Mortality, thanks to the improvement in the situation of the working class achieved by social democracy, has decreased in both areas, but faster in the German area than in the Czech one. This changed the balance of power between the two nations in favor of the Germans. The German nation owes this increase in power not to the shouters who vaingloriously use its name, but to international social democracy." End quote. With the disintegration of the multi-ethnic state in the course of the First World War, which was quite undesirable from the social democratic side, Austrian social democracy was given the opportunity to take the bourgeois tasks of democratization and the creation of national independence into its own hands. But as soon as the German-Austrian Herrenvolk found itself without its servant nations, the German-Austrian nationalism of the Social Democrats was transformed into German nationalism. From then on, the goal of Austrian social democracy was not the proletarian Republic of Austria, but the creation of a proletarian Greater Germany. The Austrian socialists had long since internalized Germanism as a cultural mandate to such an extent that they could only think of themselves as part of an imperial worker state that could stand its ground in competition on the world market. The legend of an economically non-viable Austrian residual state was propagated to the working class, and it was declared that the struggle for socialism had to be waged as a struggle for annexation to Germany. Apparently, however, not all Austrian workers had yet become Otto Bauer's good Germans, because in October 1918 he wrote about the problems in the annexation negotiations. Quote, "The difficulties are of course very great, not so much with the leaders, despite Karl Renner, as with the masses, who do not understand the whole thing, who have mistrust, as if it were nationalism and the like." End of quote. There must still have been revolutionary workers at this time. After the suppression of the revolutionary January uprisings, large sections of the Austrian working class spoke out against an annexation to Nazi's Germany, and the Linz Workers' Council declared after the fall of the Bavarian Soviet government that if the unification of German Austria with Germany becomes a fact, the Linz proletariat will reject any union with the German majority party. The Social Democratic Party leadership's rejection of any unification that did not mean unification with Germany has rarely been as clear as after the proclamation of the Hungarian Soviet Republic. Béla Kuhn's plea for solidarity with revolutionary Hungary and his call to the Austrian proletariat to fight for a Soviet republic and fight for the world revolution in alliance with the Soviet Union and Hungary was cheered at demonstrations by large sections of the Austrian working class, but vigorously rejected by the SDAP. Nevertheless, Austrian social democracy was always regarded by many left-wingers on both sides after 1945 as proof of a better, more radical social democracy. Reference was often made to the Linz program of 1926, which was in fact the only Social Democratic Party program within the Second International that still contained a commitment to the dictatorship of the proletariat as the ultimate socialist goal and a defense of the social and political achievements of 1918 against reactionary efforts, using force if necessary. The problem with the Linz program, however, was that it contained an equally clear commitment to parliamentary democracy in deliberate contrast to the communists. Armed insurrection was only recognized as a right of self-defense against serious constitutional violations by the ruling classes. In principle, however, the class compromise reached in 1918 was to be further developed into social democratic autocracy by means of the ballot paper alone. Only a small socialist minority recognized the obvious nonsense of such a democratic program of social revolution. Quote, "As long as we build our tactics as defensive tactics on the attack of the opponent, we will necessarily fall into a circle that will not let us fight one time because the opponent does not provoke us enough, the other time because he attacks us too successfully." End of quote. The value to the Austrian Social Democrats of the explicit commitment to the defense of democracy contained in the Linz program was demonstrated by their behavior in the face of the fascization of the Republic that began in 1927. When workers' protests broke out on July 15, 1927, following the acquittal of members of a frontline fighters association who had murdered two Social Democratic Schutzbündler, and Vienna's police chief Schober ordered a massacre among the workers that left almost 90 dead, this was by no means the signal for an uprising, but rather the occasion for a change of direction for the party. The protest of the Viennese workers was immediately denounced as a communist plot. As a social democrat, one had to fight not against, but for the police, said the leader of the Republican Protection League Karl Heinz. Future spontaneous actions by the proletariat were rejected at the 1927 party conference, and the fascization of the executive led to the original social democratic conclusion that the time had come for participation in state power. Quote, "Participation in state power cannot be denied to a class that is so strong, so united, so purposeful, so experienced in administration. We have to demand it as our right and not as a gift from Seipel, then Christian social chancellor. We have to take possession of state power and place the state on a basis that ensures its permanent progress." End of quote. Karl Renner's commitment to participation gradually took on almost hysterical forms. The bourgeoisie and the proletariat are waging their class struggle, but they can practically only wage it within the framework of maintaining a higher whole. If this is destroyed, then all class struggle is cheated of its possible fruits. This higher whole is the economic community of a people. In this struggle it can only be a question of whether one or the other influences, leads, dominates this economy, but the struggle can never go so far that this economy itself suffers, becomes impoverished, collapses. The absolute negation of the whole makes the struggle between the parts pointless. End of quote. Social democrats such as Max Adler, who rightly criticized these views as identical to those of a fascist Volksgemeinschaft, were forced out of the party after 1927. The fascization of the Republic, which was initially creeping and then, from 1929, openly pursued under the Viennese worker murderer and later federal chancellor Johannes Schober, was also approved by the Social Democrats with all its constitutional violations. In terms of social policy, the peak of willingness to compromise was reached after the collapse of the Österreichische Kreditanstalt, 1931, with the approval of the Budget Restructuring Act, which provided for rigid wage cuts, mass redundancies in the public sector and the reduction of unemployment benefits. In the end, however, the ticket for government participation was repeatedly denied. Quote, "Despite our state policy, we are once again relegated to the role of the opposition after our work for the state is done. That is untenable." End of quote. On March 7, 1933, after the Christian social chancellor Dollfuss had staged a coup with the help of the Heimwehr and begun to establish an authoritarian corporative state, the Social Democratic Party leadership offered its constructive cooperation. Karl Renner, for example, projected a State Power Act, which legitimized government on the basis of emergency decrees and the elimination of parliament, and argued for social democratic participation in the corporative state. In a series of articles published in the Arbeiterzeitung at the end of 1933, Otto Bauer summed up the relationship to clerical fascism with the question authoritarian or professional. According to him, clerical fascism plus social democracy was worth supporting because it was also in the interests of the working class, whereas the same thing without social democrats was a betrayal of the envisaged social partnership. The uprising of the Austrian workers on February 12, 1934 was not ordered by the Social Democratic Party executive, but was a last desperate measure by Austrian workers and lower and middle party functionaries when the Heimwehr moved to disarm and thus finally eliminate the Republican Protection League. The general strike called by the SDAP was involuntary and came too late. But the communist legend of the Social Democratic leadership's betrayal of the proletariat fails to recognize that the working class was not only demoralized by the party's assassination. Before 1934, it had already embraced the idea of the authoritarian state as the only guarantor of its survival, as the Renners had always advised it to do, so that only a minority still considered the dictatorship of the proletariat to be a revolutionary alternative worth striving for. The social democratic view of history, on the other hand, stubbornly ignores the fact that Dollfuss' coup was not only an attempt by the Austrian bourgeoisie to get rid of the socialists, but also a reaction to the strong growth of the Nazis in Austria since the 1932 parliamentary elections. According to the Fatherland Front, Austria was to be a bulwark against Nazi fascism, the NSDAP was banned on June 19, 1933, and Fascist Italy its protector. For the SDAP, the defeat in a battle it had never wanted offered two opportunities. On the one hand, it could now present itself to the left-wing base, rightly embittered by the murder and imprisonment of numerous comrades by the victorious social fascism, as a future unbending opponent of the Dollfuss regime. On the other hand, the door to German-Austrian unity remained open. The deletion of the Anschluss paragraph in the party program in 1933 in the course of ingratiation with the corporative state was by no means revised. However, the common fate of the Nazis and the Revolutionary Socialists, RS, as the SDAP members who remained in Austria illegally now called themselves, of being banned by the clerical fascists, led Austrian social democracy back to its German nationalist origins. All the important leading cadres had emigrated to Czechoslovakia. Due to its own weakness, the estates were neither willing nor able to ban social democracy completely, so that a legal printed matter could be sent to the comrades. This phase was also the high point of the career of the industrious writer Otto Bauer, who now achieved complete hegemony over social democratic thought. When Dollfuss was assassinated in July 1934 in connection with a failed Nazi putsch, the RS sought an alliance with all liberal forces. The RS let it be known that they also valued the SA fighters as genuine revolutionaries. Despite their principled opposition, they respected the heroism with which the SA boys fought against the superior violence of the government, but we wanted this bravery and contempt for death to have been used for a better cause. End quote. Just as they had made common cause with the German nationals in the Habsburg era, they wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with them again now. After all, the enemies had remained the same. Quote, does not the resistance to the restoration of the Habsburgs, which the ruling classes of today, the aristocracy, the clergy, the Jewish bourgeoisie, undoubtedly strive for, unite the German nationals with the socialists? End of quote. According to the ideas of the RS, all liberal forces should now line up under the hegemony of the social democratic proletariat to overthrow clerical fascism, get away from Hitler. To the German-Austrian workers. On the day when the German intelligentsia, the liberal-minded petty bourgeoisie and peasants of Austria will act according to this slogan, On this day, the Austrian people will rise up and take revenge for the murdered fighters of February and for the murdered fighters of July at the same time. End quote. The Austrian Nazis were the lesser of two evils and had to be pulled over to the right side, namely the Social Democrats. To this end, Bauer and his comrades declared Otto von Habsburg to be the main enemy, although they also knew that no relevant faction of the Corporative Alliance was in favor of the restoration of the Habsburgs. Quote, "The conquest of Austria by the Nazis is today opposed by the whole world. Not the Nazis, but the Habsburgs are the next, urgent danger at the moment. Against Habsburg we must fight together with death and the devil. Once the clerico-fascist dictatorship has been overthrown and the Habsburg danger averted, then we will have to defend ourselves against the Brown Death, the Brown Devil in a second great battle." End of quote. The warning against a restoration of the monarchy became the ultimate theme in Otto Bauer's writings, in only apparent contradiction to the equally vehement hope that just such an attempt would offer the proletarian revolution the best conceivable prospects, as it would sweep away everything that feels and thinks German nationally. End quote. Only the speculation on the liberal-minded petty bourgeoisie and peasants of Austria enabled the Austrian social democracy to achieve the uncompromising attitude towards Austrofascism that always seemed to set it so pleasantly apart from the communists. When, after the 12th Congress of the Comintern in 1935 and propagated an anti-national socialist popular front, after the July Agreement of 1936 dictated by Nazi Germany, it was met with nothing but furious barking from the RS. A popular front psychosis was attested to the KP, and its efforts to find allies within the Catholic working class were declared a betrayal of the revolutionary cause. The striving for a popular front, where all its preconditions are lacking, leads the KP to a tactic that can only confuse the working class, can only procure the business of conciliationism, to offers of alliances to all kinds of clerical circles, and to tie in with black-yellow traditions. End of quote. In fact, the RS had understood the Dimitrov theses better than the Communist Party. The Comintern wanted the national unity of all democratic strata with the working class against fascism, which was presented as anti-national because it served the interests of international capital. In Austria, where the national idea was fascist because it was German national, the Communist Party accomplished the feat, which it itself never grasped, of using the national ideology of the Comintern to establish a new, decidedly anti-fascist and thus anti-German nationalism. By asserting the existence of an exclusively Austrian nation with all kinds of scientific evidence, the KP earned the merit of having constructed a new nation for the sole purpose of preventing the expansion of the fascist German nation, a maneuver that genuine German Austrians not entirely wrongly exposed as national nihilism. Turning against the Communist Party, the Austrian Social Democrats also remained closed to any attempt at mediation by the Standestatler. Offers such as that of the influential conservative sociologist and loyal critic of the corporative state, Ernst Karl Winter, to form a collection of all forces to the left of the Nazis on a legitimist basis, fell on deaf ears. Instead, maximum demands were formulated, the impracticability of which was apparently speculated. Without a new government allowing full political freedom of movement for the working class, there can be nothing to talk about between it and the working class, despite our greatest willingness to defend a liberal Austria against the National Socialist danger. End of quote. The fact that the RS never actually thought of defending Austria against the National Socialist danger is made clear by an article in the central organ of the party executive, the Information Service of the RS, which was published a few days after the Berchtesgaden Agreement, February 12, 1938. 1938, Hitler ultimately brought the Nazi Seyss-Inquart into the cabinet as Minister of the Interior. Jesuit canon Christians, narrow-minded Austro-Guild members, fear democratic money Jews, and the legitimists who have definitely been hurled into the dung pit of history are now going bankrupt. We know well enough what Gleichschaltung means for us, for the working class. And yet every worker must know that we have no reason to join in the hysterical whining of the clerico-fascists. They are going down forever. Their Austrianism has no tomorrow, no new resurrection. No Hitler and no Seyss-Inquart can deprive socialist Austria of its future. End quote. In this way, Austrian social democracy consequentially waged the class struggle for the greatness of the nation until the Anschluss. The results of this policy were such that the fascist profiteers were completely stunned by the extent of proletarian approval in March 1938. We are sliding into the Anschluss with full sail. Seyss-Inquart marveled when he realized that the former red stronghold of Linz was as brown as only Carinthia had been before when the Nazis marched in. Joseph Roth summed up around 70 years of Austrian social democracy in his novel Die Kapuzinergruft, 1938. Quote, "The Social Democrats have proclaimed that Austria is a part of the German Republic, just as they are the disgusting discoverers of so-called nationalities. The Christian Alpine idiots follow the Social Democrats. Stupidity lives in the mountains, I say, Joseph Kojnicki." End of quote. After the Anschluss, the German nationalism of the Austrian Social Democrats became more fanatical as the fascist state became more barbaric. They now rejected the demand for a struggle for the restoration of Austria's state existence as reformist posturing. Only the revolution will make the country in which we were born and grew up ours, because it will become a socialist fatherland. That's why we are against any weakening of our revolution, against any tearing apart of revolutionary Germany, Karl Chernitz schooled the KP. Party strategist Otto Bauer was thinking far ahead when he promised to defend his socialism not only against the capitalist counter-revolution in Germany, but also against the counter-revolutionary intervention of the imperialist powers as early as 1938. Friedrich Adler urged the comrades to persevere even after the Moscow Declaration. Quote, "As was to be expected, weaker characters have sought and will continue to seek to distance themselves as far as possible from everything that is German. We, however, are convinced that the other Germany exists, and we have never ceased to profess our allegiance to the German cultural community, which has nothing to fear comparison with any other, especially in the time of great hardship that Hitler's madness brought upon all German-speaking people." End quote. The wiser ones recognized that a German nationalist policy was not possible against the will of the Allies, even under social democratic leadership, and for them the swing towards free Austria proved to be the extra profit that Friedrich Adler had spurned. The Austrian Social Democrats could feel that they were the real winners of the war, what it had been denied in 33/34, namely a share in the state administration of its own clientele, it had achieved as a result of the constellation of powers after 1945. The prerequisite for the social partnership was, of course, the loudly proclaimed reconciliation with a class enemy that was never really won for the Austrian Social Democrats. The former opponents, in the shape of former Heimwehr leader Julius Raab and former RS youth leader Bruno Kreisky, now joined forces as the federal chancellor-foreign minister duo. Kreisky said, "Making policy together with men who used to lock you up or want to kill you is only possible in a grand coalition." End quote. The best was now made of the separation from Germany, namely what the Communist Party had already recommended in the 1930s, an Austria with an Austro-patriotic ideology tinged with anti-fascism. The anti-fascists murdered by the Nazis became patriotic freedom fighters, and the respective contribution of the predecessor parties of the SP and VP, the SDAP and the Heimwehr fascists, to the establishment of Nazi fascism was declared a detail of history in view of the reconciliation that took place under the sign of Austro-patriotism. Ernst Fischer, a member of the Communist Party, formulated this view in an almost idealistic way: "The graves of the past should not divide us, because the grave in which the dead martyrs of Austria rest body to body, communists, socialists, Catholics, who died fighting for a free, independent and democratic Austria, is huge." End quote. This gave rise to a state-compliant anti-fascism similar to that in the GDR. From then on, the commitment to an ex-post formed popular front called Austria was sufficient proof of anti-fascist sentiment. The purpose of Austro-patriotism was the collective acquittal of a nation that now projected its desired self-image into the past and everywhere saw only Austrian victims of fascism instead of perpetrators. The substance of Austro-patriotism was summed up by the writer Ruth Beckerman. The socialists renounced the class struggle and the conservatives renounced public Dollfuss worship. They all renounced the Jews. End of quote. However, the ideal representative of this anti-fascism was and remained the Austrian Social Democrats. It was the only party with a flawlessly anti-fascist stance, as it had always been against both clerical and Nazi fascism. As the party of the little people, who after 1945 had always wanted to know where it was all leading, denazification was also completely out of the question for the SP. Karl Renner had already denazified the Austrian people with a collective acquittal and proclaimed that all these small officials, these small citizens and businessmen had no far-reaching intentions when they joined the Nazis at the time, at most that something should be done to the Jews, and above all had no thought of provoking a world war. End quote. In the face of Allied denazification policy, SP Federal President Adolf Scharf declared the problem as a whole to be settled, pointing to its social democratic aspect. With the Nazis, not only the real Nazis have been ousted, but also those who at the time sought affiliation with National Socialism merely out of opposition to the Dollfuss-Schuschnigg regime, and even those who professed their support for it at the time when National Socialism was legal. End quote. The material success of the Second Republic reconciled a majority Nazi population with democracy. The result of the post-fascist Grand Coalition of the VP and SP was the rise of Austrian social democracy to become the most powerful socialist party in the free world. From 1945 to the present day, it has been represented in all governments, apart from the brief interruption of an VP government from 1966 to 1970. It experienced its greatest triumph during its 12 years of sole rule under Bruno Kreisky, 1971 to 1983. Under Kreisky, the Austrian people really felt at home, because he was the personification of Austria's post-war consensus, a socialist who filled his cabinets with discarded SS men and other Nazi greats, and who did not simply pursue his anti-Israeli policy in silence, but publicly referred to the Jews as a rotten people, and because he was Jewish himself, removed any possible hint of a guilty conscience from the Austrians. The commitment to perpetual neutrality, which the SU enforced as a precondition for its troop withdrawal and which was enshrined in the State Treaty of 1955, proved to be a real stroke of luck for the Second Republic during the Cold War. Neutrality allowed the Austrian state to maintain good economic relations with the real socialist countries, which was reflected in many orders for the key industries nationalized since 1945, which had been welded together into cartels during the Nazi years, and in a generous expansion of the welfare state. However, with the end of real socialism looming in the 1980s, Austria's basis for prosperity also came to an end. The political indicator of this decline was the FB, which, as a party for the declining middle class and for the workers made redundant in the course of the privatization of state industries that was now due, succeeded in forming itself as the party of the little people in competition with the SB. Inspired by the German nationalist frenzy into which Waldheim's candidacy had plunged the Austrians, the FB under Hayter became the spokesperson for a silent majority that no longer recognized party boundaries. At last, someone dared to speak out again about the essentials of German-Austrian patriotism. It was not only the die-hard racism against the Slovenian minority and Otherschuschen, as all southeastern Europeans who had once belonged to the monarchy are popularly known, but above all the publicly expressed praise for the orderly economic policy of the Nazis, including labor service, that led the FB from victory to victory under Hayter. Franz Vranitzky's resignation at the end of January did not mark a real change of course for the party, but it did mark the start of a new phase in the struggle for hegemony of the collective idea, to which the SB had committed itself at its first party conference in 1945. An SB that is determined to reverse the relationship between the SB and the FB and to make a name for itself as the better libertarians. The new Chancellor Viktor Klima has been demonstrating how to do this ever since. With a rigorous reshuffle of the cabinet, namely the sacking of left-wing identification figures such as Caspar Einem and Rudolf Scholten, he has already fulfilled the wishes of right-wing populist papers such as the Kronenzeitung, for whom the two have always been a thorn in the side due to their demands for the opening of Vienna's municipal buildings to foreigners, Einem, and protection for critics of Austrian folkdom, Scholten. In future, the people will no longer be expected to accept such smart Alex, Klima, as ministers. Instead, they want to win back the core voters who have migrated to Hayter and have therefore recently defined themselves as a protest party, whose class struggle qualities can be seen in Klima's inaugural speech as party chairman. He does not want to talk about the old opposition between capital and labor, but about the opposition between those who earn their money through production, trade, services, be they employees or employers, and those who exclusively increase their great fortunes, without working or creating work and without giving work and only have the quick speculative profit in mind. End quote. According to the new federal chancellor, he has no fear of contact with the FB. The deputy chairman of the SB, Michael Hoppel, whose own 1996 election campaign as mayor of Vienna had already differed in no way from that of the FB, sums up the convergence of interests when he discovers common ground with the FB in its rejection of neoliberalism. There is agreement on the matter whenever it comes to an Austria free of foreigners and parasites. We can't give in to the constant drive of entrepreneurs who always want to bring new cheap labor into the country. Klima announced the tightening of the already restrictive Austrian laws on foreigners that will take effect on January 1, 1998. Those who were still reeling from the racist murder attacks in so-called Seas of Light, a short time ago, have now realized that Hayterism can only be mastered if one shows responsibility for the citizens who insist on their right to national labor more credibly than Hayter himself. The aim of the new SB is to attack the Republic in all its shortcomings just as well as the FB. Klima said, "I hope that the Social Democrats will once again develop the strength to do this themselves, and that it won't take Georg Hayter." End quote. The SB does not need to learn much from Hayter. It does not need Hayter to lead the fight against the red mismanagement, according to current requirements, and it certainly does not need him when it comes to declaring the national work to be German-Austrian, with all the consequences for the Tschechen and other foreigners. After 1945, it aggressively formulated its own mission in the light of the lesson of history, to protect the bourgeoisie from its own political short-sightedness, capitalism from a new bankruptcy and the nation from a second February. After all, as early as 1945, the bourgeoisie saw it as its most fundamental task to turn even the last of the scoundrels into unreserved accomplices in the national collective. Klima could indeed inherit Hayteri because he is able to think beyond its particularism. Although Hayter's attacks on the Austrian state as a freak of international law and a communist entity were spontaneously applauded, there is no longer any need to join Germany. The German-Austrian orientation as a never really revised unity with the German people has turned Austria into a nation that is at peace with itself on all fundamental issues. While Hader once credibly but nostalgically admired the Nazis and now plunges his supporters into an identity crisis between Teutonic atheistic Nazism and Catholic pious Heimwehr romanticism by flirting with the clerical fascism of years long past, Klima, as the personification of modern Austrian social democracy, knows how to make the actual legacy of the Nazis in the Austrian post-war system usable for the future, Volksgemeinschaft, unconditional state fixation, and a lesson from history, according to which fascism is worthwhile if you sell it afterwards as anti-fascism. The SP has sovereignly learned that thinking German-Austrian is a matter for the whole people. His enemies think he is an extraordinary racist. His friends swear he is an honest Democrat. No one considers that Jörg Haider could be both at once, and that it is precisely this that makes him so dangerous. There is really only one word Haider uses more often than homeland and identity, and that is democracy. This apparently belongs to a kind of postmodern strategy. Haider is constantly presenting himself as a politician for whom anything goes. In particular, he plays with elements of racism and anti-racism, and of philo and anti-Semitism. He once described his movement as the PLO of Austria, and at another time he saw himself and his party colleagues as the Jews of today. Depending on the light in which he wanted to show them at the time, he changed the ideological elements and historical role models. Sometimes it is about inciting hatred, about presenting himself as a fighting movement rebelling against the establishment. Other times it is about evoking sympathy, about staging an innocent minority that is persecuted by everyone. While on the one hand the Palestinians are held up as a role model, on the other hand it is stated that Islam is incompatible with the values of Western democracy, which is really defended by the Freedom Party as the only political force. In the 80s, Haider emphasized the German aspect of the Volksgemeinschaft and regarded the concept of the Austrian nation as a miscarriage. In the 90s, the slogan was Austria First, and an Austrian identity was invoked against the EU. The Austrians were or are Celts, Illyrians, Slovenes, Croats, Hungarians, Gypsies, Jews, and in the vast majority, of German or Bavarian descent. It is in this unity in diversity that we have gained our own identity. End quote. Both/and is the principle of Haider's strategy. Those who go with me stand for an FB that credibly distances itself from the Nazi era, but respectfully advocates for the older generation that, after bitter experiences of its own, found the path to democracy. End quote. Haider relies on Cohn-Bendit as much as on Klaus von Dohnanyi. With particular relish, he uses the best-selling vocabulary of the globalization trap, rails against turbo-capitalism, and criticizes globalization in a way that is entirely in line with the authors of the bestseller, who claim to have written their book against Haider. And he defends the European social state with its cultural and social particularities against the worldwide open migration of people, goods, money, and poverty. 5. And in a recent interview with Marcus Warren of the Sunday Telegraph, the unbeatable chameleon at the head of the FB said, "The only difference between Tony Blair and me is the name." In fact, the main principle of Haider's books and speeches is the incessant quoting of others, as if he wanted to constantly amaze and provoke people with how far you can go with anything goes, as if one person after another should be shocked when they suddenly find their words on Haider's lips. And more often, the Freedom Party politician also uses the words of Austrian writers. He pays close attention, so to speak, to which artist or writer is currently the most postmodern, in order to then invoke them. With a certain regularity, Robert Manasse is accorded this honor, who in turn juggles two views of Haider. Haider is a leftist and Haider is an Austro-fascist. Now it could be objected that Haider is not a new postmodern politician, but simply an old tactician. He only makes the statements quoted here to disguise himself and appear as a Democrat, which he is not in truth, of course. A wolf in sheep's clothing. The avowals of democracy are pure appearance, to which nothing corresponds in truth. But the ideology-critical question is, if it is really appearance, what is its necessity? Or, to put it in historical terms, why did Hitler and the Nazis not need this appearance? Just as money exists in such a way that it belongs to only one person and not to another, so the state exists in such a way that it is always only the state of its citizens, excluding all other individuals, distinguishing one class of individuals from others and elevating them to a special rank, the citizens. As a true representative not only of the Austrian state, but of the state in general, the current Austrian federal president, Thomas Klestel, proves this when he formulates in exactly this sense. The country he heads is a country of hospitality, but not a trail for unnecessary transit traffic and not a detention center for all the hopeless of this continent. It would be a misunderstanding of humanity to keep opening the borders until our social stability is threatened. Quote end. Hayter gratefully took up Kleistel's words and quoted them in one of his books. The question of racism is by what means this happens. Racism, writes Etienne Balibar, does not permeate the state institutions, but is an institution. It forms a kind of state psychostructure. 9. Balibar sees in it, however, only the function of domesticating the dangerous classes, and thus reduces the whole question to the problem of the class struggle. Racism appears as indoctrination. The state diverts the revolutionary energies of those classes by inculcating alien races as the enemy. But the psychological structure of racism is as much state-related as it is value-related. The bourgeois subject uses it to rationalize the exchange value of the labor force as a commodity. It leaves its actual motives in the dark, avoids this unconscious, real irrational aspect of the exchange economy, and instead seeks unreal rational explanations of a religious or scientific nature. The rationalization is complete when the exchange value of the labor force as a commodity, that is, its productivity, can be fixed as the biological property of a particular population group. The history of racism can therefore only be understood in the context of the enforcement of abstract labor, since the so-called primitive accumulation of capital. And it is no coincidence that the culmination of racism coincides with the greatest crisis in the history of the realization of value. The Nazis, writes Joachim Brun, nationalized the social labor force and thus fulfilled the status dream that the German labor movement had cherished since Ferdinand Lassalle and later, depending on the faction, with Karl Kautsky or Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, to the derision of Karl Marx and Mikhail Bakunin. By preparing for all-out destruction, Nazism relieved the workers of the worry of selling their only commodity, their labor. The National Socialist state not only smashed the independent workers' organizations and transferred their assets into the ownership of the German Labor Front, which thus became the richest Nazi organization in one fell swoop, it also meddled in the labor market, suspended the collective bargaining system and the previous forms of interaction between wage labor and capital, and instead installed trustees of labor to issue collective bargaining provisions and imposed a wage and price freeze. In 1934, Heinz Langerhans, then in custody in Berlin, already had the right words for this. The unified state subject capital has emerged from the automatic subject capital with the guarantor state as a special organ. Today, the state is more than just the ideal total capitalist, which is expressed in its increased functions. The destruction of all class organs of the workers is its first act. A ruthless social pacification campaign is launched with the aim of the organic incorporation of the wage labor portion of capital into the new state. The state subject of capital organizes the internal market, regulates a national general cartel prices and thus simultaneously intensifies international competition. This international competition means nothing other than war. It is becoming ever more evident that the campaigns to overcome the crisis in the new monopolistic state economies also have the character of armament measures. Armament is increasingly the content of the driving industrial energy, motorization, aviation, chemistry, etc. Explosive material is piled up and stacked on a large scale in production plans for the long term. Likewise, the social pacification is a preparation for war. It was a nationalization of labor and purchasing power that left the ownership of the means of production untouched in principle. But just as the workers in this case could only be nationalized as a race, so only the capital in Aryan hands remained untouched. The state could only fulfill its role as a large-scale consumer Enderwitz, and organize the direct and indirect provision of work because it had issued its bills of exchange for the later looting. The arms industry was not only the largest employer, but also the pledge for the gigantic debt of the Third Reich. The bigger the debt became, the more intensively the internal and external enemy was conjured up. The people of the territories to be conquered were to be devalued even more decisively than before as subhumans. And behind them, an ever-growing opponent had to be fantasized, which legitimized the war of aggression. World conspiracy of international Jewish finance capital. Racism and the Volksgemeinschaft were not discredited by the state, but lived in the state. The labor force nationalized those autonomous organizations and unorganized free spaces in which individuals had previously reproduced themselves relatively independently of the capital's exploitation process. Under the motto "Strength through Joy," the entire organizational spectrum of the labor movement, from choral societies to paramilitary protection organizations, from workers' sports to workers' symphony concerts, experienced its resurrection as branches of the state. The National Socialist sovereign had, as Chup Freimert writes, prohibited the previous self-determined forms that accomplished individual reproduction, even those formerly dominated by the bourgeoisie, and reconstituted them in his new framework. Henceforth, all necessities of life could no longer be realized without entering, so to speak, into the fixed structure, into the fascist organization of life. The social and material conditions of reproduction were removed from self-regulation and set as a state function. Only with this could the people's state that had been projected in Germany and German Austria for some time actually be realized. With the smashing of the autonomous organizations of the labor movement and their conversion into organs of the state, the last bastions of the internationalist character of this movement were also destroyed. The chauvinistic behavior of the social democracy in the First World War and the increasingly national orientation of the communist movement had, however, already ideationally preempted this. The nationalization of labor and its reproduction lent racism a new kind of conformity. There was no longer a labor market between the individual and the sovereign. The owners of the commodity labor were, so to speak, directly under the state. This largely freed them from the constraints of the labor market in areas where the constraints of the labor market otherwise reigned, in everyday and working life. Of course, they were also self-active, to a high degree as racists and above all, anti-Semites. But this self-activity consisted in voluntary subordination and integration into the state-formed community. They were self-active as an immediate part of the body of the state. Their property as the body and mind of the commodity labor power was completely obscured by this and no longer conscious to anyone. The result was the almost unimaginable homogeneity of the Volksgemeinschaft as a criminal community. The Allies' destruction of the Nazi system eliminated the conditions for this homogeneity. The extermination camps were liberated and the labor market was restored to its old rights in the Western successor states of the Third Reich. Here individuals again became conscious of themselves as owners of the commodity labor power, but there was now an enormous demand for this commodity, and to the extent that the re-legalized independent organizations of the labor movement reorganized at all, they could no longer tie into their old heroic days. This is mainly due to the fact that leisure time has only now been truly exploited as a market for industrial goods production. More and more aspects of reproduction, which were once dissolved in the relatively autonomous pre-fascist organizations and most recently, in the Volksgemeinschaft state forms of National Socialist character, could now be mediated by the commodity form alone. It is no longer necessary to practice together to deal with some of life's issues. Rather, the necessary is done through the individual act of buying and using. The possibilities for reproduction, mediated by purchasing power, have spread and attacked what used to be communal regulations and moments in life. Kraft durch Freude was replaced by Kraft durch Die, where only the name of the brand name article Volkswagen reminded us that this product had originally been conceived as a byproduct of the armaments industry and thus as a people's community car, and young people no longer drove it to summer solstice celebrations, but to the nearest jukebox. With the shrinking of growth rates and the fall of the Iron Curtain, however, the labor markets are again experiencing an overproduction of labor, as in the years before 1933. The post-fascist subject is once again becoming aware of its increasing worthlessness after the disenchantment of the economic miracle. And it increasingly senses that it can only compensate for this worthlessness as a fetishized citizen, that is, as a national subject. Only in the Volksgemeinschaft can it compensate for its expulsion from the community of the utilizable. Its descent appears to it more and more as the only guarantor of its value, just as the indebted state must understand the armed forces as the decisive protection of its national economy. In the end, it longs for National Socialism, inasmuch as here the citizen was everything, and the commodity character of labor disappeared in him. Consciously or unconsciously, the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft has become the point of reverence of post-fascist democracy. Jörg Haider has only expressed what many, no one knows how many, in Austria and Germany think secretly or openly, that the Third Reich made a proper employment policy. But the point of reverence can no longer be reached. It appears much more as an Archimedean point. Who, then, should relieve the workers of their concern about selling their only commodity? Which state would be in a position to nationalize the labor and purchasing power of its population, enforce wage and price freezes, and use the change for future forays to finance a job creation program? There is no longer any loot to be had anywhere that such a change could be issued for. The biggest loot is hunted in a fictitious space, on the financial markets. The Falkland conflict and Saddam's conquest of Kuwait are indicative of the diminished dimensions of such an expansionist policy. What could be understood as democratic racism, on the other hand, would be a kind of internalization or subjectivization. The point of reverence is sunk into every single monetized monad. Since the state is incapable of relieving individuals of the worry about selling their commodity labor power, each individual must do for and in himself what the fascist state once did for everyone: secure the value of his labor power by belonging to the nation. And this process, which depends on self-activity, may well constitute the secret of the newer, democratic Volksgemeinschaft. In their discussion of Johannes Agnoli's and Peter Bruckner's book on the transformation of democracy, Stefan Voigt and Andreas Benel described this bourgeoisification of the Volksgemeinschaft very aptly. In the face of deregulation and crisis, the dependent workers increasingly transfigure themselves into citizens. The popularity of this term corresponds to the shift in the search for identity to the ideological political sphere and the panic-stricken, because futile attempts to decouple from the economy. The individualization thesis has its true core in the fact that in this search, the intermediary instances between the individual and the state, above all the parties, tend to be eliminated and thus become superfluous. For the loyalty to the state and the immaturity of the citizens, which Agnoli and Bruckner already noted, other institutions are then responsible, which also reach the most isolated individuals, the media. The invocation of the social partnership between the capital and labor poles, which are at least still recognized as social groups, is replaced by an appeal to each individual to commit themselves to the location. The citizen is encouraged to realize the social partnership within himself, to reconcile capital and labor like the two souls in his breast. The internalization and individualization of the Volksgemeinschaft, which is taking place today, can also be seen in the debate on euthanasia, which has intensified in recent years. Initiated by the Nazis as a state program to breed their own race superiorly, the social Darwinian selection is being democratically reorganized today. Everyone is their own state. It is left to the individual with a disability, or the future mother of a child who may have a disability, or the individual who is incurably ill and their relatives, to recognize that they themselves or their child or relative is unworthy of life. And in terms of the value of the labor force to be realized, it is indeed unworthy of life. The pressure that imparts this realization to the individual no longer comes directly from the state, as it used to. Rather, the state only creates the conditions under which the individual recognizes that they are unworthy of life. Value of the labor force, it is indeed worthless life. The pressure that imparts this realization to the individual no longer comes from the state in the immediate way it once did. Rather, the state merely creates the conditions under which the individual is to assess his or her value according to the standards prevailing on the labor market. The destruction of the worthless is not enforced in an authoritarian manner, but should, if possible, be affirmed by each individual concerned. A society of potential suicides, of people who are always ready to commit suicide as soon as their worthlessness is established, that is the new ideal that democratic eugenics holds. The sadomasochism that Adorno once diagnosed in the authoritarian character has changed. The authoritarian type can only achieve social adaptation if he finds pleasure and libido in obedience and subordination. Meanwhile, however, the sadomasochistic character has clearly taken on narcissistic traits, which is probably connected to the fact that the citizens are encouraged, as it were, to consume in detail what the state once provided for them in bulk. The father no longer hits the child, or at least not as often, but instead keeps it, and himself, quiet in front of the television. The superego is less restrictive, no longer demanding renunciation of drives, but rather encouraging consumption, but it produces a constant frustration at having consumed too little, and thus also at being insufficiently productive, because productivity is the prerequisite for consumption, as every child already knows. This is consumer masochism, which in a crisis must lead to self-destruction. The individual thus acquires subject status not so much through subordination to the state as through being equated with or made equal to the state. This does not mean, however, that the authoritarian character disappears. It merely appears in a more individualized form. Obedience and subordination do not simply disappear either, but are handled in a more flexible way, or to put it more appropriately, diversified. The subjectivization of the Volksgemeinschaft produces a new type of leader who sees himself as the opposite pole of the party apparatus and claims an immediate relationship to the people, to the citizens. Alongside Silvio Berlusconi, Jörg Haider is probably the most convincing embodiment of this type. One sentence of his program sums it up: no nationalization of the people, but a humanization of the state. Haider awakens, organizes, and accelerates the self-activity that racism demands today. His entire appearance is determined by this function. In contrast to the old National Socialist rhetoric with its endless torrent of words and its hysterical imploring tone, Haider always gets by with a few pointed remarks and unambiguous allusions. For example, when you walk past a construction site today and see foreigners, including black Africans, cutting and carrying bricks, the Austrian construction worker is already thinking something. End quote. This is precisely how the white Austrians are to be motivated to think the fetish of capital and nation through in a thoroughly independent way. Haider is more likely to incite than to intoxicate. He also usually has no masses in front of him, but only the microphone and the camera of journalists. Just as Hader's media appearances and statements differ from the mass rallies and theater arts of the Nazis, so do the party he is forming and the state he is offering differ from the NSDAP and the Third Reich. When he repeatedly calls for and promises a leaner state and downsizing of the state, this is not only one of his tactical borrowings from neoliberalism, but also a thoroughly new political concept. The leanest state is a gang of criminals. In fact, the internal structure of Hader's party, its public appearance, its political actions and the physiognomy of its protagonists, including the financial scandals that have been rampant of late, offer the perfect example of the thesis that the state and society are increasingly turning into gangland, ruled by rival gangs or rackets. Max Horkheimer had already speculated on this, and recently Wolfgang Port took up the thread. Horkheimer's analysis of the racket can be applied with immediate effect to Hader's party. Racket means a gang of extortionists as well as a self-help group and a charity. The total refraction of the personality is demanded, absolutely concise guarantees of future reliability. The individual must relinquish all power, burn his bridges behind him. As the genuine Leviathan, the racket demands the unreserved social contract. Such contracts are concluded by Hader's followers. If the individual does not comply with the absolute loyalty pact, and if he becomes unreliable, threatening to harm the interests of the gang, he must of course be eliminated. The history of the Freedom Party is full of such actions, each of which is reported in detail in the press. Here too, the liberal public is working entirely in the service of Hader's policies. It is the great amplifier through which the menacing message, sent by the elimination of a party functionary, first acquires its full menace. For example, the Viennese Presse, which prides itself on its serious reporting, reported on a recent action as follows: "The executioner likes to come at night. Hader's man for political murder. Peter Westenthaler is Jörg Hader's handyman." Fear reigns in the FB when the Secretary General sets out on a punitive mission. When the big heavy BMW with screeching tires stops before the start of a party meeting, the blue functionaries in the city and countryside know what it is. Jörg Hader's avenging angel gets out of the white luxury sedan with a broad grin. End of quote. As if by magic, the journalist reaches for images and jargon from a cheap crime novel. And a large part of the fascination of Hader probably goes back to this open display of gangster attitudes. In this respect, Hader is the great gangster rapper of European politics. But as with rap, this simulation is more than mere simulation. Even his rise to the position of party leader had something of the grand gangster coup about it. The change of leadership at the Innsbruck Party Conference in 1986 was meticulously prepared and planned by Hader and his particularly loyal followers behind the back of the incumbent liberal leader. Subsequently, as in no other party, the issue was repeatedly to form and strengthen the bonds through exclusions and demarcations. At the local level, Hader personally or one of his cronies dismissed a series of insubordinate or obstructive officials. Those who stray from the political line must go. You have to be tough on them. Those who can't follow my line should look for another party. In one of the crisis meetings, Hader demanded that the party functionaries cover his line 100%. The latest party crisis, following the affair of the Hader deputy Rosenstengel, who had embezzled funds and fled abroad, was already being celebrated by the liberal press as Hader's downfall. However, Hader himself used it to expand his power in the party and to tighten the apparatus even more in line with racket principles. "A gang is a primitive democracy," wrote Frederick M. Thrasher in his seminal study of American gangsters of the 1920s and 1930s. That Hader's Buberl Party is a functioning party democracy is not to be understood ironically by anyone who knows the internal structures of criminal gangs. Everyone, no matter how small and insignificant, has the chance to rise in them, and unlike in the bureaucratized state apparatus, they can do so very quickly here, direct democracy. And they can claim the right to comprehensive protection at any time, as long as they identify with the power that rules them. In return for the political protection money that the citizen and voter pays with taxes and votes, the party and the state declare themselves willing to take over the protection of the population and the representation of their interests in their area, to secure the location and to demarcate the labor market. In this sense, Jörg Hader demands more democracy in the direction of direct suffrage. Whoever questions the role of the people as the supreme sovereign, questions democracy itself. In contrast to Hitler's party, the Hader Party, according to all available programmatic writings and documented statements, has no intention of nationalizing labor and practicing racism in this way. In contrast to some more traditional right-wing radicals or social democrats, It obviously has no illusions that this would still be possible today, at the end of the Fordist accumulation model. Thus, if they should actually seize power in Austria, the Freedom Party will largely retain the character of a gang, and even develop it further. The new state will not and cannot expand to become a major consumer like the Nazi state, organizing a comprehensive job creation program on credit. On the contrary, it will and must become lean and, in the midst of the deregulation of the markets, try to bring its Schaffchen into the dry with blackmail and raiding actions. The gap that has opened up between the increased international flexibility of capital and the continued national fixation of the labor force effectively precludes a return to the Third Reich. And the transformation of the old-style party into a new-style gang is, to a certain extent, an attempt to mediate the flexibility of capital and the fixation of the labor force in a new way. But this means intensifying racism. The national protection of the labor market is of even greater ideological importance the more capital transcends national borders in reality. In any case, the slimming cure has been underway for a long time. It is no coincidence that the established parties are also increasingly seeking to assimilate themselves in appearance and structure to the ideological gangsterism. The Hater Party is, as in all matters so here too, not the opposite of the others, the opposition to liberals, conservatives and social democrats, the opposite of democracy, but its culmination. This general trend could be nicely illustrated with Wolfgang Port's description of the changed manners of statesmen. Suffice it to point out the more or less nasty grin that politicians from Blair to Schroeder have been sporting with increasing obtrusiveness lately, and that they could all have learned from Hader. For example, the cronyism between Kinkel and his Russian counterpart, who, it is reported, after sweating for hours in the sauna, threw themselves together into the frosty snow at night, and then celebrated the alliance of their gangs with lots of beer. Maybe gangsters really do behave like that. At least every moviegoer believes that they would, and there are reasons for that. When forming an alliance, gang bosses have to maintain a very personal relationship with each other, as a kind of stabilizing component of the relationship, because the material side of it cannot provide continuity. When Gorbachev was still at the helm, Helmut and Mikhail addressed each other informally. When Yeltsin meets with Clinton, reporters notice the friendly relationship between the two presidents, the Bill and Boris atmosphere. Bill and Boris's sounds like Max and Moritz. The rascal-like quality is expressed in the physiognomy, because today politicians are often said to have boyish or mischievous charm. The crowd likes the publicly staged camaraderie because the fraternization promises the strength that the weak individuals lack. In many respects, the NSDAP also resembled a gang of gangsters, and it was not so far-fetched for Brecht to portray it with a play from the Chicago gangster milieu. Horkheimer and Port even go so far as to regard the entire history of domination as a history of rackets in changing guises. But with this gang totalitarian theory, history is in danger of being reduced to the mere transition from tribal feuds to gang feuds, and the question of monopoly on the use of force and law of value is completely replaced by the question of weapons and loot. Port at least suggests something like a historical process when he quotes the late mafia hunter and famous judge Giovanni Falcone, who recognized that the mafia is the expression of a desire for order and thus for the state, and adds the comment that the state is the late form of the gang and the gang, if successful, is the early form of the state. Racism, however, is the point at which the analogy between the publicly and legally operating political gangs and the very ordinary, secretly operating purely criminal gangs goes wrong, and that is why Brecht's The Resistless Rise of Arturo Ui is of very limited use in depicting the rise of Hitler or Hader. Seen from this point of view, the analogy is not only a simplification, but also a trivialization. Anyone who tries to imagine where Hader's concept of politics is heading should, above all, consider the Yugoslavian path to civil war, as analyzed by Ernst Lohoff, insofar as the representatives of the political class can count on the support of the people. Their popularity is based on the same foundation as that to which the drug barons in Medellin and the Neapolitan Camorra bosses owe their popularity. Some of the wealth acquired through shady channels always trickles down to some of the little people, obliging a more or less extensive circle of clients to be grateful. But even in this analysis, the nature of gratitude and popularity among national criminal and normal criminal organizations is presented in an all too arbitrary way. The bond between the Croatian people and Tudjman and between the Serbian people and Karadzic differs from that between the farmers and traders and the drug barons and Camorra bosses in Medellin and Naples. The raids by the Yugoslav gangs were to the same extent ethnic cleansing, that is, racist actions. And for this reason, too, the violence took on different forms and dimensions, even if all comparisons made by the Western press with National Socialism are misplaced. A real total criminal, as Lohoff describes the national fission products of Yugoslavia, is something different than a real normal criminal. In him the interest of a population group, which feels as a nation and wants its state, is concentrated, in whatever form it can still get it. It is an organization with a highly fetishized composition, and on this basis, terror and destruction always go beyond the rational logic of means and ends of purely criminal acts. The myth of a gang leader is harmless compared to that of a national leader, even if the latter, subtracting the fetish of the nation, only leads a gang. Conversely, the dissolution and division of the monopoly on the use of force in Yugoslavia cannot be equated with a structural change of the party system in the constitutional circumstances of a Schengen country. The problem lies rather in the fact that post-Fordist democracy succeeds in integrating such tendencies that undermine the monopoly on the use of force outside the protected metropolises. In this way, Haider transforms the structures of gangs into constitutional instruments of direct democracy. In the same way, the real existence of nationally liberated zones, which have been established by neo-Nazi gangs in the territory of the former GDR, does not endanger the monopoly on the use of force, but rather supports it by segmenting it. The skinheads are gangs that one does not necessarily have to join, and that one should even fear and be wary of, but they finally take matters into their own hands, which is what matters to the extremism of the center. In the military, a shock troop is a specially equipped small combat group for the execution of special tasks, so the right-wing extremist groups that persecute foreigners in the domestic territory are basically racist shock troops of direct democracy. If, as happened recently during the 1998 World Cup, they happen to be operating abroad and kill non-Germans or unworthy life there as well, they are immediately called back by the responsible minister. The German Minister of the Interior, Konter, who otherwise had little to say about the terror of neo-Nazis, expressed his displeasure after German hooligans beat up and critically injured a French police officer. These groups, whose ideological leader can be considered to be Jörg Haider, are, however, forming on special ground, and this does not refer to national character, but to a specific relationship to state and capital that has been passed down from generation to generation and preserved in all three successor states of the Third Reich. The Fordist state type, democracy as well as National Socialism, is based on abstract labor, and the standard of productivity is the starting point for racist demarcation and oppression. However, racism does not automatically collapse with the crisis. On the contrary, when it comes to distributing the remains of the surplus value of abstract labor and at the same time projecting the abstract evil of the unrecognized crisis onto an imaginary concrete enemy, racist consciousness will play a decisive role. In his speech on the new party program of 1997, Haider found an astonishing metaphor, which, not coincidentally, recalls the point of reference in which racist consciousness orients itself as with a compass to set out from it for new shores. The future will not be easy. It will mean that we cannot travel along it on a highway and believe that at some point we will reach our destination at a moderate pace. The future is more like a jungle, where we will have to laboriously carve our way through the thicket. End of quote. The idea that nothing changes in Austria and that innovations take decades to catch on is one of the most persistent clichés. The former world metropolis of Vienna, with its museum-like First District, invites this assumption just as much as the numerous neighborhoods of old buildings from the late 19th century. Politically, the country is seen as a provincial version of Germany, where many things are similar, but in any case, everything is worse. This is particularly true when it comes to dealing with National Socialism. The country wrongly considers itself to be Hitler's first victim, and lags far behind world champion Germany in its efforts to come to terms with the past. This is mainly attributed to the success of the AfD, a party that continues to recruit a significant proportion of its cadres from right-wing extremist fraternities, some of which openly glorify National Socialism. This fact makes it easy for critics to label a large part of the Austrian population as neo-Nazis, to warn against right-wing activities and to focus on this milieu by using the term post-Nazi society. The October 2017 elections and the subsequent formation of a government, which, unlike in Germany, took place fairly quickly and quietly and, unlike the first black-blue government formation in 2000, was not accompanied by violent protests, were consequently discussed in Germany almost exclusively under the heading right-wing shift. However, anyone who followed the election campaign in Austria and compared it with the German one noticed some significant differences that speak against the usual interpretation. It is true that Germany and Austria are in many respects the two states in the EU that are most similar in terms of language, lifestyle, social and tax systems, living conditions and standards. In the context of the refugee crisis and the decision of the German government to suspend state sovereignty and European agreements at short notice, however, serious differences in the negotiation of the same issues have become apparent. Since then, almost no day goes by in Austria, unlike in Germany, when the central political issues are not discussed and debated in the media and politics. How can external borders be protected? Who should be allowed into the country? What consequences will this have for Austrian society? how can integration be promoted and demanded? It was clear from the outset that none of the three major parties unreservedly supported German refugee policy. The government, which was still a red-black coalition in 2015, initially tried to present Austria as a transit country through which people who had ultimately been invited by Angela Merkel would merely have to be escorted to the German border. The fact that many migrants also remained in Austria in the course of the refugee crisis was no reason for politicians to declare a welcoming culture. Rather, efforts were made to quickly strengthen border controls and to close the so-called Balkan route in coordination with the countries of southeastern Europe. It is quite obvious that Austria does not adhere to the conviction that the consequence of National Socialism is the outlawing of all nationalism and the undermining of national sovereignty. Since 2015, Austria has presented itself more as an Eastern European nation-state, and right-wing representatives in particular have broken with the legacy of Adolf Hitler, for whom Austria was an integral part of the German nation and nation-states were only temporary, unnatural constructs that needed to be swept away along with their borders. In the context of a cross-party anti-German attitude in refugee policy, the question of what actually constitutes the post-Nazi Austrian society, which is so readily assumed to exist, and what conclusions can be drawn from the Nazi legacy, must at least be re-asked. Many political commentators dealt with trivialities in their election campaign analyses, which were intended to distract from the actual character of the election decision. For example, one could read everywhere that the election campaign had been particularly dirty, with the so-called Silberstein affair being used as proof. Since the VP, with its very popular candidate Sebastian Kurz, was ahead in all the polls, the SB, with the help of Israeli political consultant Tal Silberstein, projected a negative campaign against Kurz, which was essentially conducted on social networks while concealing the originator. To this end, Social Democratic campaign workers created and operated two Facebook pages, one of which was designed to give the impression that it was run by the VP itself, in order to scare moderate voters with right-wing extremist statements. The second page suggested that it was created by even more right-wing forces close to the FB and was partly anti-Semitic and openly xenophobic. The aim was to damage Sebastian Kurz and the FB, since such negative campaigns are not appreciated by the majority of voters in Austria and backfire on the originator. The fact that the attempted manipulation came to light in connection with Silberstein's arrest in Israel on suspicion of money laundering, embezzlement and obstruction of justice became a burden for the SP in an already difficult election campaign, but is not likely to have had a decisive influence on the election result. In contrast to the German election campaign, in which attempts were made to avoid questions that could cause uncertainty among the population, one example being the exclusion of the relatives of a terror victim from Breitscheidplatz from a public election broadcast with Chancellor Merkel, there was a clear political debate in Austria, which was also conducted publicly in numerous television debates between the party's top candidates. Economic and social issues, which played a central role, were no longer discussed only in the form of the usual distribution struggles in the post-Nazi welfare state, in which the argument was whether conservatives or social democrats could more successfully administer the class compromise and slim down the welfare state in a more acceptable way so that it could meet the challenges of globalization. The central slogan with which the SP, possibly aware of the coming defeat and with an eye on left-wing voter groups, campaign for votes, did not fit into the usual consensus and sounded almost class militant: get what you are owed. The fact that the SP has once again adopted a much more left-wing tone is not least due to the fact that in Austria, too, the proportion of the population that can live without additional transfer payments from its income is declining. The class compromise is paid for primarily by the relatively low income level, particularly of ordinary workers and employees, being improved by welfare state benefits, and many people being employed directly by the state. Accordingly, the VP, the party of the Catholic conservative middle class, sees the high tax and contribution burden as the decisive social issue and wants to dismantle the welfare state, in order to maintain it, of course. In economically difficult times, not only the acceptance of subsidizing the unemployed, who in a post-fascist manner have been vilified as freeloaders and idlers, is at stake in Austria, but also the state sector as a whole. The fact that the FB has established itself as a workers' party in large parts of Austria and even in Vienna is also due to the fact that the SP, although it can point to a number of socio-political successes, has created a state monster in social partnership with the VP, in which professional bureaucracy, corruption and nepotism flourish and which is rightly perceived as condescending and patronizing. The impression that an extensive state sector, with its many posts and subsidies, is partly responsible for the low economic growth, the stagnating to falling real incomes of large sections of the population and the inability of many people to make a living from their own work, leads to the turning away of large sections of the lower classes from social democracy. Already under Jörg Haider, agitation against bigwigs, corruption and cronyism of the two established parties was a central recipe for success of the so-called third camp, which can still present itself as the only alternative to the state parties. The second reason for the success of the FP is that the FP, under the leadership of Heinz Christian Strache, has undergone a fundamental change. This is symbolized by the move away from the Protestant milieu, from which Strache also comes and from which a number of Austrian Nazis were recruited, towards Catholicism on the one hand and to the Serbian Orthodox voters on the other. As an adult, Strache was baptized and made several high-profile appearances with representatives of Bosnian Serbs, even calling for the secession of Republika Srpska from Sarajevo. At least officially, the hostility towards Israel was dropped and the party now defines itself primarily in terms of its opposition to Islam, which played only a minor role under Hayter, who had still referred to the FB as the PLO of Austria, and liked to be seen with Gaddafi or Saddam Hussein. The traditionally pro-German FB is thus on the way to cutting its decidedly National Socialist roots, a process that has accelerated once again as a result of its participation in the government. Before the annual FPO organized ball at the Hofburg, attended by members of fraternities close to the party, Strache announced that he wanted to make the event a stage against anti-Semitism, and that anyone who does not acknowledge the memory and responsibility for the victims of the Holocaust is not welcome here. In the wake of the scandal surrounding Lower Austrian politician Landbauer, the FB also decided to set up a historical commission to examine the role of the Third Lager and the FB. With these steps, the Freedom Party has considerably narrowed the gap between itself and the VP, which can be considered the successor to the Catholic, Austrian, and above all, reluctant authoritarian corporate state. The common left-wing interpretation, that the firm turn towards the Austrian nation and the associated criticism of Islam is the usual intensification of agitation against minorities in economically hard times, cannot, of course, be completely dismissed. Many of the measures and statements of FB politicians, such as the new Minister of the Interior Kickel, who wants to concentrate refugees, i.e. to accommodate them in large, centralized facilities, indicate not only that the party continues to consciously or unconsciously serve National Socialist ideology. Statements like these also make it clear that nothing good can be expected from this party when it comes to the integration of immigrants, but that it wants to serve the needs of many of its voters for an environment that is as free of foreigners as possible, in just as short-sighted a manner as possible. It is obvious that the central accommodation of all asylum seekers locks up persecuted Muslims with their persecutors, significantly hinders the integration of those willing to integrate into the majority society, and promotes the Islamization tendencies among refugees. These measures, like all of the FB's political demands on the subject of immigration, have the sole aim of reducing the number of immigrants from Islamic countries, in this case by deterring them and hoping that they will then apply for asylum in Germany or other EU countries such as Sweden. The answers that the FB provides to the correctly identified problems with Islam in Austria, and which inspired their almost anti-fascist slogan "The Islamization must be stopped," are thus as one would expect from the personnel of this party. Nevertheless, a critique that accuses the FB of anti-Semitism, an antiquated view of women and racism, with insufficient distinction made between race and belief, does not do justice to the changes that have taken place in the last 3 years. The success of the FB, and this is what unites it with other right-wing parties in Europe, was only made possible by a European and Austrian policy that has overslept, whitewashed, and trivialized the Islamization of Europe for years. In Austria, the percentage of Muslims in the population has doubled in recent years, from 4% in 2001 to 8% in 2016. With high levels of immigration from the Middle East and Africa, Islam could become the largest religious community in Vienna in 20 to 30 years, where around 15% of the population is already Muslim. The fact that many naturalized immigrants, especially those of Serbian origin, a group that just a few years ago was vilified along with all other immigrants from the Balkans as Yugos, now also vote for the FB, as well as the fact that the party has long since ceased to be successful only in the Protestant enclaves, but precisely where the consequences of the failed integration policy are particularly visible, indicates that the claimed post-Nazi continuity is insufficient to explain the electoral successes under Strache. The person of the chairman, who, unlike Hayter, is not a charismatic leader but rather a rather colorless and thus interchangeable party politician, illustrates the shift towards a People's Party struggling for predictability. The uncomplaining acceptance of the dissolution proceedings initiated by Federal Chancellor Kurz on January 25, 2018, against the National Socialist-oriented fraternity Germania zu Wiener Neustadt, because of a song they published and probably also sang that glorified the Holocaust, but above all the scandal. Poor showing of the FB in the state elections in Lower Austria on January 28, 2018, and the prompt resignation of its top candidate Udo Landbauer, who is an active member of Germania zu Wiener Neustadt, point to a significant weakening of the National Socialist wing within the party, which was dominant under Hayter. The will to limit Islamic immigration, which is shared by an overwhelming majority of Austrians, is not enough to stop the Islamization of a country with a population of just over 8 million, which is 10 times smaller than Germany. However, it is a necessary condition for success. It is therefore not surprising that since the October election, only parties that take this fact into account in some way are represented in the National Council. For a long time it looked as if the FB might even win the election, but the VP, under its new party leader Sebastian Kurz, managed to surge from third to first place in the polls. As the most popular politician in Austria, the young foreign minister was able to dictate his conditions to the People's Party and put together an election list that also included a number of independent candidates. Dubbed List Sebastian Kurz, the new People's Party, it was given a modern look with turquoise instead of black. In doing so, he apparently made many voters forget that this party is not a modern force, but has been in government for 30 years. In addition, he managed to propagate Austria's sovereignty, secure borders, less immigration and measures against Islamization in a moderate but resolute tone, without chumming up to the FB. Although Kurz presented his opposition to German refugee policy and his criticism of Islam in a well-founded manner and scored points with scientific studies on the situation in Austrian mosques, which, unsurprisingly, overwhelmingly work against integration, and on the role of Islamic kindergartens, which publicly present in Vienna and are characterized by the fact that all female caregivers and some of the girls wear headscarves, he was particularly in Germany, but also by the left in Austria, placed in the right-wing and xenophobic corner. However, the election results showed that equating criticism of Islam with racism, as well as renouncing state tasks, is catching on with fewer and fewer voters. The claim that taking up the far-right's favorite topics, namely criticizing the country's migration and integration policies, would only drive voters to the far-right was also not confirmed. In the end, it was the VP that gained the most votes, and the FB only came in third, with significantly fewer votes than polls had suggested possible. In Germany, there was only one way to explain all this. Sebastian Kurz had moved so far to the right that he could no longer be distinguished from the Freedom Party. It had been shown that in Austria, xenophobia, Islamophobia and EU skepticism are an excellent way to catch votes. This culminated in an embarrassing Maischberger program, in the tradition of pedagogical fact-checking with associated discussion panels, in which the moderator of the same name introduced Kurz with the words, "The most delicate temptation since populism has existed. This is how critics mock the new Austrian chancellor." Even though no one had ever used this phrase before, as if all democratic politicians did not have to be populists if they wanted to be elected, the term populism today only applies to those politicians who speak out clearly against Islam and its unchecked spread in Europe, right-wing populists, or against the unequal distribution of income and wealth, left-wing populists. Accordingly, the whole program, in which Jürgen Tritten, of all people, was allowed to act as schoolmaster at the end, was designed to cross-examine Sebastian Kurz and to rebuke him on behalf of Germany, which had done well. Behind Kurz, a picture was regularly shown showing protesters with a sign on which the faces of Strache and Kurz were crossed out. Apparently, the biggest concern of the German public seems to be that a serious and objective conservative politician like Kurz, who also enjoys some popularity in Germany, could enter the German political arena. Kurz's election victory suggests that it will be almost impossible to stop the advance of the right-wing parties if the issue of Islam is ignored. This also applies to Germany and the AfD, which is much less established and in which the self-destructive forces are more pronounced. As unpleasant as the VP may be, it has clearly shown that, on the contrary, it will only be possible to stop the so-called right-wing populists if the established parties actively address the issue of Islamization. In contrast, Austria's only party that can rightly be called Biodeutsch ethnic German, and in whose strongholds German immigrants feel particularly at home, suffered a well-deserved debacle with its anti-racist campaign against Islamophobia, which followed the German welcoming culture. The Greens not only lost more than half of their voters, but also ended up below the 4% hurdle with 3.8%, thereby being voted out of the National Council. The moral campaign for more women's rights and more diversity, against the right and for Islam, which was aimed at a depoliticized post-materialistic electorate, was rejected by the voters. In addition to the fact that the Greens had done everything wrong in terms of electoral tactics, the main reason for this was probably that, especially in the Green academic milieus, dependence on state social benefits, contracts or cultural funding is far more the rule than the exception. Since a black-blue government was more likely to make cuts here, many people preferred to vote for the Social Democrats, who were able to make significant gains in the Green Party's strongholds in Vienna. The central tactical mistake was not the insignificant quarrels with parts of their own, even more left-wing German political newcomers, who then stood for the KP Plus and managed to achieve a glorious 0.8% of the vote, which is less than the KP alone in 2013, but the break with Peter Pils. This long-standing Green Party member, who is an indispensable part of Austria's political landscape, was ignored when the party drew up its list of candidates and was replaced by a bland, largely unknown young politician, whereupon he founded his own electoral list. Pils can be considered the left-wing counterpart to Jörg Haider, who made a name for himself in the parliamentary fight against corruption and cronyism as a courageous exposer and has excellent relations with tabloids. He owes his special position as a popular politician beyond the Austro-German Green voter constituency not only to his pithy appearance as a self-proclaimed enlightener, but also to his love of his homeland, his criticism of Islam and, in particular, of Turkey. It is typical of Pils that he garnished the correct demand that Erdogan's election campaign appearances in Austria should not be allowed with anti-Turkish resentment. Erdogan is welcome to come to Vienna to open a kebab stand here. Added to this is his hatred of Israel, which culminates in his call for sanctions against the Jewish state. His contribution to the affair surrounding the SP's negative campaign against Kurds was also characteristic of his political style. Austria had to become Silberstein-free. The Peter Pils list managed to win 4.3% of the vote and enter the National Council at a single stroke, snatching votes from all political parties, especially, of course, from the Greens. Shortly after the election, Pils was accused of sexual harassment, and he resigned in early November to live up to his high standards, only to return to politics 2 months later. The fact that a list created out of nothing by Pils just a few months before the election was able to outperform the Greens politically is due to the fact that, on the one hand, it placed far greater emphasis on socio-political demands at the national level, thus more closely reflecting the economic situation of many voters, but also because it avoided a deafening silence on Islam when an Afghan girl in the Viennese district of Favoriten was executed by her brother because she wanted to distance herself from the family and have a boyfriend. For the radical left, or rather what is left of it in Austria, the realization that nothing works anymore without at least some criticism of Islam will almost certainly not lead to self-criticism. The defeat will merely contribute to the undaunted continuation of the fight against the racist majority society and the right-wing extremist government, and to the claim that the Greens and the KP have failed because they have not positioned themselves radically enough against racism and Islamophobia. The left in Austria, including what is left of the once vibrant anti-German scene in Vienna, is now nothing more than the political appendix of the Greens and other bobo leftists. What welds the Greens, radical leftists and anti-Germans together in the fight against the right is the contempt befitting their station in life for the educationally deprived inhabitants of the municipal housing, who do not have a secure livelihood by virtue of their birth and who, precisely for this reason, should remain exactly where they are, in the increasingly Islamized outskirts. The fact that an ugly melange has emerged in Vienna from academically educated left-wing Greens and educated anti-Germans has to do with the fact that the Viennese anti-Germans refrain from any escalation and domestic political intervention, demonize the word Islamization as a right-wing choice of words, oppose any refugee policy, and thus do not even raise the question of the necessity of limiting Islamic immigration. Rather, they organize, often together, ineffective appeals in foreign policy matters in which Little Austria is hardly involved, or play a Middle East think tank, i.e. political advice for politicians who are not interested. The rationalization of such meaningless and uncritical activity between Amory and Adorno reading groups takes place under slogans such as a supposed primacy of foreign policy. If an intervention does take place, then you stand with 2 Israeli flags on the sidelines of a rally against the Iranian regime, where no flags are allowed, and distribute a flyer written in a jargon of self-reference that has almost nothing to do with the protests in Iran anymore, but mainly serves the purpose of presenting yourself as a radical communist and revolutionary who is concerned with the big picture. It would be quite appropriate, even among Viennese left-wing radicals and anti-Germans, to think about their own biotope. Vienna, as the only metropolis and at the same time the largest federal state in Austria, where almost a quarter of Austrians live, is also the place where the contrasts open up, between rich and poor, between this side and the other side of the Danube, between Vienna and the rest of Austria. While the rest of Austria, with the exception of the small Burgenland on the Hungarian border, voted for Kurz by a majority, Red Vienna remained the last bastion of the Austrian Social Democrats. However, the FP has also been on the rise in Vienna for some time, especially in the peripheral and outlying districts that are particularly affected by high unemployment and the consequences of Islamization. In the last state election in 2015, it received almost 31% of the vote and was able to win 2 districts, Simmering and Floridsdorf, which traditionally belonged to the mythically glorified Red Vienna. In May 2018, just in time for the 2020 election and after 24 years in office, Mayor and Governor Michael Hoppel, whose prominence and popularity were a guarantee for the last electoral successes of the Vienna SP, will retire. Since there was no designated successor, the party conference at the end of January saw a contested vote, which must also be seen as a decision on the party's future direction. Michael Ludwig, the city councillor for housing and the candidate of the trade unions and the outer districts, who comes from Floridsdorf, won with 57% of the vote against Andreas Schieder, the candidate of the party establishment and the leader of the SP in the National Council. While there is agreement that, unlike in Burgenland, no coalition with the FB should be sought and that a clear opposition policy against the federal government should be pursued, the Social Democrats in Vienna have been divided on the question of migration policy since 2015. There is a fierce debate about whether to position themselves as a clear counterweight to the FB or to win votes from it by finally clearly addressing the problems of integration and immigration and tackling them by looking at their own people. The fact that the migration-critical wing has prevailed against the party establishment, which has close contacts to the Turkish Islamic Association mess and counts Erdogan fans with Austrian citizenship among its most loyal voters, suggests that a certain residual reason has been preserved in the Vienna SP. But the new rhetoric, according to which one must listen more closely to the voters, is leading to far-right propaganda in parts of the party. Former Defense Minister Das Gazil criticized the newly sworn-in government for deporting too few people. Meanwhile, SP Federal Secretary General Lurker went so far as to claim that the FB wants to bring 150,000 additional immigrants into the country. The background to this was the regionalization of a list of shortage occupations, which had been planned before the change of government but has not yet been specifically adopted. This list allows companies to recruit non-EU foreigners if there are not enough qualified applicants in a particular occupational field in a region, which is not uncommon in the provinces. The battle between the SP and the FB reached a grotesque climax when Lurker hit back at Strache, who had said that the SP's father figure Bruno Kreisky, who had brought the Freedom Party out of the brown corner in the 1970s and allowed himself to be tolerated by them, would vote for the FB today. Lurker, on the other hand, could think of nothing better than to proclaim that Jörg Haider would vote for the SP today. If the social democratic opposition continues to consist of clinging to the FB or trying to overtake it on the right, it is almost certain that Sebastian Kurz will be the winner of the next election. Can the Austria of 2018 and especially its right-wing camp, which is increasingly abandoning German nationalist tones and demonstratively relying on the national flag and the concept of homeland, still be subsumed under the concept of post-Nazism? For a long time, it was good manners to answer this question in the affirmative, with reference to Thomas Bernhard, who had described the Austrians as a National Socialist Catholic people. It was enough to point to the numerous collaborators who went from supporting the corporative state in 1938 to becoming Nazis and then continuing as Catholic anti-fascists in 1945 to assert the survival of Nazism in the country and of National Socialists in Catholicism. This claim, which is often repeated without being checked, with reference to the cheering crowd on Vienna's Heldenplatz, is not suitable for identifying the significant differences between German National Socialism and Catholic Austrofascism. In terms of economic and social policy too, the social partnership is often said to represent a continuity with the Volksgemeinschaft, without taking into account that Austria is still a state in which there is a strong sense of class and an obsession with titles based on completely different continuities. The equation or amalgamation of the National Socialist and Austro-Fascist legacies, which is particularly stressed by the Social Democrats and the left, who for good reasons could not forgive the members of the Standestat for the suppressed revolt of February 1934 and the subsequent ban of their party, blurs the scandalous fact that the emigrated SP leadership did not abandon the demand for the annexation of Austria to Germany, which had long been Hitler's Germany, even after the defeat. It is easy to forget that Austro-Fascism did not propagate an eliminatory anti-Semitism, that the Anschluss, which was vehemently rejected by the Austro-Fascists, was preceded by external coercion, and that the nationally minded Austrians are not the only ones to speak of their country as a victim of the aggression of Hitler's Germany. This does not change the fact that the Anschluss went relatively smoothly and that within a very short time there were a great many compliant Nazis in Austria. In order to understand the meaning of the terms post-Nazism and post-fascism in Austria today, however, it is essential to recognize that there is an effective anti-German core in the talk of Austria as a victim of the Nazis, despite all the repression of its own crimes and the survival of Nazism under the guise of Catholicism. A national consciousness has emerged that is very different from the German one and no longer even contemplates the annexation of Germany. It cannot see any promise of salvation in the end of the nation-state and its absorption into supranational organizations such as the EU. The transformation of the FB into a decidedly Austrian People's Party and the loss of support for the Greens, ideologically a German party, in the national elections possibly mark a change of epoch that raises the question of whether the concept of post-Nazism as an explanation of Austrian conditions has reached its end. In Austria, the government formed at the beginning of 2020, consisting of the Conservative Austrian People's Party, VP, and the Green Party, has gradually passed decrees and ordinances since March 10 to shut down public life in order to contain the spread of the coronavirus. It should be noted that these are quickly adopted nationwide sovereign measures, which, accompanied by regular press conferences, the expertise of medical professionals and the inevitable appeals for responsible individual behavior, have gradually been transformed to a considerable extent into legally binding prohibitions and imperatives. It is striking that all these public pronouncements were largely free of slogans and suggestions of joint crisis management. The situation is different in Germany, where assessments and information about the state of the pandemic and considerations of sensible measures are left to medical experts, who subsequently give their scientific approval to political steps, while the responsible politicians constantly speak of a test that everyone has to face. However one may judge the measures taken in Austria, the way the crisis has been handled points to a fundamental difference between Austria and Germany in terms of how the state sees itself and the nature of state sovereignty. Despite the autonomy and high-handedness of the federal states, Austria is in many respects more centralized than Germany, which points to a fundamental difference in the relationship between state and citizens. Austria proves to be an authoritarian state in its basic features, but precisely because of this it appeals to the personal responsibility of its citizens and the internalization of values by them to a much lesser extent than present-day Germany, and demands all the more compliance with the rules of the game, i.e. laws. This also implies a different kind of party political pluralism compared to Germany. Political scientists characterize Austria as a party democracy, an assessment that is also true in a sense that has so far received little attention. Unlike in Germany, especially in the reunified Germany, where people avoid articulating particular interests and are driven by a panic of a strong state, in Austria there is an identification with different political camps linked to different economic milieus that still stems from the First Republic and runs counter to the already questionable concept of post-Nazism. Above all, the Catholic conservative and social democratic camps are characterized by their distance from the state as a whole, without wanting to challenge the state as an authority. Rather, their concern was and is their political dominance in the state. The dissolution of the authoritarian state, which bundles different interests, by the disinterested people state was reserved for the German nationalist Third Lager, which after the First Republic emerged in National Socialism and in the Second Republic finally in the FP, which was initially an almost insignificant folkish liberal party of dignitaries and finally a protest party, shaken by division and reunification. Starting out as a protest party without a clear left-wing or right-wing agenda, the FP itself took on the characteristics of a clientele party, despite its Nazi reminiscences and hostility towards foreigners. When the OVP-FPO government fell as a result of the Ibiza scandal, there was no national crisis, only a government crisis contained by the Austrian constitution. The Austrian constitution of 1920 also has the character of a set of rules, in keeping with the spirit of legal positivism, which is criticized even among critics of ideology. It would perhaps be an interesting undertaking to examine the significance of positivism, including its philosophical aspects, in the First Republic, including its proximity to and deviation from the critique of phrase and ornament practiced by Karl Kraus and Adolf Loos, for what socially and politically distinguishes Austria from Germany. This also has to do with the fact that the broken coalition has made an impression on the competition. In the disintegrated Austrian social democracy and its environment, criticism of the open refugee policy and the spread of not only political Islam, but also of everyday Muslim harassment and thus also of the party left that sweeps these abuses under the rug, is on the rise. Furthermore, there are tendencies towards social democratic etarism, which stands in sharp contradiction to left-wing identity politics. Even among the Greens, it can be observed that the establishment of an ecologization and culturalization of politics, which is inevitably directed against the poor because it is directed against social advancement, is not seen as dogmatically as it is in Germany. All of this has a lot to do with an Austrian constitution that can justifiably be called republican. The special case of Vienna is the best way to understand why it was possible to form a black-green government nationwide. The Austrian capital has been governed by the Social Democrats since 1919, interrupted by 1934 to 1945, first by the clerical fascist regime that emerged from the Christian social camp and then by National Socialism, in the First Republic by the SDAP, Social Democratic Workers' Party of German Austria, and in the Second Republic by the SP. The increasing success of the FB, especially in the working-class outskirts since the 1990s, has not seriously threatened the SP's dominance in Vienna. Even though a duel between Heinz Christian Strache, who until his ouster was not only the federal party leader but also the Vienna state party leader, and the long-standing mayor Michael Hoppel was often conjured up in pre-election times. The crises of the federal party were hardly reflected in the Viennese SP, and the VP has so far only ever had the status of a small party in the federal capital, in contrast to the federal government, many federal states and countless rural communities. Red Vienna has always been considered an unshakable bastion of the SP, and in times when the VP provided the federal chancellor, it was seen as a social, caring counterweight, striving for social balance with the rest of Austria. The fact that Vienna has an excellent infrastructure, especially in public transport, municipal health care, waste management, but also historical achievements in social housing, contributes significantly to its reputation as a city with a very high quality of life. Red Vienna is well managed, it is said, and it seems to be a broad consensus in the city party to this day that good management can, if not solve social problems, then at least contain them. However, this has been seriously called into question for some time. While in recent years the proportion of people without religious affiliation has grown significantly in Austria, and particularly in Vienna, the proportion of people professing Islam in the country, and particularly in Vienna, has risen sharply. Since 2001, the number of Muslims in Austria has roughly doubled. In 2017, there were around 700,000 Muslims living in Austria, which corresponds to around 8% of the population. The refugee crisis of 2015 brought around 100,000 people to Austria, the vast majority of whom also profess Islam. In Vienna, the number of Muslims has risen to 14% since 2001. At the beginning of 2019, there were said to be 78 mosques and Islamic associations in Austria. According to other research from 2018, there are 135 mosques and prayer rooms in Vienna alone. The Vienna SP as a whole practices a mixture of open power, politically motivated opportunism and submission towards the Muslims and their communities living in the city, as well as appeasement and defamation towards internal critics of this submission. There are also personal links between the Vienna SP and organized Islam. The Integration Commissioner of the IGO, Islamic religious community in Austria, Omar al-Rawi, who is of Iraqi origin and is said to be close to the Muslim Brotherhood, is also a long-standing SP member of the Vienna City Council and Municipal Council. The bankruptcy of the Vienna SP, which has been in government with the Greens since 2010, is particularly striking in the area of education policy and the school system. In many Viennese school classes, especially in the new secondary schools in certain outer districts, the proportion of Muslim pupils is almost 100%. Many of these students have very poor German language skills, and there is often a lack of willingness to learn the language or improve their German. The students usually do not speak German at home because they spend most of their time outside of school in an environment where Turkish is spoken. Although support programs are available, they are rarely used. It is no longer possible to teach the curriculum, let alone adhere to it. Instead, Islamic virtue terror dominates the lessons, which can no longer be called that, and many teachers bow to it in collusion with the school management, the city school board and the Social Democratic Teachers Union. All this has been known for a long time, but the teachers affected and often suffering from it have always remained silent about it. It is thanks to the Viennese teacher Susanne Wiesinger, who taught at a so-called hotspot school in the Viennese district of Favoriten, that these conditions were described and criticized in astonishing detail, openness and sharpness in the book Kulturkampf im Klassenzimmer, Cultural Struggle in the Classroom, published in the fall of 2018. In many television discussions, she has defended her position, and with it her ability to reflect and learn from experience, against sometimes fierce opposition, and continues to do so. After the publication of her book, Wiesinger was appointed as an ombudswoman for questions of values and culture in the OVP-led Ministry of Education. After she published a new book entitled Machtkampf im Ministerium, Power Struggle in the Ministry, at the beginning of this year, she lost this position. Now she is working again as a teacher in a special school in Vienna. We can only speculate about the actual reasons for her loss of job. The fact that she is now extending her criticism to include party political influence in general, which has a profound impact on education policy in Austria, especially with regard to staffing, also suggests that it could be at least a small sign of compensation or reparation for her having joined the critics of Islam. In Susanne Wiesinger, Austria has the first and so far only prominent critic of Islam outside of party politics. In her experience, a large proportion of students, in collusion with their families, who are often exposed to the terror of the Muslim community but also actively support it, only recognize the laws of Islam. Many teachers and the school administration submit to this. The failure at school is not only due to the absence of a German-speaking environment, but also to a genuinely Muslim prohibition on thinking independently and even on casual storytelling. Closely related to this is the prohibition on taking an interest in the Western world or even identifying with it. Teachers' assessments of students no longer correspond in any way to actual academic performance. They are encouraged to take along as many students as possible until they graduate. The teaching content and classroom activities, not to mention the behavior of students and teachers, are continuously evaluated by students aged 10 to 14 to determine whether they are in line with the commandments and morals of Islam. Wiesinger not only reports that Muslim students defended the terrorist attack on the editors of Charlie Hebdo and the murder of a girl from an Afghan family by her brother in Favoriton in September 2017. She also reports that events such as theater visits or ski trips or joint birthday parties in class no longer take place because the resistance against them is too great. In particular, female students who dress like a Christian are insulted and threatened by fellow students, at school, but also on Facebook. Justified suspicions of forced marriage and sexual abuse in the families are not followed up. The notified authorities, the Youth Welfare Office and district school inspectors, do nothing because the family's social workers, who often change frequently, give them a good report by saying that the family is intact and friendly. Teachers who are verbally and even physically attacked by students are told by colleagues and management that they did not act correctly from a pedagogical point of view or that they are generally not up to the job of teaching. Headmasters, school psychologists, and the city school council leave no stone unturned in their attempts to appease the problems, to urge amicable solutions in individual cases, and to encourage multicultural, for example culinary and musical, loosening up events in the classroom. The extensive further training offered, which teachers are to a certain extent obliged to take part in, is largely limited to infantilizing workshop frippery in a chair circle. The participating teachers can only seriously and thoroughly discuss all of the urgent problems mentioned above on their way home. Wiesinger was also a staff representative in the Social Democratic Teachers Union, where she tried to represent teachers vis-a-vis their employer in their specific problems and concerns in everyday school life. She did not receive any support from her union either. Rather, the experiences she and some colleagues had simply were not believed, which is why she broke with the SB Teachers Union after a few years. Many of her colleagues there, as well as other employees at the grassroots, are, as she credibly describes, less interested in teaching or counseling than in pursuing a career in the SB or the SPO-dominated employer, the city school board. Time and again, Wiesinger was told that addressing Muslim atrocities only helps the right. Occasionally, it is also said quite openly that the many Muslims in Vienna are the most reliable voters for the SB. After the OVP-FPO government took office at the end of 2017 and, among other things, introduced a headscarf ban for primary school children, the teaching staff were sworn in all the more to act even more anti-racist and multicultural. But if this term is to be understood literally and not as a propaganda term, there can be no talk of multiculturalism in these school classes or in the districts concerned. A predominantly Turkish Islam dominates, which is allowed to get away with almost anything. Wiesinger writes, "The worst thing is, they want to persuade us that, with a few exceptions, everything is actually fine. We teachers should not always talk down everything. You will not change the Muslim parents." How often have I heard this saying? Yes, even when the parents commit crimes, because they beat their children, marry them against their will, or even worse, abuse them. This standard phrase comes up again and again: you will not change the parents. Why not? End quote. Apart from the fact that it is scandalous that there is a simple refusal to exert any pressure on parents even when there is suspicion of criminal acts, it is surprising that the original social democratic principle, according to which state-guaranteed public education and schooling should compensate for the failures and deficits of parents, precisely because they do not change, should not apply in the case of Muslim parents and children. Wiesinger is absolutely right to demand financial sanctions for parents of unruly students if they do not cooperate. However, Michael Ludwig, who has been mayor of Vienna since 2018, promptly rejected this demand. Quote, "There should be clear consequences for misconduct at school," Ludwig said. Which ones specifically remained open. Ludwig ruled out financial sanctions, such as the VP's proposal to freeze family allowances if, for example, parents refused to talk to teachers. Suspending unruly students was not the right solution either. Instead, students should be obliged to stay at school longer so that they can be supervised more closely. Ludwig called on the federal government to develop a new code of conduct that focuses on discipline or gender equality. End of quote. Ludwig, who is said to be close to the right wing of the SP, thus remains entirely on the line of the Viennese SP, according to which the socially weak should not be burdened even more, on the side of the tyrannical culture of Muslim parents and their community. The fact that the social question is often authoritarianly drowned out by standing up for individual freedom is a social democratic tradition that connects it to the rest of the left. Nevertheless, the SP is deeply divided in its relationship to Islam, even the Vienna SP, which has behaved so disgracefully in this matter. For example, Barbara Novak, who is the regional party secretary of the Vienna SP and spokeswoman for the SP women in the Doblaying district, is in favor of banning headscarves at schools. So far, however, this internal party decision only applies at the district level. In 2017, the Vienna SP Women's Initiative Die Weiberei Feminise muss Hut, the Women's Initiative Feminism Must Today, submitted a motion within the party stating, "We do not want girls wearing headscarves in kindergarten and elementary school. Correct steps and rapid intervention is required." It deliberately confines itself to an expression of will and avoids the word ban. Instead, in line with the Viennese appeasement, it calls for increased support for teachers, more controls and compulsory discussions with parents. The current administrator of this plight, City Councillor for Education Jürgen Czernohorski, refers to a decree of the Ministry of Education, which was then led by the Austrian People's Party, VP, according to which the ban on wearing headscarves for religious reasons in schools is contrary to fundamental rights. It is not yet clear whether Mayor Ludwig can be expected to change course after all. In view of the municipal elections expected to take place in the fall of this year, a purely power political factor here, in addition to the large number of Muslim core voters living in Vienna, is the Viennese Green voters who, at best, have only a non-material solidarity with them. These voters could turn away from the Greens in view of the almost complete self-abandonment of the Greens in the new turquoise-green federal government. If Ludwig wants to poach Green voters, it is rather unlikely that he will deviate from the course of tolerating Islamic rule, especially in the proletarian outskirts, which Green voters avoid in order to avoid coming into contact with the Islamization they tolerate and gloss over. Another factor that Ludwig will probably not ignore is the popularity of the Burgenland SP Governor Hans-Peter Doskozil, who, bucking the downward trend of the federal party, and now represents an SP sole government in the easternmost and most sparsely populated federal state of Austria, without the junior partner FB, with whom he had previously formed a coalition. Doskozil, who became known for his professional crisis management during the 2015 refugee crisis when he was the provincial police director of Burgenland, is regarded as a representative of a strict immigration policy who is unimpressed by the disorientation of the federal party and keeps his distance from it. While the federal SP, under the leadership of the visibly overburdened Pamela Rendi-Wagner, is discussing a renewal of the party in response to the crisis, which amounts to a commitment to even more humanity, social justice, a return to social democratic values, and as a rather newer phenomenon, a rapprochement with the Greens' Doskozil, who also personally fits the mold of a long-term and strategically planning power politician, has committed himself to a clear social, or more precisely, income policy interventionism, in addition to his right-wing course in migration policy. For some time now, the federal party has been able to imagine representing employees and low-income earners almost exclusively from the point of view of tax relief for social benefits, the radical variant of which would be a form of unconditional basic income, and recommends the sustainable reduction of work performed by humans in the near future. Doskozil, on the other hand, introduced a net minimum wage of €1,700 for state employees in Burgenland and employed people who care for relatives as state employees. While in Vienna they don't want to know anything about an increase in the minimum wage for state employees, the local SP Health and Social Councillor Peter Hacker, an experienced, technically knowledgeable social manager who stands out from the Viennese SP staff and also gives a thoroughly competent impression with the current management in the corona crisis, is open to the Burgenland care model. These measures were supported by the coalition partner FB, which at the same time supported a bourgeois conservative course at the federal level, precisely because it is characteristic of them to be ultimately completely indifferent in terms of economic and socio-political policy and to be available for conservative or social democratic politics, beyond a grand coalition that is geared to minimal compromises and tends towards gridlock. These measures are tailored to the circumstances of a small federal state with a large number of state employees and flirt, on a small scale, with the ultimately unrealizable social democratic ideal of a world of work in which the state provides immediate employment and acts as a fair, non-profit-oriented, caring employer. Doskozil also distances himself from the demand for a state-guaranteed minimum wage that is as high as possible. And yet this income policy marks a break, in the best sense of the word, with a tiresome demand for more or less accurate or flat-rate social benefits, sometimes repressive, sometimes generous, as preferred by left-wing liberals and left-wing radicals. Das Gazelle is not only close to Sebastian Kurz in terms of his migration and security policy, but also despite their diametrically opposed views on socio-political issues. Both claim to materially realize economic and social policy for their respective clientele and not for the people or even humanity. And both are united by the fact that they communicate this clientele policy with a nationalist realism. Since 2020, Austria has been governed by a coalition of the VP and the Greens for the first time. This government constellation, and the fact that it became possible at all, are the result of the collapse of the OVP-FPO government due to the Ibiza scandal and the tailwind for the Greens from the climate movement. In the snap election called by Chancellor Kurz in September 2019, his VP and the Greens emerged as the big winners, while the SP, which had no chance in advance, and the former governing party FB suffered heavy losses. The Greens, who had not made it into parliament in the 2017 elections, gained 10% under their federal spokesperson Werner Kogler, thereby achieving their best result ever in national elections. The Liberal NEOS, a mixture of the young and dynamic VP and the Greens, only managed to gain a small amount of votes. The least JTZT list now, the party of Green Party dissident Peter Pils, who is critical of Islam to a certain extent but is primarily concerned with obsessively exposing corruption, was voted out of parliament. In the immediate aftermath of the elections, it became clear that a black-green coalition was the most likely coalition option despite massive programmatic differences. Both were winners of the election, and the FP under its new chairman Norbert Hofer had soon committed itself to going into opposition. For Sebastian Kurz, a coalition with the SP was impossible not only because of his poor personal relationship with Pamela Rendi-Wagner, but also due to major differences in content. From the Greens' point of view, the opportunity to join a government had to be seized. As early as 2002-2003, after the early parliamentary elections following the collapse of the then OVP-FPO coalition under Schussel/Hater, there were government negotiations between the VP and the Greens, but these failed, not least because of the resistance of the decidedly multicultural Viennese Greens. There were and still are other more subtle elements to the rapprochement between the VP and the Greens, which have always been close. This rapprochement is partly due to the person of Werner Kogler, who took over the party after it left parliament. Since he took office, the old guard of the Greens, who had focused primarily on the notoriously young, urban and high-earning population and were associated by their opponents, often with resentment, with gender madness, a regulatory frenzy and a foreigners-out policy, has faded into the background. Werner Kogler, a Styrian with a down-to-earth manner, represents a certain ruralization of the Greens, combined with a return to core green issues. During the election campaign, the focus on climate change and the eco-social turnaround that it supposedly indicated eclipsed everything else the Greens have stood for so far. In the course of forming the government, other Green politicians from rural areas with a Catholic conservative background also came to the fore, who seem to have little in common with the well-known hard-left Green and appear much more like the socially and, even more so, ecologically committed offspring of an VP family. Worth mentioning here are the Styrian Minister of Infrastructure, Leonor Guisler, who was previously managing director of the NGO Global 2000, and the Minister of Social Affairs and Health, Rudolf Anschober, who had previously served for many years as a state councillor in Upper Austria in coalitions between the VP and the Greens. This brings up another element of the closeness between the two parties. In 4 federal states, Upper Austria, Salzburg, Tyrol and Vorarlberg, the VP is currently governing with the Greens. The strength of the Greens is closely related to the structural weakness of social democracy, especially in the western federal states. In any case, it was probably also in the interest of these provincial governments to face the same constellation at the federal level, or in the interest of the Greens to find a Green counterpart at the federal level. As a further rather trivial element, the concept of an eco-social market economy should be mentioned, which has been repeatedly emerging in the VP for several decades, but has so far been more of a buzzword and the subject of internal party thought games by the VP's rather left-wing wing than a reality, and will probably remain so forever. The current government shows that such a concept for cooperation between the two parties is completely superfluous. However, all these moments point to a not-so-subliminal closeness between the VP and the Greens, which is primarily determined negatively and milieu-specifically. Both parties are united in having nothing to do with the proletariat and an income political statism, as ideally represented by social democracy. The Greens are naturally by far the more post-materialistic party, which to a certain extent acts as a progressive and morally superior counterpart to the FP and its sympathizers, with whom it shares a tendency towards free-floating disinterest, conspiracy theories, and a blood-and-soil anti-capitalism. In view of this, if you take a look at the government program and the work of the federal government so far, it is not surprising that the new government is largely continuing what the OVP-FPO government started. Werner Kogler has emphasized mantra-like that the Greens' participation in an OVP-led government is still and under almost all circumstances better and more humane than the FB's participation. This may not only be opportunistically motivated, but actually due to the desire to bring the VP as a junior partner onto a better, more humane Christian social path and to prevent it from collaborating with the right-wing dirty children, which is why they were willing to make a great many concessions. One should not forget here, and this is only hinted at, the importance of Catholicism in Austria, which spans almost all political camps. This is not only reflected in the form of protest against the supposedly reactionary church itself, which in many cases is also a protest against one's own biographical episode as an altar boy or in a Catholic boarding school, but also in the political manifestations of the Austrian left. Even and especially demonstrations against the right, preferably in the form of a sea of lights, have the character of a procession. The VP was able to assert itself both with its even stricter, though not sufficient regulation of Islam. The ban on headscarves in schools is extended to 14 years of age, i.e. to secondary school level 1, and immigration policy. Not only the unpleasant centralization of the asylum administration, but also the more gratifying rejection of the UN Migration Pact, which goes back to the FB, remains in force. Although the Greens express positions that differ from this, they are initially defined as private opinions that do not influence the government line. The Greens' huge project of greening the economy was simply postponed as declarations of intent subject to budget constraints. Quote, "While you are enjoying the gala right now, drinking sparkling wine, eating fine canapes, and trying charmingly not to let Gernot Blumel feel how much you despise him, I am currently hanging out in a Russian oligarch's villa on Ibiza with a few FB business friends, pretty much coked up on Red Bull. And I'm negotiating whether and how I can take over the Kronenzeitung and take control of opinion-making in Austria." Quote end. With these words, Jan Bomerman addressed the guests at the Romy Academy Awards ceremony in a video message on April 11th, more than a month before the now well-known video was secretly made in a villa in Ibiza. In front of a backdrop of the European flag, Bomerman announced to the unruly people of the Ostmark, original sound Bomerman, as the European elections in Austria should be run from a German perspective, everyone who cares about Europe, vote on May 26th. And everyone who thinks that the Austrian federal government is doing a good job, please do not vote until May 27th. End of quote. It is clear that Bomerman was aware of the content of the video, which shows Heinz Christian Strache, former federal party leader of the FB and Austrian vice-chancellor, promising, among other things, state contracts worth billions and the sale of a major Austrian daily newspaper to a supposed Russian oligarch's niece in return for dubious party donations. Even though he and the Center for Political Beauty, which was also targeted and which alluded to the revelation in a tweet a quarter of an hour before the video was published, denied having anything to do with the creation or publication of the video. It seems as if particularly ambitious exponents of Germany's moral superiority had directed the video with the intention of bringing down an unwelcome and unruly government in time for the European elections. It is now considered certain that a Viennese lawyer is behind the video, who wanted to sell it first in Vienna and then in Germany. Although the lawyer claims that the video was shot as a civic project, it is assumed that the video, which cost almost 400,000 euros to produce, was commissioned in the hope of achieving a turnover in the millions by selling it immediately in Vienna. Only when this business venture failed was the video thrown on the market again in Germany on the occasion of the European elections and allegedly fetched 600,000 euros. It is still not clear who paid the money. In any case, the journalistic flagship of German left-wing liberal fact journalism, the Süddeutsche Zeitung, Der Spiegel and their respective informants, in conjunction with their little Austrian brother Falter, succeeded in the case of the trained dental technician and social climber Strache, which was not possible with his predecessor, the notorious agitator, Nazi belittler, Middle East mass murderer friend and academic Jörg Haider, was not possible and was probably never seriously on the agenda, namely to immediately create public pressure that would lead to the resignation of the exposed person from all political offices. Strache and his closest political confidant Johann Gudenus, the son of a Holocaust denier firmly rooted in the so-called Third Lager, had indeed talked themselves into a corner in published excerpts. In public, the main topics of discussion were Strache's alleged ties to Austrian big business, the covert party financing and political influence on the media that is common in Austria. In a society that loves a good gossip, people were naturally also interested in Strache's efforts to impress the alleged oligarch's niece. "Are you crazy? She's so hot." But the real scandal, which consists in the verve with which the politician Strache revealed himself as the protégé of a desired Russia connection, was met with astonishing disinterest not only in Austria. The business-minded cronyism with the Russian superpower is apparently not a cause for outrage. The fact that Vladimir Putin was the guest of honor at the wedding of Karen Neissel, the non-partisan foreign minister in the Kurz cabinet who was nominated by the FB, was perceived only as typical Freedom Party partisanship. And the fact that former SB Chancellor and BB boss Kern took a job with the Russian State Railway is not worth mentioning. However, there is even greater reluctance to ask who might have paid for such a video and why, and who launched it from Germany shortly before the elections, where the Europe-wide vote was proclaimed a fateful election against right-wing populism with the usual mixture of sentimentality and threat. In Germany, not only H.C. Strache, but even more so the former and probably also future Chancellor Sebastian Kurz is a highly present enemy stereotype, which is why the fall of the government he led in the wake of the Ibiza affair was celebrated as both a great relief and a huge success. Since it cannot be denied that the Black-Blue coalition government has done a good job, Böhmermann, to the satisfaction of the majority of Austrians, especially outside of Vienna, in a few crucial points, especially in matters of Islam, but also with regard to financial support and relief for the middle class, the discrediting must take place on a moral level. In the meantime, any means are justified, including the use of videos recorded illegally and in violation of personal rights, which were obtained under dubious circumstances. The fact that such actions are considered legitimate in the political struggle, even cheered, by people without any scruples who, at the same time, reject any form of intensified, judicially controlled surveillance of activities and conversations in the case of organized crime or potential offenders as an unreasonable invasion of privacy, raises the question of how far the morally intoxicated Germany is willing to go to get rid of unwanted politicians and governments. That Strache should be brought down not only as a politician with offensive political goals and criminal ambitions, but also as a social climber who, by virtue of his background, lacks the polish and maturity for political business, was quite openly discussed by relevant FPO-critical commentators. In an exemplary article about the rise and fall of the former FB leader, Nina Hořicek, co-author of a biography of Strache, could not resist gloating over the failure of the man who held on to the FB leadership longer than expected in the Ibiza number falter. This gloating is not least directed at Strache's inadequate and tactically motivated attempts to drive forward the transformation of the FB from a party that was still openly associated with Nazism and notoriously courted anti-Semitic dictators to an anti-Muslim and pro-Israeli party, whereby it remains strangely unclear whether the failure of this transformation or this itself is meant. Quote, suddenly the FB was pro-Israeli and praised Israel as a bulwark against Islam. But his rival Hayter saw it primarily as a tactical maneuver. Hayter said that Strache had suggested he take a trip to Israel and said, if the Jews accept us, we won't have a problem. But this acceptance never materialized. To this day, official Israel has refused all contact with the FB. Strache was more successful with young voters, for whom he went on disco tours, staged himself as a blue Che Guevara or appeared as a rapper in election campaigns. Quote end. Not only the conviction that official Israel is better served with an Islamophilic and latently to openly anti-Zionist left, but also the opinion that Strache, in everything he has undertaken politically, ultimately remains a helpless, ingratiating would-be, ultimately unites the left-liberal, distinction-seeking political journalistic milieu with the old-school, folkish upper-middle class. The latter can be treated as politically reliable and convenient demons at eye level, who also know their right-wing or brown place. With Strache, it's all a bit more difficult. It is only consequent that Hořicek, in her reckoning, approvingly quotes a high-ranking FB politician from the fraternity milieu, the hardcore of the FB, and even Jörg Haider himself, who have both declared Strache an insane fool. Strache almost stumbled only once over his proximity to the extreme right. In the course of a dispute within the party in early 2007, photos emerged showing the young Strache in right-wing extremist military exercises. It later became known that he had been active in the Austrian and German neo-Nazi scene for several years and had traveled around with Austria's most well-known neo-Nazi, Gottfried Kussel. But his supporters forgave him for that. Just as many Blue Party supporters are now forgiving him for the Ibiza scandal. As late adolescent, FB parliamentary group leader Walter Rosenkrantz excused Strache's escapades, saying that the long-term FB leader had naively fallen into the trap. It is by no means out of the question that the FB will forgive Strache for his naivety and that he will one day return to politics. Resignations of resignations are a long-standing tradition in Austria. Strache's former idol Hayter had recognized this naivety as a trait of Strache early on. A few days before his death, Hayter, when asked about the FB leader, replied, "Strache is simple, he is simple. Strash, the simple one. For some, he is a more or less useful mediator. For others, someone who deserves to be punished for his simplicity. There is agreement among left-wing liberals and folkish academics that social climbers from the proletariat, especially if they have not made it to academics, will never belong to the true, called elite, no matter how far they get. This tacit agreement always resonates, even in justified criticism and justified mockery. What's more, the trampling of others, which aims to make it clear who is allowed to be part of the club and who is not, was and is a constitutive part of the media staging of the Ibiza affair. Armin Wolf, the critical questioner and reliable left-liberal worrier and esteemed anchorman of the ORF news program Zeit im Bild 2, was even more perfidious than Falter in a blog post on May 19, shortly after the video was released, in which he presented the psychogram of a recognition addict to the audience interested in kitchen psychology. The video was accompanied by a picture showing Strash in an unflattering t-shirt in Ibiza. Based on his evasive answers in interviews, his neo-Nazi past, the anti-Semitism of the FB, the party's closeness to Russia and finally Strash's resignation speech, in which he claimed that he had wanted to impress the hostess, he made a remote diagnosis of him. Quote, "In fact, many of Strash's actions can be explained, though not excused, by his wanting to impress someone. His entire political career is characterized by an enormous yearning for recognition. And I think that's quite easy to explain." Unquote. Namely, by the fact that Strash grew up without a father and was constantly searching for a father figure. Quote, "It is fair to say that the young Strash first found a kind of home in the Vandalia, then in the family of the right-wing extremist Berger and finally in a very right-wing clique of the Vienna FB, also full of dueling fraternity members." Quote end. On the one hand, Strash's political career is rationalized as a search for recognition, but on the other hand, this search for recognition in general and for recognition by the father, a fundamental moment in the human development process under the sign of civilization and, in the case of the absence of one's own father, particularly virulent and sometimes painful and restless, is preemptively dismissed as suspicious, even as hopelessly deficient. This intertwining of very general and catchphrase-like psychological rationalization and not-so-subliminal malice, based on personal dispositions that one supposedly has outgrown or that one no longer needs as a developed person, is a pattern that runs through the left-liberal preoccupation with right-wingers, but also with people or groups that one has learned to discursively dominate and despise as disappointed, desperate, or depraved. This applies even more so when, like Wolf, you have arrived as a careerist climber in the left-liberal milieu, which, like no other, openly and in the best sense superficially sanctions the ostentatious display of similarities with the rabble in habitus and inclinations. Wolf lets it be known that he considers it unacceptable that someone who, scandalously enough, was always only in search of recognition, is actually making a career for himself. The political criticism of the FB is here unceremoniously conflated with the confession of disdain for Strash and the desire for punishment to be carried out. Quote, "In the FP, Strash is exceptionally popular, but outside of his party, he and his populist riot squad remain a kind of pariah. The establishment, the Hotavoli, want nothing to do with the rabid FB and its frontman. And he visibly suffers from it." But all that changed on December 18, 2017, with the swearing-in of the new Austrian coalition government. No minister in the new government enjoys his office and his newfound importance as visibly as Heinz Christian Strash. Suddenly he is Mr. Vice-Chancellor. Everyone addresses him as such, he has a large office, a ministerial cabinet and is invited everywhere. As Minister of Sport, he is allowed to hand out medals to the most popular Austrians and bask on the cover of the Krone. At the age of 48, he has arrived. He is now one of us. End of quote. Both the willingness to push back the Nazis in the FB and signals of concessions to them are chalked up to him by Wolf as signs of personal weakness and subservience. Quote, "When Kurz publicly demanded a demarcation from the far right after the songbook of the Germania fraternity, after the debate about the identitarians, and after the rat poem from Braunau, the FB leader willingly complied. For many in his party, he has been too willing. For the first time, he is facing resistance from his own base, displeasure at selling out his own people just to please Kurz. The last demarcation that Kurz demanded of him, after the rat poem from Braunau, has caused rumbling in the party. The fact that a long-serving functionary was fired without further ado because of a poem in the local paper led some to doubt the loyalty of the party leader. All the more so after the public distancing from the identitarians, to whom there are many ties among FB functionaries. It is probably no coincidence that Strash very consciously used the right-wing extremist signal word population exchange in an interview a few days later. It is an obvious message to his own people: don't worry, I won't let myself be bent. Quote end. The Ibiza video shows Strash as he really is, at the same time extremely suspicious and absurdly trusting, even towards complete strangers, in his desire to impress and belong. Quote end. Not only such malicious psychologizing, or rather, psychologizing malice, but also the strictly political discussion of Strash's scandalous statements in the incriminated video lacks a deeper examination of the question of why and under what political conditions Strash's longing to impress and belong applies, of all things, to a closer connection between Austria and Russia and a turning away from the West. The critical reference to the indeed contemptible closeness of the so-called right-wing populist parties in Europe to Russia has become part of the standard repertoire of every good European. However, it is added to the list of sins or disgusts of right-wing populists: nationalist, racist, Islamophobic, anti-European, etc., and thus trivialized. This eclectic habit also includes rigorously mixing the current enthusiasm for Russia with the defense of the Western-style nation-state against the inviolable structure of the European Union, which is only asserted to a limited extent in relation to Russia, as held by Poland and the Czech Republic, for example. Which means that, nota bene, right-wing populists like Strash are being taken seriously and falling for resentment against the post-socialist states of Eastern Europe. The scandalous fact that Strash is betraying the Eastern European states that escaped or were threatened by Russian or Soviet annexation when he, on the one hand, membership of Austria in the Visegrad Group and in the same breath envisages a rapprochement with Russia, is not addressed by anyone, in particular not by the left liberal public, which cries fake news at every opportunity and demands absolute loyalty to the facts, suggests that the reference to the closeness of many right-wing populists to Russia is also part of an anti-Eastern European and specifically anti-Slavic ticket. Conversely, as a good European, or someone who has remained true to left-wing ideology, one can admonish the shabby ranting about the decadent West on the part of the Russophile right-wing populists in the guise of the anti-populist know-it-all, and thus also or even primarily mean the self-abandonment to Islam and the confession of the constitutive dysfunctionality of the EU. And then, when the negative consequences of German European policy, especially in immigration policy, can no longer be completely glossed over, to conveniently blame the failure on a split in Europe by Putin. But Putin is not dividing Europe. Europe is doing that itself, due to its insane political architecture, constantly searching for dividers, internally the nationalists, externally Putin or Trump, among others, who is also often equated with Putin. Not least, this disinterested fixation on the right-wing populists' closeness to Russia is also intended to externalize the ingratiation with Russia that is taking place in Europe. The central motive here is either or both at the same time, because in this matter, as always when the unacknowledged goal is self-abandonment and submission, it can be quite free-floating, to simply deny the European ingratiation with Russia, or to distinguish the Russia mania of the right-wing populists from a serious, cautious extradition to Russia in the name of peaceful coexistence and mediation. This applies to Austria to a particular extent and in a particular way and cannot be separated from the role that the Soviet Union both actually played and represented as an occupying power in Eastern Austria after the victory over Nazi Germany. After 1945, the Soviet Union was not only instrumental in the recovery of Austria's sovereign statehood in its specific form. From the outset, it also acted as the party of the anti-Nazi liberation struggle, on whose side Austria fought in its own interest, in order to comfortably avoid both identification with the West and confrontation with its own part in the disenfranchisement, expulsion and murder of the Jews. In this way, Austria managed to assert itself in the face of the West and was able to insist all the more vigorously on the basis of this very fact on achieving economic and political independence. Economically, the Soviet Union, as the occupying power, relied from the outset on dismantling, confiscating and exploiting former German property. German property included everything that was in German hands at the end of the war in 1945 and had not been acquired by its owners free of charge. The methods by which the property came into German hands were irrelevant to the Soviet Union, but this also meant that the confiscations included Aryanized property even if a small compensation had been paid. The Soviet Mineral Oil Administration that emerged from this was of great and lasting importance. After the State Treaty of 1955, it helped Austria to establish an independent oil and natural gas industry in the form of OMV, formerly MV, Austrian Mineral Oil Administration, since Western companies could no longer assert ownership claims before 1938 due to the Soviet interpretation of German property. From the Austrian internal perspective, the neutrality that the Soviet Union demanded of Austria as a condition for the conclusion of the State Treaty did not simply have the character of something imposed from the outset. Rather, It had its material and real political basis in the geopolitical interests of both states. In the Moscow Memorandum of April 1955, both states stated that Austria would voluntarily decide on its legally binding neutrality after regaining full sovereignty, as it did on October 26, 1955. Not May 15, the day the state treaty was signed, but October 26 became Austria's national holiday. From that point on, Austria was the Western-oriented state that maintained the closest economic and political relations with the Soviet Union. Austria's neutrality, which was repeatedly compared to Switzerland's, but only formally had in common with Switzerland the fact that it was anchored in the constitution, served not only to balance out the country's proximity to the West, but also to systematically and actively break solidarity with the reform movements in the Soviet-controlled states, especially at the diplomatic level. During tense periods of the Cold War, but also after Soviet interventions in the Warsaw Pact countries, Austria was always the first Western country to be visited by Soviet politicians, and Austrian politicians were the first Western politicians to visit the Soviet Union. Austria was visited by Deputy Prime Minister Mikojin after the suppression of the Hungarian uprising in 1957, by Khrushchev after the failure of the Paris summit in 1960, by Foreign Minister Patalashev after the suppression of the Prague Spring in 1968, and by Prime Minister Tikhonov in 1981, when the suppression of the Polish democracy movement was already being planned. The Soviet Union, Federal Chancellor Raab in 1958 and President of the National Council Mileta in 1969. It was certainly no coincidence that Austria was the first country outside the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance to sign a long-term natural gas supply contract with the Soviet Union, and of all days, on June 1, 1968, when preparations were already underway for the military suppression of the Prague Spring. After the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, Austria had to come to terms with the now autocratic and mafia-like Russia, although it was possible to build on the organically developed Brno-Kreisky cooperation. However, there was one crucial difference. The Russophilia of the VP and FB, which had previously advocated joining NATO and the EC because of the interest in closer ties with Germany, was no longer kept in check by the association with communism, which had always served to relativize National Socialism. As a result of this historically conditioned increase in trust, Austria insisted on unconditional energy dependence on Russia at the expense of the Eastern European states. This pro-Russian course was continued unbrokenly under the Kurz government. In addition to former Chancellor Kern, numerous former SP and VP politicians found employment in Russian state-owned enterprises. Meanwhile, relations with Putin were friendly across party lines, with Austrian Presidents Thomas Klestel, VP, in office 1992 to 2004, and Heinz Fischer, SP, in office 2004 to 2016, in particular distinguishing themselves with special, sometimes bizarre ingratiation. After the annexation of Crimea and with the beginning of the armed territorial conflict imposed by Russia on Ukraine, it goes without saying that Austria was the first EU country that Putin visited. One scene, which was also captured on film, should be described in detail because of its exemplary disgracefulness, which is in no way inferior to that of the Ibiza scenes. The then president of the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber, Christoph Liedl VP, pointed out in a speech that he was welcoming Putin for the third time due to his long term in office. Putin, who learned to speak German fluently during his many years of KGB service in the GDR, responded to this remark with the ironic interjection, "dictatorship." This caused great amusement throughout the hall, and even the then Austrian President Fischer, who was sitting next to Putin, laughed heartily. But a good dictatorship. Putin, in a mischievous mood among friends, went even further. The aim of the light-hearted spectacle was to put the subservience of the Austrians, which Putin could be sure they enjoyed as much as he did, to the test without any risk. Liedl went on to say that part of Ukraine had belonged to Austria in 1914, whereupon Putin interrupted him, again to everyone's laughter, asking what that might mean and what suggestions Liedl had to make. When Liedl continued speaking, Putin, rolling his eyes and shrugging his shoulders, simulated unease and finally interrupted him again, saying amid renewed laughter that he was afraid of what Liedl might say next. At the height of the demonstrative friendship, Heinz Fischer spontaneously stroked Putin several times on the back, smiling obsequiously. The loutish and embittered right-wing populist Putin fans simply cannot match this organically grown traditional, official subservience, which even leaves room for mirth. What is characteristic of the opponents of H.C. Strache, who, in their joy at the fall of the Kurz government, can hardly contain themselves over the Ibiza video, is that the omnipresence of the criminal German and Austrian Russia connection is completely unimportant to them, as long as it is managed only by upright Democrats. In his new autobiographical book White, The American novelist Bret Easton Ellis describes how the political and aesthetic culture of his country has fundamentally changed within a few years, drawing primarily on personal experience. For the author, the culmination of the radicalization of the left-wing liberal milieu, driven by political correctness, identity politics and moralism, is marked by the election of Donald Trump as President of the United States, which Ellis, who sees himself as apolitical and a non-voter, describes as a kind of rejection of loyalty to the party line, another form of resistance. The election articulates the rejection of a world that has little to offer to the few and whose material profiteers fundamentally forbid any contradiction. Quote, "That's why it looked to so many of us as if the left was turning into something it had never been during my lifetime. A morally superior, intolerant and authoritarian party that had lost touch with reality and did not represent a coherent political position except for the blanket rejection of an legally and technically correct election result, through which someone had moved into the White House, whom they did not approve. The left had become an anger machine that burned itself, a melting blue bubble that collapsed into itself." End of quote. Moralistic outrage, authoritarian intolerance, anti-democratic insistence on power, and the loss of a sense of reality and rationality. Ellis has identified the essential psychological characteristics of today's left-wing liberal and radical left-wing consciousness, which so naturally prevails on both sides of the Atlantic. Its protagonists prove incapable of dealing with setbacks, frustrations and disappointments, in short, with subjectively experienced negativity, other than with infantile screaming fits of rage and howls of despair. The personal affront felt by adult left-wing liberals at the rise of right-wing populism can hardly be overcome with objective and rationally constructed arguments. It is a mentality that is no longer able to distinguish between the internal and the external, or between the private and the political sphere, and has thus become incapable of the reasonable mediation of thinking and social being as the basis of rational judgment. Those who hoped that the electoral successes of right-wing populist parties could trigger a kind of salutary shock in the left-liberal camp, leading to something like self-reflection, were sorely disappointed. The majority of the U.S. American left-wing liberal establishment simply refused to even consider a serious and critical examination of the causes of Donald Trump's victory or, rather, their own electoral defeat, especially in their own interest. The fact that the progressive agenda is no longer an option for so many Americans, despite the seemingly absolute certainty of victory. On election night, the New York Times was still talking about an 85% probability of Hillary Clinton winning, did not lead to self-criticism, but to conspiracy theories. The alleged Russia collusion of Trump, the uncovering of which was henceforth made the main task and which was to end with the arrest of the legally elected president, and as many of his team as possible, made it possible to no longer have to deal with political issues. Ever since Trump's nomination, any thought that his demands might have a real and rationally comprehensible basis for his supporters in a changing global political economic constellation was blocked and vilified as fascist. An objective investigation into the reasons for this would have automatically exposed the preceding anti-fascist invective as nothing more than defamatory lies, which is precisely what they were. The moralistic relentlessness and strictness with which the election campaign against the unpopular Republican candidate was conducted, almost monothematically, took revenge in that it did not allow even a single inch to be given to the opposing party, which had been declared radically evil, since that alone would have necessitated a complete political realignment. Without waiting for the results of the investigations by the team of special counsel Robert Mueller, Democratic politicians, left-wing liberal mainstream media and the experts they presented, claimed publicly for around 2 years that Donald Trump had in fact conspired with the Russian government. Trump had without any doubt conspired with Russia, according to Democratic presidential candidate Beto O'Rourke, and there was a wealth of evidence to support this, according to Democratic politician Adam Schiff, while former CIA Director John Brennan asserted, "I called Trump's behavior treasonous, meaning betraying our trust and support and favoring the enemy, and I stand by that statement." New York Times, March 25, 2019. The list could be continued at length. For such fake news, i.e. the placement of these statements and their favorable and one-sided contextualization, which also includes the non-mentioning of contrary views, the New York Times and the Washington Post, or rather their employees, even received the Pulitzer Prize in 2018, which the prize givers justified as follows. For coverage that met the public interest, was based on good sources, was tirelessly pursued, and significantly increased the nation's knowledge of Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election and its links to Trump's campaign, his transition team, and ultimately his administration. End of quote. In an interview with the FAZ, the legendary American reporter Seymour Hersh, himself a Pulitzer Prize winner and by his own admission, a Democrat, made it clear that the exact opposite was true. My problem is that newspapers like the New York Times have lost their status as a leading media organization because, like everyone else, they are hostile to Trump. They have lost trust because they write about Russia as if the story were perfectly clear, because they use the word liar. They should have made a story right at the beginning that deals with the counter-arguments in this Russia story. They should have said at one point that there are other views, that academics have written about it and doubted the story who are not under suspicion of being favorable to Putin. Quote, after the special investigator submitted the final report of the investigation with the result that no evidence could be found for the accusations of high treason, which have been presented in the most aggressive manner since Trump took office, at least the New York Times, in contrast to almost all other left-wing liberal conformist U.S. media, which of course also applies to their German counterparts from Jungle World to Tagesschau, was at least able to admit the delusional campaign policy, including its own bias reporting, in the face of the publication of Mueller's investigation results. Perhaps it is time to declare a national day of rest, Sabbath. Maybe it's time to stop the scandalizing, scandalmongering, and ask ourselves who we are right now. Democrats would do well to adopt an attitude of humility and honest self-examination at this moment. It is clear that many Democrats have made serious accusations against the president that are not supported by evidence. If you call someone a traitor and it turns out that you have no evidence for the accusation, the only decent thing to do is apologize. End of quote. Naturally, these wishes are not being fulfilled. The Democratic Party and its journalistic supporters are calling more aggressively than ever for the initiation of impeachment proceedings against the president, not despite, but because of a final report that refuted the accusations that originally prompted the investigation. To this day, the left liberal camp has not noticed the extent to which it has projectively accused Donald Trump of being a willing henchman of Putin's plans to plunge the U.S. political system into chaos, and has itself carried them out for 2 years. Because there is one thing the Russian government, whatever else it wants, cannot want: a United States united on fundamental political issues, which does not allow itself to be collectively cowed by any hostile power in the world. It would have been right to do as former President Barack Obama advised at the end of his second term in the event of a Republican election victory, and if Trump should receive the most votes, then it would be my expectation of Hillary Clinton to give a gracious concession speech and to pledge to work with him to ensure that the American people benefit from effective governance. Quote, far from taking Obama's advice, however, Clinton chose to embrace the anti-Trump resistance movement, as if the United States were occupied by totalitarian forces of occupation. I am now a civil rights activist again and part of the resistance. And so the supposedly biggest scandal in U.S. history, according to film director Rob Reiner, was used as an excuse not to act pragmatically even in the smallest political matters, but to paralyze all political and administrative processes. In April 2019, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell reported on the unprecedented efforts of the Democratic opposition to obstruct the Trump administration. Every presidential election since John Adams' victory over Thomas Jefferson in 1796 has undoubtedly disappointed some senators. But never before has the losing side then made a systematic effort to keep the new president's government posts unfilled. We are not talking about limited resistance to some important nominations or about unusual circumstances. What is happening is thoughtless, indiscriminate obstruction for the sake of obstruction. Not even controversial candidates for lower positions, against whom literally no senator can object, are spared. In the first 2 years of each of the 6 presidents before Donald Trump, the Senate had to hold only 24 cloture votes on nominations. This formerly rare procedural step allows a candidate to be confirmed by a majority vote, although a minority has tried to prevent it. And in President Trump's first 2 years, we have had to hold a whopping 128 of these votes to complete nominations. Our Democratic colleagues have made the Senate jump over more than 5 times as many hurdles as in the corresponding terms of office of Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, and Obama combined. End of quote. The left-wing liberal contempt for the majority and thus for democracy, which is merely substantiated in the daily political obstructionist policy, is based on a moralistic self-assurance that thinks itself above political arguments in principle. The political ideological charging of all areas of life, which in this country manifests itself, for example, in the fact that people who were previously never interested in politics suddenly march in demonstrations against right-wing populism, is accompanied at the same time by the depoliticization of political content. The anti-fascist discrediting of the political opponent replaces the imposition of having to deal with political facts in any depth. The fact, for example, that the psychiatry professor Bandy X. Lee was not only taken seriously nationwide, but also supported by numerous Democratic congressmen and invited to Parliament after she had certified that the American president had a mental illness, via remote diagnosis, without ever meeting her patient. This would have been unthinkable just a few years ago. The desire for a more scientific approach to politics, whereby the particularist points of view that one holds oneself are to be derived from objectivity, evidence, and necessity, corresponds to the politicization of science, in this case, medical science. No longer able to justify its own position and criticism in discursive rational terms, the left liberal consciousness drives itself, without mediation, to practice and thus to the immediate use of force. Since the rise of right-wing populism, left-wing liberalism has become so similar to left-wing radicalism that it is difficult to tell them apart. This phenomenon is exemplified by benefit concerts recommended by the German federal president, at which left-wing radical bands yell anti-fascist slogans. Right-wing populism provides the long-awaited legitimization to push through what has already been presented as the only alternative with all the force at its disposal. Public insults and tirades, as well as the threat of punching an elected member of parliament or a member of the government in the face, have become part of the decorum of the almost entirely left-wing American cultural scene. In the words of Robert De Niro, "I think Trump is so obviously stupid. He's a no-good, a dog, a pig, a fraud, a notorious liar, a mutt who doesn't know what he's talking about. He talks about wanting to punch people in the face. Well, I'd like to punch him in the face." End quote. De Niro's vulgar rant, for which he received 2 words, "fuck Trump," and standing ovations at the 2018 Tony Awards, can be considered harmless in comparison to Madonna's suggestion that the White House be blown up, comedian Kathy Griffin's staged beheading of Trump, the shooting of a Trump lookalike in a Snoop Dogg music video, or Johnny Depp's alleged joke that it was time for another presidential assassination. While a politically wrong tweet can mean the end of a career for opponents of the opposing side, Trump opponents can count on goodwill, even if, like the actor Peter Fonda, they serve the most vicious sadistic impulses of their morally completely neglected followers. Quote, "We should rip Barron Trump out of his mother's arms and lock him in a cage full of pedophiles and see if his mother objects to the huge asshole she's married to." Of course, the left-wing liberal lust for murder is not limited to movie and pop celebrities. Journalists and politicians also indulge in their violent fantasies. The axiom that one cannot be polite to a political party that wants to destroy what we stand for, what is important to us, Hillary Clinton, was then turned into a tactical instruction by California Democratic Congresswoman Maxine Waters. Quote, "If you see anyone from this cabinet in a restaurant, department store, or gas station, go out and form a crowd and push them back, and tell them they are no longer welcome anywhere." End of quote. Inciting hysterics, who are already blustering on every occasion about how angry and shocked they are about this and that, had to bear fruit, of course. In the fall of 2018, radical left-wing activists chased Republican Senator Ted Cruz, who was having dinner with his wife, out of a restaurant, while former Secretary of Homeland Security Kirstjen Nielsen had previously been harassed with abuse and forced to leave a Mexican restaurant by a crowd of Antifa activists, to the applause of guests dining at the same time. And the then press secretary of the White House, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, was thrown out of a restaurant, although no Antifa was needed for this. The owner took on the job herself and simply explained afterwards that Sanders worked for an inhuman and immoral government. She also said that the restaurant has certain values and that I believe it must uphold such values as honesty, mercy, and togetherness. Unquote. Since, as Adorno remarked in reference to the student movement of the 1960s, the unaddressable project their own unaddressability onto anyone who does not want to be terrorized, any weighing and contextualization is also a horror for today's left-liberal everyday political activism. However, the latter is the classic behavior of a large proportion of the electorate, who are usually forced to make an interest-driven decision between, to put it bluntly, the plague and cholera, without much emotion. Many people in the U.S., and here the poorer the more likely, are aware from years of experience that there is no such thing as the right or good party for them. Quasi-religious political enthusiasm, along with complementary demonization of the opponent, is far from their minds for this reason, whether they vote or not. The political subjectivity of these, in the good sense, disillusioned voters or non-voters, who largely don't care about elections because they know that nothing will fundamentally change for them in the foreseeable future, at least not for the better, results in a soberness with regard to political questions that pleasantly contrasts with the doomsday hysteria of milieux that consider themselves educated. The Manichaean structure of the left-liberal worldview, which recognizes only good and evil, is becoming increasingly incompatible with the political reality of large sections of the population. For left-wing liberals, the central reason for the millions of disenchanted people voting for Donald Trump and other right-wing populists must therefore remain incomprehensible. The reactualization of the political embodied by them, and thus the possibility that decisions can still be made that the alternative, Merkel, Islamization, precarization, and decay of the public space, is not accepted as such, let alone welcomed and even supported. However, Trump supporters, and this applies mutatis mutandis to the voters of right-wing populist parties in general, are only partly made up of the so-called left behind, i.e. those who, for good reasons, expect too little from the political establishment to follow it with particular interest or even to actively participate in it in their free time. Trump would not have won the presidential election without the support of value-conservative middle-class Americans and so-called swing voters who were anything but enthusiastic about his boorishness, stupidity, and excess, Milo Yiannopoulos on Trump. However, these Americans were able to opt politically for a candidate who does not speak, act, and look exactly like them. Left-wing liberals, on the other hand, are hardly capable of doing so anymore, since for them it is no longer about content and thus about real political outputs or their own reality of life, but rather about a kind of perceived safe space that is supposed to ensure that they can continue to muddle through as unsocially as before, undisturbed by real problems and with a clear conscience. In general, left-wing liberal consciousness is increasingly unable to recognize and subjectively endure ambivalences of any kind. In 2019, the ability of right-wing or conservative supporters of Donald Trump to distinguish between the holder of a political office and his policies can be considered a right-wing or conservative unique selling point. You don't have to like your boss, you don't have to like your president, Fox News host Greg Gutfeld put it succinctly. The fact that Donald Trump was also successful with female voters probably has little to do with the fact that they thought he was a great person or expected him to stand up for women's rights. Trump was elected by women because he represented political issues that they support. In 2016, these included in particular the right to bear arms, which was a key moment for, including non-conservative women, who are the fastest-growing group among U.S. gun owners, to elect Trump. Nationwide, a total of 53% of white female voters did so, while Hillary Clinton, despite being a power woman feminist, only managed to gain 1 percentage point more than Obama in this group, despite 43 percentage points. The discrepancy between a politically correct language reminiscent of George Orwell's 1984 in the elite milieu here and the experience of the average population there. Those who, unlike members of this milieu, are forced to endure a daily grind characterized not only by economic impositions and rebukes, also leads to most people being able to live with the occasional linguistic and stylistic faux pas without lashing out in infantile aggression. While his critics take him literally, but not seriously, his supporters do the opposite. They take him seriously, but not literally in every instance. In fact, it seems as if those whom the left-wing liberal mainstream has effectively declared too stupid to have a political opinion are the ones who see through the game, because they themselves do not master the authoritarian newspeak that is imposed from above and realize that the discursively adapted formulaic language serves above all to avoid having to change anything in reality. One could know all this and yet reproduce left-wing liberal anti-right activists, not only the conditions of right-wing conservative recalcitrants, but even intensify them. They actually believe that they can deter potential right-wing voters by publicly pillorying their representatives at regular intervals through the moral police discrediting them in their allegedly personal badness and depravity. What they are actually doing, however, is repeatedly demonstrating their ignorance of anything that does not resemble their views and habits, as well as their inability to think and act politically in terms of content. In other words, they are further strengthening the opposing camp in the process. That this certainly applies to Donald Trump was already stated by the pseudo-conservative never-Trumper David Brooks in the New York Times in April 2017. We have not convinced anyone. 89% of Republicans now have a favorable impression of the man. Many of us never-Trumpers assumed that momentum would be on our side as his scandals and incompetencies mounted. It has not worked out that way. I have hardly ever met a disillusioned Trump supporter. I often meet Republicans who used to be ambivalent but have now joined the Trump train. Democratic Trump opponents must hope that they win in 2020, because their attacks have only served to anchor Trumpism on the right. The main reason for Trump's election victory is that tens of millions of Americans rightly feel that their local economy is under attack, that their communities are disintegrating, and that their religious freedoms are threatened. Trump understood the problems of large sections of America better than anyone else. He was able to consolidate his power in the last year because he governs the way he ran for office. End quote. While the U.S. has not yet succeeded in bringing down the elected president through mass-scale scandalization and exposure that knows no bounds when it comes to personal dignity and modesty, European resistance can now claim such a success. After the Austrian vice-chancellor and FP party leader Heinz Christian Strache fell into a trap on his private vacation, apparently as a result of professionally organized misrepresentation and document forgery, by promising a Russian oligarch all sorts of legally problematic promises in return for election campaign support. The right-wing conservative government of Sebastian Kurz resigned under public pressure. Although Strache had done nothing but talk, it was confirmed for all those who had always known that the FB was not a serious political party, but a corrupt bunch of Russophiles and traitors to the fatherland. The fact that politicians can no longer do their job if they have to expect to be secretly monitored and recorded even in private conversations, and that this is then published with sound and image, as well as the fact that, if we betray political opponents, violate their privacy and even commit criminal wrong, we ultimately harm our political culture and thus all of us, said Stefan Brink, the Data Protection Commissioner for the state of Baden-Württemberg, in a public statement. However, this merely prompted the predictable same-old statements. Right-wing extremists are taking the protection of data against evil, investigative journalism. That is what the Data Protection Officer of Baden-Württemberg is doing here. Unfortunately, that says a lot about Germany, replied Sasha Lobo, representative of an awareness that any means are justified, no matter how despicable. What applies to Strache also applies to the voter who did not vote correctly. In Austria, there were 8 million debile, that is, particularly stupid people, who elected a 32-year-old insurance salesman with a lot of hair gel as their chancellor, which was not normal, lectured a visibly exhilarated Jan Bomerman, even before the broadcast of the Ibiza video, in the context of his, of course, highly ironically intended exhibition in Graz entitled Duskland #Assenschluss #Osterich, in an ORF2 interview. Even the literary nobody Daniel Kellman, in his acceptance speech for the Austrian Industry Literature Prize, which degenerated into a veritable outburst of rage, also saw the worst case and the return of fascism occurring before the video was published, since it would enable a right-wing extremist party to inflict irreparable damage on the country. Such hysterical nonsense was spread in particular by Germans, without the Republic of Austria having actually even approximately fascised itself in any way. With regard to the headscarf ban for primary school children, the opposite was more likely. For this reason, the Ibiza video was needed, fabricated and published. Strache's real politics and real behavior, which had moved more in the direction of bourgeois normality with the formation of the government and thus after the video was made, was not suitable for the demonization and Verhöresierung of a right-wing conservative politician who was out of the ordinary. That it is only marginally about the person Strache, and that the blackmailing approach is rather just part of a conformist rebellious major offensive in the name of political morality, was made clear by the notorious election loser Martin Schulz in consequent disregard of his numerous, actually corrupt social democratic comrades, such as those in Romania, than with regard to the European elections. Quote, I think that voters will see even more clearly next Sunday who they have in front of them when they have people like Strache, Salvini or Muthen on the ballot. Unquote. Since today's left-wing liberals consider themselves to have moral integrity in every respect, they demand the same from political representatives. The increasing importance of the personalities of office holders of all kinds corresponds to a general social development in which it is no longer enough to simply do one's job, but rather wholehearted identification with a dull activity is demanded as an emotional key competence, and not only by the boss, but increasingly also and especially by colleagues. Legally established boundaries between spheres appear to be an outdated ballast that no one has to take seriously anymore. In this respect, it is no coincidence that today's left-liberal identification mania, for which the political and moral charisma of their respective role models seems far more important than their actual policies, is accompanied by contempt for the law, in particular constitutional law with its juridification of political and administrative processes. This was once conceived to prevent political corruption, which is always possible, indeed probable, due to the imperfection of the natural man and his desire for enrichment. Constitutional lawyers from the past era of the bourgeoisie were aware of this problem, which is why the Federalist Papers, written by the American founding fathers Alexander Hamilton, James Madison and John Jay, state in precisely this sense. But what is government itself if not the greatest of all reflections on human nature? If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal checks on government would be necessary. The first thing to do is to enable the government to control the governed, and the next step is to oblige it to control itself. Dependence on the people is undoubtedly the primary control of the government, but experience has taught mankind the necessity of additional precautions. End of quote. Now it is precisely the leftists and their attached activist mob who are increasingly less interested in such legal barriers and desire the morally impeccable politician character, who can be trusted with all one's heart because he is seemingly like oneself, which is why legal barriers are no longer necessary for him. This post-bourgeois longing for the vague suspension of the difference between the physical private person and the professional holder of a public office has also produced a charismatic, delimited politician, in which the private has finally merged with the political, which is why human weaknesses seem just as far removed from him as they actually are in terms of political judgment. The youth movement sterility of figures like Robert Habeck or Beto O'Rourke shows its clearest manifestation to date. The new style of politics aims, as ever, to seize power, but is genuinely apolitical in that it appears as unconditional moralism that refers only to itself, since moralism elevates morality itself to an ideology and the ultimate justification of itself. It does not recognize non-moral counterarguments. Morality becomes the only valid standard for normative debates. Since moralistic pseudo-evidence replaces the context of justification, partisan mentality also fights its opponents not discursively, but by any means necessary, by means of coups, violence, and sabotage. Not only in the United States, but also in Europe, the resistance force of the law Horkheimer appears as the last bastion capable of countering the attacks of post-political resistance. The development of the anti-Germans has left everyone dissatisfied. Diederik Diederiksen, for example, complains in the current edition of Merkur that the realization that Germans should shut up for a while about everything concerning Jews or going on in the Middle East has been abandoned in favor of an exaggerated and increasingly absurd critique of left-wing anti-Semitism. Above all, it annoys him that the rather crazy Bahamas repeatedly gets in the way of Jungle World, which is to be taken seriously, does predominantly valuable and entertaining work, with ludicrous views on world politics. But even within the scene itself, discontent is spreading. The history of the anti-Germans is accompanied by regularly arising doubts as to whether the topics they persistently work on really affect them personally, that is, whether they do justice to the claim of linking individual life realities and criticism of the circumstances. In view of the looming academic careers and the awareness of the necessity of making a living in some professional environment, but also in view of a reality of terror, which confronts the beloved radical fighting poses ever more relentlessly with their possible consequences, those tormenting self-doubts can hardly ever come to rest. The warning accusation that a remote control is being operated from the commander's hill is, however, anything but new. 18 years have passed since a backlash began in the Bahamas, after an exciting and nerve-wracking phase in which one had distinguished and set oneself apart from a headless left in the period from the Second Intifada to September 11 and the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq. The Berlin Anti-Deutsche Kommunisten, anti-German communists, suddenly began to struggle with the meaning of their own programmatic name and insinuated that the specifically anti-German, the solidarity with Israel and the declaration of enmity with the anti-Semitic International, was detrimental to the communist program and the struggle to be led in its spirit. One particular phrase in their declaration stood out at the time, dismissing the Bahamas' alleged focus on the politics of some developments far out in the world as a superfluous preoccupation with phenomena that, unlike the communist cause, did not really concern them and therefore distracted from what was really important. This unimportant, distant thing was the Islamic terror, which even then threatened not only Israel. The need to adorn oneself with a radical attitude that allows one to appear particularly uncompromising and at the same time protects one from coming into conflict with a decisive threat, which can only be outsourced with the greatest difficulty to an alleged far out in the world, can be outsourced, is no longer a peculiarity of the anti-German scene. Rather, the feverish search for radical chic now seems to have arrived in the just milieu of the Federal Republic. This left-of-center section of society, which sees itself as a bastion of enlightenment, is over the moon about a singer and musician named Daniel Pongratz, who, as his artist name Danger Dan suggests, is particularly smug about his infatuation with radical chic. The artist, who has been very successful with his hip-hop band Antilopengang since the middle of the last decade, presented his song Das ist alles on Jan Böhmermann's ZDF magazine Royale on April 9, 2021. This is all covered by artistic freedom, and has thus achieved a spectacular rise from the left-wing youth milieu into the spotlight of public service television. The original music video had already appeared on the YouTube channel of the Antilopengang label by the end of March, where it has since received over 6 million views. The two video clips, the original Antilopen version and the recording of the performance on the Böhmermann show, form a curious diptych. The Antilopen video is set in an empty theater on an equally empty and sparsely lit stage, and thus seems like an announcement of the performance on Böhmermann that will follow shortly. Pongratz sits at a grand piano, wearing a Marshall skinhead uniform, laced boots, bomber jacket, rolled-up jeans, under a pale cone of light, and performs a song in 4 verses with a chorus that imitates bourgeois, ironically entertaining cabaret in its classical concert form, but deliberately gives the content of a deadly serious anti-fascist declaration of war in its lyrics. Danger Dan attacks 4 prominent protagonists of the right-wing scene: Jürgen Elsasser, Alexander Golan, Götz Kubitschek and Ken Jebsen, and with pointedly smug irony, conjures up the danger of denouncing them as fascists, Nazis, or anti-Semites. The strange thing about this irony is that the singer, by evoking the alleged risk, is already proclaiming his effortless triumph over those he is attacking. The refrain goes, "Legally, you've entered the gray area. But in court, I'd be fine again. Report me and I'll crack open the bubbly." It's all covered by artistic freedom. The film includes shots of a very dramatically staged Kalashnikov rifle and projectiles, as well as of cakes, eggs, and tomatoes, the significance of which will only be revealed at the end of the production. In the third verse, Danger Dan first reveals the reason for his self-confidence in the face of the threatening dark figures that populate his song. He tells the story of YouTube firebrand Ken Jebsen, who had been mentioned in the 2014 Antilopen song Beats Shape alongside others like U2, and who had then tried unsuccessfully to take legal action against the band. Quote, "In a text from my band, he thought he was mentioned. And he was insulted and dragged before the court. Of course he wasn't in the right and then had to pay the court costs and the lawyer. Such a ridiculous man, hopefully he reports me. What would happen then? I'll tell you." End of quote. At these words, the camera shows how the singer is now suddenly holding the Kalashnikov from the first fade-in his hands, and with a grim fighting expression, gets up from the grand piano, while the refrain now sounds from off-screen. Dramatically illuminated by a spotlight, Pongratz strides forward and intones the last verse, which in contrast to the previous ones is now free of irony. Quote, "No, I wouldn't really be Danger Dan if I didn't feel like doing an experiment. To test the limits of what is allowed and what is forbidden. And I want to tell you my opinion here. Jürgen Elsasser is anti-Semitic. Kubitschek is lucky that I don't shoot arrows. Only someone who is insane believes in reptilian people. Golan also seems more like a national socialist. Fascists never stop being fascists. You don't argue with them, history has shown that. And don't trust the state and the police apparatus either. Because the Office for the Protection of the Constitution helped build the NSU. Because the police themselves were always riddled with Nazis. Because they tied Auri Jallo up and set him on fire. And when you can't fight violence with peaceful means, the last resort we all have is militancy." End of quote. To prove his intransigence, the singer raises his Kalashnikov resolutely at the word militancy. The refrain is now heard again from off-screen, while the eggs, tomatoes, and pies that were previously shown are thrown at Danger Dan's head. The artist looks unmoved into the camera as it shows a close-up of his face, disfigured by red and white goo. The appearance on Bomerman transposes the same dramaturgy from the empty theater hall to the full television studio with a glamorous light show, dispensing with both tomatoes and cakes, as well as the Kalashnikov. Instead of Danger Dan, concert pianist Igor Levit sits at the piano and a small chamber orchestra accompanies the militant ditty in the background. Pongratz, on the other hand, appears here too, in the decidedly civil ambience of entertainment television, in the same militant garb, unchanged. Instead of egg-throwing, there is applause at the end. What is striking about Danger Dan's transformation in the context of his previous career is not only the role change from a half-baked anti-fascist to a cabaret-style amuseur at the piano, who now suddenly claims, without batting an eyelid, that his has always been George Chrysler, but above all the uncomfortable realization of the unimagined cultural mediation that anti-German discourse has received in the last 20 years, because, and it is by no means pleasant to admit this, Danger Dan and the Antilopen Gang are its children. So the question must be asked what it means when the leader of a band that became famous with anti-German content in anti-fascist youth centers, and from the atomic bomb on Germany to the mockery of the jihadist Dennis Kuspert, everything has been there. Suddenly Merman, and thus in the center of the Republic with a song that is no better or more radical than the average productions of the most gruesome figures of German political cabaret, from Rether to Pispers, but perhaps even surpasses them in terms of hypocrisy? Pongratz thinks strategically and has therefore built his song around the blood-curdling realization that Jürgen Elsasser is an anti-Semite. In doing so, he implicitly takes up a topic that in 2014 caused something of a stir in part of the anti-German scene when Jutta Dittfurth, of all people, became involved in a legal dispute with Elsasser over the question of whether she could call him an ardent anti-Semite. The fact that Dittfurth, the former protagonist of the anti-imperialist part of the Never Again Germany movement, which in this sense is just as much an early anti-German as she is at the same time hates the anti-Germans and apparently still can't get enough of them, was celebrated as a hero in many places by this, as it now turned out, rather left-leaning spectrum of Israel solidarity was celebrated as a hero in many places, indicated that a significant part of the scene, which had grown considerably in the meantime, especially in the student milieu, either wanted to return to the familiar security of the left-wing identity, or had never intended to break away from it. This already heralded the split in the anti-Germans into left and right, which was to take place a little later, in the midst of the Paris massacres of January and November 2015, the refugee crisis, the Brexit and the Trump election. In spring 2014, when she suddenly began to discover anti-Semitism as her theme, Jutta Dittfurth was undoubtedly plagued by the declining attractiveness of her established political brand eco-socialism, and was therefore looking for ways and means to polish up her image and get herself talked about again. She found what she was looking for in the combination of anti-Semitism criticism and fixation on the right-wing extremist vigilante milieu. However, the fact that she put Jürgen Elsässer at the center of her agitation, alongside Ken Jebsen and other less significant actors in the spectrum, gave the impression of a failed theater coup. Elsässer, after all, is also, albeit in a completely different way than the Antilopengang, flesh and blood of the anti-Germans. When Pongratz stated for the record in the magazine Konkret, "Delete Germany from the map, Poland must reach to France." I also learned that in my Antifa training, then he proves himself to be an ambitious student of a line of agitation that Jürgen Elsässer, above all, represented with vehemence and gusto in the 90s. Elsässer's bizarre political transformations confront the anti-Germans with the question of what role their own political beliefs play in their own case. How interchangeable, and thus meaningless, are they? Dittfurth and her entourage, including Danger Dan, perhaps revolve around the Elsässer phenomenon, not least because they too feel less sure of themselves in the face of this question than they would like to. But the German-speaking public is happy to generously overlook such subtleties. For example, the Wiener Zeitung writes about the new album, which was released at the same time as the Kunstfreiheit song. With his 11 new songs, Danger Dan proves that he only reaches for one weapon, the pen, which is still more powerful than the sword. End of quote. That's how it's written, although feathers have never been more powerful than swords, and Elsässer, Kubitschek, Golan or Jebsen don't swing any at all. And how does that fit with the fact that there are hardly any feathers that even try to get in the way of the swords, the Samuel Patty and others cut off their heads? No answer but this. In addition, at the end you can hear a plea for humanity, which may not least stem from her own wounds. In contrast to the clichés of thick trousers rap from the social hotspot, the members of the Antilopengang also presented themselves as men who show feelings. End of quote. In the face of such lines, one would almost like to take up the cudgels again for the big mouth rap from the social hotspot. The pen, which is supposed to be mightier than the sword, this also reminds us of the pathetic dishonesty of the tributes to Charlie Hebdo after the massacre at the editorial office, of the countless kitschy drawings by the all-powerful and invincible pencils of the artists, even though they had just been shown how easily they could be broken. And it is reminiscent of the peace movement at the beginning of the 1980s, which sang of soft water supposedly breaking stone. The phases of the press articles are, however, nothing compared to the flood of enthusiasm expressed in the comments under the 2 YouTube videos. My German teacher used this song to teach us the subjunctive LOL. End quote. 5,959 likes. Shouldn't a radical like Danger Dan be at least a little embarrassed by something like this? Quote, "For what feels like an eternity, this is the first song that just makes me happy, between goosebumps and umpteen other feelings. Thanks for your masterpiece." Today's German rap needs more of these relentlessly honest, socially critical lyrics. I'm not exaggerating when I say this is a masterpiece. Thank you for saying out loud what we are all thinking. That was my first aid for acute frustration today. It helped. Thank you very much. It really is a masterpiece, and I no longer feel so lost in the wilderness. End quote. Help against acute frustration? This can only mean that the song satisfies fantasies of omnipotence. No longer so lost in the wilderness? Those who are caught up in fantasies of omnipotence always instinctively seek the support of the masses who think like them. However, the topos most frequently repeated in the comments is that of goosebumps. Quote, "Goosebumps again and again, the feeling that there are still people who make a difference." You rarely get goosebumps from a song as often as you do from this one. Awesome. The end gives you goosebumps so badly. It just has to be said more often what needs to be said. If it then has such a wonderful form as in this masterpiece, then it's just a goosebumps moment that you rarely have on a political topic. Heard it for the first time last night, and then for the second time, and again. Goosebumps every time. And this morning it continues. Thank you so much for this great song, which just has it all. Heart, cool stuff, I keep getting goosebumps. Great song, goosebumps throughout the whole song. I don't know when the last time a song triggered so much in me. pure goosebumps at the finale underscore every time again, just awesome. Goosebumps and tears of hope that everything can turn out well. Still goosebumps, sweetheart. End of quote. It almost seems as if the confession of Goosebumps is something of a cipher, a sign of belonging among people who identify themselves as members of a community united against the right. The memory of the German peace movement, which was at the height of its development 40 years ago, inevitably arises in the face of this new enthusiasm for the individual's absorption in the emotional community, and calls for a comparative examination. It can be seen that the pathos of peaceful, purposefully anti-Western Sacred Heart anti-fascism, in which strict DKP communists and disoriented flower children blissfully embraced one last time, was aggressively ridiculed at the time by an intellectual and artistic avant-garde. This included not only loners like Wolfgang Port, but also Titanic magazine and parts of the punk and new wave scene. In retrospect, one has the impression that throughout West German culture, this boundless sacrificial lamb narcissism and the biting criticism of it were juxtaposed and somehow balanced, which, incidentally, also corresponded to the global political constellation of the Cold War at the time. What is strange and eerie today is that the children of those who were enthusiastic about the ominous kitsch poetry of Christian Aller-Twybernietz at the time have seamlessly adopted exactly the sound of their parents without anyone laughing out loud. The scathing criticism of the Goosebumps community of yesteryear has fallen silent. This new kitsch phenomenon is a widespread and more general phenomenon of the present day, which is by no means reduced to the phenomenon of Danger Dan and its reception. To see this for oneself, one need only consider the fervently celebrated empathy simulations of international woke discourse. Where is the Titanic today that would make a Danger Dan the butt of ridicule? Where is the Wolfgang Port that would skewer the sentimentality of his admirers in Die Zeit? It seems as though the Cold War guaranteed that the unmixable would not mix, that which mutually excluded each other would remain antagonistic and clearly recognizable as such. This apparently provided possibilities for thought that have since disappeared. Although the polarization of society is universally lamented, we are currently witnessing the exact opposite, a ubiquitous and disastrous confluence of contradictions. This unmediated collapse is disastrous because it is untrue and illusory, because the conflicts below the surface have by no means disappeared, they are just increasingly repressed from our consciousness and seem less and less accessible to the subjects. This is how Diederik Diederiksen, the former pioneer of new wave and post-punk, can now get excited about political correctness and woke vegans. In the case of Danger Dan, the hollow emotional kitsch of peace-loving anti-fascism can go hand in hand with half-baked machismo and brandishing weapons. And so, finally, even Goosebumps can suddenly be a cool thing, which would probably have seemed more than strange to the tender souls of the peace movement. The less sure of yourself you feel, the more self-confident you have to appear. However, this evident rule of social survival has its pitfalls. It can only work if consciousness is able to separate inside and outside, to clearly distinguish between one's own fear within and the outward-facing facade. If, on the other hand, the subject is dominated by an inner compulsion to negate reflection, the symptom inevitably enters the stage of the subject's self-dramatization, and what should demonstrate strength and fearlessness reveals the traces of repressed self-doubt. Seen in this light, Danger Dan's appearance seems like acting in more than one respect. The psychoanalytical term refers to what happens when the sect unconsciously acts out its repressed symptom instead of getting in touch with it. When the stage character Danger Dan is pelted with eggs, tomatoes, and pies at the end of the video, that is, he is punished with exactly the humiliation that is reserved in his world for the despised and hated right-wingers, such as Beatrix von Storch. Is he not also saying to his audience, I don't deserve any better than they do, I'm just as despicable? Every unprocessed omnipotence fantasy contains unbearable self-contempt, which is wrapped up, hidden in the opposite fantasy to numb the pain. Quote, and suppose the text culminates in a call to liberate the world from the fascists, and to beat them back into their holes over and over again, instead of strewing roses in their path. End quote. The infantile fantasy of redemption unconsciously and involuntarily makes use of Nazi imagery. The Jewish vermin crawled out of the holes back then. Quote, and you don't trust the state and the police apparatus either. And if you can't peacefully stop the violence, the last resort that remains for all of us is militancy. Quote, it is just as laughable as it is pathetic to talk on state television about not trusting the state and the police apparatus as an anti-fascist, and at the same time to proclaim, such a ridiculous man, I hope he reports me. Why doesn't Danger Dan himself become suspicious of himself when he does this? Why doesn't at least his audience become suspicious? Why don't they feel miserable about triumphing over a ridiculous man? What comes to the fore here is the same ambivalence that drives anti-Semitism. There too, the same dichotomy is at work. that one fears the Jew just as much as one despises him, that one finds him just as ridiculous as one is afraid of him and his judgment. But why you have to raise your Kalashnikov to the sky in a darkly determined and threatening manner against ridiculous men remains the secret of the Danger Dan phenomenon, deliberately kept quiet by all journalists. Report me and I'll open a bottle of champagne. The only thing to celebrate is one's own machismo, albeit one that can be sure of succeeding in daddy's business by managing the currently so characteristic illusory collapse of opposites in self-dramatization. This classically Oedipal basic conflict between son and father has been a central theme in the past in countless films, novels, poems, and plays, and has been portrayed as precisely that, a conflict. In Danger Dan's omnipotent gesture, on the other hand, there is no trace of this. Not every omnipotent gesture, however, must inevitably lead to a loss of self-confidence, as in Danger Dan's case. The image of triumphant champagne drinking is reminiscent of a cover of Charlie Hebdo that appeared shortly after the Parisian massacres in the Bataclan and in the street cafes on November 13, 2015. It was designed by the illustrator Coco and shows a cartoon-like figure letting champagne flow into her wide-open mouth while being shot full of bullets, so that the champagne bubbles out of all the bullet holes in her body in an almost comical way. The text reads, "They have the weapons, we have the champagne." This, too, is ostensibly an obvious gesture of omnipotence, but the emotional and symbolic meaning of the matter could not be more different, for here the gesture of omnipotence is directed as a defense against a deadly threat, one that one knows full well that one will not triumph over with the same nonchalance as Danger Dan. In this respect, the spirit of Charlie Hebdo is the exact opposite of the insincere, omnipotent, self-pitying bliss. Coco's cartoon is a conscious and self-reflective gesture that not only knows about its own contradiction, but even makes it an open topic, and thus defends a piece of presence of mind and dignity in the face of evil. Because today, unlike back then, there is a real threat from Islamic terror, there is no biting criticism of the new leftist emotionalism, as was still the case at the beginning of the 1980s. After all, the fundamentalist anti-Americans were more of an intellectual and aesthetic imposition than a real and tangible danger to life and limb. Wolfgang Port was able to skewer the Germanomania of the peace movement, but he didn't have to fear that the fans of Alfred Mechtersheimer, Barbara Rutting, Joseph Beuys, and Erika Pleuer would be standing at his door the next morning with Kalashnikovs in their hands. Which, of course, is not to say that Danger Dan and his fans, unlike their peace-loving ideological ancestors, would really take up the Kalashnikov today to take revenge on a critic, as the Islamist murderers do. No, the difference is that in order to tackle today's emotional people with the weapons of criticism, one would inevitably have to call the actual evil, which they deny by name, and there is currently such a nameless fear of even coming close to this reality, that for this reason alone, criticism is avoided. On September 3, 2021, the well-known journalist and TV presenter Nina Rouge was a guest on the talk show Kölner Treff, along with Danger Dan. After Pongratz had been praised for his courageous song against the far right for several minutes, the visibly annoyed but controlled Rouge politely asked him, "Regarding your lyrics, I was wondering, that's a very sensitive topic. There have been a number of Islamist demonstrations in Germany, where incredible hatred of Jews was shouted on the streets, and relatively few consequences were drawn from them. Would that also be a topic for you?" Pongratz answers her, "As an anti-fascist, that's definitely a topic, of course. Especially right now, I'm watching what's happening with the Taliban in Afghanistan very closely, it's very touching. Of course I don't want to have anything to do with Islamists, especially in solidarity with secular, correct Muslims, with my neighbors, with my friends, because they are the ones most affected by Islamism and Islamists." Quote end. The conversation doesn't go any further because the host, Bettina Bottinger, then very quickly wants to talk again about what you just said about the macho aspects of hip-hop and rap. But the fact that Pongratz can only answer evasively when asked about the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, who precisely named the elephant in the room that no one wants to talk about, speaks volumes. In this context, responding to the explicit question about anti-Semitism among Islamists with what is happening in Afghanistan, and the phrase secular and correct Muslims who are most likely to be affected by Islamism, has the character of denial. This is all the more the case since Pongratz had already been addressed by Bottinger about his old song Sommerluge from 2008 and had proudly reported that the Jüdische Allgemeine had written at the time that this was the first song ever to be German language to have been released since 1945 that dealt with the Shoah, that is, with the Holocaust at all for the first time in German hip-hop. A discussion of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, the journalist wrote in the newspaper. Even then, the singer had not quite managed to call out the left-wing enthusiasm for the Islamic tenor by the name with the line, "And German Holocaust deniers show solidarity with bomb belt kids in Iraq and Palestine." And even this tentative allusion is not mentioned in the conversation about it, neither by him nor by Böttinger. The figure of the Holocaust denier is still misunderstood in German-speaking countries as belonging per se to the right-wing spectrum. The fact that there are at least as many left-wingers as right-wingers among Holocaust deniers, such as the French anarcho-communist Roger Garaudy, who converted to Islam and particularly distinguished himself in this field in the 1980s and 1990s with his Parisian publishing house La Vieille Taupe, has not yet been recognized here. But the fact that Danger Dan, even in the face of Nina Rouge's unequivocal question, apparently doesn't even want to mention this line anymore, which would have been the most fitting answer, cannot be a coincidence. He seems to have decided to henceforth elegantly remain silent about everything that no longer has a place in the more promising cultural business against the right. The strangely composed contrast between Kalashnikov and the TV gala evening shows that, despite all efforts, something does not quite fit. The fact that Pongratz appears not only in his videos, but also in all talk shows and television interviews only in the apparently beloved combat gear, which differ significantly from both the hip-hop and the Antifa uniform, shows a failure hidden under the thunderous applause of the audience. Even in the glamorous setting of Böhmermann, after all, ZDF Magazine Royale, he can't bring himself to exchange the new uniform for a tuxedo, which would be in keeping with the desired role as a bourgeois, smugly critical cabaret artist. He can't help but defiantly bring his juvenile adolescent disguise with him, and for that he is grateful. The attachment to the militant garb, which one never discards, recalls the ranks of anti-imperialist potentates from Hitler to Arafat, from Che Guevara to Gaddafi, who also never managed to befriend civility and who therefore never, or only very reluctantly, allowed themselves to be seen in a bourgeois suit. The fact that the aforementioned new divide can also be read as a hip fashionable reference to the former skinhead fashion of the British working class, which had no anti-imperialist intentions at its origin, does not change its symbolic meaning for Danger Dan, because what remains of it in the reprise by the rebellious West German educated middle-class child is solely the anti-bourgeois pose. Thomas Mann described this obvious fear of coming into contact with civilization very impressively. To the Germans, such a compromise-based approach to life seems hypocritical. He is not born to deal with life, and he proves his inaptitude for politics by misunderstanding it in a bluntly honest way. In the end, they make the biggest and worst compromise, with total terror, because they are mentally incapable of the small compromise with bourgeois society. Thus, in the publicity phenomenon Danger Dan, the same old German problem is updated to the height of our time, which the writer, ostracized by the Germans in the 1940s, had already so aptly analyzed. Because he cannot bear any kind of ambivalence, either internally or externally, the reality disintegrates for the author Danger Dan into nothing but contradictions that cannot be reconciled. Quote, and you don't trust the state and the police either. Because the Domestic Intelligence Service helped build the NSU. Because the police themselves have always been riddled with Nazis. Because they tied up Auri Jallo and set him on fire. End quote. Because any ambivalence must be warded off, it must also be denied that the same state, which fails in many cases, is at the same time, within the framework of the existing, an actor that cannot be replaced by anything else, and certainly not by an Antifa armed with Kalashnikovs, which, by virtue of its monopoly on the use of force, inadequately guarantees a society whose participants can take to the streets unarmed and without bodyguards. A moral equivalence of the real or alleged misconduct of the state with the terror of those who want to bring down the rule of law in order to install an unnamed barbarism is the subtext of this line and completely untrue. Those who talk it up make themselves accomplices to terror, and the Kalashnikov, as the most well-known weapon of its kind, is the eloquent symbol of this. Its trail of blood extends from the terror of the PFLP, the PLO, the Red Army faction, from Munich in 1972 to the murders of Mohammed Merah in Toulouse in 2012, to Charlie Hebdo, the Hypercacher and the Bataclan, to Orlando, Florida. Why is Danger Dan associating with her? The final shot of the video, which shows a close-up of Danger Dan's face disfigured by the eggs, tomatoes and pies that have been thrown at him, looks at first glance like a scene from a splatter film and is not harmless. The staging plays with these associations, but this is not a free game, but an obsessive one. This game is also an act. A publicity coup of the kind that Danger Dan achieved with his performance cannot, of course, be the result of spontaneous inspiration, but requires strategic planning by professional event managers well in advance. Pongratz tells Bayerischer Rundfunk about the genesis of the project. At the time, my friend Gene Peters, whom you all know because he once threw a cake in the face as the clown Beatrice von Storch, but also because of his new book When Hope Dies, It Still Goes On. Gene Peters had invited people to a salon. He thought it would be a nice alternative to right-wing rope teams or fraternities like Der Flügel, or something like that, where people push jobs and positions at each other and do lobbying work. He said, "It would be cool if we did it from the left." Exciting guests from the arts, culture and media came to the salon, and we thought about what could be done. How are we doing with our resignation? What are we doing right now, and what's next? One of the insights of the wonderful evening was that we could apply and use the scope that artistic freedom offers us and the narrative possibilities that we have in art much better and smarter. End of quote. Wikipedia presents Jean Peters as an action artist with several master's degrees in political science from the Free University of Berlin, the School of Oriental and African Studies in London, and the Humboldt-Viadrina School of Governance in Berlin, who is best known as a founding member of the Pong Collective, with which he won the Aachen Peace Prize in 2018, and for his research at Corrective. Peters, who has apparently had great success with his political art actions, which have obviously been the hottest thing in the German cultural scene for several years, see also the spectacles of the Zentrum für politische Schönheit, has been an author on Jan Böhmermann's show since 2019. Pongratz's persistent cultural work against the right has paid off. His admission to the chic salon of left-wing cultural workers has not only secured him a place at Böhmermann's table, but also the professional support of experienced directors in the cultural sector. Böhmermann himself is a rebel who has failed due to his childish immaturity, that is, his unconquered belief in omnipotence. As a TV entertainer, he is a disciple of Harald Schmidt, and the problem with the new German cabaret culture, which Schmidt has significantly influenced, is that it no longer knows how to put irony and seriousness into perspective, and that significantly distinguishes it from a newspaper like Charlie Hebdo. This problem, the inability to distinguish between irony and seriousness, also secretly determined the so-called Böhmermann affair of 2016. It was right to want to react somehow to the threats of the Turkish government because of a basically far too tenderly humorous mockery of Erdogan in an ARD program. But Böhmermann couldn't connect any real intention with his intervention. He just perceived more or less like a child, something outrageous is happening here, and wanted to interfere. Böhmermann's action was nothing more than an attempt to place a large smelly turd in the middle of the living room, which was promptly punished by Mutti, deliberately hurtful. This is not the worst thing, but unfortunately it also leads nowhere if you refuse to transfer the fascination for the smelly mess into independent thinking. It's hardly surprising that Harald Schmidt, as older brother Böhmermann, then declared him uncool because he cried, "Help, Dad!" by asking the state for protection at the height of the affair, and it actually speaks above all to Schmidt's efforts to continue to secure the badge of the coolest boy in the gang despite his silence on terror. He too realizes that this is slowly becoming difficult. In Danger Dan's performance of Böhmermann, Igor Levit, for whom the culturally conservative milieu of classical music has long since ceased to be sufficient, as his Twitter account sadly testifies, takes on the piano part and really puts the virtuosity into the song all over again. But it's precisely in this that the impression involuntarily arises that something has to be valorized with great effort, just as the whole staging of the TV appearance is so strongly characterized by valorization and refinement. It almost seems as if the Antifa finally wants to step out of the shadows with this noble song after a long period of hardship, in order to claim their rightful heritage, and as if the state, in the form of public television, wants to solemnly declare, "Oh, our young heroes really deserve this." We're almost a little ashamed that we haven't always been so enthusiastic about them, yes, that we haven't always understood how useful they are to us and how faithfully they basically just want to serve. And yet you can't help but get the impression that the labored attempt at a self-ennobling ceremony also speaks of something else, namely, that somewhere there is a repressed awareness that something here is in need of a little improvement, that something here is perhaps a little too meager after all? In the artist talk with Igor Levit and Danger Dan that follows the performance in the show, a visibly nervous and agitated Jan Böhmermann immediately begins a desperate search to find out whether anyone has complained yet or whether someone might not complain after all. Of course no one. The conversation is slow. Finally, Böhmermann says, "Please each come up with a crazy theory that gets commented on so much in the YouTube comments that the server crashes." And then they talk about broadcasting fees. It's like clumsy children desperately looking for a provocation that they know can't exist. The radical left's usual and much-loved radical language has been in distress for some time, on the one hand, due to the reality of Islamic terror, which can only be denied with great difficulty and effort, on the other hand, however, due to the acclaim of the just milieu, which is not a co-opting, but on the contrary, attests that one always wants to be exactly where one is sitting now. What is painful is that participating in the cultural business against the right ruins the cultivated self-image of the uncompromising rebel. In the past, in times when you didn't have to fear being murdered for a funny drawing of Muhammad, a Schorsch Cameron, singer of the neo-punk band Die Goldenen Zeitrinen, who has also recorded a piece with the Antilopen Gang in recent years, seemed much more convincing with his radical gestures. Seen in this light, Danger Dan's militant appearance is actually less a serious threat to the fascists than a childish gesture of defiance towards those who are giving him such a warm and affectionate embrace. It is as if he wants to fiercely confront the established and successful, who would like to welcome him into their circles and smile kindly at him, with his martial demeanor and Kalashnikov, and hurl a defiant "yeah okay, but only on my terms." But he, who is so afraid of being co-opted, does not understand that the pseudo-liberal parents of the establishment will respond to every new gesture of defiance with even greater enthusiasm. He likes to be deceived on the one hand and is offended on the other. For the establishment, which welcomes him, it is delightful that they can sell their own childish defiance, which they recognize in Danger Dan's attitude, as an anti-fascist challenge. Yes, it's clear that there is a real and tangible threat from the Islamic tenor today, which people would like to write about, that basically everyone feels it too. But is that true? A perception of reality no longer seems possible for many, as the renaissance of sentimentality suggests. The purported sensitivity and celebrated goosebumps are the opposite of what they claim to be, not an intensification, but on the contrary an expression of a spreading anesthetization of feeling. These are maneuvers with which one tries to escape from the threatening compulsion of thinking. But only a subject who fights with all his or her available powers for presence of mind, who knows how to combine feeling and thinking, can perceive appropriately. Danger Dan's final failure is one in a long line of those who, each in their own way, have contributed to making the Charlie Hebdo dead forgotten, thus signaling to the waiting tyrants that no resistance can be expected from them. The reality of Islamic terror in the world has now created a second sovereign in Western democracies as well, a counter-sovereign competing with the sovereign of the nation-state for supremacy. More and more adjustments, of which we are perplexed witnesses, are no longer directed at the still existing national sovereign, but like Danger Dan, even insult him. They are, like the silence of the center-left on Islamic terror, the unmistakable sign of a creeping and silent turn to the counter-sovereign. The complete lack of reality in such sentences, as Pongratz utters in the Wiener Standard, is only surprising at first glance. Militancy is okay as a last resort. Here, consciousness, fleeing from itself, has become totally tangled and thus completely dishonest. The tangling is based on the firm and apparently unshakable belief that it is above all the state that one has to defend oneself against. The inability or the reluctance to enter into a rational relationship with the state, however, inevitably results in the blurring of urgently needed distinctions. It is completely obscured whether one identifies with Islamic terror or with the resistance against it, because one is unable to perceive the ambivalence of the state, which ultimately means perceiving the ambivalence of the father. Instead, their own omnipotence fantasy is celebrated like an intoxicating drug. And Danger Dan is surprised about it, and the discomfort he feels about it is noticeable, that he ends up in the middle of society and is kissed and hugged by professional do-gooders. That Danger Dan is still aware of his strange situation is evident when he says in an interview with Concrete, "Claudia Roth sent me hearts on Instagram. It makes me wonder if I did something wrong. Maybe I was just more state-oriented than I would have liked." End of quote. But maybe that's just the ultimately calculated candor of a freshly minted cultural industry professional who has already learned to tell everyone exactly what they want to hear. You tell the radical left-wing magazine Concrete this, and the ZDF program expect that, for example. So when it comes to climate change, for example, I believe we need a world in which ecological and ethical principles always weigh more than economic ones. End of quote. Most Jew haters understand Islam, and soon the left party will merge with Al-Qaeda. Rapper Kolja, aka Kolja Podkowick, who, like Danger Dan, is a member of the Antilopen Gang, was still able to include such a sensible sentence on a solo album in 2010, even before the first big success. By contrast, Beats Shape Hort U2 from 2014 already seems like the beginning of a slow and gradual alignment with the mainstream against the far right. At least this song still mentioned Gunter Grass, but the desire for a no-holds-barred style of talking is increasingly lost in the further course. It seems strange to view this gradual process in relation to Danger Dan's most recent and rather sudden transformation. But perhaps both are ultimately, each in its own way, an expression of adaptation to the new counter-sovereign, and the fact that this reality is so outrageous and unmentionable and so unacknowledged explains the bumpy and often disconcerting way in which it is sometimes gradually accomplished, sometimes with jolting suddenness. And who knows, perhaps Jürgen Elsasser's rapid metamorphosis from 2001 can only be understood in the same way, as the quick flying change of clothes of someone who has always had a very special nose. Diederik Diederiksen can be satisfied with Danger Dan, one more anti-German who finally shuts his damn mouth about everything concerning Jews or going on in the Middle East. That this brave Danger Dan in all of this, nevertheless constantly has to intrusively announce that he has a desire for an experiment, namely he wants to explore the limits of what is allowed and what is forbidden. You don't really know whether you should laugh or cry in the face of this. Danger Dan's verses about exploring boundaries remind every alert mind, as compellingly as involuntarily, of the dramatic events of the past few years, in which boundaries were really explored, so that one cannot help but see the stage language of symptoms at work here as well. What has been denied gains access to the stage in artistic formulation against the will of the author and demonstrates precisely what one does not do by claiming to do it. Posten and Charlie Hebdo really did test the limits, and paid a terrible price for it, when they published their Mohammed caricatures. Of course, Danger Dan wants to be dangerous. This self-staging is a central component of identity not only for him, but also for his audience. To live dangerously has always been the dream of all anti-bourgeois avant-gardes in the West, from Romanticism to Surrealism to the pop-cultural rebels of the New Left since the 1960s, along with their current, remaining heirs. It is the dream of every adolescent, and it was the dream of Daniel Pongratz, so important and essential that he wrote it directly into his self-chosen stage name. The prerequisite for the rebellious children of the bourgeoisie to be able to celebrate this dream undisturbed, however, was always the existence of a state that could be rejected as much as one liked, but on whose guarantee of the basic conditions for the freedoms one claimed, one could nonetheless tacitly rely and did rely. Diederik Diederiksen, Jan Bomerman, Harold Schmidt and many others with them sense how difficult this is becoming. They all live in their self-understanding of provocation, or at least of self-staging as counter-concepts to a despised bourgeois existence. And they all have to shiver as they realize how much they have to do without being dangerous in the face of terror and the appeasement that meets it, and in view of the impossibility of credibly setting oneself apart from an establishment that now celebrates and honors with increasing enthusiasm every bourgeois bogeyman who merely positions himself properly against the right. And how everything therefore increasingly boils down to just shutting up miserably if you somehow still want to live your life in peace, because of course nobody wants to live like Hamd Abdul Samad, for example. Danger Dan's song manages to square the circle, allowing you to effectively get rid of this nagging contradiction once again, and then to be served such an uplifting feeling in the process of this self-anesthesia, that is the reason for the continuing enthusiasm.
The anti-Germans have often been declared dead. Sometimes it was wishful thinking, sometimes the further decline was to be halted by invoking the threat of disintegration. However, after the Palestinian terrorist attack on Israel on October 7, 2023 at the latest, it became clear what could hardly be denied in view of the lack of protests against the Western withdrawal from Afghanistan, the war in Ukraine or the self-destruction carried out via social media during the coronavirus crisis. The movement that never wanted to be a movement no longer exists. This is another reason why demonstrations and solidarity rallies for Israel after October 7th were organized exclusively by the much-maligned civil society and other NGOs. The few exceptions there were only confirmed the rule. Statements and declarations were similarly weak. After September 11, 2001, to which October 7th is in no way inferior in significance, it had taken barely 3 days for analyses to be presented that were still convincing. In the case of October 7th, on the other hand, nothing was heard for almost 3 weeks before the first presentable classification of this largest anti-Semitic massacre since 1945 appeared. Even Jungle World, long derided as anti-German light, was quicker. Of course, none of this is due to the failure of individuals. Even if it has become popular to attribute failures and setbacks to a lack of commitment, betrayal, or the personal depravity of current and former comrades in arms, the hesitant reactions to October 7th have little to do with this. Rather, they are reminiscent of Wolfgang Port's description of the decline of the APO in the 1960s. At the height of the protest movement, he once wrote, "Books were read and understood in a few nights that would otherwise have taken months, perhaps even years." The same applies to the analyses. If you believe those involved, some of the best analyses of the war in Vietnam, the emergency laws or post-fascism were written in just a few days, sometimes even hours. The belief that you can feel the wind of history at your back, or, alternatively, that you have direct access to the emergency brake of the historical process, sometimes has astonishing psychodynamic consequences. Once this kairos, as it used to be called, is over, major successes fail to materialize or the wind of history once again turns out to be a storm in a teacup. The cat's meow sets in. The ability to mobilize and one's own enthusiasm inevitably wane, and the intellectual level often drops. It has been a long time since there was an anti-German group in almost every major German city. Over a dozen groups were represented at a networking meeting of Israel Solidarity Antifa groups from the east of the Republic alone, which was launched in 2005 under the silly name Zahal Ost. Even more had announced their participation, but had to cancel due to time constraints. Hardly anyone now knows the names of all these and other initiatives, associations, and alliances. They often had French or English names, sometimes sounded thoughtful, sometimes well-read, often martial and mostly unintentionally silly. Sur l'eau, Liberté Toujours, T34, Gruppe Morgenthau, No Tears for Krauts, Antideutsche Action Berlin, Association Pomme de Terre. Many of them were concerned, loosely based on Brecht, with the simple things that are difficult to do. Following Frankfurt-style critical theory, they sought to synthesize the three original guiding principles of the French Revolution: freedom, equality, security, and the utopian and contract theoretical path to modernity, or, more broadly, materialism and idealism. One of the most important starting points was Max Horkheimer's conviction that modern society can only be understood through antisemitism. For this reason, they, not to say we, broke with many left-wing certainties. This concerned false collectivism and contempt for the individual, as well as hostility towards Israel and the anti-Americanism of large sections of the left. The name was borrowed from an article by Jürgen Elsasser, who had long since defected from the far left to folkish socialism. Sometimes people described themselves as anti-German, sometimes they were given this name. However, as it was never the most wrong-headed people who were labeled anti-German in the past, they rarely defended themselves against it. Heinrich Heine, Kurt Tucholsky, Thomas Mann, and Theodor W. Adorno didn't seem to be bad company. The anti-Germans were known to have emerged from the left-wing crisis discussions following the fall of the Eastern Bloc in 1989-90, the crisis of anti-imperialism and the implosion of other left-wing certainties. At the beginning of the 90s, the initial aim was to reform a non-reformist, radical, anti-capitalist, communist left, as explained in Bahamas, which was still published in Hamburg at the time. Another anti-German magazine used the image of a hearse that traveled through the villages in times of plague and loaded up everything it could get hold of in the way of corpses and the dying. That's how we see our situation, but we're not sure what we'll get in the end. End quote. It soon became clear that it wasn't much. A large-scale boycott campaign against the first all-German federal election in 1990 failed spectacularly. The same thing happened with a campaign for May 8, 1995. In the second half of the 1990s, the anti-Germans therefore consisted mainly of small ideology-critical magazine and theory circles. Even if they insisted that their own ivory tower had loopholes, as they liked to say, it was clear to everyone involved that it was less about political mobilization than about hibernation. The mistakes and errors of the left were to be dealt with. This changed with the Al-Aqsa Intifada from 2000, but above all with 9/11. As a reminder, between 2000 and 2005, more than 20,000 terrorist attacks took place in Israel, in which over 1,000 Israelis were killed. More than 7,000 were injured. In the suicide attacks in New York on September 11, 2001, almost 3,000 people were murdered in one day and 6,000 were injured. In the context of these events, the ivory tower was abandoned. The loose association of small anti-German or ideology-critical circles, groups, and individuals became a political movement. The heyday of the anti-Germans began. The reason for this was not least the outrage at the German equidistance to terror against Israel and the United States. The largest anti-American marches in the history of the Federal Republic took place in protest against the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and there was cross-party understanding for the suicide bombings in Israel and the attacks on the World Trade Center. At the same time, a large united front of radical leftists, neo-Nazis, social democrats, and Hamas supporters formed against Israel and the United States. Talk of the German way became popular again. In 2002, it helped the already badly battered SPD to its second consecutive parliamentary election victory. It was this ahistorical glorification of pure peace that was to be disrupted by its own events, demonstrations, and campaigns. The distancing from the West was criticized. Max Horkheimer was also the inspiration here. Like Adorno, he had formulated a categorical imperative in the 1960s. To measure the so-called free world by its own concept, to be critical of it and yet to stand by its ideas, to defend it against fascism of Hitler's, Stalin's, or any other variety, is the right and duty of every thinker. End of quote. Despite its disastrous potential, despite all the injustice both internally and externally, it still formed an island both spatially and temporally, whose end in the ocean of tyranny would also mark the end of the culture to which critical theory still belongs. Soon all the major German newspapers were writing about the strange leftists who took their cue from these words and therefore waved the flags of the United States and Israel at their demonstrations to challenge not only left-wing traditionalism but also the German mainstream. Even the New York Times and Haaretz reported. However, outrage was not the only reason for the transformation of the loosely connected circles and magazine circles into a movement. It was probably not even the most important one. The rise of the anti-Germans was also due to the decline of another political current. We are talking about the anti-fascist movement. In the 90s, it had been the largest rallying point of the extra-parliamentary left. In the summer of 2000, shortly before the start of the Al-Aqsa Intifada, it entered a crisis. After an arson attack on a synagogue in Dusseldorf, Federal Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder called for what he called the uprising of the decent. He called on his fellow countrymen to stop looking the other way when neo-Nazis were active. This had often been common practice in the 90s. Now the fight against neo-Nazis was declared a top priority. Hundreds of thousands of people came together for demonstrations and chains of lights against neo-Nazis. When it emerged shortly afterwards that the attack in Dusseldorf had not been carried out by German neo-Nazis but by Arab anti-Semites, hardly anyone was interested. Only a few newspapers reported on it. The trivialization of anti-Semitism, which does not come from neo-Nazis but from Arabs, Muslims, or migrants in general, was inscribed in state and civil society activism from the very beginning. The German government initiated an action program worth millions to support civil society initiatives against right-wing extremism. The Civitas program alone provided more than 50 million euros by 2006. Countless anti-fascist activists with and without a degree in social education were able to continue their previous leisure activities, but were now paid to do so in the relevant associations with state funds. In other words, anti-fascism was suddenly no longer a fight for the whole, as one of the country's largest anti-fascist groups had claimed in a brochure just 2 years previously. Either against the state and capital, Germany, the cops, or the pig system. Instead, it seemed to have become pro-state. An anti-German circle from Halle soon wrote, "Anti-fascism is the application for admission to the community of decent Germans. Those who had not joined Antifa because they had something against the Nazi clique at the Dobeln Ost petrol station, but wanted to confront society, the incomprehensible but nevertheless sensed connections between strange relatives, teachers, parents, politics, and economics, in short, the horrors of everyday life. Those who, unlike many others, were not capable of sealing themselves off from reality, had to look for a new field of activity from the summer of 2000 onwards. Against this backdrop, the movement's strategists spoke of, in their own words, new political fields that the Antifa had to cultivate. At a large Antifa Congress in Göttingen in April 2001, attended by around 700 people, not only was the dissolution of the AA/BO, the Anti-Fascist Action/Federal Organization, announced, it was also held under the motto "The Year in Which We Make Contact." The subject of desire, i.e. making contact, was soon determined. It was the anti-globalization movement which had been in the headlines since the late 90s due to mass militancy. The protests against the economic summit in Cologne in 1999 had hardly been noticed by anti-fascist groups. They were already mobilizing on a large scale for the major events of 2001. Around a dozen coaches carrying anti-fascists who had become critical of globalization traveled from Berlin alone to some of them. They declared their intention to intervene critically in the movement, and a major anti-fascist magazine spoke euphorically of the summer of resistance. However, the summer was followed by the fall. For once, it began in June. Civil warlike conditions prevailed at the 2001 EU summit in Gothenburg, with police firing live ammunition at demonstrators. Several of them were injured, one critically. A few weeks later, at the G8 meeting in Genoa, a police officer shot and killed 23-year-old no-global activist Carlo Giuliani. The mass militancy critical of globalization had reached its limits. At the same time, the movement was confronted with an enormous wave of repression. For some people from Saxony-Anhalt, the outcome was comparatively mild. They were banned from entering the Czech Republic for around a decade because they had taken things too far during the protests against the IMF and the World Bank in Prague. A member of a large Berlin Antifa group, who is now one of the editors of Jungle World, was much more unlucky. He was literally put behind bars in Sweden for 2 years after being arrested on the fringes of the anti-globalization riots in Gothenburg. At the same time, The anti-fascist flirtation with the no globals was challenged by September 11th. The attacks took place just 7 weeks after the Genoa summit. A political group from Halle made it known nationwide how difficult critical intervention in the anti-globalization movement was against this background. Shaken up by the suicide bombings in Israel, the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Islamist declaration of war on Crusaders and Jews, they had displayed a banner against anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism at demonstrations against the EU summit in Copenhagen in 2002. As a result, they were insulted as Nazis by anti-globalization protesters, physically attacked and excluded from the protests. Even the criticism of anti-Semitism was seen as pro-Israeli. Those who did not want to dismiss such outbursts as a marginal phenomenon and still did not want to renounce political practice often automatically found themselves forced to join the ideology-critical circles that had left their ivory towers after September 11th. They were now reinforced by anti-fascist movement experts who had become disoriented by the uprising of the decent and the crisis of globalization criticism. Even though some of the movement's masterminds repeatedly spoke out against identity politics and confessionalism, attending a peace demonstration with Israeli flags also often replaced the educational experience that the traditional Antifa demonstrations, which had long since received the blessing of the president of the Bundestag, the Lord Mayor or the social studies teacher, could no longer offer. The need for unifying symbolism, which had driven quite a few people to the Antifa, could also be lived out. The, of course, correct presentation of Israeli and American flags was soon joined by IDF pants, confession buttons, vacation trips to Israel, IRIC courses, Middle East studies, Jewish history and culture. However, the alliance of ideological criticism and a disoriented Antifa soon passed its peak. Of the almost 30 political groups that had mobilized for one of the largest anti-German demonstrations of the 2000s in Hamburg in 2004, not even half still existed at the end of the decade. There are now only 3 left. At around the same time, the Bahamas declared its intention to dispense with the term anti-German. They were only critical of ideology, and nothing else. Even if it was never possible to completely emancipate oneself from this term, this decision was an initial reaction to the emerging crisis of the anti-Germans. In many cases, the term anti-German had not only become a substitute for identity, but the already diffuse spectrum that it had once been used to describe had become even more diffuse. There were at least 3 reasons for this crisis. With the end of the Iraq War in 2003 and the Al-Aqsa Intifada in 2005-1, the immediate reasons for taking to the streets disappeared. The Lebanon War in 2006 provided a brief mobilization peak. After that, the activist part of the movement fell into the famous campaign slump that is often lamented after phases of over-politicization, ausgernegt. Some comrades therefore withdrew into private life, while others discovered new fields of action for themselves. As they had realized in the course of their numerous changes of course that they were not only concerned with the cause, for which they took part in actions, but also with the action itself, the cause was dropped at some point. Soccer and ultra games became attractive at that time. Others went to martial arts more often than before. The Berlin anti-fascist, who had become critical of globalization and was sentenced to 2 years in prison in Sweden after his arrest during the riots in Gothenburg in 2001, became the East German mixed martial arts champion and has been fighting in front of audiences for money ever since. In addition, with the end of the mobilization successes too, the contradictions in the history of ideas of the movement gained validity. Freedom, equality and security, contract theory and utopianism, materialism and idealism are difficult to reconcile. Since this tension is intellectually difficult to bear, the easy way became attractive. Some activists turned into Western liberals, others into conservative Atlanticists. Many returned to left-wing traditionalism. Above all, however, many of the movement's ideas had become generalized, albeit in a distorted form, i.e. without the unifying idea of defending the principle of the West, measuring it against its own standards and going beyond them accordingly. The criticism of anti-Zionism radiated in particular to the youth organizations of the left, the SPD and the Greens. After the Lebanon War, the Federal Working Group BAK Shalom was founded in the Left Party. Soon 3 of the most well-known politicians in the Left Party, Gregor Gysi, Katia Kipping and Petra Pau, spoke out publicly against the traditional hostility towards Israel in their own organization. Other party youth organizations followed suit. Franziska Drossel, chairwoman of the Jusos between 2007 and 2010, publicly criticized left-wing anti-Zionism. There were similar debates among the Green youth. The condemnation of social protests as nationalistic, which is now commonplace in the left-liberal public sphere, had already been tried out by some anti-Germans in the 1990s. It was intended to criticize the idealization of the lower classes that had been common on the left until then. In the years following reunification, nationalist riots were regularly romanticized as protests against social grievances. Since the adoption of Agenda 2010 at the latest, this pattern has been reversed. Racism and nationalism are rarely glossed over in public, on the contrary. The reference to the national undertones that social protests sometimes have often serves as a blanket denunciation of any criticism of the dismantling of the welfare state. Of course, the anti-Germans were not responsible for this development. Even though some of their positions found their way into left-wing parties, conservative and liberal media, they were not a force for social change. Without wanting to, they were instead the eccentric offshoot Theodore Roosevelt would have said, the lunatic fringe of a longer-term process aimed at modernizing Germany. It was directly linked to the replacement of the old by the new middle classes and the associated emergence of a new service proletariat. As the sociologist Andreas Reckwitz once pointed out, the old middle class is rather down-to-earth, associated with crafts, industrial work, and comparatively low mobility. It is primarily geared towards status, interest, and self-discipline. It is about a certain standard of living, not about the immaterial quality of life that is so important for the new middle class. In contrast, the new middle class, whose emergence is closely linked to the development of the capitalism postmoderne that has been discussed in France for around 30 years, is more academic, hedonistic, mobile, and cosmopolitan. The cosmopolitans, says Reckwitz, are in favor of opening up in many respects, of identities, including the markets, against too much order, against too much regulation. Liberalization in the broadest sense of the word, actually. End quote. Most of the movement's activists came from this new middle class, others were heading towards it. The anti-German songs of praise for individualism, cosmopolitanism, pleasure, and a sense of historical responsibility always unconsciously expressed the social and cultural needs of their milieu of origin or destination. Bourgeoisie and bohemia in one, as Reckwitz puts it, as if he had read the anti-German leaflets of the 2000. The same applies to the anti-German criticism of collectivism, the attacks on the provincial and the occasional arrogance towards those left behind in the new lower class, who are in fact the cultural antithesis of the new middle class. In other words, the anti-German slogans and ideas were at times so well received by the disoriented Antifa audience because they offered a double opportunity. With their help, one could unconsciously orient oneself to the socioeconomic zeitgeist, but at the same time pretend to be fighting against it. This also corresponded in a distorted way to the life and work imperatives associated with the rise of the new middle class, according to Reckwitz, the key milieu of this late modern society. It is about an alliance of forced participation and permanent distinction, the endeavor for uniqueness and uniformity. It was only when the modernization process associated with the replacement of the old by the new middle classes could hardly be overlooked that part of the anti-German residual milieu began to become tentatively aware of the development they had seconded. Against this backdrop, the disputes surrounding coronavirus and the war in Ukraine are not the cause of the decline of the anti-Germans. At best, they are its sad aftermath, which accelerated the disintegration of the remaining milieu. If you believe Marx, then the official motives and the actual functions of a movement often diverge significantly. Of course, all these conditions of origin and existence do not make the anti-German critique of false collectivism, solidarity with Israel, or the synthesis of utopia and contractual thinking, materialism and idealism wrong. The genesis and validity of ideas may not be as clearly separable as is often suggested in basic philosophy courses. However, they do not fall into one either. Particularly in view of the current threat to Israel and the anti-Zionist rollback, a collective critic who also defends the West against itself in the sense of Max Horkheimer is urgently needed. However, most of the preconditions for anti-German activism have disappeared. Antifa is no longer in crisis, but has long since been integrated into the ideological state apparatus. A quarter of a century of state support for anti-fascist initiatives means that the rebellious gestures that are sometimes adopted hardly appear to contradict the state-supporting content. However, where a tentative hint of one's own conformism could arise, the collective defense patterns that have been practiced in the almost 25 years since the uprising of the decent were proclaimed take hold. Above all, however, the modernization process, which was accompanied by the anti-Germans, is already well advanced. The old middle class, which dominated the Federal Republic during the Schmidt and Kohl eras, has lost its former importance. The rise of the new middle class has long since been completed. This means that not only the sociological but also the socioeconomic framework conditions for the rise of the anti-Germans have disappeared. Every movement has its time, even if it never wanted to be a movement. The categorical imperative after Auschwitz, which is formulated in negative dialectics, reads as follows. Hitler imposed a new categorical imperative on people in their state of bondage, to organize their thoughts and actions in such a way that Auschwitz is not repeated, that nothing similar happens. Adorno immediately added to his lines that it would be sacrilege, i.e. disregard for what had happened, to treat this imperative discursively. The defensive Jewish state exists in accordance with this imperative, based on the Zionist idea, which became a necessity through Auschwitz at the latest. Before October 7th, the thinking and actions both in the Jewish state and within groups and individuals in solidarity with Israel were obviously not suitable for preventing an atrocity aimed at destroying as many Jews as possible because they are Jews. The aim of implying this is not to mend Israel's ways, but to question our own thinking, according to which Israel already has everything under control and therefore solidarity with this state sometimes seems like a fair-weather event with flags and pictures of beautiful female soldiers. The existentially necessary determination of the enemy, to which the Jew is condemned among states, forces the Jewish state to act in a way that has as its constant prerequisite what Adorno called thinking against itself, in the immediate context of the formulation of the categorical imperative. For Israel, such thinking means that it must always fight against any possible appeasement of the enemy, because every charitable or humanitarian concession to the enemy, no matter how small, is interpreted as weakness in the eyes of the enemy, as is too much consideration for civilians. Golda Meir's statement, which is more true than ever after October 7th, "There will only be peace when the Arabs love their children more than they hate us," does not only mean that there will be no peace for Israel as long as it is in the asocial nature of Israel's enemies to place their collective hatred and their collective longing for destruction above the protection of their own relatives. What is more, Meir's sentence says that there can be no improvement for the situation of the Palestinians as long as they continue to glorify sacrificial death as a means of victory over the Jews and thus hold down the civilizing impulse according to which the love of life is to be placed higher than the longing for death. This is why the FAZ is also wrong on behalf of many, when it states critically of Hamas, "Those who shamelessly abuse their own people as a shield cannot be seen as legitimate representatives of the Palestinian cause." October 14, 2023. The terrible truth is that since the PLO Charter of 1964 at the latest, it has been a central component of the Palestinian cause that every individual must at least see themselves as a shield of collective resistance and that this is willingly followed. Since then, the few Palestinians who want to renounce the popular resistance have felt this cruelly. They are already considered traitors to the people if they are suspected of harboring doubts about the meaning of the indoctrination of children for their later martyrdom. Because the collective delusion is decisive for the Palestinian cause, one should also understand the slogan "Child Murderer Israel" from the mouths of the enemies of Israel less as an attempt at denunciation than as an attempt at legitimization to degrade all Jews to indiscriminate specimens, Adorno, in order to deal with them even more mercilessly than with their own children, which is exactly what Hamas did on October 7th. Palestinian society is so free to devote itself entirely to its real goal because of the almost complete international alimentation by UNRWA and other ugly institutions of the so-called world community. It is no coincidence that unarmed residents of Gaza also participated in the atrocities of October 7th with unparalleled gusto and dedication, because it is impossible to separate the civilian population from its rulers where the difference in interests between citizen and state is eliminated. The will to annihilation of the enemies of the Jews supersedes any rationalism of purpose, which for Hamas means that even the suggestion of a residual interest in establishing a halfway functioning state-like rule in the Gaza Strip, as Israel did before October 7th, has proved to be a tragic concession. In Israel, which has to face its imminent annihilation on a daily basis, the armament of the Harnas was not underestimated, but the time for a large-scale practical implementation of the will to annihilate was not yet seen as having come. Accordingly, the events of October 7th shattered the promise of protection that Zionism always wants to give and for which it is therefore hated worldwide. Hamas took advantage of the fact that, despite the constant threat, Israel is not a military regime committed solely to total security, as its enemies claim. Despite its defensiveness, Israeli society has always been characterized by a degree of civilization and openness that is not only unparalleled in the region, but can neither be considered desirable nor true in the eyes of anti-Zionists of all stripes. Not least for this reason, it has become an obsession to denounce Israel as an apartheid or colonial state or to accuse it of so-called pinkwashing. After October 7th, if you look at what could be called organized solidarity with Israel, you will hardly find anything beyond the state-supporting German-Israeli society and a few Jewish groups in times of urgent need, although this was different just a few years ago. In order to determine whether Israel solidarity is perhaps just as nationalized as the Antifa has been since the turn of the millennium, keyword, uprising of the decent, with its fight against the right, it would be necessary to clarify why it was nevertheless successful, especially in the 2000s, although the activists at that time saw themselves as radical leftists just a few years earlier. The background to this was a gradual process of shedding left-wing certainties, which had already led to a revision of the traditional left-wing definition of National Socialism as essentially anti-communist and directed by capital against the working class in the 1990s. Although this happened under the impression of reunification and Germany's folkish actions in the war in Yugoslavia, neither event was decisive in turning away from the exculpatory labor movement anti-fascism. The almost unresisting absorption of the workers' movement into the Nazi Volksgemeinschaft had been denied or glossed over for long enough. The fact that, from December 2, 1990, the Party of Democratic Socialism, PDS, which later became the Left Party, was a party in the all-German Bundestag which bravely adhered to such insights, aroused not only hopes within the West German left, but also resolute rejection. The realization that extermination antisemitism was the cement and fuel of the Nazi regime, as emphasized by critical theory and vehemently denied by the New Left and its green successors, and thus the assessment of Auschwitz as an end in itself of extermination for the sake of extermination, which defied all rationality, became a prerequisite for solidarity with the Zionist state. The final renunciation of Dimitrov's Comintern definition of fascism as the open, terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, chauvinist, imperialist elements of finance capital, and of the accompanying division of the social production relationship of capital into a grabbing, anti-people part and a creative, pro-people part, cleared the way for a concept of anti-fascism that does justice to its true nature as an attempt to save the bourgeoisie from extinction. The abandonment of left-wing anti-fascist certainties in the 1990s took place under the impression of the implosion of real socialism and the accompanying decline of traditional anti-imperialism, which plunged the left worldwide into a deep identity crisis from which it was never to emerge. The ideological gap left by the end of anti-imperialism, particularly with regard to the legitimization of arms struggle, was filled in the Trikont, which was not yet called the Global South at the time, by Islam, which was already on the rise following the final failure of Arab nationalism in the 1967 Six-Day War and the victorious Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979. In replacing Pan-Arabism, the religion of peace became an ally of anti-racism in the West, which replaced the now untenable anti-imperialism as a left-wing explanation of the world as a carping form of social criticism, Detlef Clausen, or rather, it completely racialized and particularized it by replacing the last remnants of a critique of the political economy with a moral doctrine of absolute purity. The fact that the left-wing love for the PLO, which successfully propagated the lie of an existing independent Palestinian people out of an abysmal hostility towards Jews, has been accompanied by an Islamization and Arabization of the Western left since 1967, is still given too little attention today. As early as 1969, Jean Amory pointed out in his much-cited essay The Respectable Antisemitism that not only had the vocabulary of Arab nationalism been appropriated, but also the system of norms conveyed by the vocabulary had been adopted, an internalization exemplified by Ulrike Meinhof, who turned from a pro-Zionist into a fervent anti-Zionist after the Six-Day War. While the criticism of left-wing antisemitism, despite all partisanship for Israel, was initially still an attempt to modernize the left, especially after Saddam Hussein fired Scud missiles at Israel during the Second Gulf War in 1991, and lifelong incorrigible anti-imperialists such as the Green Christian Strobly described this as a logical, almost compelling consequence of Israel's policy. It gradually became apparent that solidarity with Israel and leftism are incompatible. This incompatibility was increasingly reflected in the distinction between anti-national and anti-German, whereby the realization that anti-fascism is not the fight against the bourgeois nation-state, but as a program to save the bourgeois, is always also committed to saving the nation-state, played an important role. Consequently, the positive reference of anti-fascism to civilizational achievements such as the separation of powers and the state's monopoly on the use of force is not compatible with the brutal gang system of a radical left-wing group such as the one around Leipzig's Lena E., or with slogans such as a cab. Nevertheless, many of those who like to go to demonstrations with the blue and white flag do not want to accept the basically banal statement that solidarity with Israel is not possible without support for the Jewish nation-state with its strictly secured state borders. As left-wing fundamental oppositionists, they have learned you have to speak out against the state. that the state organization of the individual must lead to a socialization that contributes nothing to the liberation of the individual from constraints in the post-bourgeois era, but can at best ensure a fragile state that prevents total lack of freedom for the time being, is a truth that must be defended at all costs to this day. Under the system-breaking sign of hostility to the state in non-revolutionary times, however, the critique of the nation becomes an informal alliance with every kind of lumpen proletariat whose sole purpose is robbery. The Leipzig branch of Rote Hilfe has demonstrated the dead end into which one maneuvers oneself if one does not want to let go of one's antinationalism even after October 7th. The nationwide radical left-wing legal aid organization Rote Hilfe is notorious for providing financial and propaganda support to anti-Semites. Until the Hamas attack on Israel, one of them was Zaid Abdul Nasser, a Syrian known as the German spokesman for the terror organization Samadown. Because the German authorities would like to deport him due to his activities, Rote Hilfe initiated a solidarity campaign, which was not criticized internally until October 7th. Just how well-liked Abdul Nasser is in left-wing circles was demonstrated, among other things, by the fact that he spoke on the international significance of the Palestinian resistance at a Communist Congress of the Communist Organization Group in Berlin on the very day of the Hamas massacre. One of the side notes of this October day is that the majority of Samadown's comrades set off from the Congress venue in the direction of Sonnenallee in Neukölln to celebrate the murder of the Jews with the Arab locals. Shortly beforehand, a resolution had been passed in exuberance at the Congress, in which the participants not only assured Abdul Nasser of their solidarity, it also proclaimed, "Palestine has risen up, Palestine strikes back. The liberation struggle of the Palestinian people is breaking through. Literally, Gaza has blown up its prison walls, a long-awaited and necessary response to over 100 years of colonialism and 75 years of occupation, expulsion and extermination of the Palestinian nation." End of quote. Because the Federal Board of Rote Hilfe apparently got cold feet about the mass murder committed by Hamas, it was suddenly decreed that Samadown was violating basic left-wing principles, which is why support for Abdul Nasser would be terminated with immediate effect. Unlike the Berlin local group, which declared that it condemned the misuse of Palestine solidarity to live out anti-Semitism in the face of Samadown's activities, but continued to describe Palestine solidarity as an expression of the internationalist struggle against colonialism, the Leipzig local group managed to accompany its statement in support of the Federal Executive Board's decision with the slogans, "Free Gaza from Hamas," "Israel's right to exist is non-negotiable," only to come up with a Hamas slogan in the next sentence, "No border, no nation, no deportation." It has always been such anti-national madness that turns solidarity with Israel into its exact opposite when it wants to refer positively to the Jewish state in one breath, which cannot exist as a nation without borders. The nation without borders has long existed where the struggle for liberation is waged internationally, among the Friends of the Caliphate in Essen, the Islamic State or Al-Qaeda. During the Al-Aqsa Intifada, which raged from 2000 to 2005, with its numerous murders of Israeli citizens and 9/11, no one on the imploding left, regardless of their orientation, was able to avoid the question, "What do you think of Israel?" The segregation within the German left led to a break with the anti-German wing, which became definitive for the then still numerous anti-German groups as a result of the attacks of 9/11 and the support for the reaction of the United States in Afghanistan and Iraq. It was not least the images of jubilant Palestinians who, like their Arab brothers, celebrated en masse the deaths of thousands in the collapse of the Twin Towers in New York. These images forced us to emphasize the inseparable connection between defending the West and solidarity with Israel, as well as the ideological proximity of National Socialism and Islam. By means of numerous public interventions through publications and campaigns, the Friends of Israel succeeded in driving large sections of the left into such a corner that they increasingly felt the need for modernization and thus began to question what was no longer tenable anyway. Anti-imperialist explanations of the world were problematized, at least to the extent that left-wing anti-Semitism was also named as such and no longer remained socially acceptable undisturbed. This need for modernization reached deep into the ranks of the PDS and the SPD, but also into the most diverse subcultures, both gay and lesbian as well as pop cultural. The success of Israel Solidaritat was characterized by the paradox that it was perceived as a kind of movement and often acted as such, although it had emerged in a break with the movement left and therefore could not be a constructive movement as a substitute for a lost left-wing security. Adorno. Some sought their fortune in the objectification of agitation and relied on convincing the bourgeois middle of society, while others resorted to pithy slogans such as IDF in Ramallah, that's true Antifa, or celebrated Tel Aviv as a place of longing and a vacation paradise for all people in solidarity with Israel, especially the gays among them. The fact that solidarity with Israel was sometimes seen as the true unity of theory and practice, whose advocates Adorno denounced in his last essay before his death as thinking actionists who were not aware that striving for such unity always had the tendency to turn into the predominance of practice, does not eliminate the need to act as a collective critic. On the contrary, Adorno has written something that is desperately topical in view of the powerlessness in the face of the worldwide raging anti-Semitic mob. The leap into practice does not cure thought of resignation as long as it is paid for with the secret knowledge that it will not work that way after all. This is not to say that practically nothing at all is possible in terms of solidarity with Israel, but that the desire for practice must not obscure the realization of what the situation is like in practice after October 7th and what the objective limits of intervention are. If one wants to achieve more than satisfying the urgent need for self-assurance among like-minded people, which so many felt in their powerlessness after the Hamas massacre, one would have to examine where and against whom one can act for Israel. In retrospect, it is hardly surprising that organized solidarity with Israel had an almost natural half-life. This movement against the will had to end in internal disputes and ultimately in decline, which were both a symptom and a cause of anti-German decline and promoted a later move away from the term anti-German, which had been degraded to a label. Quite a few of its protagonists have gradually made their way into the institutions and are now professors, anti-Semitism commissioners, or at least members of an educational organization that educates people about the dangers posed by anti-Semitism. However, the fact that their solidarity with Israel has increasingly led less to a critique of the situation and more to constructive academic expert discourse, Springer journalism or NGO consultancy formats has taken the sting out of solidarity with Israel. Against this backdrop, I would like to return to the question of whether the German state might not have seized Israel's solidarity in a similar way to the Antifa under the heading Uprising of the Decent. After October 7th, it should be emphasized for the time being that although there is unmistakably a kind of state solidarity with Israel, which was quite gratifying in view of the global anti-Israeli furor, and despite its half-heartedness and double standards in the agitated month of October, there can be no question of a hostile takeover as in the fight against the right under Chancellor Schroeder. It will not be possible to prove exactly what influence the solidarity with Israel of the Nazis had on the multipliers and influencers in German politics and society. At the very least, it is very likely that the statements made in the media and politics in October were not free of its influence. Nor will it ever be possible to prove the thesis that Merkel's speech on reasons of state in the Knesset in 2008, as cliched and meaningless as it ultimately was, would not have come about without the activities of the not very organized Israel solidarity, just as it is impossible to substantiate the claim that the remarkable anti-BDS resolution of the Bundestag would not have come about years later without the interventions of Israel solidarity. The starting point for solidarity with Israel at the turn of the millennium was quite different. Not only did it seem inconceivable at the time, in supposed contradiction to today's German state solidarity with Israel, that Claudia Roth, of all people, a personification of the progressive cultural relativism that has always been directed against Israel and the West, would hold the highest political cultural office in the state. Jürgen Mollemann's FDP and Norbert Blum's CDU were politically and socially well-liked, and it was simply unthinkable that Germany would ever give up its traditionally equidistant role as an honest broker between the Palestinians and Israel in favor of Israel, as happened at least partially after October 7th. The BDS movement was still in its infancy after its initiation at the 2001 UN Anti-Racism Conference in Durban, from which not only the Israeli representatives were expelled, but also the Jewish state was branded as the worst outgrowth of racism, and had not yet brought almost the entire art and cultural scene behind it, as is the case today. Anti-racism had not yet fully succumbed to racial delusion, which is why Israel was not yet generally regarded as the land of the whites and Judaism as the religion of the white race. The autonomous left-wing scene was not yet completely on the ground and by and large still claimed the streets even in Kreuzberg and Neukölln, and not the Muslim, mainly Arab enemies of the Jews, who were only later welcomed en masse. The Antifa did not yet call itself Migrantifa. Intersectionalism, a theory that is very much in vogue at universities today, was still called triple or unity of oppression and led a left-wing niche existence. The fact that apartheid and colonialism prevailed in Israel did not yet fully determine the formation of theory in the humanities at Western universities. Hardly anyone knew what the abbreviation LBTGQ meant, even though Hamas and Hezbollah sympathizer Judith Butler was already considered a pop star among students. The accusation of pinkwashing against Israel was still marginal, and there was no talk of Israel-related antisemitism, if only because the majority of people simply denied its existence, as well as that of left-wing and Muslim antisemitism, because the accusation of antisemitism had to be directed exclusively against people on the far right. However, despite the Walser speech of 1998, those who railed against a cult of guilt, which was understood in the Nazi milieu in particular to mean that Germany had allowed itself to be blackmailed by the world-dominating Zionists because of its Nazi crimes and therefore had to stand by Israel. Fascists such as AfD member Björn Höcke in particular understand Germany's liberation from the cult of guilt to mean turning its back on Israel. In the academic anti-Semitism discourse, the longed-for turn in the politics of remembrance, as Höcke calls it, is seen as a prototypical expression of secondary anti-Semitism which no longer wants to hear about Auschwitz. It may have shocked some people that the slogan "Free Palestine from German Guilt" was repeatedly chanted at pro-Palestinian marches after October 7th, not only calling for an end to the cult of guilt, but also calling the Nazis a historical fly in the ointment. Only those who have either slept through the developments of recent years or have not taken them seriously can be truly surprised by the fact that supposedly original Nazi nonsense is now being propagated by left-wing students and Muslim migrants who are not Höcke supporters or Galen fans. A veritable culture war has been raging at least since the BDS resolution passed by the Bundestag in 2019, which, among others, the later Minister of State for Culture Claudia Roth, who at least expressed her remorse in this regard after October 7th, refused to support and therefore abstained from voting. This is not being waged in the name of progressivism for less guilt, but, if you like, for one on a global scale that embodies, in reverse, what Germany is accused of being hostile to the world because it is provincial with its assumed pro-Israel stance. For this white guilt obsession, the fight against Israel, which is seen as particularly white and therefore particularly guilty, is the culmination of the just struggle of an always innocent global South, the illogic of which can be paraphrased as "Free Palestine because of white guilt." In this country, the cultural battle is being fought between professional politicians and those who proudly call themselves artists and cultural workers in fear for their global connectivity to the anti-Zionist or anti-white world spirit, which they consider to be cosmopolitan and progressive. The battle raged fiercely at the last Documenta. It was no coincidence that the slogan "Free Palestine from German Guilt" appeared on posters for the first time, flanked by the Discourse Theoretical Catechism of Dirk A. Moses or the post-colonial theses of Achille Mbembe. According to the Indonesian curator collective Ruanggruppe, which was responsible for the exhibition, the aim was to stop projecting and transferring German guilt and history onto the Palestinian and other anti-colonial struggles. The Ruanggruppe group thus only did what it was invited to do by the Documenta organizers, to use the blackmailing power of a non-white anti-colonial venue to hammer home to German politics that cosmopolitanism cannot be achieved with Jews, but only against them. As a reward for their contribution to initiating a change in the politics of remembrance, which for Germany hardly differs from the ideas of Björn Höcke, the two ideological heads of Ruanggruppe were given a guest professorship at the Hamburg Art Academy. It is almost superfluous to mention that the two happily welcomed the jubilant marches on German streets on the occasion of the Hamas massacre by eagerly liking them on social media. The few and numerically very small public protests that took place against the Documenta exhibition in Kassel, and the even smaller ones against the awarding of professorships in Hamburg, show how desperately needed organized solidarity with Israel would be and how little of it exists. Someone like Samadown spokesman Zaid Abdul Nasser has recognized better than many a friend of Israel where the wind is blowing not so much against Germany but against Israel. His fight against Israel endangers the narrative that the German state has built up regarding its relationship with the occupation, he told the anti-Zionist newspaper Junge Welt shortly before October 7th. What Abdul Nasser calls narrative actually refers to the longing for a general attack on Adorno's imperative and the thinking associated with it after Auschwitz. This longing unites Samadown not only with Björn Höcke, but also with the many artistic directors and directors of German art and cultural institutions who have joined together to form the GG 5.3 Weltoffenheit initiative in protest against the Bundestag's BDS resolution. Their cotton wool-wrapped plea for an end to the German cult of guilt goes like this. A specific challenge for us today is to responsibly identify the peculiarities of the German past to our cooperation partners around the world in order to project a common present and future. This requires active engagement with the diversity of Jewish positions and openness to other social positions presented from the non-European world. End of quote. This reveals the truth, albeit in a very disguised manner, that establishing global diversity and common ground involves visionary upfront costs, which include denying Israel's right to exist. After all, the phrase diversity of Jewish positions and openness to other social visions from the non-European world means nothing else. The fact that not even a dozen people protested against the Ruangruppe professors in Hamburg on the day they took office is exemplary of the fact that even among those who showed solidarity with Israel after October, far too few want to understand the connection between hatred of Israel and cosmopolitanism. This can be illustrated by an example from Hamburg. It was hard to believe one's eyes when, shortly after the Hamas massacre, the billboard of the Rote Flora Autonomous Center read in large letters, "Killing Jews is not a fight for freedom." This sentence was even worthy of a sensational report by the NDR that it was a clear message to its own clientele. If the action by those responsible for Flora proves that the interventions of solidarity with Israel have not gone unnoticed in autonomous Hamburg, just think of the call to boycott Israel and a declaration of love for Palestinian liberation that was once painted on the facade of Hofenstrasse. Then the picture is immediately clouded by what happened afterwards. Just a few days after the sympathetic poster campaign, the Rote Flora homepage announced that the plenum had decided to disseminate the call for an alliance against all antisemitism and racism, in which the impossible attempt is made to reconcile solidarity with Israel with the ideology of anti-racism. For example, the appeal states in unison that one shows fullest solidarity with Israel as a safe haven for Jews, and at the same time considers any demand for deportations indiscriminately not only racist, but deeply folkish racist. The objective connection between the lack of deportation of ardent enemies of Jews such as the Samadown activist Abdul Nasser and the resulting coercion of German Jews to think seriously, to an unprecedented extent, about whether it would be better to leave today rather than tomorrow for the only truly defensible safe haven for Jews, is something that the authors of such pamphlets do not want to establish, if only because otherwise their worldview, compulsively declared to be cosmopolitan, would slip completely. Anyone who, even under the impression of the massacre on October 7th and the repugnance that has been experienced on German streets since then, still does not want to talk about the necessary limitation of Islamic immigration should henceforth refrain from declarations of solidarity with Israel. Wanting security for Jews in Germany and at the same time propagating a welcoming culture for the immigration of tens of thousands of followers of the religion of peace are not only incompatible, the fight against antisemitism and Islamic mass immigration are categorically mutually exclusive. To quote Karl Lagerfeld, "We cannot kill millions of Jews and bring millions of their worst enemies into the country." End quote. In recent years, the propagated culture of welcome has created a situation that makes it almost impossible to criticize Islam in a prominent public place beyond social niches. This taboo that has been erected has by no means only persuaded the newsreader Konstantin Schreiber to refrain from saying a word about Islam in public in order to protect his personal well-being. Against this backdrop, one can only hope that at least some of the supporters of a borderless culture of welcome have been so shocked by the angry, predominantly Arab mob on German streets that they will no longer deny the connection between cosmopolitanism and Muslim antisemitism and no longer defame the naming of this connection as racist. Complaining about the lack of organized solidarity with Israel is not a matter of nostalgic retrospection, but of noting that it is more necessary than ever in view of the global march against Israel. As a friend of the State of Israel, it is a bitter necessity not to settle into isolation and self-pity, and to want to do more than carry out the necessary mutual self-assurance with a few like-minded people, and to state this is therefore neither presumptuous nor asking too much.